Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 166 Client. 2 days later, the Mancroft system welcomed an intimidating fleet of vessels. Over 10 different spacecraft of various sizes revolved around a sizable ship the size of a jumbo transport. The flagship was a bona fide mech carrier. Her mech carrying capacity surpassed all the other ships in the system. Like a queen returning to court, the carrier trudged slowly towards the inner system with her escorts leading the way. VES received an alert from Captain Sylvestra and entered the bridge. That's a really big ship. She's a military surplus fleet carrier. She's meant to carry over 2 companies of mechs. Her length from bow to stern reached 2 kilometers. She took on a long but fairly stubby profile, which reduced her efficiency when transitioning to FTL but allowed her to carry large amounts of mechs and goods in her abundant holds. Frankly, she's not a ship that should thrive out here in the rim. Sylvestra added, disapproval apparent on her face. 3 or 4 civilian large transports can carry the same load as that carrier with a fraction of the cost. The amount of money that you have to spend on fuel and crew to keep this boondoggle running day by day must run in the millions of credits. That made VES regard the former fleet carrier in a different light. Her flamboyant orange and pink coating made it clear that no government authority currently commissioned the ship. A private outfit must have snapped up the vessel and turned her into a mobile base. There must be thousands of people crewing the ship and her many mechs. Even in a heavy populated system such as Bentheim, the large amount of mechs could certainly pose a threat. About half an hour after the emergence of the carrier fleet, the Barracuda received a new hail. The flagship directly sent some codes along with the message that made it clear that the newcomers had some connection to the mission. Accept the hail. Let's see if they're the ones I'm supposed to meet. The central projector lit up and displayed the upper body of a uniformed bridge officer. Greetings. Am I speaking to Mr. Larkinson of the Barracuda? Lord Jeremiah Kane has been expecting your arrival. We'd like to cordially invite you to attend a banquet aboard the Ark Horizon. Our ship will dispatch a shuttle at the appointed time, so please maintain your current orbit. Understood. I'll be ready to attend the banquet. The communications officer cut off the hail after a perfunctory goodbye. VES stared at the display and counted the number of escorts that flew around the Ark Horizon. How many more ships would join the fleet in the coming days? Your thoughts, Sylvestra? His captain shook her head in disapproval. A conventional fortune seeker rarely needs an entire fleet carrier to explore the frontier. You can't make a profit if you are saddled with too many assets. This doesn't look like a normal expedition at all. It seems to me that they're prepared to conduct a full-blown raid into hostile territory. That made some sense, but VES believed there had to be another reason. Lord Kane requires the services of a mech designer, and I doubt it's because he wants me to optimize his mechs against the Sandmen. There are plenty of specialized mechs on the market that do a better job. Not anyone would hire a mech designer on a whim. For a mech designer to do a good job, the client has to provide him with an intimate understanding of their current disposition of mechs. If their blueprints and other essential data fell into the wrong hands, they'd be vulnerable to targeted attacks. In any case, his boss summoned him to his ship, so VES had no choice to attend. He left the bridge and informed Melker that he should dress appropriately. VES planned to bring his cousin along as a guard. To be honest, it was pointless for Melker to act as a guard because as soon as they entered the belly of the beast, they'd be completely at the mercy of Lord Kane's security contingent. I just want to make a statement to my client. Wherever I go, you'll be following closely behind. If I'm supposed to work on Lord Kane's mechs, then I will likely stay aboard the Arkansas. I'll request your Stanislaw be moved to the Ark Horizon if they still have space. What about the Barracuda? Melker asked with a touch of concern. She's an extremely expensive ship. I don't think it's a good idea to lose her only deterrent against bad intentions. While his cousin might have a point, VES had other considerations. Your rifleman mech lacks a flight system, so it won't be of much use in defending my corvette. The Barracuda is fast, nimble and observant. She won't be letting anyone get close in the first place. Besides having a trustworthy family member at his side, VES also wanted to borrow his keen perception. Perhaps his cousin might pick up on something. They'll confiscate my visor if I bring it aboard their ship. It's customary for guests to bring in only a minimal amount of electronics when they visit someone else's spacecraft. I will replace my current visor with a low-tech version that will pass their inspection. VES didn't even know that Melker owned another visor. If that's what you think, then go ahead. They returned to their own rooms to prepare for the upcoming banquet. VES already wore his anti-grav clothes, so he simply changed its setting to a fancier-looking outfit. After that, he sat on his bed and petted Lucky, who wandered over his lap. I'll have to bring you along as well, he told his cat. Stick close to me and don't nose around too much. I doubt our hosts will appreciate your presence if you make a stink. Lucky meowed at him indignantly, but quickly resumed his purring when VES stroked his back. Although he appeared calm, VES actually had a lot of concerns. A major expedition made a lot of noise wherever it traveled. One thing is for sure. Lord Kane has a lot of money to throw around. His client must have promised the Clifford Society a lot of things in order to offer the mission to its knights. This gave VES an idea of what kind of returns Lord Kane was aiming at. You don't fund a massive fleet carrier in order to pick up a few rocks. VES could speculate all day, so he busied himself with rereading Master Olson's latest textbook. Even if he mastered most of the theory, he still wished to brush up on its more abstruse concepts. The book hinted at many possible directions a mech designer might choose to pursue. For example, Master Olson pursued the limits of endurance. VES didn't have a good grip on her exact design philosophy, but from the examples he browsed from the galactic net, she obviously preferred to design mechs that lasted long and could take a beating. As a fairly recently ascended master, she only just started to spread her wings in the upper echelon of the mech industry. VES knew that once a master reached the pinnacle of their field, they shored up their other skills in order to broaden their knowledge. Master Olson hadn't yet finished that stage, so most of her models remained fairly one-dimensional in their properties. Nevertheless, her extreme focus on this aspect bled through to VES. Having experienced a lecture and reading through a textbook that she personally penned, he gained a lot insight on how to prolong the operating time of a mech. Considering the vast undertaking this expedition represented, VES had a feeling he might be hard-pressed to apply his new methods. Time slowly passed as the procession of ships reached Mancroft I and took up a high orbit around the lifeless planet. A dozen different shuttles disgorged from one of the carrier's hangar bays and approached the ships that continued to guard over the capital. Ship. One of the shuttles approached the Barracuda. The slim short-ranged spacecraft smoothly came to a stop next to the docking hatch of the corvette. A thin collapsible jet bridge extended from the sides of the hatch and carefully mated with the hatch on the shuttle's sides. VES and Melker made their way to the docking hatch. Melker figured out the functions of his recently gifted anti-grav clothes and adopted a similar look as VES. As promised, he also exchanged his tricked-out visor for a more basic model which nonetheless did a decent job at obscuring his face. Lucky came along for the ride as well. Currently, he lounged over V's shoulders. Angie Sipos, his ship security officer, stood by on the other side of the reinforced hatch. She donned an armored vac-suit and held a menacing shotgun. Whoa there. We're not going to war today. Sir, I'm just making sure. This is how I earn my paycheck. VES understood the precaution, but he didn't expect any trouble this time. Once the jet bridge finished connecting the two spacecraft together, the inner hatch slid open, allowing the two Larkinsons to enter. Once they left the ship proper, the inner hatch closed and the outer hatch opened. This allowed the pair to slide along the bridge. VES momentarily felt surreal, especially when his body ceased to be subjected to artificial gravity. The jet bridge offered transparent windows out into open space. As VES floated in 0G, he felt as if he never truly understood deep space until now. It's not natural for humans to live in space. The spaceborne argue otherwise. Melker responded as he allowed his anti-grav clothing to whisk him forwards towards the other end of the bridge. Humanity rules over half the galaxy. Our race has ceased to become dependent on land and soil in order to survive. Humans born in space possessed a different perspective than others. The most extreme among the spaceborne had never set foot on a planet or even a moon. Most of them formed a phobia of large planetary masses. They constantly worry about getting crushed by a planet's immense mass. Even the laws of physics wouldn't allow such an absurdity to take place. VES shook his head and patted Lucky's head. The cat curiously stared out into the window as well. There's nothing wrong with being a primitive landborn. No matter how far we've come, we can't forget our roots. His short passage ended when he reached the other side of the shuttle. Its outer hatch opened, letting the two Larkinsons inside. Once the outer hatch slid shut, the air started to cycle while a large host of scanners went to work. Both of them expected the scans and allowed them to perform their tasks without a fuss. Some of the scanning modules beeped and focused on Lucky before moving on. Once the scans had ended, they finally entered the shuttle. The air and temperature abruptly changed as they stepped inside. A security officer garbed in a familiar blue uniform greeted VES with a salute. "Mr. Larkinson and Mr. Larkinson, I'm pleased to meet you too. Please enter and take a seat. It will be a short journey to the arc horizon." "Thank you. I look forward to meeting Lord Kane in person." As the Larkinsons strapped into their seats, the security officer received another message. My apologies, sir, but I have just been informed that your mechanical pet is capable of posing a threat to others aboard the arc horizon. My cat is here for my safety." VES replied in a firm tone. "He has saved my life several times. I don't wish to be separated from him. I assure you that we have the safety and security of our ship well in hand. My colleagues aboard the Ark wishes to inform you that your cat will have to wear a specialized harness that our technicians are fabricating at this very moment. It won't affect your pet's movements, but it will restrict its claws and allow us to track the creature." VES accepted the compromise. He had faith he could dismantle the harness if he ever needed Lucky to show off his deadly prowess, but it would take some time. For now, VES had no choice but to accept the reasonable restrictions. As the shuttle departed from the Barracuda, VES looked around and noted that the shuttle approached another ship. The shuttle could comfortably carry around 16 passengers in its current configuration. Over the next hour, a small number of oddly dressed men and women entered the shuttle. They wore a mix of flamboyant garments over skin-tight vac-suits. In space, no one dared to live without wearing a vac-suit or something similar. In the event of explosive decompression, you'd still be able to survive in harsh vacuum space once the vac-suit enclosed your head. Most of the newcomers appeared to be the ship captains and corps commanders of the various escort forces. Their hardened gazes bore down on VES and dismissed him as a threat once they took in his physique. He didn't carry himself as a soldier or a mech pilot. VES had mixed feelings at being dismissed so easily. Instead, they turned a wary eye towards Melker. His cousin met their gazes with a cool expression, or at least that was what VES imagined it looked like behind his visor. Both sides continued their wordless standoff to the point that everyone stopped their idle conversation. A grizzled female corps commander nodded first, prompting Melker to nod in return. Everyone turned their heads and resumed their friendly chats. "What was that all about?" VES whispered furiously. "We mech pilots have ways to measure each other's strengths. I acquitted myself well." Melker responded with pride. "I'm not a Larkinson for nothing." As an elite who grew up in a military dynasty, Melker stood head and shoulders above the rabble who only received standard training. Despite his relative youth, his deep foundation allowed him to match many older mercenaries in a duel. VES suspected he'd be seeing lots of situations like this aboard the Ark Horizon. Even aboard a capital ship, the mech pilots still reigned supreme. Chapter 167 Lord Kane. After the shuttle picked up a full load, it flew back to the Ark Horizon. As the shuttle neared the immense fleet carrier, VES got a new appreciation of her incredible construction. Although her armor looked fairly scuffed and worn out, it didn't detract from the majesty of a 2-kilometer capital ship. The CFA and MTA maintained a monopoly on warships. No other ships under any human power were allowed to carry fixed weapons. Supposedly, the main reason why they forbid arming ships was because they'd be capable of an incredible amount of destruction otherwise. This had indeed limited the massive amounts of death and destruction prevalent in internal conflicts. It also left the human polity scratching their heads on how to enforce their power in space. Eventually, they switched over to the combat carrier doctrine. Staring off from a basic mech carrier design, they enhanced its structure and massively piled up the armor. In place of fixed hardpoints, they added in armored enclosures akin to bunkers on the sides of the carrier design. A rear entry allowed mechs to enter these bunkers from within the ship and fire out into space from its narrow gaps. Thus, they turned the carrier into an improvised warship. Over time, the bunkers grew more sophisticated to the point where mech designers came up with specialized defensive mechs that excelled in the role. They gave up almost all pretenses of mobility in favor of enhancing their power, endurance, and targeting systems. Both the CFA and MTA turned a blind eye to the phenomenon. The limitations of the mech frame ensured that they could never increase their firepower beyond the level of what a mech would be able to wield. It would be like a fly trying to shoot a human-sized pistol. It couldn't be done without cheating. This imposed a limit on an armored carrier's capacity for destruction, which suited their purposes. As long as no one flung around nukes or planet-cracking mass drivers, everyone got along fine. From an engineering perspective, VES admired the Ark Horizon's ability to carry and field over 100 mechs. The floating citadel housed an extremely complex ecosystem in order to keep the mechs and the people who serviced them running. The shuttle passed through a translucent energy screen and entered one of the smaller hangar bays meant for shuttle traffic. Once it landed at its designated spot, the hatch slid open, allowing the passengers entry to the carrier's busy deck. "This way, please." A uniformed attendant greeted the guests and led them to the exit of the hangar. VES looked around and noted that all of the shuttles in the hangar bay looked brand new. This contrasted sharply with the slightly worn and used look of the rest of the carrier. Once they entered the corridors and navigated through several decks, everyone could sense the age of the Ark Horizon. Lord Kane hadn't spent too much time and effort in refurbishing its utilitarian interior. He wondered why Lord Kane went to the trouble of procuring such an expensive ship in the first place. The crew seemed attentive enough, but as VES walked past several hangars and mech stables, he noted that at least half of the mechs were owned by mercenaries. As his mind roiled with questions, they finally arrived at a large and expansive dining hall. Its wood-paneled interior along with the colorful banners draped over the walls gave the room a classy look. Floating little suns of light provided moody lighting. The balls of light whirled around lazily above everyone's heads as if swept by a tide. Various large circular tables awaited the guests. It became evident that the dining arrangements had been split in two. The first tier had been reserved for the mech pilots while those who took up other professions seated themselves at the lower tier of tables. A strange situation emerged where Melker had received an invitation to sit closer to the seat of power. "Go ahead, Melker." VES urged his cousin. "Observe the other guests and try to figure out their origins and motivations. I have a bad feeling about this mission, so I need you to keep your eyes peeled." Melker nodded and patted VES on the back. "I'll see you later then." That left VES with a grumpy-looking Lucky. A security officer had attached a series of shackles and harnesses on his cat that prevented him from employing his energy claws. Lucky looked like a prisoner with all of the extra hardware attached to his limbs. Since the harness limited his pet's mobility, he had to be carried around. Once the pair found their seats, they waited for the other guests to take their places. Low conversation hung about in the air as everyone started to familiarize themselves with their fellow colleagues. "Hello there." A middle-aged woman bearing the uniform of a ship captain greeted him from his left. "You look rather young to be invited to this banquet. Are your parents around?" The question threw him off for a bit. VES regarded the woman with a wary look. Her question sounded innocuous, but had the effect of undermining his qualifications. VES didn't wish to give away too much information, so he only replied with a single sentence. "I am a mech designer." The captain raised an eyebrow. "Are you now? That explains your presence." My, oh my, Lord Kane finally managed to reel in a mech designer, and so young as well. "You must be a great talent if the Lord decided to settle on you." This expedition has been delayed for several months due to Lord Kane's insistence on bringing on a competent mech designer. That sounded worrisome. VES might have to play a critical role to the success of the expedition. He wasn't sure he'd be up to the task. He expected to take part in a more modest expedition. Even as doubts started to swirl in his mind, their host finally made an appearance. An elderly man with neatly trimmed gray hair glided from the air like a god descending amongst mortals. Even the soft bulbs of light stopped illuminating the room in order to shine a spotlight onto his purple-robed form. Various emblems marked his many folds of clothes, one of which VES recognized as a noble crest. No one spoke a word as Lord Kane traversed above everyone's head. Once he neared the ground, he smoothly turned around and seated himself at a throne-like seat at the head of the foremost table. Kane lifted a wrinkly hand, which caused the lights to turn back to normal. The men glanced slowly around the room and nodded in satisfaction. Everyone is here. Good. I have waited so long for this expedition to come together. Now, the final pieces of the puzzle have fallen into place. This banquet represents the official start of our venture. Some of the guests sighed in relief. Evidently, they had been looking forward for the delays to be over. VES went over these people and saw that most of them wore the same blue uniform as the regular crewmen aboard the Ark Horizon. Many of you may know me as Lord Jeremiah Kane, the former patriarch of House Kane. I fought in the trench lines as a mech pilot in my younger years and took up leadership of my noble house in my later years. Under my inspired leadership, I elevated my house from a purely commercial family concern into ruling over star systems in the name of the Constance Grand Kingdom. Over half of the guests showed clueless expressions. Constance Kingdom. The Constance Grand Kingdom is an established second-rate state in the Grey Willow Star Sector, which is a couple of sectors away. The Ark Horizon has come a long way in order to reach the Komodo Star Sector. Even after we have arrived, we have faced several setbacks, from equipment failure to the abrupt departure of our resident mech designer. Lord Kane growled those last words that made it clear that he took it as a personal betrayal. VES raised his guard. As the mech designer who took up his ignominious predecessor's role, he'd likely be subjected to additional scrutiny. Several minutes went by as the elder noble meandered into a tale about the Ark Horizon. It had a storied history half a decade ago. It acquitted itself well in a war that no one present cared about. House Kane snapped up the ship in a secretive deal that their host quickly glossed over. More importantly, Lord Kane detailed the number of people that would be part of the expedition. The core crew of the Ark Horizon consisted of around 900 spacers, mech pilots and mech technicians. They were all directly employed by House Kane and enjoyed the highest amount of trust in the expedition. Secondly, Lord Kane introduced the 3 trusted mercenary corps he brought with him from the Grey Willow Star Sector. They were also in charge of the Ark Horizon's perimeter security and were also tasked with watching over all the other mercenaries. They also took charge of the Ark Horizon's perimeter security with 7 different ships of varying sizes. Of course, there's also you, the local help. Lord Kane said and turned to the rowdier and less professional-looking mercs at the table. While we have little in common, we share at least some common goals, the most important of which is to earn a fortune and retire with our lives intact. One merc who blatantly sipped a smuggled flask rose from his seat. Here. Kane glared at the offending merc. Evidently, the former patriarch did not appreciate the interruption. I am aware that the Komodo Star Sector is one of humanity's youngest settled regions. I can make some allowances for frontier culture, but I appreciate it if you let me finish. Sorry boss. With that incident done with, Lord Kane resumed his speech. Every one of you will play the leading role in our upcoming expedition. I have spent many days poring over every available mercenary corps. Only those who are present here today have made the cut. All of the local mercs puffed themselves up like peacocks showing off their feathers. Lord Kane had offered extremely generous conditions to every mercenary corps. They stood to gain a massive amount of wealth if the expedition panned out. Those with keener eyes will recognize that most of your fighters specialize in close-quarters mech combat. There is a good reason for that which will become clear in the coming weeks. Make no mistake. You will have to earn your paycheck. Lord Kane spoke on for 10 more minutes, but VES hardly learned anything of true import. The elderly man kept bragging about what he experienced in his 200-year-long life. He proudly shared some anecdotes on his most famous war exploits. All of the mech pilots lapped it up. They eagerly hung on to their employer's every word. The non-mech pilots like VES paid a lot less importance to his stories. Most of them impatiently clamored for a meal. VES already suspected something like this might happen. Despite his age and many accomplishments, Lord Kane exhibited the typical behavior of a self-centered potentate. His formative years as a successful mech pilot had made a mark on the rest of his life. The main characters would always be the mech pilots. The norms didn't matter as much. They only existed to serve the privileged class who always played the main role in every conflict. The older and more solidified society in the Grey Willow Star Sector probably had it worse in this aspect. The old fart has a tendency to blabber for hours. The female ship captain whispered to VES. Personally, I think his doctors botched up his life-prolonging treatment. Sometimes, he acts way too senile. You'd expect that kind of behavior from 500-year-olds, not 200-year-olds. They both sounded fairly old to VES, who until recently never dared to hope he would get to live just as long. A modern-day human with sufficient access to medical services could expect to live around 150 years. His seat neighbor's words prompted him to regard Lord Kane with a critical eye. VES had to admit that the man appeared to be in much worse shape than you'd expect. Perhaps some old war wounds interfered with his life-prolonging treatment. Such a thing happened more than once. All of this meant that VES might have his hands full very soon. The prospect of working for an unreasonable boss did not fill his life with joy. Those 400 merits better be worth it, he silently thought. He already started to see the basic setup for their expedition, and it appeared that the local mercenaries would have to take on most of the burden while Lord Kane and his trusted men made sure no one ran off. Chapter 168 A Tale. Lord Kane suddenly halted in his retelling of a story of how he bested 3 knights in a melee duel. Enough about my modest achievements. Let me introduce to you the true purpose of my expedition. The flying bulbs of light started to merge into a vivid projection of a large and stormy terrestrial planet. This is Graining 4, our ultimate destination. It is the 4th planet of a fairly significant star system out here in the frontier. Before you don't try to extrapolate its coordinates. My subordinates have carefully wiped all traces that can be used to determine its exact location. While VES knew little about planets, Graining 4 looked incredibly active. Dark storms raged about the gleaming surface of the planet. It looked highly metallic in appearance and the temperature must be fluctuating wildly as well. A single survey ship stumbled upon the mineral-rich planet. She surveyed the planet for several days and found out that it held a vibrant underground world filled with life. Unfortunately, most of the time it is impossible for any ship pass through the relentless storms. The metallic shards in the hurricane can wear down most vessels before they get through. Even a corvette or a frigate might get chewed up by this ever-present metal storm. VES wouldn't wish to plunge his valuable barracuda through this raging force of nature. Thus, the survey ship left the system. The captain of the ship kept the location and details of this peculiar system to himself. Months later, after he returned to civilization, he processing the data recorded by his ship and found that the storm is constantly strengthening and weakening in a cyclical fashion. The projection of Graining 4 calmed down. Many storms started to abate while some portions even saw clear sky for the first time in decades. Once every 27 years, the storm enters its leeward period. For roughly 40 standard days, any ship will be able to land onto its surface and seek an entrance to the planet's promised underground domain. The captain of the survey ship knew he might have some gold in his hands, so he sold it to an experienced group of treasure hunters. Lord Kane carefully left out the details of the people involved. He didn't want anyone to track down their identities and sniff out the coordinates of the graining system behind his back. After obtaining this priceless knowledge, they waited for the right time and sent an expedition to explore the underground world. What they found changed their fortune. A couple of recordings played out in the central projection. Everyone paid attention to the vast metallic flora. It looked like a jungle dyed in silver, green, and blue. The indigenous life forms on this planet had developed in a way that made use of the abundant minerals in the extremely hardy soil. No natural light from the local sun reached this underground bounty, but several strange luminescent minerals lit up various portions of the vast region. They shone with a vast amount of power. The light that illuminates the caverns are radioactive, but that is not enough to provide sufficient light. Once the expedition took some samples, they discovered that the glowing minerals are laced with low-value exotics. Everyone shook at those words. A planet that contained traces of low-value exotics might possess deposit of higher-value exotics as well. Further surveys has found that the various plants have extracted trace amounts of exotics from the soil. Unfortunately, the concentration is too low to really matter. While they surveyed the terrain in search of a substantial deposit of exotics, they encountered their first native beasts. Recordings of 6-limbed hexapods played out in the projections. At first, the animals seemed wary and alarmed at the new human arrivals. Most of the animals possessed a rigid metallic exoskeleton and their sizes ranged from dogs to elephants. Once the expedition tried to kill a smaller hexapod, they encountered their first casualties. The dog-sized hexapod withstood a substantial amount of laser beams. Its metal shell absorbed and dispersed the heat with far more efficiency than what was possible. In the end, a mech had to intervene and stepped over the creature, finally squashing it flat. The sudden aggression changed the disposition of the native beasts in the area. They suddenly whipped up in a frenzy, causing scores of animals to storm the group. Many people on foot perished due to their inability to threaten the hexapods. Over half of the guards died without damaging a single hexapod. Their laser rifles did no damage at all. In some cases, the animals even enjoyed the free bursts of thermal energy. Even the mechs got beaten up by the larger animals. It took a lot of physical wrestling and stomping to put down these incredibly tough beasts. I will spare you the details of the aftermath. Suffice to say, once the expedition performed autopsies on the beasts, they found to their surprise that they all possess a strange and wondrous organ laced with an exceptionally valuable mix of exotics. This organ is the means in which these hexapods are able to thrive. It absorbs heat from the environment and provides them with energy to move their heavy limbs. A chart appeared that outlined what kind of exotics these heat organs incorporated. The name at the top provoked a substantial response from the crowd. Even VES sat up straight when he glimpsed the name. Many of the exotics found in the heat organs possess special properties, but are not too valuable in these low concentrations. The only exception here is monoexurite. Most people who attended the banquet knew the value of monoexurite. A mere pinch of monoexurite would instantly devolve this entire gathering into a slaughterhouse. According to the current market price, 1 gram of monoexurite was worth around 2 billion bright credits. I am certain that everyone is familiar with monoexurite. 50 milligrams of monoexurite is enough to enhance the range of an FTL drive by 50%. Smaller amounts of monoexurite is also used in the fabrication of top-quality mech components. All of the mech pilots present already dreamed about hunting down these beasts. In their eyes, they were nothing but walking bags of credits. Even VES had to hold back his insatiable greed. One reason why the Barracuda cost so many coalition credits was because its powerful FTL drive incorporated a substantial amount of monoexurite. He experienced the power of monoexurite firsthand whenever he traveled with his Corvette. The hexapods seem to accumulate monoexurite from their diets. They accumulate the exotics over time. The expedition conjectured that the amount of monoexurite determines their size. Only when they reach the size of an elephant will it be worthwhile to harvest their heat organs. Once the expedition learned from their previous encounter, they switched their gears. They drew back everyone on foot and sent out squads of mechs armed with melee weapons and ballistic cannons. They tracked down every major hexapod in the region and harvested over 20 heat organs in 3 weeks. According to the chart, every heat organ contained around 200 milligrams of monoexurite. The expedition already paid for itself many times over. While they hadn't found any major deposits of monoexurite, the several grams of monoexurite they harvested so far would set them up for life. Lord Kane shook his head. Unfortunately, the expedition lost its discipline. Every squad of mechs focused on hunting the hexapods above all else. They lost themselves to their greed and forgot that they are operating on alien soil. The projections changed into short incidental recordings of mechs getting ambushed by dinosaur-sized hexapods. These animals might not be much bigger than the elephant-sized ones, but their gleaming metallic scales withstood a large number of cannon shells without problem and could even deflect many sword strikes. A massacre ensued as the kings of the metallic forest systematically hunted down the mechs. Many scientists and guards quickly packed up their gear and escaped to their shuttles. As they ascended into the air, a small tide of winged hexapods the size of bats emerged from the forest. The entire swarm started to pelt the shuttles. They dented the shuttle's thin armor and started to wreak havoc on its systems. Many of the shuttles never made it out. In the end, the expedition lost over 90% of its ground personnel. Furthermore, they lost all of their valuable mechs as well as the monoexurite they harvested so far. The mothership's orbiting Graining 4 dispatched several shuttles in order to retrieve the harvested monoexurite, but found to their dismay that the hexapods have already taken it away. Perhaps a single lucky hexapod gulped the entire fortune. VES couldn't even imagine how big that hexapod might grow to once it digested all of that monoexurite. Lord Kane came to the conclusion of his retelling. The loss of all of their ground assets bankrupted the expedition and forced them to sell all their remaining assets. An agent of my house happened to win the logs of their ill-fated journey to the graining system at a private auction. Now we are here, 27 years later. Everyone knew what kind of opportunity this expedition represented. As for VES, he finally knew why Lord Kane asked for a mech designer. The exact details still eluded him, but he probably figured he'd be tasked with optimizing everyone's mechs to be able to withstand a battle against these peak-level hexapods. VES already started to gulp. The awesome power of these beast kings scared him witless. They were as strong as heavy knights but moved as fast as light mechs. Their incredible strength couldn't be overcome by any single mech. I will meet with every one of you one by one after dinner. In order to safeguard the coordinates of the graining system during this expedition, we must take several precautions. Every ship that intends to take part will have to accept restrictions to their quantum entanglement nodes and FTL drives. Furthermore, you will also have to accept a liaison who will be in charge of coordinating with my fleet. A lot of the ship captains looked outraged, but they had no other choice but to accept. Such an arrangement happened all the time. While it left the mercenaries vulnerable should the liaison choose to sabotage their ships, in practice they only resorted to such drastic means when threatened. Everyone present had already signed a couple of non-disclosure agreements and restrictive contracts enforced by the CFA. Anyone who willfully defied would be regarded as persona non grata in civilized space. That might not stop some of the mercenaries present, hence Lord Kane partnered up with 3 professional mercenary corps from his native Grey Willow Star sector. Together, they possessed the largest ships and the strongest mechs. VES didn't know why the local mercenaries went along with these arrangements. The men blatantly intended to treat them like cannon fodder. Perhaps their greed took over their common sense. Once their meals flew to the tables, everyone started to dig in. While VES leisurely sipped his soup, the female captain by his side started to chatter with him for some reason. "Hey, I never got your name. Can you tell me who you are?" "I'm Captain Rose Wilson, by the way. I run a cozy converted transport. My husband leads our mech contingent." The woman didn't recognize his name nor any of his recent mech designs. "I'm also an apprentice to Master Olson." That startled her a bit. That posh little doll from the Friday Coalition. I've seen her once or twice. Her outfits are worth more than my ship. A master mech designer is a strategic resource to any state. VES briefly explained. If she wanted to, she can earn as much as a planet makes in a year by developing a single design. "Why are you here then?" She frowned. "Good question. To experience new horizons, I suppose. And hopefully remain alive," but VES didn't mention that. "My master is able to reach the heights she enjoys today because she worked really hard throughout her entire career. I'm merely following in her footsteps. That applies to everything. I didn't get where I am today by taking it easy. She's a sensible girl, all right." Rose chuckled as if she didn't acknowledge that Master Olson was likely twice her age. "Lord Kane must be expecting a lot from a genius like you. That, or he must be scraping the bottom of the barrel." Regardless of what his client intended for VES, he'd meet the men himself after dinner. Chapter 169 Summons. VES enjoyed the varied dishes with relish. The dishes had been enhanced by a lot of unique spices that only a well-developed state like the Constance Grand Kingdom could come up with. It caused a lot of the locals some consternation when their mouths exploded in an unexpected burst of freshness or heat. The only thing he didn't enjoy was Captain Wilson's constant chatter. While she disparaged him a lot, she also mentioned useful information whenever she talked about the mercenaries. She certainly loved gossiping. "You need to eat more meat. You're too flimsy to impress the girls. A good boy like can use some time in the gym. The 3 mercenary outfits who partnered up with our boss are all professionals. They fill up half the Ark Horizons hangar and they brought even more mechs aboard their own transports. They've got so much firepower that even Lord Kane can't order them around. Frankly, the Grey Willow mechs outnumber the locals, but they aren't geared towards fighting the hexapods. I'm seeing a lot of ballistic cannons and even a couple of railguns, so they're likely there to fend off any Sandman incursion." That drew his attention. "Do you think we'll get hit by the Sandmen?" "They'd be blind not to. The Ark Horizon is so big and fat that her FTL transition will radiate for many light years away. The Sandmen will definitely respond. VES had only heard about the Sandmen but already developed a lot of apprehension about them. They sounded and behaved in a simple fashion most of the time, but whenever their higher leaders got involved, they made perplexing decisions. Lord Kane might be biting off more than he could chew. Will your ship be participating in the fight directly? Heavens, no. Our mechs are solely kitted out for melee combat. My husband and his men will go groundside and hunt some game. My ship is a sitting duck without mech, so I'm probably expected to keep her close to the Arkansas. The courses kept on coming, so they both went back to eating. VES turned around for a moment and looked at Melker. His cousin drew some attention due to his youth and his insistence on wearing a visor, but he acquitted himself decently among the mercenaries. They lived in two different worlds, so Melker had little in common with the men and women who clawed their way out of mediocrity through hard work and grit, but they respected his background as an elite brought up by a military family if nothing else. Captain Wilson followed his gaze and whistled. I saw you come in with that fellow. My oh my, he's got a lovely physique for a man so young. So limber and compact. He must have some really dense muscles. He's my cousin. Your family is truly blessed to have a clever designer and a dashing pilot in their midst. Where are you two from? We're both citizens of the Bright Republic. That's not too far away from here. I heard about your little republic. Hopefully you heard some good things. Not really. Everyone who mentioned your state expects it to be thrashed by the Visions, who have a lot of fighting spirit. VES had no way to retort. In truth, while their nobility often descended into infighting, their working-class citizens always fought with passion. They hoped to distinguish themselves on the battlefield in order to be granted knighthood, which was the first step on the road to nobility. Compared to the highly motivated Visions, the Brighters treated the generations-long conflict as a defensive war. Any planet that fell in their hands often didn't resist too hard. As far as the average citizen was concerned, they merely switched landlords. The only reason why the Bright Republic lasted so long was because it invested a lot in a professional military. I believe in my state. We fended off the Visions many times. This time will be no different. Wilson shrugged. If that's what makes you happy. By the way, speaking of Visions, you should watch out for Keller's blades. She gestured to a mercenary commander sitting quietly at the end of the principal table. The man must be Keller himself. The Vision had a dark complexion and possessed a tall, robust body. Only a couple of other mercenaries could match his sheer bulk and strength. What do you know about Keller's blades? Oh, nothing much besides the usual. They've been operating out of Mancroft for a few years. I heard he pissed off some petty noble and got chased away from his home. He's been eking out a decent living among the stars, protecting prospectors and researchers looking to cross the borders. That doesn't sound so scary. Wilson shook her head. Don't underestimate the blades. The scary thing about their group is that they are always sporting better gear despite fulfilling low-paying missions. Who knows where they get their money? That sounded a lot more suspicious. Either Commander Keller had a backer or he earned a lot of additional income through less respectable means. Even a gossip like Captain Wilson didn't know much more, so they both turned back to their meals. After a sumptuous dinner, their host returned to his stateroom and left his guests with wine and orders to wait until they received a summons. Everyone waited patiently as Lord Kane called up the guests by pair. Captain Wilson noted that he called up the most prestigious mercenaries first, and worked down the list according to their reputation. Commander Keller and his ship captain received their summons midway, so he must be sporting a decent amount of mechs. Captain Wilson received a summons near the end when the dining hall had mostly emptied out. VES nodded to her politely. Even if she never shut her mouth, she mentioned a lot of useful things. VES now had a better picture on the mercenaries who signed up for this expedition. If she didn't warn him, he might never know that Keller's blades came from Vija. After all of the local mercenaries left, the non-combatants started to get called up. Before VES had his turn, a couple of scientists went ahead. VES learned that they were exobiologists of some renown. They'd likely be put in charge of dissecting the hexapods and determining their weaknesses. 15 minutes after the scientists left, an attendant entered the largely empty hall and finally called up VES. Mr. Larkinson, Lord Kane would like to see you now. He nodded and rose from his seat. Melker also pushed off the wall he was leaning against and picked up Lucky. VES thought it might be rude if he held his pet while speaking to the former patriarch. The attendant led them through a couple of corridors before they reached a secured hatch. A couple of security officers scanned their bodies and they both came up clean, though Lucky couldn't say the same. Please hand over your comms and leave your pet outside. He'll be safe while you meet with Lord Kane. VES knew he couldn't refuse the request. They took their employer's security very seriously. He very reluctantly detached his wrist comm and placed it on a tray. He trusted the upgraded comms security so the security officers shouldn't be able to access the mech designer system. Still, he felt awfully naked without its presence. Melker put up less of a fuss. He acted like he didn't have anything to hide on his comm and simply threw it on the tray in a small but impressive feat of accuracy. As for Lucky, he got to sit on the deck in a grumpy mood. You're cleared to enter. Lord Kane occupied a stateroom meant for admirals. The entire room took up as much space as a house, and represented an extravagant use of space on a spaceship that normally made full use of every cubic meter. Like the dining room, Kane changed the interior into one befitting a classic mansion. A lot of trophies and mementos took up the available space. Banners of fallen mercenary corps hung on the walls while broken pieces of mechs encased in glass hovered before them in a monument to worthy opponents. VES and Melker slowly traversed the room and sat down on the high-backed chairs facing the elevated desk. The wooden furniture granted the one who sat behind the desk a lot of gravitas. Though Kane hadn't aged very gracefully, his impeccable purple dress and immaculate grooming enhanced his dignity. Mr. Larkinson. You brought a companion. He's my cousin acting as my guard. Despite his senile appearance, Kane possessed a strong gaze. He bore down on Melker with the force of a former warrior and commander, but Melker didn't flinch. You have an impressive cousin. What's your name? Melker Larkinson. I will take note of you. Once Kane finished acknowledging Melker, he turned back to VES. Let us get on to business, shall we? You see, you are not the first mech designer to sign on to my expedition. House Kane obtained logs of the previous expedition to the graining system and so we are well aware of what we will find on the ground. VES could imagine how much time and money they spent on preparing for the expedition. The Arc Horizon alone must have drained a lot of their resources. We courted a number of promising mech designers, and finally managed to attract a singular talent with connections to one of the planets ruled by our house. The former patriarch declined to mention the mech designer's name. The mech designer happily made use of my house, borrowing a large amount of funds and skilled personnel to build up his own homegrown enterprise. Up until the expedition commenced, I assumed we had an understanding. Then he disappeared. He abandoned us. Lord Kane suddenly shouted and slammed his fist against his desk. He dissolved most of his assets and disappeared just as the expedition almost reached the Komodo sector. Both of the Larkinsons had to endure their employer's tirade for several minutes. VES tried to stay impassive, but the betrayal affected Lord Kane on a very deep level. What was worse, he trusted the mech designer a lot, to the point where he granted the fellow access to a lot of the logs of the previous expedition. This meant that the previous mech designer might be able to figure out the graining system's coordinates. Even VES didn't have to think very far on what a disaster that might be. Eventually, Lord Kane ran out of steam. Enough about the past. Let's go over your responsibilities. He summoned up a small projection of a familiar recording. It showed several mechs getting torn apart by one of the hexapod kings. We are bound to encounter these highly developed beasts. They will need to be tackled. Due to the difficult atmospheric conditions even when the storm is at its most placid state, we are limited in the amount of hardware we are able to deploy. The projection changed into a complicated chart. Our analysts also strongly believe that overly strong power fluctuations will attract a tsunami of beasts, so we will not be able to deploy anything heavier than a handful of heavy mechs. Lord Kane finally went on to how he planned to tackle the kings. None of the mercenaries are willing to confront these apex predators. Not even my partners from the Grey Willow Star sector have the courage to hunt these majestic beasts down. So be it. Our house has nurtured a number of elite mech pilots and matched them with mechs that can bring out their full potential. He waved his hand, causing the projection to change to a dozen men and women training together. Their ages varied, but most of them looked to be around 30 to 40 years old. VES paid more attention to their mechs. The platoon consisted of 2 heavy knights, 6 medium melee-oriented mechs and 4 medium mechs armed with cannon-sized railguns. All of the melee mechs eschewed swords in favor of blunt weapons such as staffs and maces. The weapons had a lot of heft to them, allowing them to strike with great momentum even if it took a while for them to land their blows. These are very impressive mechs. VES remarked, impressed by the performance exhibited by the mechs as they performed several live fire exercises. I don't recognize the models, but they all look like advanced Kurenkin mechs. They are already in a very high state of optimization. Still, I'm not sure if they can withstand the largest hexapods. Even mechs had limits, more so now VES had some insight into battle mechatronics. The mechs shown in the projection exhibited larger than usual strength, but the hexapods showed off much greater strengths in the old recordings. Even a prepared group of mechs might not survive an encounter. It is your job to make sure they make it out alive. Lord Kane decisively declared. If even one of the pilot dies, I will make sure you will regret you were born. The sudden aggression pushed VES back against his seat. The command was too outrageous. Why did Lord Kane prioritize the lives of his mech pilots all of a sudden? VES turned back to the projection and tried to find some clues. VES found what he was looking for when the mech pilots dove into their simulator pods. Their bodies appeared in a virtual space with their names hovering above their heads. One of them bore the name of Felicity Kane. My great-granddaughter leads the hunting platoon. This is to be her first hunt. Oh. Chapter 170 Hunting Platoon. Afterwards, Lord Kane discussed the finer details. He wanted to keep VES close in order to avoid another desertion. VES didn't object to Kane's strongly worded suggestion, but he wanted Melker to stay with him. He already found his cousin's presence to be a boon. Even if the other mech pilots didn't respect him, they acknowledged Melker's strength. The Ark has a berth available for your cousin's mech. The leader of the expedition answered after a few seconds of thoughts. I'll allow him to accompany you, but you'll have to leave behind your weapons. Very well. They hashed out an elaborate set of responsibilities and conditions. VES would transfer to the Ark Horizon and work full-time on improving the hunting platoon's mechs. The fleet carrier came with a compact but modern mech fabrication workshop, outfitted by his predecessor. Treachery aside, the man spent his ample budget well. The 3D printer in particular almost matched the Dortmund in speed and precision. For now, the mech technicians used the printer in order to fabricate new replacement parts, but hopefully VES would make much better use of the machines. Along with access to the workshop, VES also had the right to draw on the carrier's well-stocked raw material reserves. In order to make sure he didn't squander his reserves, Lord Kane assigned a minder who kept watch over his activities. I'm okay with that. VES replied. He knew that Lord Kane didn't trust him very much. He'd keep a close watch on VES anyway, so they might as well get it out of the way. They also discussed the deployment of the Barracuda. As a fast and fairly modern corvette, she would function as an ideal scout. Lord Kane wanted to bolster her crew with his own men, but VES put his foot down on that point. I don't want too many foreigners on my ship. She's extremely valuable. VES suggested that Lord Kane post a single liaison on the Barracuda. He acceded to the demands to restrict the FTL drive and the quantum entanglement node with special hardware as long as they didn't permanently disable the modules. Very well. We shall have to leave it at that. Lord Kane finally conceded. The Barracuda wouldn't be straying too far from the main fleet as a consequence. After coming to an understanding on his role, VES bid Lord Kane farewell and left the stateroom. As they came out of the reinforced hatch, they returned their comms to their wrists and picked up Lucky. A young uniformed attendant greeted the pair as they wondered where to go. Mr. Larkinson. I'm Ensign Jules D'Amato, and I've been assigned to be your guide. VES expected some kind of grizzled old veteran who took no bullshit from anyone. Instead, he got a polite and friendly minder who behaved suspiciously friendly. Can you take us to our quarters? We brought some luggage but we left it behind in the hangar bay. Your luggage is already brought to your new quarters. This way, please. They traversed the corridors and went down to the bottom decks. Overall, most of the ship's operations happened in the upper decks. The activities pertaining to mechs occurred at the lower decks. The Larkinsons started to see more crew members donning various different uniforms. Ensign D'Amato explained who they were. Half of the Ark Horizon's complement of mechs are owned by mercenaries. Why isn't Lord Kane filling up the hangar bays with his own mechs? Ensign D'Amato adopted a pensive look. House Kane is currently burdened by many obligations. Lord Kane is unwilling to draw away too many mechs on a lengthy voyage to the galactic rim. His words sounded reasonable, but came off as an excuse. If VES was in charge of the expedition, he wouldn't have been nearly so liberal in hiring so many mercenaries. After 10 more minutes of navigating deeper into the ship, they finally reached the lower officer quarters. The ensign led them to a modestly furnished quarters with barely enough room for two. This will be your quarters. Your comm is already keyed into the lock, but I don't recommend you store any valuables or sensitive data inside. Please get rested. I will pick you up tomorrow morning for breakfast before introducing you to Lady Felicity. Once D'Amato left the quarters, the hatch slid shut, giving the Larkinsons the illusion of privacy. VES sighed and sat down on the lower bunk while Melker checked his luggage to see if it was still intact. They went through our luggage, he stated. That's to be expected. House Kane has grown quite paranoid. VES expected a difficult assignment due to his predecessor's untimely withdrawal. That might become a larger hindrance in his task to make sure the hunting platoon made it out alive and intact. What are your thoughts about the mission? Lord Kane is light on the details. Melker leaned against the bulkhead once he went through his luggage. One of the major uncertainties so far is his plan to deal with the Sandmen. It's clear that the graining system falls in their sphere of influence. Anything else? What are your impressions on the mercenaries? The local mercenaries are fairly competent, but they're lacking in discipline. Half of them are quick to anger while the other half are quietly scheming their own plans. I'm not impressed. On the other hand, the 3 mercenary corps from the Grey Willow Star sector behave a bit more competent than you might expect of soldiers for hire. Isn't that a good thing? George's cavalry behave like they're still part of the military. Adela's chosen is bound by a common religion. As for the stray phantoms, they try their best to appear normal, but my senses tell me that they're spooks. This sounded a lot more complex than he initially thought. VES scrunched his face in thought. Could it be that different factions of the Constance Grand Kingdom have a stake in this expedition? I'd put my money on that bet. House Kane had probably made too many movements. Once the Constance Grand Kingdom found out about his intentions, they probably imposed their own conditions. The truth might be different, but from what VES had gathered it appeared to be true. The foreign mercenaries treated the ship as their own and took no notice of the officers from House Kane. The situation grew more complex by the minute. He already had to contend with traitors and leakers. Their true identities doesn't matter. My only concern should be to work on the mechs of the hunting platoon. They had nothing else to share. When VES asked if Melker had an impression of Keller, his cousin responded that he wasn't even aware that Keller came from the Vija Kingdom. Well, we won't be interacting much with each other. Keller and his men will likely be sent down to the ground. Let's go to sleep. They tucked in their beds early after taking a short shower. Lucky painstakingly climbed next to VES as the light dimmed in the quarters. Careful, Lucky. I don't want your butt pressing on my face. He hissed. The next morning, they both woke up fairly early. VES scratched his face and sent a resentful glare at his cat. Lucky must have poured out his frustration at his lack of mobility. Melker had to carry him around like a baby. Good morning, Mr. Larkinson. The officers' mess has already opened its doors. This way, please. Ensign D'Amato brought them to the officers' mess where they all enjoyed a light breakfast. VES still felt a bit full from last night's banquet, so he limited his breakfast to toast and coffee. After filling up their stomachs, their guide brought them to a hangar bay filled with mechs bearing the livery of House Kane. Now that VES had a closer look, he noticed that the quality of the mechs fell short on what a second-rate state should normally field. While they all appeared to be Kerngan mechs, they already bore the marks of age. The quality of mechs only went up once they entered the section that housed the hunting platoon. While VES had already seen the models in a projection, seeing them up close gave him a much stronger impression on their capabilities. A large amount of men and women stood in neatly composed rows. A familiar-looking woman with autumn brown hair stood before her subordinates with her arms crossed before her chest. When VES came closer, he didn't know how to greet the platoon. He merely signed on as an outside consultant, so it wouldn't be appropriate to respond with a salute. He must have failed some test, because Felicity Kane's expression soured. "Are you our new mech designer?" "That's correct. I hope to have your cooperation in this matter, Miss Kane." "That remains to be seen, and don't call me that. I'm the commanding officer of the hunting platoon. My house affiliation has nothing to do with my current position, so I expect you to address me as Captain Kane or ma'am." "Yes, ma'am." VES didn't know if she hated mech designers in general or if he simply pissed her off in some way. Captain Kane didn't waste any more time and promptly dismissed her crew before walking away. An older, barrel-chested man stepped up from the dispersing crew. "Don't mind her attitude. The success of the expedition rests on her shoulders, so she's bearing a lot of responsibilities right now. I take it she took the betrayal of the previous mech designer hard. Don't you know it? Your first task is to check and audit the workshop and its stores. My men have already checked the records and found nothing out of place, but it will help if you lend a hand. You'll also be able to familiarize yourself with what you have to work with while you're double-checking our records." The man led the way as he introduced himself as Lance Ramirez, but everyone simply called him Chief Ramirez. As the senior NCO in charge of maintaining the hunting platoon's mechs, Ramirez had taken up the duty of orienting VES. "My men and I are very familiar with the mechs of the hunting platoon. Hopefully you'll be working on 4 different models." Chief Ramirez brought him up close to each of the mechs resting in their stables. First up was the 2 heavy knights. The Ajax Olympian are variants of a popular model back home. They're great at absorbing impacts with their shields, but they don't possess enough arm power to threaten a well-armored hexapod without building up momentum. Why choose a variant over the base model? The regular Ajax is a standard heavy knight meant to soak up damage from a distance. The Ajax Olympian, on the other hand, is great against threats up close. It specializes in grappling and locking down any threats up close. VES looked dubious at the mech as he heard the claim. He could see that the knight worked well enough if he had to grapple a regular mech. He couldn't say the same if it tried to wrestle even the weakest hexapod kings. Next up is the Volmar. It's a weapon specialist platform that possesses a good balance of speed, armor, and power. While the 2 heavy knights hold down the big ones, the 5 Volmars will attempt to crush their eyes and other vulnerable parts of their bodies. They should possess sufficient force to grind down the massive 6 legs. Are you certain about that? From the recordings I've seen so far, none of the mechs in the previous expedition have ever made them flinch. Those mech pilots were idiots. Half of the time, they panicked and lashed out blindly. They also piloted last-gen mechs that lack many innovations. This time, we know what's coming, so Lord Kane picked the very best mechs for the job. The Volmars will crush the beasts, you can count on that. He didn't expect Chief Ramirez to have so much faith in his own models. The hexapod kings were clearly not to be trifled with. VES faintly thought that Chief Ramirez had grown too attached to the mechs under his charge. As an outsider, VES possessed a more sober perspective. He considered the Volmas to be a well-made arms master design. However, this wide compatibility came at a cost. He thought they needed a lot more power to finish off a hexapod king without dragging out the fight. Lastly, Ramirez showed off railgun mechs. The Empyrean is a mainstream model dedicated solely to wielding railguns. Every aspect of the Empyrean is slanted towards powering and providing the best targeting to its railgun cannon. It's able to fire a slug every 5 seconds at full charge. How many shots can it fire? With an extended backpack module, it's capable of providing ammunition and power for 60 shots. That's more than enough to soften up 4 of the big lugs before they close in or run away. Of all the mechs shown so far, VES put most of his hope on the Empyreans. Their sophisticated railguns packed a lot of punch, though their firing rate didn't particularly impress him. A hexapod king might close the distance in the time the Empyreans fired off a single volley. I notice that you've only shown me 3 models so far when I distinctly remember there's supposed to be 4. Ah. Chief Ramirez scratched his head. Captain Kane pilots a customized mech. She gave out strict orders to not let you get anywhere near her baby. Great. VES knew he had to make an effort to break the ice with Captain Kane. He hadn't ignored some of dirty looks. His predecessor certainly poisoned the well around here. No one trusted mech designers anymore. How could he prove to the hunting platoon that he didn't intend to skim them all? Chapter 171: A Proposal. VES spent the first day going over his available assets. First, he checked the terminals as well as the machines he had to work with. The Ark Horizon possessed multiple workshops, many of them meant to repair or replace large amounts of broken components over the course of a campaign. A fleet carrier serves as a central staging point for a planetary invasion. Chief Ramirez explained to VES. If we wanted to, we can stuff more mechs inside the Ark Horizon, but as soon as they incur major damage, we won't be able to use them again until we bring them back to a usable condition. In other words, the fleet carrier offered any substantial mech force a large boost in staying power. With the Ark Horizon as the backbone of the fleet, Lord Kane could squeeze every bit of value out of his mechs. The workshop servicing the hunting platoon is the smallest one aboard the ship, but it has all of the basic necessities. VES widened his eyes as he beheld the workshop in its entirety. He only briefly glanced at the 3D printer and assembly system. Instead, he turned his full attention to the other machines in the open space. Is that an alloy compressor and a chemical treatment machine? Aye. The previous guy handpicked the models himself. He might be a self-serving coward, but he knew his stuff. Chief Ramirez quickly shut his mouth once VES tried to ask more about his predecessor. It appeared the previous mech designer became something of a taboo existence in the expedition. If VES had access to the galactic net, he could find more information about House Kane and the mech designers they contracted. Unfortunately, Lord Kane had already taken measures in restricting every quantum entanglement nodes aboard every ship in the fleet. They hadn't even left the Mancroft system and already they were cut off from the rest of the galaxy. When will we depart and how long will it take to reach our destination? VES asked, curious about his timetable. I'm not privy to the full details, but word around the grapevine is we'll be setting off as soon as our fuel tanks are topped off. That will take half a day. After that, the fleet will be following a roundabout path to the graining system. That might take a couple of weeks or so. VES grew alarmed. A couple of weeks isn't enough to improve all of those mechs. There's not enough time. Time waited for no one. Graining IV's metal storm only subsided at a fixed schedule. No matter how much VES wanted to delay the expedition, he could do nothing against the forces of nature. The expedition already wasted a lot of time and they only received a new mech designer at the very last second. Lord Kane waited a long time to recruit a talented mech designer. Ensign D'Amato suddenly spoke up by his side. In truth, he cast his net fairly wide. He received a large amount of offers, but rejected them all. They lacked the qualifications to work on something important as his great-granddaughter's first command. I can understand why he would reject the lowest tiers of mech designers. VES replied. But surely there must have been more qualified mech designers knocking on his door. I am not aware of how the negotiations went between the applicants and Lord Kane. In any case, he rejected their terms. Journeyman mech designers often presided over a growing business empire. They didn't lack for money if they possessed enough sense. They'd only sign up for dangerous expeditions if they got something substantial out of it. Lord Kane must have rejected their excessively greedy demands. As for the apprentice mech designers like VES, Lord Kane must have had some reservations. Apprentices were always fairly young and thus lacked practical experience. In truth, VES possessed a flimsier resume than other apprentices, especially the core disciples who had been groomed to take over their master's legacies. Did Lord Kane go with VES because the deadline of the expedition forced him to accept any candidate? It would certainly explain the cold shoulders he received so far. No one really expected him to make any difference in the coming weeks. With a glowering expression, VES resolved to prove them all wrong. His first task was to see what he had to work with. He spent a couple of hours going over the systems and inventory he had at his disposal. He expedited his checks because he didn't believe his predecessor went through the trouble of sabotaging the gear in the first place. As someone who cross-trained in hacking, Melker also lent a hand by checking over the software. I haven't detected anything wrong with these systems. That's not to say they are clean, but whatever bugs they carry is beyond my capacity. Chief Ramirez smiled. Don't worry about it, our ship doesn't lack for computer specialists. My men will be happy to hear they can stop borrowing the other workshop's facilities. Just as VES wanted to discuss his tentative plan, a ship-wide alert stopped everyone in their tracks. A strange tone sounded out that prompted everyone on the deck to stow away their gear and secure any loose pieces of equipment. The expedition is about to set off. Ensign D'Amato answered. After they finished sweeping anything that hadn't been bolted down, D'Amato and Ramirez guided VES and his silent companions Melker and Lucky to a set of crash seats placed to the sides. Everyone strapped themselves in. It's customary to button down the entire ship once the arc is about to go underway. The ensign explained as he activated a projector installed next to his seat. He fiddled with the settings until the display showed the entire fleet. We'll be departing the Mancroft system very soon. VES saw that the smaller ships left their orbits and paved the way for the arc horizon. The huge fleet carrier engaged her thrusters and slowly ascended from her stable orbit over Mancroft I. Despite the awesome power propelling the 2-kilometer ship forward, VES only sensed a tiny vibration from his seat. The ship's inertial dampeners and artificial gravity systems worked in tip-top shape to ensure no one got splattered by the shift. Such a major movement must have attracted the eyes of everyone in the Mancroft system. Some of the treasure hunters must be wondering about their final destination. The escort ships did a good job scaring them away when they dipped close. The excitement on the lower decks quickly died down once the brass gave the all-clear. Everyone resumed their current tasks. As for VES, he led Ramirez, D'Amato, and Melker to an empty office. I think I've got a decent picture of what's going on right now. I've already formed a plan. The question is, who do I have to convince to implement any changes? Ramirez and D'Amato looked at each other before the ensign replied. I'm mostly present as an observer. I'll step in when I think you are going astray, but other than that I'll leave you be. The buck stops with Captain Kane. She's in command. Chief Ramirez answered after a thought. I'll listen to your proposals, and if I think they won't piss her off, I'll pass it on to the captain. If VES had to convince Captain Kane, then he had to start small. He already adjusted the plans formulating in his mind. What about this? Let me work on the Ajax Olympian. The Heavy Knight is the largest, but also the simplest models of the three. It's the linchpin of our hunting strategy, so it requires extra attention. It also has the fewest numbers available, so I'm confident that we can improve both frames before we arrive at the graining system. All of his reasons had merit. Even Chief Ramirez nodded at some of them. Still, would he trust VES to do a good job? Well, the bigman did hire you in the end. It'd be stupid to let you sit around doing nothing during the entire expedition. I won't let you make any changes immediately, but if you come up to me with an updated design, I'll let you try and convince the captain. VES immediately went to work after receiving the chief's permission. He first sat down in front of a terminal and called up the design of the Ajax Olympian. While he studied the design, the entire expeditionary fleet had reached one of the Mancroft system's Lagrange points. Several scouts jumped in first before the arc horizon transitioned into FTL. Her movements immediately sent ripples throughout the higher dimensions. Anyone with access to sophisticated technology would know that a capital ship had crossed the borders. Every mercenary vessel had to operate under strict conditions. The men Lord Kane stationed on their vessels made sure that all means of communicating with the outside universe were clamped down. Even the relatively tiny Barracuda had to put up with a stone-faced security officer who kept a careful watch over the female spacers. The expedition's grand departure attracted a lot of unwelcome attention. Various shady forces had already sent scout ships ahead to keep track of the arc horizon. The leaders of these forces justifiably believed that Lord Kane grasped the coordinates of an extremely resource-abundant planet. Everyone wanted a piece of the action. During the arc horizon's first hop, everyone aboard the carrier worked quietly to prepare her mechs. Once they entered Sandmen space, they had to be ready to deploy against both Sandmen and pirates. Only the people attached to the hunting platoon had it easy for now. Their time to shine came later. While VES looked up the design of the Ajax, Chief Ramirez went back to supervising the mech technicians. He couldn't spend all day watching over the shoulders of their new mech designer, so VES only had Melker, D'Amato, and Lucky for company. He might as well pick their brains if they were here. What do you think about the Ajax Olympian? Since Ensign D'Amato came from the Grey Willow Star sector, he should know a thing or two about the mech. The standard Ajax is a mainstay in many local forces. As you know, heavy mechs are extremely expensive, so House Kane has opted not to purchase a model from the top segment of the market. In other words, the Ajax and most of its variants tried to offer the most bang for your buck. It became a popular model among many middle-sized influences due to this reason. As a dependent of a second-rate state, House Kane couldn't afford to underinvest in their mechs. All of the models VES had seen so far could beat any model used by the Bright Republic's mech corps in a direct clash. How would you describe the Ajax Olympian's strengths and weaknesses? The ensign had to think about his answer. I'm not a specialist in mech design, but from what I know, the Ajax has an almost unbreakable shell. Its compressed armor has a reputation for weathering a storm. On the other hand, its internal structure can't keep up in prolonged engagements. It always breaks down long before the armor is breached. So that's why the expedition uses a variant. VES remarked. I suppose this version has implemented some measures to improve its shock-absorbing capacity. Right, but it has also driven up the cost and difficulty of repairs. VES referenced the design of the Olympian and found how they solved the problem. The internal frame is reinforced by supports made out of compressed alloys. A heavy knight possessed a lot of volume due to its extravagant size. The alloys used by the model also used up a lot of exotics. Once VES thought things through, he decided upon a course of action. Cost should not be a concern. The Ark has an ample store of raw materials. I think it's best if I attempt to strengthen its shock resistance even further while lengthening its operating time under difficult conditions. The Ajax Olympians were expected to operate for 40 days straight. Any time taken away for repairs would prove extremely detrimental to the task of hunting down the hexapod kings. Without keeping these giant beasts in check, the other mercenaries wouldn't be able to hunt the regular hexapods in peace. The only problem was that VES had too little time. Heavy mechs required a lot of time to refurbish, so VES had to submit a new design as soon as possible. A week. I only require a week. Chapter 172 Peak Performance. In the coming days, the expedition set off with a tumultuous fanfare. The main thrust of the fleet encountered several scouts from other forces along the way. In order to avoid leaking out the location of the untapped graining system, Lord Kane employed the mercenary ships to chase away the snooping scouts. Destroy every ship that doesn't make way. Some of the bolder scouts tried to play games, but they couldn't outfox the swift corvettes owned by the stray phantoms. They possessed a decisive technological edge against the riff-raff of the frontier. Even the advanced Barracuda couldn't match their performance, which proved the Great Willow Star Sector's strength. Under Lord Kane's arrangements, Captain Sylvestra jumped ahead of the main fleet. As a civilian corvette, the Barracuda wasn't suitable to be employed as a combat vessel. Instead, she functioned as the expedition's own scout and provided advanced warning to the main fleet via limited transmission through her restricted quantum entanglement node. Overall, the expedition had a rocky start. House Kane severely underestimated how much eyes they attracted when they arrived in the Komodo Star Sector. Back at home, a fleet carrier in the hands of a noble house might be ostentatious but not too rare. At the frontier, such a phenomenon instantly turned the expedition into the talk of the town. Especially considering that everyone knew that to take a capital ship into Sandman space was asking for trouble. Thus, the first week of the expedition bogged down due to Lord Kane's insistence on removing each and every scout. While his measures might have scared away the ships, even he could do nothing against covert sensors hidden throughout every star system in the way. Still, the amount of stars in the galactic rim couldn't be counted. No matter how many sensors they planted, they couldn't have seeded every star, especially the ones deeper into Sandman space. While passive sensors were nearly undetectable in deep space, they lacked the resolution to determine the precise coordinates of the main fleet's route. In addition to chasing away the scouts, House Kane and their mercenary partners employed many methods in order to obscure their route. As an outsider in charge of improving a small number of mechs, VES didn't have the right to know anything more. His minder, Ensign D'Amato, might know more, but the young man carefully kept his lips sealed. Over time, VES noticed that D'Amato understood a fair amount of engineering principles. He likely specialized in engineering or some related field. This meant that VES couldn't hide too many things from his watchful minder. Due to his constant company, VES didn't dare to access the mech designer system. He started working on the Ajax Olympian using the workshop's existing design suite, which impressed him with its extensive features. It might not match the system in sheer breadth and versatility, but it provided a fair amount of conveniences that helped save some time. After familiarizing himself with the variant's design, he started asking other people's opinions on the Ajax. VES followed Ramirez's advice and approached the mech technicians who worked on the two heavy knights for years. Not all of them opened up to him. Captain Kane still didn't trust him, so the mech technicians assigned to the hunting platoon adopted the same mistrustful attitude. It took a lot of pestering in order to convince the friendlier ones to throw him a bone. The Olympian is a steady mech. It's built to last. If something happens to break, it takes a lot of effort to replace because the armor isn't meant to be removed that often. All the flashy marketing states that the Olympian variant excels in wrestling, but they're exaggerating its flexibility. There's no way a heavy mech is capable of performing even the simplest acrobatics. The Olympian can barely grapple another mech and force it down against the ground. Heavy knights don't focus much on speed, but the Olympian is slower than the original Ajax. You can't imagine how many times the mech pilots of the hunting platoon are grumbling about their speed. Chief Ramirez tweaked the Olympians in our hands as best he could, but he's no miracle worker. The feedback from the humble mech technicians proved to be a boon to VES. Even if they only possessed a shallow technical background, they were well versed in the Ajax Olympian's many quirks. They possessed an intuitive understanding of its design that was worth gold to a mech designer like VES. VES heard enough. He considered the hunting platoon's mission profile and compared that with the current Ajax Olympian's capabilities. Normally, he'd discuss his findings with Chief Ramirez and Captain Kane in order to take advantage of their input, but their attitudes made him feel unwelcome. No matter. He still had Melker and D'Amato. First, he explained his most critical observation. The way I see it, the role of the hunting platoon is a critical one. They're the only group of mechs that stand a chance of winning against a hexapod king. As the tanks of the platoon, the Ajax Olympians perform an essential role in their hunting strategy. It's natural for the platoon and the mech technicians to treat it like a treasure, but they're valuing the heavy knights way too much. Ensign D'Amato frowned at this strange remark. We only have 2 Olympians in our entire contingent of mechs. Even I know that heavy mechs are very difficult to get a hold of. It would be an unimaginable loss if we lose one of them during this expedition. VES knew what D'Amato hinted at. On average, heavy mechs weighed 5 times as much as a medium mech, so they normally cost 5 times as much as well. They could only be fabricated with specialized, expensive machinery and cost even more to maintain. As a design catered to second-rate states like the Constance Grand Kingdom, the Ajax Olympian came with an unimaginably high price tag. VES made the calculations himself and found that the Ajax Olympian cost around 5 billion bright credits. 5 billion credits. VES could fabricate over 200 Mark Antony Mark IIs with that much money. Most of that money had been spent on fabricating the Olympian's highly sophisticated armor system, which consisted of various layers of exotic alloys. That is why this entire unit are taking the wrong approach. Mechs are meant to be used. How many hexapod beasts are running around in the underground world? How hard will it be to make up for the loss of an Olympian? What I'm telling you is that everyone is making a mistake by deifying the heavy knights. VES pressed on. A high-class mech like the Ajaxes are ordinarily built to last several campaigns. It's hopeful if you think you can keep these big mechs intact, but they'll be facing extremely hostile conditions on Graining 4. Currently, the Ajax Olympians aren't optimized to withstand the incredible amount of abuse for 40 days straight. What are you suggesting, then? Treat the heavy mechs as disposable tools. I know several ways of increasing their power and speed. It won't take too much time for me to come up with a modified design that won't take too much time to implement. This shook D'Amato's mind. As a young officer who aspired to be an engineer, he had always been taught to issue short-term gains in favor of maximizing stability, reliability, and longevity. Ships always cost vastly more than mechs, so everyone expected them to last decades. VES suddenly introduced a different perspective that went directly counter to what he learned. What kind of performance boost are you expecting then? And how long will the models last? I can easily boost its performance by 20%. This performance will slowly degrade over time, but the first measurable drop won't happen in months under normal conditions. Heavy combat will accelerate this breakdown, but even I'll make sure they'll last the entire 40-day window. What VES proposed frankly astounded the ensign. It took a lot of effort for him to get a grip on the radical suggestion, but once he thought it over, he thought it might have some merit. I can accept that the expedition will increase their odds of success if the Olympians gain a short-term boost. However, it won't be easy to cover the loss of 2 heavy mechs. I'm not so sure that Lord Kane will allow such a travesty to happen. VES started to smirk. It seems to me that Lord Kane is gambling everything on a single throw of the dice. It's impossible to succeed every time. Besides, it's not like the mechs are worthless if they have drawn their last breaths. As long as you can salvage the wrecks, you can recycle most of the exotics used in their construction. He eventually convinced D'Amato of the merits of his plan, but he was merely the gatekeeper. A decision of this magnitude went above Felicity Kane's head. Only Jeremiah Kane himself could give the green light on this plan. When the ensign notified Lord Kane directly, they waited for hours before they received a simple reply. "Show me a design." VES took that message as an encouraging sign. While he hadn't received definite approval to mess around with the Olympians, he finally pried open the door. In addition, his radical suggestion bypassed Captain Kane and Chief Ramirez. While he did no favors by going over their heads, he also wouldn't have to deal with their irrational obstinance. Once he got the okay, he immediately went to work. Due to the fact that he'd likely be letting the mech technicians do most of the work, he didn't spend too much effort on nurturing the X factor. After all, he intended to produce a variant of another design. Not only that, he also planned to modify existing mechs that already possessed an identity of its own. VES did not wish to spend an excessive amount of time on fostering an X factor that would only end up stillborn. When he finished, he finally laid down his tools. It's better to focus on the hardware this time. VES unintentionally drew on Master Olsen's teachings, but in the opposite direction this time. Her extensive lecture on battle mechatronics obsessed on how to prolong the service life of a mech. Put simply, he intended to invert these methods in order to squeeze out every bit of latent potential out of the Ajax Olympians. Many of these methods involved tweaking the performance of a design so that it flattened out. This lowered the maximum capacity of its systems but prevented them from being strained by short but excessive bursts of power. A normal mech designer striving to build up a solid reputation always designed mechs that were intended to last. No one wanted to acquire a mech that only promised to perform up to spec for a year. Even heavy knights meant to take a beating incorporated many excessive buffers and failsafes in order to prevent a premature breakdown. By going in reverse, VES ensured that the mechs would be able to exert much more power. While the excessive stresses reduced the effective lifetime of the mechs in question, the sacrifice was worth it if VES ensured the models maintained their peak performance during the mission. He chuckled a bit to himself. I don't think my master thought I'd apply her teachings in this fashion. She's probably slapped me to death if she can see what I've cooked up. He spent a fruitful week whipping up a hasty but effective design. He kept it fairly simple and avoided any major redesigns. Instead, he tore out a lot of duplicate components that raised the Olympians' redundancy but only really came into being at the end of the model's life cycle. Certainly, VES risked condemnation for reducing the redundancy of a mech that sorely needed it. Therefore, he tested the design himself and gathered the data to back up his decision. Once he freed up some space, VES started to rearrange the internal architecture. He increased its capacity to deliver a higher performance by widening some channels, bulking up the artificial muscles, adding in some amplifiers and tweaking the programming of some of the components. He ended up with an Ajax on steroids. Chapter 173 Convincing. Finishing the design only meant that VES fleshed out a plan. It didn't mean anything if his client denied him the opportunity to implement his changes. VES believed his redesign had a lot of merit. The reworked Ajax Olympian lasted a bit longer under heavy pressure and could exert a lot more force through its limbs. This helped the heavy knight contend against the hexapod kings in terms of brute force. Still, nothing came for free. Maintaining a constant level of peak performance severely degraded the longevity of the frame. Running all of that excess power through systems that hadn't been rated to handle them meant that the mechs would slowly burn themselves out. Its pristine layers of armor could still be salvaged, but the internals would have to be torn apart entirely. The cost is worth it. VES tried to convince himself as he prepared to meet Lord Kane in person again. As long as the expedition can recover the heavy knights, they'll only end up with a temporary loss. Melker, who always accompanied him by his side, shook his head. The hunting platoon won't see it that way. You don't know mech pilots like I do. The pilots assigned to the heavy knights have trained with their individual frames for years. They're practically lovers at this point. What Melker said momentarily worried VES. Mech pilots indeed developed a bond with their mechs. This was natural human instinct. Right now, he pushed out a proposal that basically kidnapped their lovers and injected them with highly lethal stimulants. Such a naked violation of their partners would deal a heavy blow to their psyches. Tough luck then. VES eventually replied, his eyes as cold as steel. The expedition doesn't revolve around their interests. All of the mechs serve at the pleasure of Lord Kane. If they have to be used up in order to increase the odds of success, then so be it. It's a fair trade-off. House Kane invested an incredible fortune to put this expedition together. Even then, they could only nurture a small number of hand-raised elites to tackle the awesome hexapod kings. Every one of those mechs played a critical role, but that didn't mean they should be treated as heirlooms. With the way Lord Kane obsessed over the expedition, VES expected him to make the smart decision. Pissing off the pilots of the Olympians is the least you've done. You completely disregarded the hunting platoon's leadership. Captain Kane will only think worse of you. There's no way I can negotiate with her in the first place. Not with so little time. If Captain Kane and the hunting platoon approached him with a genuine desire to cooperate, then he might be able to make some compromises. Too bad they hadn't recovered from the betrayal of the previous mech designer. In any event, VES didn't come here to build up a relationship with these foreigners. After finishing his mission, he'd return to Cloudy Curtain while the Ark Horizon went on her merry way back to the Grey Willow Star Sector. Like a lawyer making a case before a judge, VES stood before Lord Kane behind his imposing desk. If I'm allowed to implement my design, the Ajax Olympians will be able to perform beyond their regular parameters by around 20%. Downsides? Lord Kane asked idly while he browsed through the extensive notes that VES had written up. Besides the obvious degradation that won't really matter, the mechs will drastically increase their energy consumption by around 50% or so. I've already tried my best to preserve as much efficiency as I can, but you always have to pay a huge price to squeeze out a little bit more performance. We'll have to increase the supply of spare energy cells. An experienced leader like Lord Kane always knew the right questions to ask. Even if he held some animosity to VES, he was capable of putting it aside in favor of advancing his cherished expedition. However, just as the meeting drew to a favorable conclusion, the main hatch slid open and an angry wildcat entered the stateroom. Grandpa. Felicity growled and stomped over to VES. She abruptly grasped his collar and used her prodigious strength to lift him up. I just heard what this bastard intends to do. He wants to butcher the Ajaxes. Sit down, Miss Kane. The older gentleman roared, forcing Felicity to halt her impending tirade. Remember your duties. We are not playing games right now. Felicity let go of VES, allowing him to breathe. She slowly calmed down and squeezed her fists. Sir. I respectfully wish to issue an objection to Mr. Larkinson's stupid idea. The men assigned to pilot the Olympians have trained with the heavy knights for years. Abruptly implementing major changes will throw away their familiarity with their mechs. I can't guarantee they will be able to perform up to standard when everyone is counting on them. She certainly adjusted quickly. VES admired her excuse. It sounded quite plausible. Captain Kane has a point, but the redesign will not offer a vastly different piloting experience. The new Olympian is still the same, it just has higher limits now. We don't have the time to indulge in your flights of fancies. You spent so little time on this design. I don't believe you eliminated all of the flaws. Besides that, it also takes an incredibly long time to reconfigure a heavy mech, let alone two. There's no way you can finish converting the Olympians to your new design. I think you underestimate my assembly skills. VES shook his head. Under my supervision, I'll be able to direct the mech technicians in your department to take the best paths. I can guarantee you that I'll be able to get it done in 10 days. 10 days? This is not a flimsy light mech you're talking about. These are heavy mechs. Just as it seemed the argument would go on, an alarm suddenly blared. A brief but complex tone sounded out that caused the faces of both Kanes to pale. Lord Kane immediately activated his intercom. All hands prepare for action. Set condition yellow. Felicity already left the room in order to lead her hunting platoon. As for Lord Kane, he frowned as he studied the incoming data sent to his terminal. He gritted his teeth. Opportunists. Then, he suddenly remembered that VES hadn't left. Mr. Larkinson, you have my permission to implement your design. Begin your work immediately and don't report back until you have finished the overhaul. You want me to convert the Olympians right now? A naval battle can drag on for days. The expedition can't afford to keep you idle. Corral the mech technicians assigned to the hunting platoon to assist your efforts as long as it doesn't interfere with the defense of my fleet. VES acknowledged the order and promptly got kicked out of the office. The entire fleet carrier transitioned into condition yellow, which was better than condition red but worse than condition green. Basically, the Ark Horizon raised her guard and prepared for battle, even if there might not be an imminent threat. What's going on? He asked. Ensign D'Amato studied his comm for a moment. A large fleet has arrived in our current star system. Considering the remoteness of our current location, the new arrivals are likely targeting our expedition. While they can't match our numbers, they possess enough ships and mechs to pose a threat to Ark Horizon. Is the Ark in danger? I'm not quite sure. Our force is bigger, so it will be strange if they decide to commit their forces. We still don't know what they're hoping for that's giving them so much confidence. The ensign turned to Melker. Do you wish to contribute to our defense? The fleet carrier offered a large amount of reinforced bunkers that allowed mechs to shoot against approaching enemies. Melker's Stanislaw might prove useful. He shook his head. I'll only be in the way. It's better if I keep an eye on VES. Melker didn't fit in their chain of command and never trained to take up a defensive position aboard a fleet carrier. In this unfamiliar environment, the last thing he wanted to do was to attract suspicion. We'll hole up in the workshop, VES declared. He wanted to be out of the way in case something dangerous happened. Lord Kane has given me his orders, so I best get to work. The hangar bay where the hunting platoon holed up turned into a hive of activity. VES, Melker, and D'Amato had to make way for important people going on important business. Their imposing stances revealed that they expected the worst. Even the hunting platoon had begun to mobilize. Captain Kane corralled her subordinates to ready every mech. Mech technicians hurriedly cancelled their routine maintenance tasks in order to free up the mechs. The Empyreans readied themselves to be employed in one of the Ark Horizon's bunkers where they could employ their railguns to the fullest. The Volmars stayed in their stables. Their mech pilots sat close, ready to hop in if they were needed to repel any boarding parties. Their relatively relaxed faces showed that they didn't think it would come to that. The Ark Horizon possessed a lot of teeth. As for the Ajax Olympians, no one prepared them for deployment. Felicity Kane had already been notified that they'd be modified and she had no time to waste on the matter now that the fleet had been set to condition yellow. This provided VES with an unexpected boon. Many mech technicians assigned to the hunting platoon had nothing to do for the moment. The story might be different once a battle erupted, but from what everyone surmised, the fleets were out of range and stayed that way for at least several hours. Has the Ark Horizon ever been tested in battle? VES curiously asked Chief Ramirez. Not since House Kane got their hands on her. We've received excellent training, but we've never been tested in actual battle. That didn't sound encouraging. Hopefully, the Ark Horizon's impressive capabilities and her abundance of mechs deterred the pirates from testing the expedition's readiness. In order to prevent any leaks, the entire ship locked down on any form of communication. When VES activated his comm, he found he couldn't view the current disposition of the fleet. For all he knew, the fleet was flying straight into a star. The lack of information caused him to feel slightly claustrophobic. It was as if he was trapped in a space elevator that suddenly descended uncontrollably. Ensign D'Amato patted his back. It's nothing unusual to feel uneasy about what's going on outside. Trust in our crew. They've got our backs. It's better if you focus on your own duties. Indeed. One good thing that came out of this course of events was that VES received permission to go ahead with his plans without coming to blows with Captain Kane. Even though she probably hated his guts, her feelings on the matter didn't matter. The entire ordeal proved that the young scion of the Kanes possessed little actual power. Together with D'Amato and Ramirez, VES delegated the difficult assignment of converting the Ajax Olympians to a new design. This was his first time working with a large number of subordinates, but through the help of his two liaisons, they came up with a workable schedule. Jobs like these are split up in two. First, you've got to fabricate the new parts. As far as I see it, there's nothing challenging in fabricating these extra parts. I'm not familiar with half of them, but they're not too complex. Just because they're simple doesn't mean you can slack off. VES quickly warned. In order to make sure they're able to withstand the shocks they're likely to face, they have to be reproduced exactly according to specs. We absolutely can't afford to cut corners in this matter. The tolerances have to be extremely tight. I'll make sure my men won't slip. Ramirez promised with fiery eyes. We all know what's at stake. I won't forgive anyone if he thinks he can get away with sloppy work. The chief's supervision lifted a weight off VES. That's good. If you can ensure the parts are fabricated without faults, I'll make sure the technicians know how to go about and reassemble the Olympians. They have to open up the entire frames and carefully remove the right parts. Then, they have to install the freshly fabricated parts in the right order. I expect this won't go so smooth. VES didn't trust the low-class mech technicians to know the correct order. He directly took charge of the most difficult aspect of this conversion project. I'll tell the men to listen to your orders. If they give you some lip, just smack them around. Everyone nodded. VES felt relieved that Chief Ramirez didn't put up any roadblocks. He knew when to follow orders. Since the current project had been authorized by the big man directly, Ramirez certainly knew he couldn't fob off his responsibilities. Chapter 174 Dragons of the Void. Even if every channel of communication had been shuttered, it didn't stop people from talking. While most of the crew possessed some propriety, a small number of loudmouths couldn't help but pass on gossip. Of course, everything they said happened hours ago and didn't relate to the current condition of the expeditionary fleet. The expeditionary fleet avoided a minefield. They put some really nasty ones out in space. I heard that they had some impressive homing capabilities and their movements are stealthy enough to sneak up on us to about 100 kilometers. After that, it activates this enormous booster then propels it straight into the biggest ship it can find. Some of the merc ships in our fleet are dragging their heels. I heard Lord Kane has been shouting their butts off for refusing to meet the enemy. I told you guys the local mercs are scum. They're good little soldiers as long as nothing happens, but they're acting as scared as rabbits as soon as actual combat is involved. The brass keeps arguing on how to handle the pirate fleet. Lord Kane directly butted heads with the big three. Even the three big mercenary groups don't agree on what to do. George's cavalry want to conduct a pitched battle, while the Stray Phantoms is hoping to drag out the engagements. What about Attila's Chosen? The hell if I know what those religious nuts are thinking about. They're praying to themselves half of the time. The Stray Phantoms rake their vanguard. I heard they chewed up dozens of mechs at once in a single pass. The attack caused the entire pirate fleet to pause. The constant chatter apprised VES and the others of the situation and gave them some perspective of what went on in space. Though he didn't know how the lower ranks got their news, it sounded as if the entire engagement had just begun. VES slowly got used to working under an elevated alert level. He had to watch his actions and make sure he didn't get up to anything suspicious. Ensign D'Amato kept a laser-like gaze on him while he directed the partial disassembly of the two Ajax Olympians. As heavy knights were meant to absorb damage, they possessed an extremely complex armor system. Every layer and every plate connected to another one, and untangling them took a lot of care and effort. Fortunately, the mech technicians in this department possessed plenty of experience in peeling back the armor. They expertly stripped away the dense and heavy plates and set them aside. VES didn't even have to get his hands dirty. All right, we've opened up the Ajaxes. VES announced to the technicians that Chief Ramirez had placed under him. Now, carefully dismantle the components marked in the chart according to the order I set out. The feeling of leading an entire work crew made VES feel like a queen among a hive of bees. It helped that the bees all possessed their own competences. As an influence from a second-rate state, House Kane would never hire idiots. VES also gained an unexpected benefit in this process. He personally witnessed the various methods the mech technicians used to coordinate with each other and keep track of their progress. All of their sophisticated means had been laid bare before his eyes. If he ever wanted to expand his production capacity, he wouldn't be starting from scratch. Even if I don't gain much on this trip, this experience is already worth it. I should start hiring some mech technicians once I return home. Over at the workshop, Chief Ramirez had already begun to fabricate the new components. VES didn't worry too much because the design mostly demanded auxiliary components that didn't possess any complex functions. Neither did they incorporate a lot of finicky exotic materials. The Arc Horizon's workshops all came stocked with powerful but compact 3D printers. It possessed similar qualities to the gigantic Dortmund but took up half the space. With the help of these advanced machines, the production of the parts proceeded on schedule. A change happened in the third day. The Arc Horizon vibrated briefly, interrupting everyone's work. VES looked up from the diagram he studied and frowned. What's going on? Ensign D'Amato looked concerned. That's the thrusters of the Arc Horizon. The ship is accelerating at its maximum speed. The alert light that everyone previously ignored turned from yellow to red. Everyone quickly received a new set of orders. Stop your work and secure everything in sight. Change into your hazard suits and ready your gear. The hunting platoon started to rouse. Every mech except for the Ajaxes came online. The Volmars gathered together and lumbered towards the center of the hangar bay while the Empyreans gathered their railguns and headed towards their assigned bunkers. The mech technicians split in two. The first half remained in the hangar bay and waited to receive damaged mechs. The other half joined various damage control parties that stood by to mitigate the damage the Ark might incur. VES started to get very concerned. From what he gathered so far, the expeditionary fleet acted cautiously in front of the pirate fleet. An abrupt course change and full acceleration meant the Ark was either running away or turning headlong into the enemy. Ensign D'Amato kept trying to find out the current situation, but his junior rank stopped him from obtaining anything solid. VES shook his head and stormed directly to Captain Kane. The woman had already changed into an armored piloting suit and started to head for a private mech stable. Please wait a moment. What do you want? Captain Kane spat out as she looked at him as if he was a worm. Tell me what is happening. Though she wanted to brush him off, she glanced at Melker, who always stood by his side, and reconsidered. Another round of treachery occurred. Some of the local mercenary outfits turned coat and ambushed the ships that belonged to the mercenaries who are still on our side. The opening round alone devastated dozens of mechs and crippled 3 small transports. VES felt as if he had been struck by lightning. I thought House Kane had a handle on the mercenaries. They somehow conspired to betray House Kane from the start. The traitor mercs hid a number of assets aboard their ships and attacked our security officers who had been placed aboard their ships to prevent any mutinies. Some of them are still holding out. The expeditionary fleet possessed a lot of assets, so the betrayal hadn't managed to threaten the Ark Horizon. However, the pirate fleet led by a menacing pirate gang called the Dragons of the Void had begun to swoop in for the kill. Instead of shying away from a fight, Lord Kane decided to directly put his powerful fleet carrier into play. The entire expeditionary fleet redirected their course in a direct heading towards the pirate fleet. Lord Kane intended to bull right through the enemy's formation. VES wanted to curse at his client's recklessness. Let me help. I'm a mech designer. I'm good with anything that involves mechs. I'm sorry, Larkinson, but the last thing we need is another outsider butting in where he doesn't belong. Your place is here. If you want to help, then ask Chief Ramirez for something to do. Whatever you do, don't leave this department. The woman turned around before VES could say anything else. He missed his opportunity to make a difference. He wanted to cross over to the other side of the hangar bay and help work on the spaceborne mechs that started to deploy into space. VES had never come close to seeing an actual spaceborne mech, let alone perform any maintenance on these special mechs. An hour went by as more than half of the mechs in the hangar bay had left. The mechs that remained all waited for their turns to deploy. Over time, damaged mechs started to fly back into the hangar. Their damaged frames passed through the security screen that acted as a membrane to keep all of the air and pressure inside the hangar stable. Even if the security screens malfunctioned, everyone had already changed into hazard suits, including VES and Melker. These hardened vacuum suits provided their wearers with a lot of protection against explosions, shrapnel, and radiation. Their boots possessed a strong magnetic sole that helped everyone stay on their feet even at 0 G. VES spent most of his time helping Chief Ramirez securing the workshop and mech stables for any loose ends. The two Ajaxes especially remained vulnerable. Most of its heavy armor plating that protected its delicate internals had been placed to the side. If a pirate happened to drop by and fired a volley of shots from a regular infantry rifle, he'd be able to do a massive amount of damage. Keep attaching as much armor as you can. Chief Ramirez frantically yelled at his henpecked technicians. I'll dock your pay if I see a single exposed section in an hour. Everyone frantically raced to put some measure of cover on the exposed Ajax frames. Even though it might not help that much if a missile went off, it would at least limit some of the shock damage. Throughout all of this chaos, Melker stood largely forgotten. As a mech pilot and bodyguard to VES, he lacked access to both a mech and a personal firearm. The expedition's admittedly justified caution towards outsiders relegated him to the role of an observer. His only job these days appeared to be keeping hold of Lucky. The cat happened to detect something strange. He loudly meowed and tried to catch his owner's attention. Melker tried to stifle the cat due to the commotion he caused, but Lucky remained undeterred. VES had learned to trust his mechanical companion. What's wrong, Lucky? The cat stretched his paw towards one of the entrances of the hangar bay. The harness prevented him from utilizing his full range of motion. Okay, enough of this crap. VES turned around and borrowed a cutting tool from a work table. He turned it on and carefully cut apart the restrictions that kept Lucky largely immobile. Once all of the shackles broke, the cat quickly lunged in the direction of the nearest entrance. Hey, what are you doing? That pet is not allowed to roam free. Ensign D'Amato yelled and pulled out his laser pistol. Even if D'Amato hadn't aimed his pistol at anyone, VES still raised his hands. Hey, I don't mean any harm. My cat has a really good nose. He might have detected something fishy. That's ridiculous. The ensign exclaimed with an incredulous expression. The Ark Horizon is the flagship of this fleet. Every compartment and every corridor is monitored day and night. Nothing that can threaten the ship and her crew can ever get close. It all came down to trust. VES hoped that his stay aboard the Ark had proved he could be trusted to advance the interests of the expedition. Ensign D'Amato went beyond his job as an observer and frequently helped out VES by providing his own insights. Yet as soon as VES crossed the line, D'Amato acted like someone pressed his reset button. It hurt a bit to be treated like a stranger and a potential threat after so many days of camaraderie. Melker already stood in front of VES. Calm down, the both of you. Ensign, Lucky is not a toy. I believe in VES when he states that Lucky is capable of sniffing out any threats. I suggest you warn whoever is in command on this deck to prepare for the worst. Just as Ensign D'Amato was about to reply, a large explosion near the entrance interrupted his words. The blast knocked all of the spacers off their feet and blew away various pieces of junk in the vicinity. Some of the mech technicians who still remained standing even got hit by cabinets and unsecured tools. Another explosion triggered close to the security screen, instantly disabling it. The entire hangar bay suffered from explosive decompression as all of the air inside the massive bay departed into space. A few more loose components flew off into vacuum. Lucky. VES called as his hazard suit sent out an alert. His suit came with 2 hours of oxygen, but his stress caused him to deplete his reserves faster. Lucky, where are you? Vacuum transmitted no sound. VES couldn't call out for his cat. He disregarded the wounded and hobbled over towards the first blast site. A shiny bronze cat appeared from nowhere. The cat appeared frazzled. There you are. VES grasped Lucky's body and inspected him for damage. He sighed in relief once he saw his cat only suffered a glancing blow from a random piece of shrapnel. Melker and D'Amato raced to his position and beheld the carnage around them. The blast hurt a fair amount of unsuspecting mech technicians. Just as it appeared that things couldn't go worse, a strange, damaged mech coated in red descended onto the hangar bay. Pirate Mech. Chapter 175 Critical Repair. Before switching to Condition Red, the two fleets danced around each other. The expeditionary fleet centered around the Ark Horizon kept trying to transition into FTL. In order to bar their way, the Dragons of the Void kept bombarding them with miniature gravity bombs. These bombs did nothing much but radiate a strong local gravity field that quickly tapered off. However, they were cheap to make, so thousands of these bombs rained over the expeditionary fleet at any moment. At its current state, the expeditionary fleet's FTL drives couldn't handle the disturbance. The constant ejection of the bombs was like throwing stones into a formerly placid lake. The ripples that ensued when the stones touched the water prevented the ships from going into FTL. However, the dragons of the void miscalculated. In order to disturb the expeditionary fleet, their own pirate ships had to come fairly close. When Lord Kane decided to turn his ship straight into the pirates, he surprised everyone but putting the Ark Horizon in the vanguard. Putting his flagship in the heart of the offensive thrust exposed the valuable ship to significant enemy fire, but also allowed him to use his best ship in the best possible way. The expeditionary fleet's maneuvers had caught the dragons of the void off guard. Lord Kane ordered the fleet to close up its formation and assemble into an arrow. The men wanted to pierce straight through the dispersed formation of pirates before they could do the same. Their disparity in strength became evident after the two fleets collided. The vast distance between each ship ensured no actual collision occurred. However, many spaceborne mechs came into medium or close range to each other, which allowed House Kane to flex its superior ships and mechs. The pirates fell short on both firepower and armor. Many pirate vessels simply consisted of civilian transports converted into improvised mech carriers. These ships generally didn't possess exceptional armor, and their keels and support structure were never rated to handle heavy abuse. On the other hand, the ships controlled by House Kane and their partners boasted thick layers of exotic armor. Each ship cost a fortune, but all of them made it through the thick of the fight with nothing but scratches. In terms of offense, House Kane chewed up the pirate fleet with its abundant number of riflemen and cannoneer. Mechs. They had been equipped to handle the Sandmen, so they possessed a large amount of kinetic weaponry such as ballistic rifles and railguns. These weapons possessed a very large punch and were capable of crippling any small to medium-sized ships in a couple of volleys. Yet the pirates didn't go down without a fight. After experiencing the ferocity of the forces from the Grey Willow Star sector, they shifted the bulk of their firepower towards the mercenaries who remained loyal to House Kane. The mercenary ships already had to deal with their colleagues who turned their coats. They suffered heavy casualties once they became the focus of the enemy mechs, especially considering that most of them carried mechs kitted out for melee combat. While George's cavalry eventually swooped in and came to their rescue, even they couldn't cover every direction. The mercenaries sustained casualties up to around 30%. In the meantime, some pirates went crazy and plunged straight towards the Ark Horizon. The massive ship utilized both her broadside bunkers to lay down a massive field of fire in two directions. Her prodigious firepower disrupted the pirate formation and softened them up to follow-up blows. While many pirates valued their own lives and tried to fly away, some daredevils running on stimulants dove straight towards the behemoth. The defenders aboard the Ark Horizon focused their fire towards these dangerous lunatics, but some of them managed to get through. The pirate mech that sneaked into one of the hangar bays made for a sorry sight. It lost an entire arm and much of its torso lost its armor plating. Despite the catastrophic damage, it held onto its laser rifle with its remaining arm and tried to raise it towards a group of bewildered mech technicians. The mech suddenly crunched into pieces as a dazzling white mech fell on top of its prone form. The newly arrived mech featured a light feminine contour with marvelous red streamers hanging from its head. From the way it collapsed a pirate mech merely by stomping on it, the white mech must be a highly advanced mech. The white mech flourished its spear, the tip of which glowed in a mysterious white glow. The mech transmitted Captain Kane's voice to everyone's hazard suits. Lock down the hangar bay. Close the ramp and man the defense turrets. Everyone sprung into action. The huge opening that exposed the hangar bay to space started to close up. Just as the ramp covered the giant gap, another pirate mech appeared and slammed a sword through one of the mechanisms. The ramp abruptly stopped midway, leaving enough space for more intruders. A handful of pirate mechs that survived the initial barrage flocked to the opening and tried to squeeze into the vulnerable hangar. The pitfalls of deploying a fleet carrier straight into the fray finally became apparent. In the end, the Ark Horizon lacked the armor coverage and anti-mech defense systems of a true warship. Mechs, hold your ground. Repel the invaders. A significant amount of House Kane's mechs remained on standby. All of them mobilized at this moment in order to respond to the new threat. In the meantime, Melker raced towards his own mech which had been stowed in the corner since their arrival. His Stanislaw wielded a deadly mid-range laser rifle which could wreak havoc if he recklessly fired the weapon. Thus, as soon as his mech came online, he dialed down the power and aimed carefully before firing at the pirate mechs, making a mess of things. Internal defense turrets came online at this moment and helped repel the pirates. Some enemy mechs collapsed after suffering a couple of blows, while other mechs required much more effort to defeat. All of the latter mechs carried the emblem of a white and black dragon's head. Turrets, focus on the rabble. Leave the dragons of the void to us. As the mech started to fight around the broken ramp, VES hurriedly sought out Chief Ramirez. The man had hunkered down behind a control terminal. He hastily tried to activate various settings only to encounter error messages. Ramirez cursed. Everyone on the local channel heard his frustration. The pirates knew where to strike. The earlier explosion wrecked the primary power channel to the ramp. The damage the pirate mech inflicted to the mechanism shouldn't be able to cripple the ramp if it still had full power. Perhaps the random attacks hadn't been so spontaneous. All of the evidence so far pointed out that the local mercs weren't the only ones dealing with questionable loyalties. Still, VES shook his head. Now was not the time to sniff out any traitors. Ramirez just pointed out an area where he could be of use. Calm down. VES demanded and put his hands over the chief's broad shoulders. We have to repair the broken power channel. What? Now. The repair work had to be done out in the open where almost any mech could fire a stray shot at the location. Chief Ramirez didn't dare to send out any men to fix the broken channel. Even if he cut every possible corner, the work would still take over 10 minutes of frantic working. If the ramp stays open, the pirates will keep pouring in. The longer this goes on, the higher the chance our Ajaxes will suffer damage. I don't need to tell you how much it will set back the expedition. Chief, make a decision. We have to get that ramp moving again. VES had a very good point. Even as the Arc Horizon threaded her way out of the pirate formation, the large amounts of reckless pirates deployed in space ensured that a trickle of enemies would always squeeze through the opening. The chief gritted his teeth. Fine. The man finally got his head back together and ordered a team of his most solid mech technicians to grab some tools. Meanwhile, VES and Ramirez entered one of the storehouses and retrieved the materials to replace the broken power channel. They couldn't lift the load by hand, so they piled it on top of a loader bot and brought it with them back to the main hangar. Let's go, boys. The group of technicians tried their best to remain inconspicuous. They slowly neared the main entrance of the hangar and entered the area affected by the initial explosion. The wounded had already been retrieved while the dead still lingered where their breath snuffed out. Most of the dead wore simple vacuum suits covered with simple work coveralls that provided them with an abundant amount of pockets. They provided little protection against a serious blast like the one that broke the power channel. VES felt a little queasy walking past the unfortunate dead. Lucky, on the other hand, reveled in his newfound freedom. The harness had irritated him for weeks, preventing him from running around without restriction. Now that VES had cut off his bonds, he eagerly took the lead and made sure that the repair team encountered no other threats. Too bad he couldn't help if a pirate mech decides to shoot in their direction. VES might survive on account of his shield generator, but everyone else only had their hazard suits to protect their bodies. Once they reached the affected portion, VES and a number of competent technicians turned on their plasma cutters and separated the wrecked portion of the power channel. They worked for several minutes, trusting their comrades to cover their back. Melker in particular shot at every mech who turned their weapons to the work team, drawing attention away from their vital effort to secure the hangar. Captain Kane also intervened with her top-quality machine. Unfortunately, her mech lacked a flight system and had to borrow a spare ballistic rifle in order to fight back against the pirates. While she might be an excellent warrior with a spear, her marksmanship barely sufficed. Many of her shots missed her target and traveled on to hit the deck or bulkhead. Despite her abysmal hit rate, she succeeded in distracting the pirates, causing them to forget about the puny humans who worked out in the open. Everyone in the repair team made brisk progress trying to improvise a new channel. They couldn't afford to go through a checklist of procedures. They merely settled for a crude and improvised channel that would hold up to the stress of channeling a significant amount of power. It already sounded good if it lasted for an hour before burning out. Skip the safeties. Work faster. Don't wait for the couplings to settle in. Just skip to the next part. While VES possessed a vast amount of theoretical knowledge, the best mech technicians surpassed him in handling the tools and conducting the actual repairs. The mech designer had been pushed in a supervisory capacity and made sure the mech technicians took the right actions to repair the power channel quickly. Several minutes flew by as the ugly-looking kludge took shape. Once the power channel finally took shape, Ramirez raced to the nearest console and forcibly tried to order the ramp to close. The half-broken ramp shook, then abruptly moved as its remaining mechanisms powered through. The few remaining pirate mechs tried but failed to sabotage the ramp again. Reinforcements arrived just in time to contain the rogue mechs. The ramp finally slid shut and powerful locks kept the heavy cover in place. The hangar bay now enjoyed as much protection as the rest of the ship. The repair team led by VES and Chief Ramirez collapsed on the ground. The stress of working under fire completely drained their energy. After giving everyone a minute of rest, Ramirez started to kick his men up their feet. "Get up. This is no time to sleep. We still have work to do." The battle wasn't over yet. The Ark Horizon paid a significant price in her attempt to cut the pirate formation in half. While the expeditionary fleet succeeded in disintegrating the enemy formation, a lot of ships and mechs suffered various amounts of damage in turn. Chapter 176 Graining System. The majority of the dragons of the void fought to the death. They clung to the heels of the expeditionary fleet and tried to gnaw through as much flesh as possible before they perished. This die-hard behavior was completely uncharacteristic of opportunistic pirates who only cared for money and their lives. After the vanguard led by the Ark Horizon completed their firing pass, much of the pirate fleet lost their coordination. Every ship and every mech on their side ended up in random positions. They couldn't gather into a cohesive formation anymore that could withstand the concerted efforts of House Kane. Most of the other pirate gangs fled. They made for easy pickings and more than half of the pirates never made it very far before they got shot to pieces. In contrast, every mercenary corps suffered losses. Lord Kane hired them to hunt hexapods, so they possessed the wrong loadout to fight a space battle. Combined with the defection of some other mercenaries, the expeditionary fleet lost about half of its original force of local hired help. The mercenaries hadn't signed up to be cannon fodder. They were just about to mutiny until Lord Kane granted them full salvage rights. Every wrecked ship and mech that belonged to the pirates were free reign. The clever measure placated them and caused most mercs to descend on the derelicts like bees in a hive. After all, any wreck contained a lot of untapped treasure. Any mech or ship contained many millions of credits worth of exotics. Even if they lacked the facilities to extract the most valuable resources out of the wrecks, they still cut away the juiciest bits and intended to sell them to a professional salvager once the expedition returned to civilized space. VES found out that Keller's blades distinguished themselves in battle. They possessed a small number of spaceborne mechs and helped put down the traitors when they caused a ruckus. The Vision mercenaries even received a public commendation from Lord Kane. As for the Ark Horizon, the fleet carrier adopted a somewhat somber mood. A small number of spacers and mech pilots lost their lives in the ensuing chaos, not helped by Lord Kane's abrupt decision to plunge the flagship into the enemy formation. While his maneuver succeeded in breaking the pirates, it also left much of the crew unprepared for a pitched battle. "You should go with us to the funeral service," Chief Ramirez said as he wore a dress uniform. Around 60 people lost their lives in total, half of them killed by traitors who set off explosives. "You and your cousin fought alongside us. Even if you're not a part of our crew, you're comrades nonetheless." "All right." VES and Melker switched their anti-grav clothes to something more appropriate before joining the rest of the maintenance department. They entered the largest hangar bay where a large space had been emptied near the ramp. Although a security screen kept the vacuum out, everyone wore skin-tight vac-suits underneath their dress uniforms just in case. As soon as VES saw the coffins, he started to turn a little numb. When Lord Kane arrived and presided over a brief ceremony, he kept staring at the coffins with morbid fear. "I could have ended up in one of those coffins." Only now did the danger of the expedition truly sink in. They hadn't even met the Sandmen in battle and already the expedition lost half of its peripheral mercenaries. Though House Kane and their core mercenary partners hadn't lost too many assets this time, they might not be so lucky next time. After sending off the coffins into the endless road of stars, everyone resumed their duties. The mech technicians became twice as busy as several mechs came back from the battle in a damaged state. Even VES and Chief Ramirez had to make do with fewer mech technicians as every department became short-handed. Still, the overhaul of the Ajax Olympians still continued largely on schedule. Lord Kane personally sent them a memo telling them not to reassign too many men away from this project. The big man himself wants to see these mechs up and running before we set foot on Graining 4. Chief Ramirez told VES. There will be hell to pay if we end up holding up the timetable. We've already suffered too many delays. Everyone soon got over the deaths and went back to work with determination. This time, the hunting platoon didn't regard VES as a busybody who had no place in their midst. While Captain Kane still avoided him like the plague, he got along a bit better with the rank and file. Even Ensign D'Amato mellowed out. He gave permission to Melker to carry his personal sidearm and allowed Lucky to stroll around with just a tracking collar. VES appreciated the amount of trust House Kane extended to him. He felt a little safer now that Melker could respond immediately. Will the expedition still be viable? VES asked the ensign one day. We lost an awful lot of mercenaries. Will Lord Kane be able to hunt enough hexapods to make up for his massive investment? I'm not privy to the costs, but from what I know, Lord Kane has already taken the loss into account before we even set off for this expedition. We always knew that we'll be losing a lot of mercenaries along the way. They're not exactly the most trustworthy bunch. His remark made VES look up at him. You guys intended to cull the mercenaries from the start. It sounded really devious now that he thought about it. He always wondered why Lord Kane hired so many mercenaries to begin with. The men appeared to invite disaster by keeping Southwest many potential enemies close. Now it seemed that the wily old fox had other intentions in mind. The ensign smirked. There might still be some people with questionable loyalties among the mercenaries, but they won't have the numbers to threaten our fleet. We've already cleaned up the worst of the bunch together with their pirate associates. A few questions remained, however. Post-battle analysis revealed that much of the Dragons of the Void fought to the death except for the flagship of the pirate group. The pirate commander ruthlessly threw away his entire force and fled without a single shred of decency. Once investigators began to dig into the wrecks, they found to their surprise that much of the crew had been hopped up with stimulants. The poisonous cocktail fanned their aggression and lowered their inhibitions. In particular, they stopped fearing death. To everyone's surprise, none of them had been forcibly injected with them. Instead, an unknown force subjected many of the pirates to a sophisticated form of brainwashing. The mech pilots had it particularly worse as their neural interfaces had been tampered with. When VES had been asked to take a look, his face turned white as a sheet. He beheld the half-broken neural interface helmet like it was a live grenade. This thing is pure insanity. Messing around with the neural interface without express permission from the MTA is never a good idea. They've touched on a fundamental taboo. The human mind was sacred. No one condoned brainwashing, not even if it happened to pirates. In the long history of humanity's rise to the stars, they dabbled plenty of times with various forms of brainwashing and mental conditioning. The horror of forming a society of human-form robots had once threatened humanity's dominance over the galaxy. Still, the professional investigators working for House Kane kept the details close to their chest. They only briefly consulted VES on his opinions of the mechs they salvaged from the battlefield. They look like what a well-off pirate group is able to offer. It doesn't look like anything they fabricated themselves. Much of these mechs are pretty much off-the-shelf models that you can find in any corner of the Komodo star sector. Besides the tampered neural interfaces, are there any other anomalies in these mechs? The lead investigator asked. His own men must have already checked the salvaged wrecks, but it didn't hurt to obtain a second opinion. I haven't spent enough time to make a definite judgment. The Dragons of the Void don't seem to be a fan of custom mechs or custom loadouts. This is all standard gear. Not every fleet enjoyed an abundant amount of trained and skilled personnel. Generally, only criminals and degenerates resorted to piracy. Skilled mech technicians and engineers enjoyed way too many job prospects. Anyone with a brain would never volunteer to become an outlaw that had to run from the authorities like a dog for the rest of his life. Days went by as VES and the maintenance department assigned to the hunting platoon finished the overhaul in time. Under his personal supervision, VES made sure that nothing went wrong with regards to the final reassembly of the Ajax Olympians. When their surly pilots entered the cockpits and brought both mechs online, the diagnostics revealed that everything ran according to specs. We did it. Ramirez bellowed and cheered along with the other technicians. They certainly outdid themselves in transforming the heavy knights into a much more formidable machine. The 20% boost in strength on top of their already prodigious power ensured that they stood a much better chance at subduing a hexapod king. They only had a few days to smooth out the kinks. VES worked hard to ensure the Olympians could take the abuse for an extended amount of time. They finished right on time as the expeditionary fleet finally arrived at their fabled destination. The graining system's size and wealth exceeded everyone's expectations. The system possessed 19 planets and many more moons. Much of these planets didn't amount to much. The expedition had no interest in exploring the lifeless rocks or boring gas giants. They made their way straight towards the inner system and to the only planet that possessed an atmosphere. When D'Amato showed VES a projection of the planet, the metal storms had already started to subside. It truly looks like a treasure. The constant storms had smoothed out the surface of the metal ground, causing it to adopt a pattern of dreamlike waves. The graining system's active yellow dwarf cast a glossy sheen atop the metal globe. The ensign hadn't come up to VES with this projection without a reason. It's good that you appreciate the planet's beauty, because you'll be part of the ground team. VES knew that despite its exotic look, the planet hid a lot of threats. Who knew if the logs of the previous expedition encompassed all of the wildlife? In addition, things might have changed after more than 20 years. Lord Kane gave the word himself and wants you on the ground. Even though the metal storm has entered its low period, it's still too dangerous to expose our shuttles to the planet's hostile atmosphere. We also have to take the hexabats into account. Each trip will degrade the integrity of a shuttle or transport, and we only brought so many to this expedition. The hunting platoon and the mercenaries deployed to the underground paradise couldn't operate around the clock. Their pilots needed rest and the mechs might need some quick repairs. Just like the previous expedition, House Kane intended to establish a temporary base camp at a defensible position. With some hasty entrenchment, the camp should be able to withstand a horde of hexapods for a limited amount of time. That still didn't mean that VES could treat this trip like a vacation. The hexapods had already proven their lethality and VES didn't look forward to seeing one in the flesh no matter how many walls the base camp erected. You're assigned to assist the hunting platoon. You can't do that effectively up in orbit. D'Amato explained. Lord Kane doesn't want to see you slacking off. Your contribution to improving the performance of our Ajax Olympians isn't enough to pay for your services. In other words, Lord Kane wanted to squeeze every little bit of value from his presence. VES understood that the hunting platoons and other mechs might face some difficult problems. A mech designer like him could prove very useful in various ways. He couldn't come up with a viable excuse to shirk this duty. Very well. I'll prepare to join the ground team. He should have expected to be employed in this fashion. From what he experienced so far, Lord Kane and the rest of his men hardly valued the lives of their mercenaries. While they had to treat their formidable mercenary partners from the Grey Willow Star sector with care, they obviously didn't extend the same amount of concern to the help they picked up in the frontier. Even if the hexapod kings all rose up and wiped the base camp off the map, then so what? If VES ended up in a hexapod king's belly, House Kane already earned a massive fortune from their earlier harvests. Even the Clifford Society didn't seem so scary once the Arc Horizon left the Komodo Star sector. Chapter 177 Descent. The night before planetfall, VES and Melcher gathered together in their bunk. Ensign D'Amato also turned in for the night, so they didn't have to worry about any nearby physical presences. VES turned on his trusty privacy shield which doubtlessly blocked all forms of hidden monitoring. It's safe to talk now, he said. Melcher immediately brought up his suspicions. Have you noticed how this expedition is vastly overprepared for a mere hunting expedition on an untamed planet? Huh, I never thought about it that way. You're right in that House Kane has brought way too many mechs, but aren't they making sure they'll be harvesting as much monoexerite as possible? Even with all the losses, they are bringing in so many mechs that the local ecosystem will definitely notice. The scale of this expedition is vastly larger than the previous one. The surveyors who stumbled upon the graining system came as explorers and mappers. They only possessed a handful of smaller ships and only several dozens of mechs at most. The expedition organized by House Kane was at least a magnitude larger. When VES thought about scale of the entire venture, he started to suspect the motives of House Kane. You're right. A hunting trip doesn't require a capital ship like the Ark Horizon. Half of the fleet is geared to fight the Sandmen, which is strange since no one has explicitly mentioned any plans to raid Sandmen space. What did that mean? Either Lord Kane intended to attack the Sandmen, or he had good reason to believe the Sandmen might take the initiative. Unfortunately, neither of the Larkinsons could figure out the real aim of the expedition. They lacked a lot of information and had no way of gathering more. Ensign D'Amato made sure that VES didn't wander around or ask too many uncomfortable questions, not that anyone in the lower decks knew anything important. The only person who might know the full picture was Captain Felicity Kane. As an up-and-coming scion of the house, she had to be informed of the real score. VES found some reassurance to the fact that she and her entire hunting platoon would also be deployed to the underground world. The need to provide safe haven to the hunting platoon meant that the base camp should be safe as well, up to an extent. In order to increase his chances of survival, VES decided to spend a large portion of his DP. He accumulated a few thousand more design points in the last month. Besides the ongoing sales of his virtual mechs, he also earned a little extra through the sale of his physical mechs. I think it's time to boost some of my physical attributes. Graining 4 posed a lot of challenges to those deployed on the ground. Not only did everyone had to contend with 1.4 times the gravity of ancient Earth, it also featured a dense atmosphere filled with toxic, heavy gases. Everyone had to wear customized hazard suits in order to function normally. Those with feeble constitutions like VES might not even last an entire month in those conditions. Even if the base camp offered pressured accommodations where workers can get rid of their bulky suits, the brutal work schedule ensured that no one had enough time to laze about. The metal storm that raged about the surface only slumbered for a limited amount of time. Everyone had to work overtime in order to make sure that the ground team harvested as much monoexerite as possible within their 40-day window. He'd be physically exhausted a long time before the end of the window if he kept his attributes at their shabby level. Endurance Attribute Candy, 800 design points. Endurance Attribute Candy, 900 design points. Endurance Attribute Candy, 1000 design points. Strength Attribute Candy, 800 design points. Strength Attribute Candy, 900 design points. Strength Attribute Candy, 1000 design points. VES quickly ingested all of the candies in succession. He groaned a bit but kept his pain to himself. While the candies came with a much milder effect, it still took a lot of effort to rein in his agony. The increase in strength and endurance to a level just above an average human should come very handy without attracting an excessive amount of attention. Minutes later, he finished his transformation. A thin layer of sweat suffused his body as he beheld his firmed-up muscles. He hadn't bulked up a lot, but he definitely gained a bit of mass. As long as he wore a bulky hazard suit, no one would find out his body gained a sudden upgrade. After that, he considered a way to improve his chances of making it out safely in the event of an unforeseen crisis. The truth was that he couldn't do much if the hexapods decided to storm the base camp. VES pretty much had to put his faith in others. Will a stealth augment even be of any use? He'd be able to hide from hexapods and people with ill intentions with a permanent augment. He could also wrap his comm around Lucky and let him sneak into restricted places. The utility of complete stealth at his fingertips should serve him well throughout his career. Comm upgrade, Privacy Shield, Level 0, Augment, Full Stealth. Price, 30.000 DP. Duration, 5 minutes. Upgrades a Level 1 Privacy Shield to emit an overpowering field that disrupts any means of observation. It is capable of obfuscating every possible means of observation that is known to the mech designer system. Even with his minor fortune, VES couldn't afford the Level 1 version of the stealth augment. He had to take a step back and buy the gimped version. This energy-inefficient augment gobbled up so much power that it only lasted 5 minutes in total. It's better than nothing. 5 minutes should be more than enough to save my life. Normally, a comm possessed enough power to last for months. Hardly anyone bothered to recharge their wrist devices every night, something which VES planned to do now that he had a stealth augment in his hands. This should be the last time I open up the mech designer system. It's too dangerous to fiddle around with it once I'm on the ground. VES already browsed some of the plans of the base camp. It featured extensive monitoring and shielding of every kind. In such a sensitive location, VES didn't dare call up the system. Using the privacy shield without full stealth also risked attracting a lot of attention. Design points, 1,648. Strength, 1.1. Endurance, 1.1. Battle Mechatronics, Apprentice. Physics, Apprentice, Directed Energy Weapon Optimization 2, Lightweight Armor Optimization I, Medium Weight Armor Optimization 3, Melee Weapon Optimization 2. Evaluation, a mech designer who graves the abyss. VES completely splurged his reserves of DP this time, but he didn't regret it. The utility of his stealth augment should see him through a lot of crises from now on. He deactivated his privacy shield and removed his comm in order to place it on a charging station on a counter next to his bed. After a good night's rest, VES woke up to a busy day. A large amount of mechs had been partially disassembled and packed into standardized containers in order to ease their shipping down to the surface. Even Melker's Stanislaw joined the stacks of containers waiting to be loaded into heavy-duty transports. Good morning, VES. Morning, Ramirez. Most of the mech technicians busied themselves with packing up their inventory. The maintenance department had to make sure they had every essential tool and material on hand. We'll be joining the second wave. Ramirez continued. Last night, the survey bots sent out from the Ark have found a good location to establish a beachhead. The first wave is largely composed of mechs and scouts and will make sure that there isn't anything nasty waiting for us down there. Once they clear the site, we'll be joining them to construct the initial facilities to support a medium-term occupation. The ground team had to construct a rudimentary wall and a barracks before the end of the day. After that, they'd put up mech stables and workshops while continuing to expand the base's security envelope. At the end of the week, the base camp should be fully operational. I'm not sure how much use I will be if I go in this early. VES dubiously replied. After all, he didn't know anything about construction. There's little reason to delay your deployment. Relax. There are plenty of things to do outside of erecting some walls. A lot of screw-ups happen in the process of unpacking the mechs from their containers. It's always the patch jobs and sloppily applied mods that get in the way of such things. The chief had a point. The mech technicians likely needed someone with a brain in order to handle any complications that arose without damaging the entire mech. After several hours of waiting, VES, Melker and Lucky followed the rest of the maintenance department into boarding a reinforced passenger shuttle. The pilot wasted no time in setting off once everyone strapped to their seats. The shuttle smoothly glided out of the Ark Horizon's shuttle bay and started to plummet downwards. No one came in a skinny vacuum suit this time. Even VES had changed into the hazard suit issued by his client. The suit came with gravity compensators that eased the alien planet's elevated gravity. It also came with special lining that worked great against blocking out the persistent level of radiation they'd face in the underground world. The shuttle started its violent descent down to the planet. Graining 4 possessed a thick atmosphere filled with toxic gases and dense metal shards even when the periodic storms entered their resting phase. Everyone aboard the ship felt the vibrations and the shuttle strained to fly through the metal mist. Even with a magnetic screen pushing aside most of the metals in its way, the shuttle still suffered plenty of impacts. Fortunately, nothing happened when the convoy of shuttles and transports finally reached the surface of the planet. The flight flew over the smooth and shiny surface of the planet before coming across a gaping cavern in the ground. Every shuttle plunged into the abyss and followed a series of narrow tunnels before ending up in a vast underground jungle. As the sensors readjusted to the lower intensity of light, everyone beheld the beauty of the underground kingdom. The primal alien flora and fauna gave the environment an enchanting promise of hidden wealth and buried treasures. Anyone who braved the dangers could certainly stumble across a fortune. All right, we're setting down in 5 minutes. Chief Ramirez spoke through the local communication channel. Stick to the plan and don't wander off. I don't need to tell you what will happen if you end up in the belly of a hexapod. The chief only spared a couple of words in order to keep the men and women from doing anything stupid. The novelty of landing on an untapped alien planet always sparked some delirium among the more excitable people. Once the shuttle finally reached its destination, everyone stepped out into the open air. The first thing VES noted when he looked at his flourishing environment was that he couldn't see very far. All of the particles in the air along with the constant electromagnetic disturbances caused everything beyond 50 meters to be obscured in a hazy gray mist. This mist obscured more than sight. It also played a lot of havoc with communications, to the point where the ships in orbit wouldn't be able to communicate with the base camp in real time. The base had to rely on its fragile quantum entanglement nodes in order to keep in touch. The restrictions on communications also effectively cut off the mercenary teams when they went out to hunt. Anything might happen deeper in the jungle. House Kane could hardly do anything if the mercenaries were up to mischief, not that they particularly cared all that much. With the Ark Horizon and the rest of her fleet keeping a watchful eye in orbit, no one had the chance to make off with smuggled goods. Every haul the mercenaries brought back would be handed over at the end of the day. By controlling the metaphorical gates, House Kane possessed an ironclad assurance that nothing went up without their say-so. Buckle up, VES. Ramirez bumped his chest. We're going to have a lot of work on our hands. You can forget about relaxing for the next 40 days. VES nodded in agreement, but had other thoughts in mind. Chapter 178 Base Camp. The construction site bloomed into existence as the first shipments arrived. The prefabs took little effort to put together, though they took up a large portion of the cargo. The extremely rigid ground and soil made it highly difficult to dig through, but the construction team achieved some progress with the help of high-powered diggers. The first wave of mercenary mechs arrived shortly after the shuttles finished hauling the construction materials. Despite the insufficient facilities, the plan called for unpacking them immediately in order to help secure the base. As expected, a lot of hijinks happened in the process of taking the mechs out of their containers. The partially detached limbs required a bit of finesse to put them back into their sockets. Having to work in the awful conditions outdoors made everything worse. No, don't put that back together without cleaning the joints. All of the gunk in the air has fouled the connectors. We're not working in a modern workshop environment right now. Have you forgotten how much gravity we're dealing with right now? Those loaders aren't rated to lift at maximum capacity under our current gravity levels. It's a wonder they're even lifting off in the first place. Start with the light mechs first. They're easier to put together and we need them to scout the perimeter. Doesn't matter what outfit they're a part of, start with the lightest mechs and work your way up. The heavy workload kept VES up all night. House Kane wanted every mercenary mech up and running within 3 days, which he found utterly unrealistic. Around 200 different mechs in total joined the operation. If it hadn't been for the previous battle, that number could have reached as high as 400 mechs. Compared to the mechs belonging to the forces from the Grey Willow Star sector, the local variants didn't seem impressive. None of the Komodo mercenaries belonged to the elite. Some mercenaries piloted their mechs so badly that VES wondered how they graduated from the academy in the first place. This is a real mess. Melker commented in a disdainful voice. I bet that half of the mercs have embellished their track record. There's no way that the expedition accepted them otherwise. The lack of training and professionalism among much of the mercenaries also caused the slowly emerging base camp to be a rowdy sight. The security officers keeping the peace had their hands full trying to prevent the various grudges between individual mercenaries to come to blows. In order to keep the mercs busy, Commander Tregus sent out the mercs to begin their first hunting expedition. Tregus took charge of the entire base as it slowly took shape. Under his leadership, the mercs stopped brawling with each other and cleaned up their act. VES found him to be a highly competent leader. As the man in charge of the expedition's only settlement, Tregus eased into the job like his entire life revolved around the role. The men must have prepared for the job many years ago. It showed when he argued with the civil engineers on how to tweak the existing wall designs to accommodate their current terrain advantages. The base camp sat on a low hill that overlooked a vast swathe of terrain. The metallic foliage surrounding their site obscured much of the wildlife, but the view afforded them plenty of warning should a hexapod king decide to attack their base. On the second day, the first team of mercs arrived from their successful hunt. Everyone put down their work and welcomed the squad of mechs that came back with a bunch of scratches on their coating. They dragged over 2 incredibly formidable corpses of hexapods that instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even VES came over to touch the recently perished hexapod. While they weren't as impressive as a king-sized beast, the regular adults posed a significant threat against isolated mechs. Only through teamwork could the mercs hunt these beasts without incurring significant losses. It's pretty big. Chief Ramirez remarked as he knocked his armored fist against the dead hexapod's surface. The beast possessed some kind of palm-sized scales composed of an organic composite. Different hexapods derived the metals from their diet in different proportions, leading to many variations of colors. Commander Tregus tried to get everyone back to work, but the crowd continued to converge around the carcasses. They waited until a team of exobiologists personally harvested the heat organs. In order to cut open their extremely tough scales and hides, they employed a specialized surgical mech to make the necessary incisions. The mech's awesome power easily parted the skins, allowing more delicate tools and bots to sever the heat organ from the bodies and store them into a transparent container. Is it me, or are the heat organs glowing? All those exotics packed into a single mass of tissue is bound to act weird. Everyone returned to work after that. VES found the hexapods to be remarkable creatures to be able to thrive in these difficult circumstances. The vast galaxy possessed an uncountable amount of stars, but only a handful possessed the right conditions to support a form of life. Humanity had the misfortune to evolve from a star system devoid of any exotics. This shaped the race in a way that provided them with hardly any innate superiority compared to other forms of life. As a rule, the most formidable forms of life evolved to make use of the exotics present in their native environment. This granted them many special and even metaphysical capabilities, such as a near-total immunity to heat, a passive form of telepathy that spans the entire race, or an intelligence that mimics quantum computers. Strangely enough, all of these innate strengths came with a major downside. All of these extremely dangerous aliens were constrained by their dependence on specific types of exotics to procreate. They couldn't propagate as fast as the human race because they constantly had to seek out star systems that contained deposits of the right types of exotics. This constraint formed massive invisible shackles among the various alien races. Some of them transcended the stars hundreds of thousands of years ago or even more. Despite their higher levels of development, humanity had beaten them back through luck, trickery, and sheer numbers. These days, humanity also depended on exotics, but only to augment their existing technologies. Only a couple of critical technologies such as the FTL drive couldn't do without exotics. As for everything else, humanity wouldn't collapse if every exotic material suddenly disappeared one day. Weapons and armor would lose most of their potency and it would become more difficult to traverse the stars. Only the most primitive FTL drive worked without employing trace amounts of exotics to massively increase its range and effectiveness. It's pretty sad to see these awesome creatures devolve into six-legged bags of monoexurite. VES idly commented. They've been ruling this underground kingdom for how many years now? To think that all of this might end now that humans like us have descended down into their world. It's their misfortune to grow up alongside monoexurite. Ensign D'Amato smirked underneath his own hazard suit. Life isn't fair. Our FTL drives hunger for the stuff. Every gram we extract from their chests will help a couple of warships fight back against the aliens who wishes to see us dead. Since VES didn't feel too much compassion for the hexapods, he merely shrugged before returning to work. The base finally took on a semblance of order on the fourth day. An expansive set of walls in the shape of a five-pointed star enclosed the perimeter of the base. Extensive rows of flimsy prefabs provided climate-controlled berths for the mechs who returned from their hunt. They also provided the bare minimum amount of space to allow the mech technicians to maintain the battered mechs. The mercenaries definitely had to get used to hunting the hexapods. As the native predators of Graining 4, none of the hexapods went down without a fight. Each of them possessed the strength of a light mech at minimum, with a couple of them reaching the level of a medium mech. A hexapod who fought without regard for its life could easily dish out a lot of hurt. VES even had to lend a hand to the repair teams once in a while. He didn't mind the work, as he got to experience a variety of mechs suffering from different kinds of damage. The work opened his mind to how a real expedition worked. The hunting platoon set off on the start of the fourth day. Captain Kane in her highly advanced white mech stood before the main entrance of the base. VES found out that the model carried the name of Cathrek, which sounded a bit too masculine for such a slim and graceful medium mech. Despite its emphasis on mobility, the Cathrek was capable of piercing through almost any material with its powered spear. Behind the Cathrek, the Ajax Olympians looked as sturdy as always. Few knew they packed a lot more punch than before. With its enhanced strength and various other kinds of boosts, VES put a lot of faith in their ability to pin down a hexapod king. Still, he couldn't help but worry a little bit for the machines. The Volmars and Empyreans stood further back. Compared to the previous two models, they attracted less attention, but that didn't make them less important. The Volmars looked and fought like brawlers or skirmishers. They possessed the right mix of strength, speed, and agility to make full use of their staffs and maces to deliver crushing blows onto their prey. As for the Empyreans, no one expected them to vanquish the largest predators in the area with their railguns. Their weapons might be able to take down a king if they had the time to unleash a couple of volleys, but their prey wouldn't let them do so with impunity. Still, the ability to deal damage from a distance gave the group a large amount of tactical flexibility. "All right, fellows, I'll be back with a trophy." VES joined the others in waving at the elite group of mechs as they disappeared into the jungle. No one knew when they returned, not even VES. The hexapod kings rarely made an appearance unless the expedition did something drastic. Even the current deployment of mechs hardly fazed the elder creatures. Even as the initial rush of activity made way for a new routine, VES and Melker never forgot to keep an eye on what went on. VES conscientiously built up a reputation among the work crew for his excellent work and sage advice. With the absence of the hunting platoon, he mingled among the other crews performing maintenance on the mechs. He learned a variety of news concerning the other mercenaries involved in the expedition. Even though Ensign D'Amato kept a constant eye on him, even he grew bored of his job. He found out something interesting one day. "So you say these mechs have been digging into the ground?" VES asked with minor astonishment. "How can they do so when the ground is as tough as ship armor?" "They've been melting it, I guess," the bearded mech technician casually remarked. "God knows what kind of temperatures they're working with or where they are getting their gear in the first place. I haven't seen anything in the stores that's capable of pumping so much heat. They require energy cells the size of aircars as well." A female mech technician added her own thoughts. "They're trying to locate the main deposit of monoexurite, I bet. The plants around this region has to get it from somewhere to be able to feed the hexapods with the stuff. With so many flora containing traces of monoexurite, there's bound to be a major concentration nearby that's been spreading it outwards." That made some sense. VES wondered what else could be found deep underneath. Perhaps the expedition aimed to uncover other kinds of natural treasures. Chapter 179 Field Repairs. Since the hunting platoon left to scour the jungle for the alpha beasts, VES sought to find more clues. Through regular contact, he learned that several mercenary teams received missions other than hunting the hexapods to harvest their valuable heat organs. This bunch of fellows came back with an uprooted tree. It's a small one, though. No taller than you and me. It looks really old and gnarly, and it definitely had been gnawed at by the beasts. Besides that, I don't have a clue why the mercs brought it back. This team encountered a hexapod and instead of slaughtering it on the spot, they pinned it down and shot lasers at it. I swear, they received orders to pump it full of energy before killing it. The beast thrashed so much the team almost lost some of their mechs. It's going to take an extensive overhaul to bring those mechs back to normal." Though he heard plenty of gossip, VES didn't gain anything truly useful. The main factor that limited his exposure to information was that the core of the expedition gathered within the inner area of the base. All of the mercenaries and most of the outsiders lacked the permission to enter this highly secure area. Instead, House Kane had relegated them to the periphery of the base. Even VES received the same treatment, though most of the maintenance department including Chief Ramirez also had to stay outside. Ramirez shrugged at him when he remarked about it. "The only people who get to know the important stuff are those who need to know. Techies like us are only here to keep the mechs running. It doesn't matter what's going on. Even if the cavern is collapsing, we'll still continue to maintain everyone's mechs. You don't think they're hiding something from us? Of course they're hiding the truth from us. Do you think they showed us the full recordings of what went on in the previous expedition? That's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure the hexapod heat organs are worth a lot of money, but even the dumbest mech technicians know Lord Kane is after something else. There's no reason to take a high-profile approach otherwise." Neither Ramirez or D'Amato answered any of his questions. They deliberately stifled him even if they knew something more. Perhaps Ramirez had a point, but VES couldn't leave things be. He constantly had a bad feeling about this entire venture. If he received some kind of advance warning, he'd be able to maximize his chances of getting through a crisis unscathed. He also kept Master Olson's words in mind. So far, the expedition hadn't suffered any major setbacks. Besides the strange and unusual pirate attack, everything went according to plan. VES stared at the solidly guarded entrance to the inner sanctum of the base. VES considered employing his stealth field to sneak into the inner sanctum, but he reconsidered after thinking about its limited duration. Neither he nor Lucky could accomplish anything in only 5 minutes. With no other choice, he opted to wait. In any case, his workload kept growing as the mercenaries returned with dead hexapods and damaged mechs. The highly competent mech technicians serving under House Kane were able to fix most of the issues they encountered even without the help of a mech designer. He mainly found himself trying to fix extensively damaged components that took a lot of time and effort to replace. His much greater knowledge on the workings and composition of each part allowed him to bring almost anything back to life. He managed to accomplish most of the challenges he faced due to his long-dormant jury-rigging 2 sub-skill. The skill provided him with a mentality that prompted him to think outside the box. His solutions might not always be proper, but they always held up in the short term. When VES thought he'd continue to improvise solutions for the rest of the expedition, Ensign D'Amato suddenly received an emergency transmission. VES, put down your work. You're needed elsewhere. Is there an emergency? A critical one. The hunting platoon encountered a mishap. One of the Ajax Olympians suffered critical damage. Captain Kane used up her only high-powered signal device to relay her help request to the nearest mercenaries, who eventually relayed her message back to base. The news came as an unpleasant surprise. VES worked so hard to upgrade the Heavy Knight's parameters. What's the damage? The ensign consulted his comm. Its entire left leg received extensive damage to the point of immobilizing the machine. The mech can't walk back to base and it's too heavy to be hauled over. The rest of the hunting platoon is staying by its side, but the site highly unsafe. As a heavy mech that weighed about 5 times as much as a medium mech, VES knew that nothing they had on hand could bring it back to base. The 1.4 times gravity complicated the situation even more. The mech effectively weighed 40% more on this planet, which made it impossible for any hauler platform to bring it back to base. They made their way over to the eastern gate of the base camp. What's the plan? Commander Tregus has already formed a rescue party. You will lead a repair team over to the hunting platoon and bring the damaged Olympian back up its feet. It's vitally important that the Heavy Knight regains enough mobility to walk back to safety. I have to perform repairs on the spot. It sounded outrageous to VES that he had to leave the safety of the base camp's walls and be forced to traverse an alien jungle. I'm aware that we're demanding a lot from you, VES. You'll be safe inside an armored transport that will also bring the necessary supplies to facilitate the repairs. A couple of mechs will accompany the transport on the ground to make sure that no indigenous life forms will intercept the vehicle. It still sounded crazy, but VES had no choice but to follow orders. The success of the entire expedition hinged on the Olympians. Commander Tregus worked fast. He commandeered an armored transport scheduled to ship their current harvests back to orbit and emptied it of its entire cargo. Chief Ramirez took over at this point and ordered his subordinates to load it up to the brim with tools, machines, and materials. Once VES arrived at the transport, he wondered why they didn't intend to pick up the damaged mech from its current location. It sounded much more convenient to him if they could bring the mech back to base before attempting repairs. There's too many metal trees in the way. They're so tough and resilient that it's nearly impossible to form a clearing without creating a huge commotion. The chief replied as he supervised the loading process. Instead, the transport will be hovering above the site, allowing us to drop in our gear one by one. The transport also wouldn't be sticking around for long. Once it unloaded all of the gear, the pilot had orders to return back to base. Otherwise, the transport risked attracting the attention to a flock of hexabats. The expedition learned pretty early that their flying craft attracted the hexabats like moths to a flame. The heat from the thrusters and other active systems formed an irresistible attraction to the small but dangerous beasts. Everything had to be done quickly. VES barely took stock of the damage readings when Ensign D'Amato forced him to board the transport. Fortunately, Melker also came along with his Stanislaw while Lucky slept in his embrace. Let's go. The transport slowly lifted off and headed east at a slow pace. A squad of 7 mechs accompanied the low-flying craft on the ground and tried to navigate through the trees as fast as possible. Except for the Stanislaw, all the other mechs consisted of elites from George's cavalry. The supposed mercenaries navigated the alien jungle with a high degree of proficiency. They hardly let the dense forest slow them down. It became apparent that they took to arboreal terrain like fish to water. Impressively enough, the Stanislaw didn't lose out too much in speed. Melcher skillfully danced aside any obstacles in his way and always found the right footing to travel forward without tripping up. He only lacked the practical experience to match the older mercenaries who had already been through a lot. The transport and its escort made good speed towards their destination. They encountered a couple of hazards along the way, but the squad of mechs took care of most of the issues. The biggest danger occurred when a small flock of hexabats flew too close to the transport. They noticed its heat emissions and instantly went berserk. Melcher and the two other ranged mechs all aimed their ballistic rifles in the air and shot down the beasts with specialized airburst ammunition. Despite the plentiful fire, the hexabats were so resilient that glancing hits only shrugged off their thick scales. A couple of bats reached the transport and tried to drill through its thin armor. It took quite a bit of effort to stamp them out for good. Continue on. We can't afford any delays. They reached the Olympian around a standard day later. The surrounding brush and ground exhibited a lot of traces of a furious battle. Despite the marks, the larger trees remained stubbornly intact. Nothing in their arsenal could take down these incredibly resilient plant life. We're here. Start lifting down our gear. Ramirez then turned to VES. I want you down there first to take stock of the damage. We've already received the Olympian's internal telemetry, but who knows if it's complete. We've got to go down there and scan the damaged limb ourselves. With that, VES boarded a lifter platform that snuck him past the razor-sharp leaf cover until he finally touched the ground. As soon as he stepped off, he put down Lucky, who eagerly started to explore. Unlike VES, who had to wear his hazard suit, his feline companion roamed the toxic environment like a hexapod. As a mechanical beast, he didn't need to breathe in the first place. Lucky would still be fine if he ended up in vacuum. Even the constant levels of radiation hardly fazed the miraculous cat. While he waited for the scanner module to be gently brought down, VES studied the battered hunting platoon in order to figure out what happened. Most of the mechs looked like they had better days. Only the Empyreans looked pristine. The only intact Olympian obviously had a rough time. Its robust shield featured many deep scratches. Its armor was in better shape, which was a testament to both its quality and the skill of the pilot. As for the Volmars, around half of them suffered damage. Claw and bite marks scuffed their weapons and armor, which wasn't supposed to happen in the first place. Once the aircar-sized scanner module arrived, VES steered the lifter platform in the direction of the crippled Olympian. Its leg looked as if a giant beast chomped its thigh. Huge bite marks and traces of tearing suffused the entire limb. Its thick armor saved it from being gulped into the stomach of a giant hexapod, but it hadn't prevented the teeth from punching past the armor, dealing loads of internal damage. Don't move. VES instructed the pilot when the heavy mech tried to turn. Just stay in place while I scan the affected portion. The pilot frantically spoke back in the local voice channel. Stay away and get to cover. He's back. Who's back? VES turned around and noticed the high-strung hunting platoon getting ready to meet a formidable opponent. His stomach sank as he realized whatever chewed up the Olympian hadn't left the area. Captain Kane's Cathrek frantically gestured him back with its charged spear. Larkinson. Move to the center of our formation. We can't let the doctor get his hands on you. Doctor. Ha 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 ha. A loud screech echoed through the trees. Different from the earlier conversation, the awful voice hadn't been conveyed through any of the local communication channels. A mech designer, you say? Delightful. While VES still wondered who the voice belonged to, a gigantic moving object charged through the trees and impacted against the braced Olympian that met the charge. A loud impact sounded as the Olympian had been shoved back more than a dozen steps. As for the beast itself, it looked nothing like a normal hexapod. In fact, it looked like a cross between a mech and a hexapod king. Various rusting mechanical parts had been married into a rotting but still largely intact hexapod king carcass. Is that an improvised mech? VES inadvertently blurted out. The strange marriage between mech and beast sent chills through his spine. Even more remarkable was the ragged humanman strapped to the top of the chimera's head. The man had obviously seen better days. His ragged lab coat had been scruffed to the point where its formerly pristine white composite fabric took on a disgusting black appearance. Even now, the madman laughed. His amplified voice disturbed the entire rescue party. How could a human being even breathe the toxic gases that make up graining IV's incredibly hazardous air? Ha 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 ha. The interlopers think to stop my pet. The nerve. I am the king of the forest. No one disobeys me without paying the price. Dr. Jutland. Captain Kane shouted out from her cathrek as she quickly positioned her mech between the beast and VES. I know it's been long, but you're still human. Please allow us to treat you and we'll promise to return you to civilized space. Human. Human. You dare call me a human? I am no human. I am a king, the only king of the forest. Ha 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 ha. The madman atop the chimera went absolutely bonkers. Despite his evident madness, no one made a move. Despite the deplorable state of his chimera mech, it still possessed enough power to rip the hunting platoon to shreds. Chapter 180 Dr. Jutland. When VES was young, he used to watch a lot of dramas about mechs. Some of the staple villains of the shows piloted irregular mechs built with strange materials. The idea of cannibalizing a formidable alien creature's corpse and using it to form a chimera mech often horrified and fascinated the impressionable kids that watched these broadcasts. He had never thought to come across an actual chimera mech in a serious setting. The maniacal Dr. Jutland sat on a crudely crafted chair welded to the top of the dinosaur-shaped hexapod king. The massive creature resembled an unholy amalgamation of rotted hide and rusting metal. Despite its shoddy construction, the base materials exceeded those used by every other mech on site. Despite colliding with the intact Ajax Olympian several times, its entire frame simply took no damage. An unknown but potent power source kept the chimera mech running at an astounding level. Hand over your mech, designer. Dr. Jutland raged as he ordered his chimera mech to bash through the Olympian standing in its way. Through a combination of guts, the hunting platoon avoided getting bulldozed by the extremely powerful chimera mech. The Empyreans tried to pin it down with their rail guns, but the chimera mech hardly took notice of the high-powered kinetic projectiles. Even shooting at its head didn't work, as some kind of energy shield bounced away anything that could threaten the mad doctor. Only Captain Kane achieved some progress in pushing the monstrosity back. Her gleaming white cathrek possessed a remarkable combination of speed and power that allowed it to threaten the chimera mech's incredibly tough exterior with its powered spear. Get out of the way. The doctor bellowed as his chimera mech shied away from a deadly spear strike. My subjects. Heed my call. Destroy these interlopers. Half a dozen adult hexapods answered his call and stormed the hunting platoon. The Volmars had their hands full fending off the berserk beasts. Unfortunately for Jutland, the sole functioning Olympian and the cathrek continued to fend off the chimera mech. The Olympian's shield looked increasingly tattered, but the cathrek landed a couple of solid blows in exchange. Evidently, the damage pained the doctor to the extreme. He wailed and shrieked in an inhumanly loud pitch that caused the nearby hazard suits to dampen their sound transmissions. Even VES started to feel dizzy for a reason. Get back, VES. Ensign D'Amato urged as he showed up by his side. His other hand held a ballistic pistol that appeared completely useless to the situation at hand. Dr. Jutland is trying to kidnap you. The last thing we want is to see you ending up in his hands. Under the ensign's guidance, VES reached the base of a massive tree and holed up inside a hollow. What's going on? Who's Dr. Jutland? The ensign carefully watched the surroundings for approaching hexapods and considered his answer. There's no use hiding it any longer. He's a survivor of the previous expedition that previously traveled the graining system. We never expected him to cling to his life in this way. VES had so many questions. How could anyone survive for 27 years straight on this planet? Is he still alive or is he some kind of AI? He's still human, for a given definition of it. D'Amato quickly explained. He's an exobiologist who already extensively modified his body before he signed up for the previous expedition. Like many scientists, he flocked to the frontier in order to escape his past. He's vastly overqualified for the job. Our logs show that he conducting a small number of very reckless experiments during the previous expedition. The battle continued to rage around the two. Mechs fought against hexapods while the Chimera mech continued to chip away at the Olympian's shield. Meanwhile, the mechs from George's cavalry reluctantly offered their aid. They assisted the Volmars into repelling the maddened hexapods, allowing the hunting platoon to mop them up one at a time. Though VES still had questions about the doctor, D'Amato didn't know anything more. Instead, he turned to the Chimera mech. Who's controlling that monster? It doesn't appear that Jutland is controlling it directly. That's one of the questions we are wondering about as well. Take a good look. What's your judgment as a mech designer? VES took a very good look at the Chimera mech. Once he got past his shock, his fascination started to grow. For a mech that lasted more than 2 decades, it exhibited an astounding level of resilience. Jutland isn't employing a neural interface, nor is he using any physical controls. If we leave out the metaphysical possibilities like telepathy, then I'm guessing something else is piloting the Chimera mech. Is he using the Hexapod King's own brains to control the Chimera mech, or is another survivor piloting the monster from within? Both possibilities sounded horrifying. If Jutland implanted a brain from a dead beast, then technically the Chimera mech was an undead creation. On the other hand, if a human pilot controlled the Chimera mech from within, then he might be even madder than Dr. Jutland. Who knew how much a 27-year isolation from human space took a toll on their psyches? Ensign D'Amato held his hand over his helmeted head. He received new instructions. VES, Captain Kane is ordering you to analyze the Chimera mech's weak points. She wants to know the best way to disable Jutland's ride. I can do that. He wanted this ordeal to be over as quickly as possible. VES didn't relish being kidnapped by a mad doctor who had been stewing among the hexapods for so many years. The faster the hunting platoon destroyed the Chimera mech, the faster he'd be able to repair the crippled Olympian and return to the highly guarded base camp. VES started to study the mech in greater detail, paying attention to the various holes in the rotted creation. The Chimera mech looks to be in an awful state, but don't let its appearance deceive you. The Hexapod King's hide and bones haven't degraded to the point where they are easily broken. That's not a weak point. I know, I'm just telling you not to focus upon its intact sections. The Chimera mech has been through a lot of battles over the years. I'm seeing plenty of signs of battle damage. A lot of them has been patched up by improvised repairs. Whoever fixed the damage is no mech designer or mech technician. Some of the limbs are slower and have lost a lot of range of motion. You can try to pressure the joints of its middle left leg and its upper right arm. The captain had evidently patched into their communication channel, because she immediately adjusted her targeting. Her spear tip started to dart at the joints of those specific limbs. A single strike even struck a heavy blow near the joint that caused a handful of scales to fly away in a shower of sparks. No. Jutland screeched. My Caius. My lovely Caius. This is unforgivable. Despite his indignation, the Chimera mech lost a lot of its aggression. The mind that controlled the Caius knew that taking a hit at its imperfectly repaired joints could result in a lot of damage. By the time the Cathrek pushed the Caius a fair distance back, the rest of the hunting platoon had finished off the hexapods with the help of George's cavalry. The Volmars started to flank the Chimera mech while the mercenaries stayed close to the transport that continued to hover above the tree cover. This time, VES determined another weak point. I'm fairly certain the head is the cockpit. That must be the reason why it's protected by a shield generator. The shield generator is impervious. The ensign replied. I know you are wearing one as well, so you should know that they are capable of resisting almost anything as long as they have enough power. They drain an enormous amount of power. I don't know what this Caius is running on, but I bet there's a limit to what the shield generator can bear at a time. Even with an unlimited power supply, the shield generator won't be able to sustain the massive amounts of energy running through its systems. A light went off in the ensign's head. I see. I should have thought of it myself. As incredible as the Chimera mech appears, it's still a machine. What do you suggest? Keep hitting the head with simultaneous attacks. It doesn't matter if the blows seem ineffective. As long as the shield generator is working at its upper limits, it will only be a matter of time before it breaks down. What VES suggested allowed the weaker mechs in the hunting platoon to do something useful. As medium melee mechs, the Volmars lacked the strength to damage the Chimera mech's weak points. Their staffs and maces constantly bounced off the Caius when they struck the oversized machine. Melker's Stanislaw joined the Empyrean into pressuring the shield generator with carefully aimed volleys. Even though the Stanislaw's ballistic rifle lacked the punch of a railgun, its rate of fire made up for it. Both models held the Caius back when it tried to retaliate against the flanking Volmars. The doctor finally had enough. Insolent creatures. You humans are always in the way. The doctor retrieved a strange, cylindrical device from his blackened lab coat and pressed a button. That doesn't look good. Get away. The Volmars that assaulted the Caius from all sides reacted quickly and turned away. The empty eye sockets of the Caius started to glow in an unearthly blue light. The jaw of the Chimera mech hinged down and a jet of blue-colored flames emerged from the opening that engulfed the Cathrek. Captain Kane frantically dodged her mech aside. The Cathrek suffered a nasty burn that caused the hand that held onto the spear to melt into slag. The captain's quick reaction saved her elite mech from suffering more substantial damage. Having lost its initial prey, the Caius turned its head towards the lumbering Olympian. The heavy mech couldn't step back fast enough to escape the effective range of the Chimera mech's breath weapon and suffered a substantial amount of burns onto its entire frontal surface. Only its half-broken shield and its incredibly thick armor saved the mech from total annihilation. The Caius couldn't maintain its breath weapon for long. It drizzled out after a dozen seconds. The incredible heat washed over the entire area and even caused the ground to scorch and melt into a puddle due to the incredible amount of heat. Even Dr. Jutland didn't look so fresh anymore, even though the shield generator saved him from getting cooked by proximity. Frustration marred his mad expression. Keep defying your fate. I shall return to take back my dues. The Caius turned around and lumbered away on all of its 6 limbs. Even though the mech weighed more than the Olympian, its running gait could match the Cathrek in speed. Captain Kane didn't order her mechs to pursue. Instead, she rearranged the hunting platoon in order to cover both of the damaged Olympians. Ves and D'Amato emerged from the tree hollow as the mech secured the perimeter. They approached the Olympian who faced the breath weapon head-on but couldn't get very close due to the lingering heat. The pilot reports that he can still move his mech. D'Amato related to Ves. Is it safe for it to walk back to base under its own power? While I'm certain there's some internal damage, the Ajax Olympians won't be taken down so easily. Their armor has an incredible capacity to withstand heat. It will need an overhaul once it returns to base, but it will hold up for several days without problem. His pronouncement relieved the hunting platoon. The repair party only brought enough supplies to repair 1 Ajax Olympians. Ves and the other mech technicians had to repair the Olympian with the crippled leg as fast as possible before Dr. Jutland returned with a horde of hexapods. Chapter 181: A shoulder to lean on. The departure of Dr. Jutland and his gigantic Caius mech gave the hunting platoon a much-needed reprieve. Mech technicians and supplies continued to pour down the transport at a steady rate. A maintenance team replenished some of the depleted energy cells of the battered mechs. They also replenished the Empyreans with ammunition for their railguns. As for the Ajax Olympians, they both suffered badly in the last engagement. One heavy knight laid down on the ground with a mangled leg while the other stood haplessly with a scorched exterior. Both mechs required an extensive overhaul, something which Ves couldn't do in the middle of an alien jungle. In order to bring the damaged mechs back home, Ves prioritized restoring some mobility to the mech with the crippled leg. The limb suffered grievous damage, but the readings the scanner module spat out showed that he had a way out of this mess. Looks like the Chimera mech's teeth haven't cut very deep. Chief Ramirez muttered as he stood next to Ves. He gestured to the center of the wireframe leg. While much of the outer sections are in disarray, the internal frame of the limb is still intact. Both of them had worried about this possibility. Since it functioned as the leg bone of the aforementioned limb, a broken internal frame meant that the mech couldn't support its weight on the limb even if they fixed some of the internals. The Olympian simply couldn't walk in this condition without snapping its hastily propped up leg in that case. Fortunately, the scans revealed that the leg suffered from extensive but shallow wounds. Ves already adjusted his preliminary repair plans. We can get this Olympian back up its feet if we replace the broken control modules and repair some of the tears in its musculature. Ves explained and pointed at the most critical components to repair. At a minimum, we have to fix these areas in order to raise the load-bearing capacity of the leg. That's the real challenge that we're facing at the moment. Even with some patches and improvised repairs, the mech might never be able to walk on its own feet without crippling the leg again. Ramirez nodded, though his hazard suit hardly bobbed. It's this damn heavy gravity. I reckon we won't be able to bring the mech up to a state where it can walk under its own power. A couple of Volmars are needed to support the Olympian on its way home. Are you certain that the Volmars won't get crushed under all of that weight? The moment the Olympian diverts more than 20% of its weight onto a Volmar, the latter mech will get crushed. Let's run the numbers then. You're a wizard at math, right? Let's say we fix the Olympian so that it will be able to stand and walk with assistance. If nothing else, we can employ the other Olympian as a support as well. Only a heavy mech can support another heavy mech's weight. I don't think Captain Kane will like that proposal. VES carefully replied. We're in a bad spot right now and Dr. Jutland might be cooking up another attack. Pinning down our remaining heavy knight leaves the hunting platoon with no viable tank that can meet the Chimera mech's charge. Both of them had to keep in mind that they faced a lot of constraints. Not only did they have to make repairs in the field with hardly any proper facilities at hand, they also had to keep in mind the constant threats from the environment. I'll go begin to prep the leg and clean up all the ruined parts. You should stay here and refine the repair plan. They split up to perform their own tasks. With a mech designer like VES on hand, Chief Ramirez didn't have to perform a haphazard repair job that might work out for a couple of days but quickly broke down afterwards. While VES modified the Olympians to perform beyond their safety margins, the heavy knights still had to last for at least another month. The mech technicians started to use their limited supplies to cut open the mangled and deformed armor plating. Once they opened up the leg, they quickly tore out the internal components that looked dubious. By the time the repair team was about to install some replacement parts, VES finished testing out a rudimentary model. He passed on an updated repair scheme to Ramirez, who used it to guide his men in prioritizing the restoration of a small number of critical sections. The repair team made good speed in restoring the functionality of the leg. After half a day of rushing the repairs, the Olympian managed to rise up to its feet with the assistance of the scorched Olympian. Once it stood on its own 2 feet, a pair of Volmars took over and carefully let the half-crippled heavy mech sling its arms around the skinnier medium mech's shoulders. An awful sound of metal pressing against metal sounded out, but the Volmars hadn't caved in yet. A lot rested on the shoulders of the pilot of the damaged Olympian. He had to juggle between balancing the right amount of weight his mech put on its damaged leg and the shoulders of the Volmars that supported his machine. He had to put some weight on each of his supports, but not too much to overwhelm any one of them. The hunting platoon had no choice but to take it slow. Once it became clear that their repairs accomplished something, the repair team started to pack up and lifted their gear back up to the transport. Ensign D'Amato approached VES as he stared out at the metal forest. Commander Tregus has sent his compliments to you for a job well done. It will take about 2 days for the hunting platoon to return to base, but at least it will be able to do so under its own power. He nodded at the ensign's words, but took them lightly. VES was only here to do a job. Once he completed his mission, they'd go their separate ways. Building up a favorable impression availed him nowhere at this moment, especially considering House Kane's current stance. I'll return to the transport in a moment. He answered to D'Amato. Let me admire the scenery while I can. Once the nosy ensign walked away, VES leaned his hazard suit against a metallic tree trunk and beckoned with his hands. Lucky. The cat sprung out from nowhere and landed its paws in front of his feet. Lucky looked fairly frazzled at the moment. VES quickly picked up his pet and removed the comm he slipped around the neck. Good work, buddy. Hopefully you got in some good shots. Since they arrived at this location, he let Lucky loose with his comm attached to his gem cat's collar. VES wore a replacement comm on his wrist that could send out simple commands to his primary comm. The moment Dr. Caius showed up, VES quietly relayed a couple of commands from his replacement comm. He first sent the code to activate the stealth field on his primary comm along with its attached recording sensors. He then ordered Lucky to find a way to sneak inside one of the Caius many holes in order to record its internal state. While VES also ordered Lucky to try his luck in trying to approach Dr. Jutland, the shield generator prevented his pet from getting anywhere close. If Lucky succeeded in his mission, VES could probably look forward to a couple of minutes of valuable footage of the Chimera mech's internal makeup. Lucky kept yelling at his owner. VES exasperatingly made another promise. Okay, I'll make it up to you. Once we're back, I'll order another batch of luxury minerals for you to munch on. After placating his cat some more, VES finally joined the rest. He stepped on a lifter platform and let it bring him back up to the hovering transport up above. It gained a few more scratches on its hull after suffering from sporadic hexabat attacks. Though the vessel boasted thicker armor than regular transports, even the smallest indigenous life forms on this planet could tear through the armor over time. Once they finished loading all of their gear and men, the transport returned to base along with its escort. The mechs from George's cavalry and the Stanislaw adopted a dispersed formation and overtook the hunting platoon in their fairly brisk journey back to base. Besides encountering a couple of wild hexapods, they enjoyed a quiet trip back to the safety of the base camp's walls. VES let out a deep breath. Everyone on the repair team started to relax once they realized they had a couple of very thick walls between them and the monstrous Caius. While the frightening Dr. Jutland still had the run of the forest, at least the mech technicians didn't have to risk their lives in the field anymore. Ensign D'Amato received a message on his comm once he read his instructions. He turned to VES. Commander Tregus wants to debrief me in his office. While I'm gone, you should start setting up a plan to bring both Ajax Olympians back to full functionality. They're the only mechs we have on hand that can withstand a head-on charge from both the Hexapod Kings and the Caius. I understand. I'll be sure to work with the chief to set up a detailed plan. Also, your presence is needed 2 days from now when Commander Tregus convenes a meeting on how to handle Dr. Jutland and his Caius. Your expertise will be of vital help here. You can access the workshop's secure terminal to look at the recordings and sensor readings we've taken of the Caius. I'll be sure to do that. The repair team settled back in the maintenance department and immediately went to work. VES hadn't spent the trip back to base idling around. He already formed an extensive repair plan that saved as much time as possible. VES didn't anticipate much of a challenge in this matter. The experienced mech technicians serving under Ramirez could fabricate and install the replacement parts on their own. However, a complete repair required at least 2 weeks of constant working. With the limited manpower and facilities on hand, they'd waste far too much time, leaving the mercenaries out in the field without a shoulder to lean on when they encountered a Hexapod King. In order to speed up the repairs, VES and Ramirez huddled together in order to determine which parts needed to be replaced and which parts only needed a couple of taps to bring it up and running. We're cutting a lot of corners here, Ramirez remarked as he leaned back onto his seat. They both worked for hours to complete a detailed repair scheme. This is real sloppy work. I won't be surprised if a few components blow apart under stress. Heavy mechs have ridiculous amounts of redundancy. It can take a few malfunctions. The repairs of the Olympian with the crippled leg was fairly simple. In comparison, the other Olympian who bathed in the flames of the Chimera mech's breath weapon posed a thornier problem. While the heavy knight remained functional bar the need to replace its shield, its entire frontal area had been subjected to a massive amount of heat. This not only degraded the integrity of its extremely expensive armor, it also affected the components at some level. Most of them functioned properly for now, but who knew if the Olympian could sustain its current level of performance? VES made a difficult suggestion. We can keep most of the existing components in place. We should trust in the quality of the Olympian. All of its internals are rated to withstand a very high heat level already. As for its armor, we can manage for now if we settle for replacing its upper layer. It will take far too much time to fabricate replacement plates for its middle and lower layers. Chief Ramirez shook his head. It takes over 2 days to fabricate a single plate with our facilities. The only heavy-duty armor compressor in this expedition is back on the arc horizon. The fabricators there will have to work around the clock to form the most essential replacement plates and ship them to surface in the next couple of supply runs. That meant they had to pick and choose the worst sections of armor to replace. VES didn't look forward to making the decision. If he made the wrong judgment, the Olympian might suffer grievous damage when its armor failed to hold up against a heavy blow. Chapter 182 Achilles' Heel. VES entered the conference room with tired eyes. He stayed up late the last 2 days as he tried to juggle various duties at once. Not only did he have to come up with a way to bring both damaged Ajax Olympians back to fighting form, he also had to devote some time into studying the sensor data the hunting platoon had taken of the Caius. The more he studied the Caius, the more he admired the strange and primal-looking Chimera mech. For a mech that had been built more than 27 years ago, it possessed a lot of charm. Whoever designed the initial incarnation of the Caius possessed a lot of hands-on experience. However, that mech designer's skill level didn't exceed what VES already mastered. The mech designer must be a senior in age who never made any achievements in the field. Doubtlessly he only reached the level of an apprentice mech designer in his later years. Still, age and experience brought its own strength. His work might lack in sophistication, but he made up for it with a strong mastery of the basics. The sound design and solid foundation of the Caius allowed it to remain functional long after the first expedition ended in failure. Commander Tregus welcomed VES into the conference room and nodded him to a seat at the side. Since the headquarters of the base featured full climate controls, everyone took off their bulky helmets and breathed in the sterile air. VES took a seat next to a handful of exobiologists. They had been studying the same sensors readings as he had, but they focused instead on the incredibly powerful heat organ. The room already had a handful of other important people present. Captain Kane sulked next to Tregus, while an officer wearing the uniform of George's cavalry conferred with someone from the Stray Phantoms. A handful of other officers whose roles VES couldn't guess rounded out the gathering. Commander Tregus clapped and gestured everyone to take a seat. Now that we are here, let us begin with this meeting. First, I'd like Captain Kane to recap her encounter with Dr. Jutland and his strange biological mech. Captain Kane didn't wish to recount the awful experience, but Tregus put her on the spot. She briefly described the events that took place, and described how a crippling strike against one of her heavy knights forced them to hunker down and wait for rescue. No one laughed at her. They all knew that she did her best under the circumstances. The power and endurance shown by the Caius exceeded every other mech in the expedition. After she sank back into her seat, Tregus turned to VES. Before we go into Dr. Jutland, let's start with the Caius. Mr. Larkinson, please relay your analysis on the Chimera mech. VES dutifully described his initial results and threw out a guess on the identity of the mech designer. One thing to note is that the Caius shows definite signs of cross-discipline collaboration. At a minimum, a mech designer and a specialist in biology have had a hand in its initial design. He summoned up a projection of the Chimera mech's wireframe model. Sections of it had been shaded in blue while a lot of other areas had been shaded in red. That's living tissue. The Chimera mech isn't so much a mech but is more like a carcass brought to life with the help of technology. The Caius told a story of its own. The mech hadn't been designed and fabricated in a well-stocked workshop. It looked more like a product that a mech designer came up in the field. The lack of facilities along with the limited amount of supplies necessitated some compromises. The survivors of the first expedition must have started hollowing out a hexapod king carcass. It's powerful on its own and Dr. Jutland must have done something in order to preserve the heat organ which acts as the power reactor for the Caius. They then augmented it with parts salvaged from other mechs in order to turn it into a controllable war machine. Isn't the beast supposed to be dead for over 2 decades? Captain Kane suddenly asked, expressing the bewilderment of much of the mech pilots present in the room. How come it hasn't rotted to the point of becoming a useless mess? That's something for the exobiologists to explain. VES nodded to the exobiologists who patiently remained at their seats. I don't have a clue how Jutland managed to stretch the longevity of the Caius muscles and organs, but there's obviously been some failures over the years. You can see in the readings that there's a lot of gaps and places where salvaged parts have taken the place of living tissue. So the mech is failing. Tregus honed in on the most important point. The state of the mech is fairly awful at this point. VES stated carefully. That doesn't mean it's a pushover. The design is incredibly robust. The mech designer, whoever he may be, had built it to last for years, perhaps in anticipation that a second expedition will arrive 27 years later. However, the patchwork repairs over the years has not been very effective in maintaining the full capabilities of the design. In other words, the mech designer is dead. He's either dead or is unable to help with the maintenance and repair of the mech. Whatever the case, these repairs appear to be done by someone who is inventive, but is not an engineer. The current version of the Caius has already drastically drifted from its original design, to the point of performing around 20 to 30% worse. Captain Kane shuddered at his words. If her hunting platoon faced the Caius at its peak, then they would have been smacked down hard. This sounds promising. Commander Tregus smiled viciously. While the Caius represents an enormous threat to this base, we still have a chance to turn the tables on Dr. Jutland. Dr. Mello, please report your findings on the biological aspect of the Caius. A prim and proper middle-aged woman with her brown hair tied in a neat bun stood up from her seat. Our studies of the hexapod species and its various properties are still ongoing. Though we lack a direct comparison of an apex hexapod, our studies of the smaller hexapod adults allow us to extrapolate the properties of this chimera. Dr. Mello slowly explained her findings in a simplified way. None of the people present had a background in the biological sciences, so she skimmed over much of the details. The caius takes advantage of the remarkable capabilities of the heat organ, as you call it. The doctor frowned for a moment, as if she disdained the layman's term of such a powerful example of life's ingenuity. The role of this marvelous organ is first and foremost to draw in power from ambient heat and radiation. It is incredibly capable of doing so, to the point of absorbing the energy from any form of direct energy weapons with near-complete efficiency. What is even more remarkable is the role the monoexerite plays in this system. It's part of a complex organic structure that's compressed all of that energy into a space the size of your palm. What she described truly defied convention. While the most advanced technology humanity had at its disposal could also achieve such an effect, that took thousands of years of scientific accumulation to develop. Even VES couldn't recharge his precious shield generator by himself with the facilities he had on hand. The caius expended a lot of energy in the last engagement. Its breath weapon is especially potent. Do you believe the mech is on its last legs? The doctor shook her head. Do not underestimate the prowess of the indigenous life forms on this planet. The heat organs become increasingly more formidable the larger they become. The average hexapod adult has a heat organ the size of a human, while the heat organs of an apex hexapod has reached the size of a small aircar. She waved her hand, causing the projection of a wireframe model of the caius to zoom into the center of its torso. Its heat organ deviated from its purely organic counterparts with the addition of various mechanical attachments that served unknown purposes. The caius is unusual in its size. It is about 50% larger than what our models suggest. Our conjecture is that Dr. Jutland must have preyed on other hexapods and processed their heat organs to augment the chimera mech's biological functions. All of the other tissue show evidence of extensive modification, much of which we are still determining their purpose. In other words, the exobiologists knew that Jutland had done something, but they didn't know how he did it. Still, the effects spoke for themselves. The caius performed significantly better than a purely organic hexapod king. It truly deserved to be called the king of the forest. Commander Tregus rapped his fingers on the table. Is there any way to exploit the biological portion of the caius? Can we synthesize some form of poison that can weaken its functions? The exobiologists all shook their heads. The hexapods are the most resilient forms of life on this planet. They've thrived under incredibly difficult situations that would poison an unaugmented human to death in seconds. I'm not sure even Dr. Jutland has managed to find a way to poison this species. All of this meant that they couldn't take any shortcuts. With Dr. Jutland's extensive tampering, the internal structure of his chimera mech had become exceptionally resilient to all forms of damage. They stood a better chance of defeating the caius by focusing on its mechanical portions. Everyone turned back to VES. While House Kane had its own experts to consult with, VES remained one of the most knowledgeable people around when it came to mechs. VES zoomed the projection back out and pointed his finger at a couple of portions, causing them to be shaded in orange. I've already determined that 2 of its 6 limbs are improperly affixed to its joints. I found a handful of other components that show similar signs of poor maintenance and patchwork repairs. 10% of the wireframe model turned into orange. These portions should be the chimera mech's Achilles heel. They're much less tolerant of damage than the rest of this complex mech. A light shone in Captain Kane's eyes. She dearly hated the caius for beating her first command to the point where they had to abandon their mission and return to base in disgrace. Her Cathrek also lost its hand at the end, which cut her combat effectiveness in half. Unfortunately, the scans we've made of the caius has not been very extensive, especially in its deepest portions. I'm still unable to figure out the state of its cockpit or if it's even present on that thing. However, I'm confident that the weak points I've pointed out should severely impact the performance of the caius. In truth, VES learned a lot about the chimera mech's internal structure with the help of Lucky's surreptitious recordings. He even encountered something frightening that gave him a whole new conception of what mechs were capable of. He left all of these details out of his story because he didn't wish to explain how he got a hold of this information. After VES finished his report, the meeting turned to other topics. They talked about Dr. Jutland and whatever scraps of information they found of his background, which was surprisingly brief. He definitely had a checkered past, but someone with a lot of power had scrubbed all mention of the men from the galactic net. Tregus even brought in a psychologist who talked a whole round of nonsense about the crazy doctor's mental state. VES largely slept through his long and winding explanation. The men had simply gone native. He also let the poison in the air affect his judgment despite his best efforts to modify his body to become more compatible with the environment. The 27-year-long wait for the next expedition had also taken a toll on his psyche. At the end, Commander Tregus relayed something unsettling. The mercenaries in the field have started to relay unusual movements among the hexapods. Much of them are being drawn away to the east of our position, which is where the hunting platoon had been circling towards. Our analysts believe that Dr. Jutland is gathering them for an assault. The news came like a thunderbolt from the sky. While the hexapods possess a formidable amount of power, they generally acted with beastly instincts and thus could easily be outfoxed. They also generally roamed the forest in a solitary pattern. If Dr. Jutland gathered them into a horde, and directed them with a rudimentary strategy, the base camp could very well be overrun. We should ask for reinforcements from the fleet. A nameless officer proposed. His eyes darted around as if he feared a hexapod could jump out at any moment. There are still a lot of mechs that haven't been shipped from orbit. That is out of the question. Commander Tregus shook his head. The vast majority of the assets this expedition has brought comprise of spaceborne mechs that function best in zero-G space. Bringing them down to the surface where they will have to face crushing 1.4 times standard gravity will severely hamper their effectiveness. In addition, the spaceborne mechs also possessed flight systems that wouldn't be able to function in atmosphere. This severely neutered the spaceborne mechs to the point where they were better off with deploying obsolete mechs. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I also have to relay an important change that affects our entire operation. The base commander continued. Scout ships have reported sightings of a small but potent Sandmen fleet. They're approaching the graining system in an inexorable march. Due to this approaching threat, the main fleet has quietly left orbit to meet the Sandmen fleet in battle. If the threat of Dr. Jutland could be likened to a rabid dog, then the threat of the approaching Sandmen fleet was comparable to a hungry tiger. Between the two adversaries, Lord Kane put a higher amount of priority in beating back the spacefaring aliens. Half of the people present in the conference room adopted despairing expressions. Even VES frowned at the news. The departure of the Ark Horizon cut off their supply lines, which meant that they couldn't get their hands on replacement armor plating for the damaged Olympians. Without the heavy knights, nothing could stop the Caius if it decided to barge past the walls of the base. We're so dead. Chapter 183 Pressure. The situation changed abruptly the next day. Dr. Jutland had finally made his move. The mercenaries in the field started coming back with damaged and half-broken mechs. They moaned about getting overwhelmed by large hordes of hexapods. More than a dozen of the beasts popped out of nowhere. They destroyed Jimmy's mech in an instant. If he hadn't ejected in time, he would have ended up in their bellies. I looked over the hill and saw 6 of the hexapods following this giant monstrosity. It's like a mech, but not. I don't know how to describe that crazy thing. Here, my mech recorded the whole thing. Do you see that weirdo sitting atop its head? He's not even wearing a hazard suit. The mercenaries hadn't lost too many mechs, but all of them returned to base with extensive battle damage. This led to endless frustration as the unseated mech pilots hounded the overworked mech technicians to bring their machines back to prime condition. Practically every mech technician had to work around the clock. The absence of the main fleet up in orbit exacerbated the problem. The base's logistics became severely strained as far too few mech technicians had to repair too many damaged mechs. No matter how hard they worked, they ended up with even more mechs waiting for repairs the next day. The brass wanted to keep the presence of Dr. Jutland and the departure of the main fleet quiet, but the deteriorating situation caused everyone to know of their new circumstances. Dr. Jutland deliberately showed up and taunted the hapless mercenaries whose mechs crumpled in a single hit when faced with the awesome might of his Caius. I'm not sure whether I'm glad the mad doctor is taking his time. Chief Ramirez remarked to VES as he looked over the spotty repairs they rushed through for both Olympians. The man's turning the mercenaries against us just as Lord Kane and his fleet are gone, but at least he's giving us a chance to bring the Olympians back in action. Even if a vast horde of hexapods descended upon the base, its defenses provided the expedition with a formidable advantage. Nonetheless, the Caius exceeded everyone's expectations and could easily open up the base by charging through a wall. Only the Olympians stood a chance of surviving a head-on charge. VES shook his head. 3 days is far too little time to restore these machines. Both Olympians sustained a moderate amount of damage. The main issue with these mechs was that their highly advanced armor required a lot of time and effort to replace. They simply couldn't replicate the original armor system with the facilities on hand. Thus, VES and Chief Ramirez made a difficult decision. They gave up on the original composition of the armor and used a cheaper formula instead. The alloys they chose to work with possessed a decent amount of strength and could be formed quickly. However, its production wasted a lot of exotics, which depleted a large amount of their available stock of raw materials. This worsened their already awful reputation. Not only did the hunting platoon fail to tackle the strongest threat in the region, their extravagant mechs also wasted a large amount of resources. The mercenaries who waited for their mechs to be repaired grew surlier by the day. These rough and hardened men and women easily resorted to their fists whenever tempers flared. The grounded mech pilots had nothing to do while they waited for their mechs to be patched up. The entire hunting schedule had to be halted. "You should watch your back," Ramirez warned VES. "There's talk of handing you over to Dr. Jutland because he's loudly demanding your help in repairing the Caius. He says as long as we hand you over, he'll stop harassing the mercenaries." "I know." The Mad Doctor aimed to force the expedition to give up on VES through applying continuous pressure. His strange ability to control the local wildlife gave him a decisive edge in the field. Currently, he made the hunting party suffer miserably whenever they set off. "We won't serve you on a silver platter to Jutland." Ensign D'Amato spoke from the side. He carried a stun baton around these days in order to deter the mercenaries from doing something stupid. "It's counterproductive to empower the doctor by allowing you to repair the Caius. He'll immediately employ his strengthened Chimera mech against our base." The analysts and psychologists who studied Dr. Jutland's behavior believed that he wanted to wipe out everyone who trespassed his territory. The doctor fully believed that only he possessed the right to enjoy the fruits of his underground kingdom. VES huffed under his breath. "Tell that to the mercs." The tense standoff couldn't be maintained for long. After calling back the mercenaries in the field, Commander Tregus let slip that he intended to go on the offensive. A strong strike force centered around the hunting platoon and its partially repaired Olympians would go out and confront the Caius away from the base. VES imagined not a lot of people would be willing to sign up for such an arduous mission. Indeed, almost none of the mercenary groups signed up. Only the mercenaries with close ties to House Kane such as George's Cavalry and the Stray Phantoms expressed any willingness to join the strike force. With no other choice, Commander Tregus conscripted a third of the mercenaries who shied away from the job. Through a combination of naked threats and generous rewards, he managed to augment the strike force with 50 mechs of dubious quality. The strike force gathered at the main entrance of the base. Such a large gathering of mechs posed enough of a threat to topple many smaller planets, but against an anomaly like Dr. Jutland and his steed, they barely qualified as cannon fodder. Captain Kane walked over and conferred with Chief Ramirez about the particulars of the hastily patched-up Olympians. "It's best to employ the Olympian who took a breath weapon in the face as the primary tank. Its armor has largely held up apart from a few critical sections. It's just the internal components close to the surface that have gone bad." "What about the other machine?" Both Ramirez and VES grimaced. "The leg is rather shoddy. We haven't been able to replace nearly as many plates as we wanted. While it's able to bear the Olympian's full weight, I don't recommend it use that leg to absorb the impact of a charge. It's liable to snap in that case." They discussed a few other concerns that Captain Kane had to shoulder. Her elite cutthroat mech also received a touch-up. House Kane prioritized its repairs, and allocated several mech technicians in other departments to replace its molten hand in record time. Out of all of the recently repaired mechs, only the cutthroat enjoyed a better treatment than the Ajax Olympians. Once she finished her discussion, she returned to her mech and boarded its cockpit. After raising the cutthroat spear, the strike force finally left the base. The departure of a large amount of mechs caused the base to quiet down. While the mech pilots waited for the results to come in, the mech technicians quietly resumed their repairs. VES also did his part by lending a hand at the other workshops. While VES supervised the overhaul of a partially crippled mech, Melker spoke out. "Do you think the expedition has any chance of success?" "I don't think highly of their chances. Dr. Jutland might be missing a few screws, but he isn't the type to take the bait." Dr. Jutland's indirect approach of pressuring the mercenaries showed that he possessed some form of restraint. Adversaries who actually contemplated their moves scared VES more than a strong but overconfident brute. Put into his perspective, why would he want to fight the strike force in the first place? At best, a pitched battle could result in mutual wounds. While his Caius handedly beat every other mech on the planet in terms of power and resilience, the hunting platoon knew its weak points now. Supposedly, the exobiologists determined that the Caius requires a large amount of fluids to keep its living portion running. The regular hexapods draw their moisture from their diet, but the Caius doesn't even have a digestive system anymore. The scientists think Dr. Jutland must be basing around a spring. If the strike force manages to find his hiding hole, then he'll be forced to stand and defend. VES also heard the rumors. Dr. Jutland also had to take care of his own needs. Even though he messed around with his body's makeup, he still needed to drink if he retained a shred of his humanity. While VES quietly talked with Melker, Ramirez and D'Amato received an alert and turned around. VES became alarmed when the ensign armed himself. He wielded a laser pistol in one hand and a stun baton in his other hand. "There's trouble. Quick, move away. We have to run to the inner base." "Has Dr. Jutland sneaked up to our base?" "No, it's worse. Half of the mercenaries are mutinying. They've forcibly activated over 40 mechs at once and intimidated the security officers into standing down. They're on their way here." VES froze in place. The mercenaries brazenly defied their current orders at the worst possible moment. They waited until the strike force left, bringing away much of the mechs who ordinarily worked to restrain the mercenaries from acting out. Without the deterrent posed by George's cavalry and the stray phantoms, the mercs who were supposed to defend the base instead turned against it in order to act out in their own interests. Even the base defenses couldn't do much to deter the mercs, as most of the turrets could only fire outwards. Any threat that bypassed the walls would ordinarily be handled by the mechs in charge of security. For a moment, he considered running. But then he recalled the distance to the inner base and gave up. "There's nowhere we can hide." The only way he could escape the incoming mercs was by making use of his stealth field. Though he strongly considered activating it now, he didn't wish to reveal one of his trump cards to his current audience. He never really fully trusted House Kane. The four waited for the workshop to open up. A small squad of mechs coated in black stepped forward. The lead mech was a swordsman mech. It chopped down the toxic air with its massive two-handed blade, causing VES and his companions to stumble backwards due to the wind it whipped up. A deep and grizzled voice patched into the local channel. "VES Larkinson, I'm going to have to ask you to surrender yourself in our custody." VES recognized the voice. It was Commander Keller of Keller's Blades. Of all the possible mercs who had the guts to pull of this stunt, it had to be the Visions who organized the entire revolt. Ensign D'Amato bravely stepped forward. "Mr. Larkinson is a mech designer contracted to House Kane. You have no right to apprehend him." The black mech crushed the tip of his mech-sized sword into pavement of the workshop. The impact threw everyone back. "Don't speak to me about rights. We're the ones who are risking our lives out there every day. What is the worth of a mech designer to the safety of my brothers and sisters? Don't forget that this expedition will only turn a profit if mech pilots like us continue to enter the forest." A handful of mercs on foot arrived at the workshop and forcibly pulled VES away from Melker, D'Amato, and Ramirez. None of his three companions made any moves to resist. Against the awesome power of a mech, nothing could make a difference. "You'll regret this mutiny. Lord Kane never forgets a slight." The ensign impotently yelled. Commander Keller laughed without holding back his amusement. "Lord Kane won't care a thing. Compared to a bag full of monoexurite, the safety of a consultant is not even a priority." VES might not be so sure about that. Keller and his band of miscreants might enjoy their moment of superiority for now, but once the strike force and the main fleet returned, he'd lose much of his temporary leverage. Unfortunately, he'd have to wait a couple of weeks for that to happen. Right now, a sword many times larger than his own body pointed straight at VES. He had no choice but to go along with Keller's arrangements. Chapter 184 Handover. The revolt spearheaded by Keller cleverly pitted the fate of the expedition against the freedom and safety of a hired mech designer. Commander Tregus could do nothing but glower and watch on from his personal mech. Though the mechs that answered to his call could match the rebels in numbers, he hesitated to engage in a senseless battle that could only result in mutual annihilation. As a trusted subordinate of Lord Kane, he knew he had to prioritize the harvesting operation over anything else. Nevertheless, he felt he couldn't let the mercs tear down the social contract they had with House Kane. Even if he didn't like it, VES understood what Commander Tregus had to go through. In order to prevent the situation from spinning out of control, he allowed the revolters to take him into custody without a fuss. A handful of foot soldiers in the employ of the mercs came close and pushed Melker and the rest aside. They prepared a bulky set of cuffs designed to restrain the hazard suit that VES currently wore. Without even checking for any weapons, they slapped it on his wrists. "That will keep you in place." One of the mercs smiled cheekily. The mercs hauled him out of the workshop and dumped him into a beaten-up shuttle. The craft clearly had seen better days. VES could spot the telltale signs of hexabat claws and fangs scarring its hull. "Get in there." They threw him into the empty passenger compartment of the tiny shuttle. VES tried to get comfortable as the shuttle started to ascend. Unfortunately, the pilot blanked out the windows, preventing him from looking out. After a couple of minutes of wondering what to do, a small projection came to life. Keller's face leered at him from the cockpit of his mech. Unlike his usual controlled expression, this time he completely revealed his nefarious intentions. "Commander Keller." "Ah, the smart little brighter." He spoke, drawing out his voice at the mention of his nationality. "You brighters always think you're smarter than anyone else." VES didn't give the Vision the satisfaction of seeing him beg and plead for his life. "You are making a very big mistake here. Dr. Jutland isn't your friend, or anyone's for that matter. He'll never honor whatever deal you made with him." "Ha! As if it matters." Keller laughed. "The good doctor can't do anything once we return to space at the end of our 40-day stay. Last I knew, dinosaurs can't fly. I'll be eagerly leaving this ratty planet and the crazy doctor behind. Getting rid of a brighter mech designer along the way will earn me enough merit to earn my knighthood. You Visions chase after nobility as if it's something attainable. It's just a carrot. Your slave drivers dangle in front of your heads. No matter how hard you work, the carrot will always be out of your reach. You lie. You understand nothing. I'm sure they won't welcome you back in open arms. After all, you clearly mutinied against your client when you signed a mercenary contract with them. As far as I recall, most of those contracts are filled with clauses that will make your life very short once you cross a few lines. In today's society, mercenaries were plentiful, but the means to control them had also evolved. Mercenaries generally didn't possess the same loyalty and dying devotion of a warrior nurtured by the clients themselves. Too often news came back that revealed that the mercs abandoned their cushy assignments as soon as they encountered a spot of trouble. In order to bring some order to the chaos, some enterprising organizations formed a transgalactic mercenary association to regulate this blooming business. Though the Mercenary Association lacked the enforcement power of the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance, they were nevertheless the only game in town. Earning a bad mark on your record in the Mercenary Association often spelled a dead end to your career as a reputable mercenaries. Those with negative records often retired in ignominy or resorted to taking shadier jobs that hadn't been regulated by the Mercenary Association. People usually called them dark mercenaries, and were often regarded as one step away from pirates. Keller snorted at VES. "Once I earn my knighthood, I can leave my mercenary days behind me. My boys and I will be able to retire to a quiet mansion on a rural planet in the kingdom until we're called back to fight a war." The men had a decent plan. Depending on how much Vija valued his head, eliminating him could indeed earn Keller enough kudos to propel him into the lowest level of nobility. By then, what did a negative mercenary record matter? The mercenary commander gloated some more before he shut off the channel. VES sighed in frustration as he looked down at his shackles. The mercenaries never regarded VES as a threat, and didn't even pat him properly for weapons. Outwardly, he only wore a tool belt around his hazard suit. He didn't carry any holstered weapons because they'd be worse than useless against the native life forms on this planet. Turns out I've been watching out for the wrong threat. He sighed. He learned a very painful lesson today. VES had never considered the mercenaries to go out of control in such a dramatic fashion. He continually relied on the iron grip of his client to keep the rowdy men and women in line. Today's event proved that the iron grip was as soft as a pillow. Well, no use recriminating himself. VES regained his composure and started to take stock of his gear. First, he still wore his hazard suit. The suit's heads-up display showed that he still had over 7 days of oxygen. After that, he'd get into a lot of trouble, because the air on Graining 4 contained plenty of junk but precious little oxygen. The exobiologists discovered that some of the plant life emitted oxygen, but most of the other plants seemed to thrive on a very different cycle. VES would slowly suffocate at that time if he couldn't get any replenishment from his captor. Second, he had his shield generator with 80% charge remaining. This might save him from a couple of fatal blows, but VES had no illusion that it would last very long against a raging Caius. Though a shield generator looked conspicuous, he hoped that Jutland wouldn't notice. As long as the doctor didn't frisk him or force him to take off his hazard suit, VES was sure he'd be able to keep its presence a secret. Lastly, VES still wore his all-important comm besides the system. His comm also held his privacy shield and its full stealth augment. He put most of his hopes on the latter in order to provide him with an opportunity to escape. That was also why he didn't struggle too much when Keller came to whisk him away. He still held on to a lifeline. A shudder interrupted his thoughts. The shuttle's engines cut off, and the hatch of the vehicle opened. "We're here. Throw him out." The same pair of soldiers grabbed a hold of VES and dragged him out of the shuttle. After bringing him in the middle of a clearing, they unceremoniously dropped him against the harsh metallic soil. "We've got your mech designer here. Come and pick him up." To his surprise, the Caius itself appeared from the jungle. Its giant, half-rotting form crawled over to the middle of the clearing with deliberate steps. Every time the Caius stomped with one of its 6 limbs, the entire ground appeared to be shaken up. The looming sight of the Caius intimidated everyone present in the clearing. Remarkably, no one brandished their weapons. Despite the fact that a strike force composed of more than 100 mechs had set off to pin down the Caius and force it into a decisive engagement, the monstrous mech evaded House Kane's determined efforts. "Ah, the esteemed Mr. Larkinson. How delightful that you have come." The infamous doctor spoke from his makeshift seat atop the head of the Caius. "For an apprentice mech designer, you are very far away from home. The like such as you never venture this far out in the frontier." VES chuckled deprecatingly at himself. "I let my greed get the better of my judgment." Greed, the ever-present motivator of men. "You can do a lot with greed," Jutland replied as he rummaged through his dirty lab coat and retrieved a small sack. He threw it towards one Keller's soldiers standing beneath the towering giant. The man easily caught the falling bag with dexterous skill. "As promised, here's your 50 grams of pure monoexerite. Take care not to eat it all at once. You'll turn into a human furnace in seconds before blowing up. Your flesh will be scattered over hundreds of meters. I should know, because I once saw someone try." "Ha ha 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 ha." VES leaned back when the doctor continued to babble on. The mercs meanwhile stayed silent and waited for something to happen. Once the soldier verified its contents with a handheld scanner, Commander Keller spoke out from the speakers of his mech. "It's all there. Thanks, Doc. Pleasure doing business with you. If you need anything else from me, I'll be sure to lend a hand." The doctor abruptly swung his mood and scowled at the loose collection of mechs in front of him. "I do not need more help from hired thugs like you. Do not presume that you are of equal standing to me." My apologies, Doctor." Commander Keller and his gang of mercs ended the conversation as fast as possible and practically fled away at the first available moment. They didn't wish to hang around any longer in case Jutland decided to kill them on a whim. Unfortunately, VES couldn't go anywhere. Even if his shackles didn't prevent him from running, a man on foot could never overtake the massive Caius. Up you go now, mech designer. A vast new world awaits your mighty presence. The Caius lowered its tail and forced VES to climb on top of it. A crude metal poke hammered between the unbreakable scales of the Chimera mech provided him with the only means for him to hang on to the mech as it slowly slithered back into the forest. VES had an awful ride as he tried to maintain his seating on the moving mech. If his grip ever lost power, he'd fall several stories down and certainly break some bones. He could even bump against a sharp metallic tree on the way and cut a hole through his hazard suit. Once he started to get a hang of staying seated, VES looked up to the raised head of the Caius. The chimera mech practically strutted through the jungle as if it truly believed it ruled the forest. Dr. Jutland appeared to be engrossed in something as he frequently talked to himself and laughed. He considered sneaking off. The doctor didn't pay any attention to him at the moment, granting him a prime opportunity to flee from Jutland's presence. Perhaps his shield generator could absorb the impact of his fall. If VES remained unharmed, he could immediately activate his stealth augment and run like hell. Yet he paused after considering the stakes. Even if he ran away now, he couldn't go very far. Without any map or way to orient himself in the jungle, he would never be able to find his way back to base camp. Furthermore, VES wanted some answers. House Kane always acted like they held back a significant secret. Perhaps he could pry something important out of Dr. Jutland, though he also had to survive the doctor's unstable temper. VES started with something simple. How is it you're able to breathe without a suit? What's that? Did you say something? Jutland turned his head and snapped at him. Ha, your puny little mind won't understand the wonders I've been able to craft with my mind. The flesh is trivial. With my unfathomable genius, modifying by respiratory organs is child's play. I've done so much more to my body that it will break your simple little mind if I list them out. You might not know this, but I'm still a regular human. I'll die once my suit runs out of oxygen after a week. What? Your suit runs out of air after a week? That's too short. You still have so much to do. Damn these hired thugs. Jutland's anger extended to the Caius. The chimera mech began to shudder dangerously, making it even harder for VES to hang on. Then, the doctor suddenly stopped his tantrum and looked at VES like he was an interesting lab rat. Don't you worry, mech designer. Once I bring you back to my lab, I'll implant my latest set of enhancements in your body. You'll be able to breathe the air without risk. Oh, your body will be transformed into a true new species, just like me. VES almost wanted to let go of his grip right then and there. He didn't relish being cut open by the craziest exobiologist in the Rim. The thought of losing his sanity and becoming best friends with the delusional Jutland frightened him to death. He had to escape before the doctor cut him open. Chapter 185 Secrets. Carlos stepped backwards and looked at his latest finished work. The Mark Antony Mark II sparkled like a shiny new jewel. It looked to be his best work to date. Too bad he still lacked the skill and finesse to match the gold label mechs. Riella whistled impressively as she hobbled over while chewing a nutrient bar. It's really impressive to see you conjure up a mech out of nowhere. How much do these go for anyway? Our company's mech broker is currently selling them for 28 million credits. It used to be 30 million, but the models haven't proven to be very popular at that price. Though 28 million credits sounded respectable, Carlos knew that it wasn't enough. The Living Mech Corporation needed to accumulate billions of credits in order to establish a fully mature production line as well as acquire the necessary licenses to design and fabricate a newer generation mech model. Still, he believed that VES had a handle on the problem. His previously average friend and classmate had turned into a terrifying mech designer as of late. While Carlos still scratched his head at the sudden transformation, his friendship with his increasingly inscrutable boss gave him a unique opportunity to ride on his coattails. Man, you must be rolling in credits right now. Won't you slip a few million credits on my way? No can do. Carlos shook his head. I don't have full authority to the company's accounts. V's grandpa is constantly keeping an eye on the company's expenditures. As a director of the LMC, Benjamin Larkinson took an active interest in the development of the company. He especially guarded over the influx of money used to buy a 25% stake in the business. Cheapskate. Riella shrugged and finished off her nutrient bar. It's so boring around here. I really would have liked to join VES. Do you think he's having fun right now? No idea. All I've heard is he's somewhere out in the frontier doing something dangerous. That sounds like an adventure. VES and Melker must be having the time of their lives right now. Damn, why am I stuck here recovering from a bout of Malgan? I could have been out there beating up pirates and aliens in order to rob them of their treasures. No matter how much Riella moaned about her fate, she couldn't do anything at the moment. Her body still had to undergo several treatments stretched over months before she became fit enough to pilot a mech. Any excessive physical exertion risked setting back her progress. In reality, VES experienced none of the wonder she imagined that went on in the frontier. Instead, he hobbled down from the tail of the caius and sat down on the ground of the hollowed-out cave. A pitifully small stream of water flowed from the cave, making it one of the few readily available sources of water in this underground kingdom. VES looked around the cave and tried to peer through the relative darkness. From the ambient light streaming from the entrance of the cave, he spotted decades' worth of improvisation and neglect. A couple of makeshift structures ringed around the pool. They were cobbled together from a combination of fallen metallic trees and salvaged building materials from the prior expedition. A large pile of rusting mech wrecks laid heaped upon a pile in a corner. Dr. Jutland must have been cannibalizing their parts over the years to supplement the caius. What struck VES the most was that he detected various forms of life scurrying about. Dog-sized hexapods vaguely shimmered around the wrecks while small flights of hexabats flew lazily over his head. None of them showed any hostility to him. VES figured that Jutland must have tamed them with his strange control method. The madman's ability to tame and direct the hexapods alone gave him the qualifications to call himself the king of the jungle. The caius lumbered over a deep pool dug out from the side. It submerged itself into the water up until it reached its neck. Dr. Jutland removed the straps holding him to his makeshift seat and jumped to the edge of the pool with practiced ease. The men grinned at him, as if he knew what VES tried to hide. "There will be no rescue for you here. Mr. Keller has helpfully kept me apprised of what your expedition is up to. Don't think this is my only base. In fact, I've built up over 15 outposts. They'll never be able to find all of them." Ha 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 ha. That traitor. VES cursed under his breath. Keller's nearsighted decision to collaborate with Jutland just ruined one of his hopes. The expedition couldn't divert too many mechs to chase around a madman, especially after he got what he wanted. The chance of rescue just dwindled down to almost nothing. VES could only rely on himself for now. "Why did you kidnap me?" "What else? I need a mech designer, and you're the only idiot who's stupid enough to land on this planet." "You're it, ha 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 ha." Dr. Jutland's hysterical laughing grated on VES. The man acted like he constantly injected himself with stimulants. Sometimes he paused and whispered softly to himself as if he had a second personality in his mind. When Jutland regained some clarity, he turned to VES with a laser focus. "A mech designer only needs to design mechs. Why else have I brought you here? Finally my caius will receive the attention it deserves." The doctor whistled loudly in a very peculiar pattern. A juvenile hexapod lounging nearby sprung to readiness and approached VES in no time. The creature hissed at him and bumped its head forward. Through the creature's direction, VES stepped forward and approached the lake with the half-submerged caius. The mech looked like a wreck stranded in water, though the darkness prevented him from spotting more details. "It's too dark here. Do you have a light or something? You pitiful baseline human." Jutland shook his head, but he started moving and approached one of the structures formed out of salvaged armor plating. Both of his hands touched a pair of twin rods poking out from the sides. "Let there be light." Something incredible happened. A live current emerged from Jutland's hands and transferred over to the rods. The entire cave came to life as different lights salvaged from wrecks lighted up and illuminated the breadth of the cave. VES had underestimated the amount of hexapods Jutland gathered in his base. He could spot an entire colony of hexabats quietly resting on the roof of the cave. As for the landform hexabats, a small group of formidable adults rested near the entrance, ready to swat VES into mush the moment he tried to escape. Jutland's control over the hexapods had reached a terrifying height that couldn't be explained through common sense. Even if he spent decades training up the same group of hexapods, he shouldn't have been able to make them smart enough to follow orders only a sentient being could follow. Are the hexapods sentient? Hi 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 hi. Jutland erupted into giggles. You blind fool. They are mere beasts. Can you ask a dog to cook you dinner? You can't unless you've tinkered with their genes, but then they won't be dogs anymore. The man rambled onwards for another minute before he inadvertently revealed something important. The compact never believed in my research. The nearsighted idiots at the life branch only concentrate their funds on replicating the MTA's secrets to longevity. They've gone completely astray. We cultivate the soul, not the body. The flesh is trash. VES tried to rub his ears with his shackled hands, only to bump against his helmet. Did he hear correctly? Were you part of the 5 Scrolls Compact? The man snapped shut and his gaze bore down on VES like how a cat gazed at a bird. You are not supposed to know about the compact. You're not a regular mech designer, are you? My master has some intelligence reports on the compact. My clearance is too low to read them though. I only glanced at their titles. The odd mix of truth and lies saved VES from having his secrets exposed. He definitely did not wish to let Jutland know that the 5 Scrolls Compact forced his father into the life of a fugitive. Oddly enough, Jutland smiled at VES as if he performed a funny trick. To those who are only peripherally aware of the compact, we are often made out as cultists and terrorists. Do you know why? Because it's true. We venerate the 5 Scrolls. We revere the immortal gods who gifted us with forbidden knowledge. For these reasons alone, the vile traitors of the MTA and CFA saw fit to bite the hand that fed them. We provided them with the means to prolong the life of a baseline human up to 500 years. Without our exclusive life-prolonging treatments, they would have never been able to subdue the elites who rule over their petty states. VES couldn't determine whether Jutland spoke any truth. The devastating secrets flowing out of his mouth changed his entire cognition of the current human order. He often wondered why the MTA and CFA maintained such an iron grip on human society. Perhaps the offer of living far beyond the natural lifespan of a human presented a fatal attraction to these pampered rulers. You know how to extend the life of a human? Of course. I'm part of the life branch. I've even had the opportunity to glimpse some of the majesty of the Earth Scroll and the Water Scroll. Do you know how rare it is to view a fraction of a copy of the scrolls? It was the most defining moment of my life. The scrolls, oh the precious scrolls, if only I was able to view the originals. The missing portions are constantly haunting me even now. Perhaps the doctor already went off the deep end before he fled to the frontier. VES guessed that these supposed scrolls turned anyone who saw them into lunatics. Dr. Jutland kept lamenting on how he only understood a tiny portion of the secrets contained within these elusive scrolls. No matter what, VES wanted to dig out more secrets out of Jutland while he was still in the mood to talk. What did you learn from the scrolls? Did they teach you how to communicate and control the hexapods? Shut up. Dr. Jutland jerked his arm, causing the dog-sized hexapod next to VES to slam him down with a forelimb. The sanctity of the scrolls cannot be tarnished. The immortal gods will strike me down myself if I disseminate what I've glimpsed. Despite his stern words, Jutland quickly laughed again and rambled about his conflicts with former affiliation. The life branch thoroughly misunderstood the point about life. They pursue longevity to a ridiculous extreme, not even realizing that they're merely placing more shackles upon the soul. Only by cultivating the soul can we pursue immortality. Every other path is a distraction. While VES believed in metaphysics, he only admitted that he didn't fully know how the multiverse worked. Everything could be explained through logic and science once you understood the rules of how things worked. Unlike this reasoned approach to the unknown, the 5 Scrolls Compact assumed that gods actually existed. A delusional fantasy like believing that a bunch of rolled-up parchments of dubious origin could help your soul become immortal clearly went too far. No wonder the MTA and CFA considered the compact a collection of crazy cultists. Throughout Dr. Jutland's barely understandable rambling, VES got a small sense of what the compact did. The scientists of the life branch experimented without any regard for safety and sanity. Their wild experimentation often led to bizarre results like human-alien hybrids that deserved to be incinerated, all in an attempt to develop new ways to make a human body more formidable. Though they failed more often than not, their rare successes sometimes led to a radical advancement in a difficult field of research. Jutland obviously enjoyed some of the fruits of this extensive research in order to be able to modify his body in a way that allowed him to adapt to this alien biome. Ah, what have I done? I spoke about the compact. Stupid. 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 Jutland loudly berated himself to the point of punching himself in the face. VES got a terrible fright when each of the punches released a small burst of potent heat that washed over their surroundings. Any unprotected human would have been burned to ashes with the amount of energy Jutland's fists released, but the doctor still looked fine. "Ah, that reminds me, I should gift your body with some new implants. We can't have you dying of hunger and thirst while you slowly suffer from the pain of your body breaking apart from acute radiation poisoning like Mike." He only lasted a couple of months and croaked as soon as we ran out of nutrient paste. Jutland leered ominously at VES, as if the doctor intended to cut him open right now. While VES secretly envied Jutland's strange abilities, he didn't wish to lose his sanity in the process. Besides, VES suspected that Jutland wouldn't stop with only a couple of essential implants. "Look, we can get some food, water, and air from the base. No need to go through the trouble of operating me, right? Too slow, too limited, too finite. With my exclusive Jutland organ wrapped around your heart, you'll be able to draw out most of the energy from around us like the hexapods. I'll make sure you'll last long enough to consolidate my rule over the forest." Before VES could take a couple of steps back, Jutland stepped forward with inhuman speed and gripped the collar of his hazard suit. The doctor fumbled at the outer controls and forcibly removed the helmet. "Air. I can't breathe." VES choked as he tried to hold his breath. The toxic air of graining 4 stunned his eyes to the point of almost turning him blind. The insides of his mouth, nose, and ears burned like they'd been doused in acid. The pain overwhelmed his body so much that he couldn't activate his life-saving gadgets. Jutland put his bare palm atop V's thrashing head. "Sleep now." Chapter 186 Post-Human. One of the biggest fears any human faced was the prospect of never waking up after sleep. This especially crept up when you were being operated immediately after being knocked out. The prospect of never knowing when you died haunted VES when Dr. Jutland forcibly sapped his consciousness. It came as a small relief when VES eventually woke up. That relief quickly made way for pain, as his entire body ached. The most prominent pains came from the incisions in his chest and in his head. Jutland obviously hadn't wasted much time cutting him open. The recently cut flesh still radiated a lot of pain as his flesh actively worked to recover from the damage. Several new portions inside his body emanated a lot of pressure that constantly washed over his flesh and bones. A portion near his heart constantly released a stream of omnipresent pressure that constantly pressed against his body as if he was a dam about to burst. Having nowhere else to go, the scalding hot energy washed inside his body, forcing it to accommodate the excess. His body couldn't take the sheer amount of energy flowing out from the organ next to his heart. However, a strange sensation swept from a spot near his spine that forced the volatile energy to submerge in every cell of his body. VES could vaguely sense that the energy brutally transformed his flesh and bones through a constant cycle of destruction and rejuvenation. Each time his cells got destroyed, new ones grew in their place that were able to contain a little bit more energy before they reached their limits. VES didn't know how many cycles his body already went through, but it grew to the point where he could breathe the foul-tasting air of graining 4 without suffocating to death. His eyes and all of his orifices only lightly stung when they came into contact with the toxic air. A constant prickle suffused his body from his surroundings. They weaved through his flesh and entered the organ besides his heart without stopping. VES took that to mean his body drew on the ambient heat and radiation to fuel his ongoing transformation. "Ah, you're awake." Dr. Jutland entered the makeshift hut with a smile. A small, salvaged light taken from a mech hung from a wire extending from the ceiling. Jutland's face took on a mock-fatherly appearance as he studied the readouts from a medical device strapped to his bed. "Your life signs have stabilized. Good. You've passed the most difficult test." Jutland turned around and brought up a bucket filled with freshly butchered meat. He grabbed a random thigh of a juvenile hexapod and ripped the hardy scales from the flesh with his bare hands, coating it with greenish blood. After he finished removing the inedible scales, he extended the raw piece of meat to VES. "Here. Eat. Your energy is limitless, but your body still needs nutrients." His overarching hunger suppressed usual disgust when presented with a raw piece of meat. VES grabbed onto the shank and sank his teeth into the hardy flesh, not even taking note of his strengthened denture. He finished up the shank in only a couple of minutes. His stomach finally subsided from its constant nagging for food. The urge to sleep overtook him. VES tried to restrain his fatigue, but his strengthened body overwhelmed his feeble desire. He returned to slumber just as Dr. Jutland injected his body with a strange solution. Over the course of an unknown amount of time, VES kept waking up with hunger gnawing in his stomach. Each time, Jutland entered the hut and eagerly handed him another freshly butchered hexapod limb. Sometimes, the doctor fed him their organs. VES even got to sink his teeth into a juvenile's heat organ, which instantly scorched his mouth despite its increased tolerance for heat. Just a tiny bite of the underdeveloped heat organ had surpassed what his stomach was capable of digesting at any single moment. Minutes later, the organ beside his heart flared up as if it had been injected with chicken blood. The torrent of energy that flowed out from his chest almost physically pressed against the insides of his toughened skin. When the waves finally subsided, VES blissfully returned to sleep. After his 20th or something awakening, VES woke up devoid of excessive hunger. His body had finally finished whatever Jutland had initially spurred on. His exposed flesh withstood the alien atmosphere without any signs of degradation. Though his body still generated a lot of energy, most of it threaded through his body in a circle and returned to the strange organ in his chest. When Jutland finally returned to check his body, he cackled maniacally. Ha 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 ha. You not only survived the process, but exceeded my expectations. What did you do? VES asked weakly. Though the excess of energy invigorated his body, he had a hard time gaining control over it. It was as if the energy didn't belong to him but merely rented space in his body. Sporadically, it even showed signs of erupting, which VES suspected would be really bad. Jutland grinned at the opportunity to brag. I put in 27 years of focused research to use. My Jutland organ is carefully designed and grown to incorporate the best traits of a hexapod's heat organ. Meanwhile, the regulator I've implanted in your spine has spurred your body to renew itself along a modified genetic makeup. All of your cells down to your bone marrow have fully adapted, just as I intended. Did you change my genes? Of course. It's the only way I can force your body to transform with the failing tools I have on hand. Be glad that I found out that you took an initiating elixir. Without that gene boost as a primer, I would have never been able to spur your cells to swap their DNA so effortlessly. VES recalled the M21 initiating elixir gifted by his master. He only received a small boost in attributes from the injection, but he'd been told that it only laid the groundwork for further gene boosts. If Dr. Jutland recognized that he used that gene boost, then his earlier rants about the relationship between the MTA and the Five Scrolls Compact might be true. VES tried hard not to think too deep about that connection. What else did you do to my body? Jutland cackled again and rubbed his hands in a nefarious manner. He rambled on a bit about the various enhancements he developed over the years. His Jutland organ formed his magnum opus, but he didn't limit his research on the humanized heat organ alone. Overall, VES received two other major enhancements. First, his digestive system received a large enhancement in order to be able to process food that regular humans could never stomach. The doctor expanded the range of foods he could digest. To his relief, VES did not lose the ability to digest conventional human food. He hadn't lost any capabilities in that area. Instead, his digestive system became even more effective in extracting every possible nutrient out of everything he ate. Combined with the energy provided by his heat organ, VES required a lot less food to make it through the day. Next, Jutland implanted a small growth next to his spine that initially directed the transformation of his genes. Now that his body adapted to his revamped genes, the regulator organ mainly functioned as his heat organ's central processor. For example, the energy cycle within his body had only come into being with the help of the regulator organ. Its cells contained extensive biological programming that coordinated his central nervous system with all of the changes in his body. After all, a baseline human didn't have anything like a human-sized heat organ. Without some form of instructions, his body wouldn't know what to do with it. The regulator essentially augmented his baseline central nervous system like how his full stealth augment added a new function to his privacy shield. That reminded VES to check his gear. He found out that Jutland stripped him of all clothes and gear, replacing them with a spare set of hospital clothes that must have been stewing in a box for a couple of decades. Wondering where your devices are? I confiscated them both. Thank you for your spare shield generator. As soon as I decipher its identity lock, it will make for a useful guarantee of my safety. That blasted lock. The latest system is too tricky. VES already expected to be stripped of his shield generator when Jutland stumbled upon it. After all, without it, he'd be at the mercy of his deranged captor. He could only give up on that avenue. Instead, he focused on his comm. He had to get his hands on his system. What about my comm? What about it? I needed to redesign the Caius. Do you expect me to design a mech by drawing hexapod blood on the ground? Jutland waved his hand dismissively. I've salvaged a number of terminals from a couple of derelict workshops from the first expedition. Half of them still work, last I checked. Their processors have never been rated to endure this much radiation and corrosive air over time. Even if they still look functional, you can't trust them to produce reliable results. Then I'll commission that thug Keller to steal a terminal from your current expedition. That won't do. The workshop runs on a vastly different software suite. I'm used to working with the software installed in my comm. Please give it back to me. Dr. Jutland uncharacteristically fell into silence. After a long consideration, he nodded and pulled out a familiar comm from his dirty lab coat and threw it onto VES. Fine. But no more delays now. You've slept for 8 days straight now and your expedition is already halfway through its window. You'll start your work immediately. The news that VES had intermittently slept over a stretch of 8 days affected him greatly. He already missed so much. A new sense of urgency washed over his mind, spurring him on to sit up from his cot. He slowly reached upwards, but his sudden movements disturbed his internal energy cycle. A large portion of energy escaped the cycle and traveled onwards until it smashed the front of his chest. The invisible impact forced a painful cough out of VES. He heaved a bit and vomited out some blood. Reckless. Just because your body finished its transformation doesn't mean you've mastered your new source of energy. How can I control this rampant energy? You can't. Jutland cackled again. An unenlightened boor like you will never be able to master this higher form of energy. Instead, the cycle will continue to revolve your internal energy until its quantity surpasses the limits of your flesh. Am I dying? Everyone is dying, VES. You are merely expiring faster than others because your body is eventually unable to process the vast amounts of energy from my Jutland organ. You'll blow up in a grand explosion that will spread your scattered flesh over many kilometers. Maybe you'll even break Mike's record. Hi. Jutland's insane behavior frightened VES but also made him question why his thoughts and behavior still remained the same. Had Jutland improved his new organs and fixed the flaws? Don't think all of that energy will keep strengthening your body. Jutland ominously said after he recovered from his latest bout of giggling. The flesh is weak. Your only salvation lies in cultivating your soul. I predict you'll be bedridden for a few weeks. Don't bother moving away. Instead, start working on improving my steed. Dr. Jutland made some arrangements to his bed so that VES could prop himself up into a somewhat comfortable seating position. He also threw a data chip at VES that he could slot into his comm. I'm not a mech designer, but years of boredom have given me plenty of time to master a trivial scanner device. I've already included extensive scans of the Caius in that chip. Ignore the living tissue and focus on remedying its mechanical components. After Jutland finally left the hut, VES tiredly smiled. Despite the ticking time bomb implanted in his body, he remained hopeful he could remedy the flaws in his body. He already achieved significant progress after Jutland had rambled about the soul. Even though he automatically dismissed the doctor's assertion, his beliefs gave VES a clue on how to tackle his runaway energy cycle. Obviously, VES couldn't rely on his body to sort the problem out itself. Even the regulator organ did nothing but impose a rudimentary cycle that extended his lifespan from a couple of hours to a couple of months. VES didn't believe in the existence of the soul. Yet the idea prompted him to employ his mind. He instinctively sharpened his focus onto his Jutland organ, trying to impose his will on it. He treated it like he wanted to nurture the X-factor onto a design. Strangely enough, it worked. His Jutland organ jerked a bit, and it took several minutes to figure out how he could dial down the overactive organ. The energy cycle slowly subsided from a raging torrent to a placid stream. It became much more bearable for his body, which enjoyed a reprieve for the first time in more than a week. He regained control over his body in rapid time, which broke Jutland's estimate that he required weeks of rest before he could even leave his bed. Now we're talking. Now that he managed to restore his mobility, VES could finally cook up an escape plan. Earlier, Jutland ignorantly handed him back his comm. Not only did he regain access to the stealth augment, he also recovered the ability to access the system and its various marvels. VES carefully pretended to be weak and tired and slowly activated his comm. Instead of opening his hidden mech designer system, he executed a mundane designer software. Who knew if Jutland kept some eyes on him? VES had to be very careful in order to preserve his ability to escape. First, I'll have to master this abundant power reactor in my chest. Pseudoscience or not, VES resolved to cure his body through his own efforts. He refused to entertain Jutland's delusions and his heretical faith that he could find salvation from these supposed immortal gods. VES recalled two very pertinent quotes he learned from school that guided his resolve. First, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Second, the weak believed in God while the strong seek to surpass his existence. Chapter 187 in Shambles. VES currently likened his body to a balloon that steadily took in air without stop. His body could only hold a limited amount of energy. Even after Jutland directed his body to grow stronger, it had reached its limits, meaning that VES eventually faced the possibility of bursting apart like a balloon with too much air. For now, he couldn't figure out a way to release the pressure. The strange energy cycling inside his body consisted of a strange sort of energy that resembled a thick, permeable gas of some sorts. It was remarkably difficult to control, and currently VES had no way of siphoning a portion outwards. Therefore, the only way to relieve the problem was to slow down his overactive heat organ. Such a solution wouldn't work forever, as he merely delayed his eventual death, but he bought himself a lot of time. When VES narrowed his concentration on corralling the heat organ, he estimated that the rate of accumulation had slowed down to a fifth of its former activity level. His active efforts also pulled the wind out of his internal energy cycle, which reduced the pressure it put onto his body. This allowed him to regain his mobility. I can't keep this up forever, though. It took a lot of effort to maintain his current level of concentration. VES felt as if he had to maintain two trains of thoughts, one for the present and one dedicated to keeping his heat organ in check. Designing the Mark II, which employed 3 images, had been a bit more onerous. He estimated he could keep this up for 3 hours at a time before he needed to take a break. He also determined that he couldn't maintain his concentration when he slept, which potentially cut the effectiveness of this exercise by a third. This is merely a temporary fix. I'll find a more permanent one once I've returned to civilization. At worst, he'd travel to the Titanium Garden and beg Master Olson to remove his newly implanted organs. Despite the awesome power they provided, it was useless if he couldn't control it. VES constantly played with fire the longer he hosted this strange new energy. The door of the hut slammed open. An angry-looking Jutland saw that VES hadn't done much of anything, as he still pretended to be suffering from enough energy. Get a grip. Your body isn't crippled to the point you're never able to move again. Get to work. VES minutely shook his head. Despite all of his fanciful thoughts, he remained vulnerable to the whims of a madman. Let's see what's on the data chip. When VES studied the contents of the data chip, he found the information to be partially complete. Much of the inner portions of the chias remained obscured, as Jutland probably didn't intend to put all of his eggs in a single basket. Pity he didn't know that VES already had a good look inside, courtesy of Lucky. Dr. Jutland made detailed scans of his chimera mech's mechanical components. In case of salvaged components, he also documented the wrecks from where he sloppily removed them. The chip even contained the precious notes of the initial mech designer. Parsing them proved to be a challenge for VES. The mech designer mostly wrote down minuscule details and incomprehensible calculations that meant nothing without knowing the context. The mech designer never intended to present his notes to others, so he didn't bother to format them in a way that allowed other mech designers to pick up his torch. Puzzling through the schematic and documents yielded a little more understanding of the chias. The mech designer not only mastered the humanoid form, but also knew his way around several beast shapes, including reptilian ones which the hexapod mostly resembled. VES vaguely gleaned several insights about the peculiarities a reptilian form demanded. It's all about stability. A hexapod massed as much as a mech and more due to its highly developed bones, muscles, and scales. This granted them an incredible amount of speed and power that surpassed the specs of most mechs with an equivalent mass. All of this strength came at a cost. Hexapods required 6 sturdy limbs in order to leverage their heavy muscles. Though they could make do with 4 limbs for a time, eventually they reached its limits. Supporting their immense bulk required a lot of constant effort. That heat organ is certainly a cheat. The plentiful amount of energy provided by a highly developed heat organ allowed the hexapods to do more with less. It removed most of the bottlenecks that constrained their size and allowed them to balloon to epic proportions. According to the schematic, Jutland modified a hexapod king's heat organ into an organic power reactor. The highly augmented organ was a marvel of nature and technology. It provided a stable output of energy that powered both its organic and mechanical components. The only downside to these tweaks was that the Caius thirsted for water whenever it exerted its heat organ. Everything is balanced. Limitless energy doesn't exist. Exotic materials often produced miracles, but they always hit a lot of limitations. Besides their scarcity, their effects always exacted another price. The heat organ's dependence on water gave VES a clue on one of the vulnerabilities of the Caius. Too bad it's not something I can mess around. VES was a mech designer. He hardly knew anything about exobiology, which was Jutland's core strength. If VES wanted to figure out a way to sabotage the Caius, he'd be better off focusing on his own core strength. A fifth of the hexapod king carcass that made up the Caius had been replaced with metallic parts. All of them were in pretty bad shape. They withstood decades of corrosion, neglect, and incompetent handling. In addition, the quality of the salvaged mech parts left a lot to be desired. The mechs brought by the first expedition simply didn't hold a candle to the advanced models employed by the forces from the Grey Willow Star sector. Even in an optimal environment, it would be remarkable if they lasted over 20 years. This fit with the modus operandi of small to medium-scale expeditionary fleets. They employed fairly cheap mechs made out of materials that could be easily recycled and be used to fabricate new replacement parts or even entire new mechs. While this meant that the materials were easy to work with, the parts never lasted very long. The Caius clearly suffered a substantial degradation in performance due to the perennial weaknesses introduced by its various mechanical components. It was like a galactic-class athlete being hobbled by a crude prosthetic made of wood. That single imperfection ruined the perfect balance of his body that allowed him to break galactic records. Depending on the facilities at hand, VES could think of a number of remedies. To be frank, the parts needed to be broken down and reformed. VES had no expertise of the former and he'd require a fully functional 3D printer to do the latter. From the state of this sorry-looking outpost, VES guessed that Jutland hadn't been able to preserve a 3D printer. Even if he did have one in the early years, it must have broken down as many of its components were rather delicate. I'll have to assume I only have basic tools at my disposal. Expeditions that established an outpost groundside usually brought a standard set of portable equipment to service their mechs. A compact autoforge was a step down from a 3D printer in that it couldn't fabricate precise components from a ready supply of raw materials. However, its low-tech nature gave it a robustness that could withstand many different hostile environments without a sweat. I don't know how to work an autoforge. He used to handle one when he studied mech design, but only to familiarize himself with its various functions. The much superior industrial 3D printers provided students with a much easier experience. Only the true hardcore metallurgists kept hanging around an autoforge in order to fine-tune the casting of alloys. VES spent the rest of the day drawing up a preliminary overhaul of the Caius. He only touched up the most glaring weaknesses in order to placate Jutland. The next day, VES woke up with his entire body aching lightly. He obviously lost control over his energy cycle somewhere in the night. Without his conscious direction, his heat organ went back to pumping his energy at full throttle. Jutland came by some time later. Good. You're awake again. You better show some work, or I'll feed you to my subjects. I've already drawn up a plan. VES quickly replied, and proceeded to show his captor his meager efforts. Considering the state of your body, you've made an adequate amount of progress. How soon until you finish a new design? That's difficult to say because I don't have a complete grip on the facilities you have on hand. Do you still possess a working 3D printer? I don't know. Let's take a look. It's your first day on the job, so you better familiarize yourself with your workplace. Haha. The doctor summoned a random juvenile hexapod and dumped VES onto its back. Its coarse scales chafed against his skin, but VES refrained from uttering a complaint. Ever since he started working on the doctor's long-awaited overhaul, Jutland hadn't exploded into anger very often. When the hexapod brought him to a shambling shack, VES got to see the outpost's workshop. Well, what do you think? I've salvaged more than enough tools for you to work with. I've even hauled over a 3D printer for you. It looked abysmal. A broken 3D printer took up most of the space. From all of the rust and broken parts poking out of its massive shell, VES directly wrote it off. As for the pile of handheld tools such as plasma cutters and welders, he briefly sorted them and found that maybe 1 in 4 still worked. At least the workshop held an auto forge. It exhibited sporadic signs of use. Jutland must have fumbled with it over the years as his caius began falling apart and needed more mechanical replacements. The hexapod brought VES over to the auto forge. He turned on its control terminal. It booted up at least. When VES initiated its diagnostics, the terminal reported the state of the auto forge. While he didn't understand some of the readings, he noted that the machine largely held up despite the abuse it suffered over a period of 27 years. Your auto forge needs some work. It's not in the best shape. Then fix it. VES bought some more time for himself with that trick. The diagnostics painted a worse picture than what actually went on, as the diagnostics reported all of its error reports up front. That gave the machine the illusion that it suffered under a mountain of issues. Jutland left the room to do his own things, but before he left he ordered the hexapod to stay put. While VES didn't relish hanging on to the creature all day, it behaved noticeably docile under Jutland's influence. He probably didn't have to worry about it getting hungry and wanting to take a bite out of VES. You won't eat me, will you? The stupid creature didn't even jerk at his question. Whatever. Now that VES had a better picture on what he had to work with, he began to formulate an actual escape plan. After thinking through his options, he reluctantly gave up on running away on his own. From what he saw, a horde of juvenile hexapods guarded the cave and its surroundings. With only 5 minutes worth of stealth, VES could never run away fast enough to escape Jutland's reach even if he sabotaged the caius. He'd have to send a signal back to base camp asking for rescue. In order to send a strong enough signal that could penetrate the miasma of metallic particles and garbled radio spectrum, he'd have to get his hands on 2 different things. First, he had to get his hands on a transceiver. Fortunately, Jutland's data chip showed him that most of the derelict mechs still possessed their transceivers, though they weren't in the best shape. VES could use the tools at hand to covertly bring them back online. Second, in order to penetrate the miasma, he required a massive amount of power, enough to short out the transceiver seconds after it sent out its message. VES expected a lot more difficulty in getting his hands on a power source. The base obviously ran on Jutland's own internal energy, which he somehow converted to a stable current. The salvaged energy cells Jutland used as batteries must have also slowly degraded to the point where they frequently ran out of juice. Powering a high-strength transceiver would probably drain most of the energy cells all at once, alerting Jutland that VES had done something sneaky. Once he came across the transceiver, there would be hell to pay. I've got to find an alternate source of energy. VES instinctively turned his attention inwards. His internal energy cycle continued to revolve inside his body. Could he figure out the trick Jutland used to draw out this strange energy in the form of electricity? Chapter 188 Opportunity. VES spent the next couple of days pretending to be physically infirm while dragging his feet on the redesign of the caius. Jutland frequently hounded him in his free time and made sure that VES presented some progress. His job became vastly more complicated due to its dual nature as a mechanical and living machine. The huge chimera mech incorporated a vast amount of living tissue that Jutland spent a lot of time trying to keep alive. The incomplete schematic included in the data chip only briefly mentioned the various functions of the strange organs inside the beast. In truth, VES only partially directed his attention on the caius. Most of its complexity lay in its living components. As for the mechanical parts, they mostly provided support, taking the place of bones and tissue that Jutland hadn't managed to save. They were simple to design but difficult to fabricate. The lacking facilities available in the cave forced VES to be a little more creative in his designs. He had to take into account his meager proficiency with the low-tech auto forge. Whenever Jutland holed up in his lab to cook up his latest biological horror, VES slacked off in his current duties and focused on his goal of upgrading a transceiver and providing it with a vast amount of power. Both of these challenges required a lot of effort to make any headway. VES gained an opening when the doctor suddenly appeared alarmed and readied the caius for action. The nerve of these outlanders. I will be off for a while. Before he left, Jutland gave a stern warning for VES to stay put. He called out even more hexapods and stationed them around the entrance and his most important labs. If VES got anywhere near the creatures, they'd gobble him up without hesitation. The biolab practically turned into an impregnable fortress by the time the doctor finished his arrangements. Seeing the Caius come to life and emerge from the pool of water once again gave VES a sense of majesty. Even devoid of actual life, the Chimera mech still provided him with a sense of dread. Each step elicited a minor earthquake. Its vast bulk forced the Caius to expend a mountain of energy which its modified heat organ provided in spades. It slowly crawled out of the cave like a dragon about to raid a village. Something serious must have happened that caused Jutland to bring out the big guns. Ever since he kidnapped VES, Jutland had been content with keeping an eye on VES while he holed up in his precious labs. Perhaps the expeditionary forces stumbled upon something important to Jutland. I'm finally alone. Without the good doctor looking over his shoulders, VES could accomplish a lot more things. He scoped out the outpost for the last few days and got a good measure on Dr. Jutland's security arrangements. The men generally disdained relying on technology. Everything high-tech had already degraded to the point of turning into scrap. The plentiful amount of hexapods standing guard spoke of Jutland's trust and reliance on these remarkably dim-witted beasts. Though VES still hadn't gotten a clue how Jutland directed the alien creatures. Still, no matter the control method, he doubted they worked like cameras, which meant that VES had free reign of much of the outpost. Besides the biolabs and exit, VES could walk everywhere as he pleased. In his boundless confidence, he judged that VES should still be coping with his runaway internal energy cycle. VES indeed suffered a lot of pain and a loss of control, but that only happened when he stopped suppressing his Jutland organ. Once the doctor and his giant mech disappeared, VES sharpened his focus once again and dedicated at least a third of his mental capacity to dialing down his rebellious organ. Days of practice enabled him to become more adept at channeling his concentration. The urgency of the situation and the constant threat of harm had spurred his will to life like a torch. Before he ended up in Jutland's hands, he always required a lot of lead time to transition his mind. Now he only required a couple of seconds to switch his focus. Once his artificial organ had been leashed, VES slid out the uncomfortable back of the hexapod that acted as his transport. The hexapod that ordinarily watched over him did nothing to stop him from leaving. Heh, thought so. These hexapods don't understand Jutland's intent. At the very least, the juveniles are as dumb as rocks. 2 hexapod adults patrolled the biolabs at all time, which clearly indicated their importance to the doctor. VES thought it wise not to challenge these beasts. Though he was curious what preoccupied Jutland these days, he doubted he'd get away without losing a couple limbs. Still, his curiosity continued to nag at him. If he activated his stealth augment, he could sneak past the oblivious hexapods and take a peek. Yet he shook his head after weighing the possible benefits. Using the stealth augment will drain the batteries of my comm. VES couldn't find a single outlet that allowed him to recharge his comm. Such a thing must have been a low priority to Jutland, who lost his own comm many years ago. He decided to hold back his stealth augment for his inevitable escape attempt. Without 5 minutes worth of stealth, he'd never be able to sneak past the vigilant hexapod adults standing guard near the exit. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the pile of derelict mechs shoved into a corner of the cave. A devious smile appeared on his face for the first time in weeks. There weren't any hexapods standing guard over the wrecks. His captor hadn't considered the possibility that he'd regain enough strength to make use of them. This allowed VES to waltz over the pile of junk without challenge. This is truly a mess. All of the wrecks consisted of remnants of the first expedition. 27 years ago, VES could have salvaged a good number of high-quality parts. Now though, neglect and the passing of time allowed corrosion to set in deep. In the overall scheme of things, a transceiver played a vital role for the mechs that carried them. They enabled the machines to keep in touch with each other and send back vital telemetry. As humans often employed mechs against each other, the use of jamming technology was widespread. This limited the ability for mechs to communicate across vast distances such as a ship in orbit. Most mech designers therefore employed a transceiver that specialized in establishing secure short-range communication channels. Thus, a mech transceiver had to fulfill 2 criteria. First, they had to be robust enough to withstand shocks. It would be monumentally bad if a crippled mech couldn't call for help when its transceiver got taken out as a bonus. Second, they had to be capable of scaling up its output when it received an increase in power. Most of the mechs in the junk pile happened to use the same. Like other sophisticated components such as power reactor and engines, mech designers always licensed a readily available transceiver model from a third-party developer. Such a model had been designed from the ground up to accommodate many different kinds of mechs. A heavy mech possessed a shipload of power while a light mech had to be sparing in its energy expenditure. A transceiver had to work reliably in many different situations if its developer wished to license them out. VES brought a heavy-duty plasma cutter over to the Rex and began to make some careful cuts. He chose to work at the Rex from the rear so that Jutland wouldn't notice anything amiss when he glanced at the pile. When he worked with the plasma cutter, VES noticed his body lost a lot of flexibility. His recent body transformation played hell with his coordination, which often led to near accidents when he overshot his aim with his plasma cutter. VES had to slow down even further if he wished to avoid a very nasty burn. He wondered what the system thought of his new attributes. His strength and endurance must have shot through the roof at the expense of his dexterity. I haven't checked my status in months. It should be almost 2 months since he joined the expedition. Due to House Kane's omnipresent surveillance as well as Ensign D'Amato's watchful presence, VES never dared to access the system. Now that he'd been left alone with a bunch of stupid hexapods, VES could finally access its many miraculous functions. He quickly turned off his plasma cutter and placed it aside. Just in case Jutland hid some cameras around the cave, VES dove inside the half-open cockpit of a fallen mech. Closing the hatch took some effort, but a judicious application of strength allowed him to seal it somewhat shut. The cockpit looked even worse than the rest of the mech. All of the projections and status screens either rusted away or hosted some strange metallic plant growth. Even the soft ergonomic seat cushions had decayed in a foul puddle of viscous ooze. VES ignored his surroundings and hunched over his body, trying to shield his comm from as many angles as possible. Once he ensured that almost nothing would be able to capture the contents of his comm, he navigated through a hidden menu and executed the Mech Designer program. The familiar menu reassured him that he hadn't lost his most important tool in his career. The system accompanied him in his current rise as an apprentice mech designer. The difficulties he faced nowadays strained his current capabilities. Without the help of the system, VES faced an uphill struggle. If he wished to escape with his hide intact. First, he called up his status. Design points, 17,643. Strength, 1.6. Dexterity, 0.5. Endurance, 2.2. Evaluation, a post-human mech designer capable of surviving harsh environments without protection. The moment he saw his attributes, his eyes practically bulged. My strength practically doubled and my endurance almost tripled. The last time he checked his status, his physical attributes all scored below average at 0.8. Mech designers weren't hotshots like mech pilots who had to be able to navigate a battlefield on foot in event their mechs broke down. Thus, VES always paid no attention to his lackluster fitness. Right now, VES didn't know what to think. His strength and endurance rose to a ridiculous level to the point of throwing his balance out of whack. He even broke through the natural genetic limit of a human body by surpassing the barrier at a score of 2.0. As expected, all of the benefits came at the cost of dexterity. He definitely had to address this deficiency once he returned along with every other side effect. The system's status only summarized his attributes. They didn't list out his overall fitness nor all of the junk that Dr. Jutland stuffed inside his body. My DP hasn't grown by much. He muttered with disappointment. After thinking about it, VES figured out the reasons. He'd been absent from the market for 2 months. This pushed him out of the current news cycle, which severely impacted his brand awareness. Several other factors also limited the sales of his catalog. His earlier creations performed fairly bad compared to the most popular mechs in their market segments. His later works could be piloted for free via the game centers that participated in the promotion spearheaded by his publicist Gavin. Only his most radical fans purchased the Young Blood or the Old Soul. The accessible and well-received Young Blood already capped out its DP contribution, so VES earned nothing else from its sale. As for the Old Soul, its ambush sniper playstyle didn't appeal to the vast majority of young potentates who craved instant action. Well, it's not like I can scoff at 17,000 DP. I can do plenty of things with this amount. Chapter 189 Ingenuity. With around 17,000 DP in his name, VES had to consider his purchases carefully. The greedy system charged an arm and a leg for a high-powered transceiver or high-density energy cell, the latter of which also came without a charge. It'll be a waste to purchase an item from the shop except for attribute candies, he concluded. A side effect of his decreased dexterity strangely reset the prices for the equivalent candies. It seemed like such a great deal that VES instantly bought 3 of them in order to regain his former level of coordination. Dexterity Attribute Candy, 500 design points. Dexterity Attribute Candy, 600 design points. After swallowing the candies one after another, his body merely tingled for a couple of minutes before it finished its transformation. When he flexed his fingers, he nodded in satisfaction. His body hadn't changed much, but he regained his coordination, which helped him a lot when he worked with his tools. He retained 15,000 DP after his minor purchase. This sum wouldn't be enough to purchase a powerful item, but he had plenty to spare for handy skills and sub-skills. When he initially obtained the system, VES spent a lot of DP on skills. Only later did he wake up to the fact that he needed to upgrade his attributes and his equipment as well, so he spent vast sums on the latter 2 categories to make up for his deficiencies. That doesn't mean I can neglect my skills. A mech designer relied on his knowledge and expertise to make a living. A powerful mind assisted him in advancing up the ranks, but what mattered now was what he could do with the resources and tools at hand. Their awful state made them very difficult to work with at his current level. VES had only ever really worked with gear in their optimal or at least well-maintained state. Now that he had to work in dismal circumstances, he urgently required an upgrade in his capabilities. Otherwise, it will take too long to get a transceiver up and running. VES didn't expect Jutland to return for a couple of days, but he'd be hard-pressed to complete his project by then without the convenience of a working 3D printer. The Autoforge worked great with large, uniform components but couldn't really fabricate any microcomponents such as processors or chipboards. Salvaging, incompetent, 1000. Salvaging, novice, 2000. Salvaging, apprentice, 4000. Signals and communications, incompetent, 200 DP. Signals and communications, novice, 400 DP. Signals and communications, apprentice, 800 DP. Jury rigging 3, 600 DP. VES added 2 major skills to his repertoire. The salvaging skill encompassed everything related to recovering parts from derelict mechs. Purchasing the skill in succession dumped a large amount of knowledge into his head. While the cost of getting it up to apprentice level halved his available DP, his increase in capabilities made it up in spades. It urgently filled the gap in his knowledge on how to fully exploit the heaps of wrecks piled up in Jutland's cave. At least I won't be ruining anything I dig out now that I know how to recover them safely. Different from fundamental skills like physics or mechanics, VES learned a large amount of practical knowledge instead of highly abstruse theories. Seasoned salvagers mostly learned on the job, and the system-granted skill offered him years' worth of experience in an instant. His entire perspective changed. Where once VES saw a wreck, now he saw a hidden treasure ready to be unearthed. Even with all of the damage and corrosion, VES could still recover millions of credits worth of materials and components. Even if he failed in his mech designer career, he could still earn a decent living among the rough-and-tumble world of salvaging. Heh. They earn a lot, but they're also exposed to a lot of danger. After all, not everyone appreciates a grave robber. The other skills spoke for themselves. VES always gained a lot of use out of his jury rigging skill, which allowed him to apply unconventional solutions in case he lacked the ideal part for the job. Enhancing it brought him a wealth of insight that, among other things, increased his understanding of damaged parts and how to employ them despite their deficiencies. He also picked out some primers on signals and communications technology in order to avoid fumbling like a caveman when he tried to repair a transceiver. As a bonus, the skill also provided him with a good foundation on how to reduce a mech's emissions and enhance their stealth. Naturally, this benefit would only help him out later once he returned home. Design points, 6,843. Mechanics, Journeyman, Jury Rigging 3, Speed Tuning 3. Salvaging, Apprentice. Signals and Communications, Apprentice. Right now, VES figured he gained the minimum amount of proficiency for his current project. His status page looked much better equipped to face his current crisis. A low-end transceiver isn't complicated in its functions. I should be able to salvage most of what I need from these wrecks. What else should I spend my 6,800 points on? Too bad the mech designer system only conveyed skills related to his primary profession. VES could sorely use an upgrade in his ability to survive in an alien wilderness. He shifted his priority to the Caius. As long as the giant Chimera mech remained operational, the expeditionary forces had to treat Dr. Jutland with kid's gloves. Taking out this asset would prove immeasurably useful to his safety. I need a quick fix. VES estimated the expedition was already halfway through their 40-day window. This left precious little time for everyone to complete their goals. He didn't believe Jutland intended to let the expedition rob his entire territory blind. It didn't fit in with his erratic and vindictive behavior. How could he sabotage a monster like the Caius without tipping Jutland off? He considered the issue carefully. The mech withstood a head-on clash from the entire hunting platoon without a sweat. Its vulnerable head, which contained the Chimera mech's most vulnerable components, enjoyed an almost perfect level of protection by employing integrated shield generator. Then he remembered the pool of water in the middle of the cave. The Caius will certainly rest in the pool once it returns. If VES discreetly messed with the water, he'd be able to deliver a crippling blow to the Caius. Best of all, Dr. Jutland wouldn't be aware of the danger until it was too late. Yet, to do so without getting caught required a lot of thought. Dr. Jutland won't be easy to hoodwink. As much as VES improved in most of his physical capabilities, he had no doubt that Jutland reserved the best for himself. Who knew how much work he had done on his smell, hearing, and sight? Once he spotted something fishy in the water, the game was up and the Caius remained fully functional. I'll just have to pick carefully and risk a try. To do nothing at all left the expedition open to retaliation from Jutland. While he didn't care too much about House Kane, their failure affected his own rewards from the Clifford Society. VES had very limited options with his remaining budget. If he skimped on upgrading his skills, he'd be able to do more, but he didn't regret his earlier purchases. After all, without a working transceiver, he'd still be on his own. That reminds me, I still haven't figured out a way to convert my internal energy into a stable current. A powerful transceiver required a corresponding amount of power. The last few days, VES frequently tried to manipulate his internal energy, but he came back with absolutely nothing. He found no way to exert any influence on the mysterious cycle of energy. No matter the method, be it physical or mental, the energy cycle behaved as it was aloof to the mortal plane. That didn't mean he became stuck. His salvaging skill conveniently provided him a lifeline by giving him the option to recover and perform basic repairs on a reasonably intact energy cell or power reactor. And if one reactor didn't suffice, then he could always string up a bunch of them with the help of his jury-rigging sub-skill. He left the issue of poisoning the water for later, as he still needed to consider his options carefully. Instead, he started working on salvaging what he needed from the pile of wrecks. Unlike before, VES didn't opt for the crude option of cutting straight through a damaged mech's frame. Instead, he approached the wreck like a salvager wishing to preserve as much of its value as possible by using various tricks to peel off the layers of armor and components in the way. He had to exert a lot of effort this way. Working without bots or a decent assembly system slowed him down a bit. However, the upside to his slow and methodical work was that he succeeded in removing a couple of decent-looking transceivers after a couple of hours. He also conveniently removed a couple of energy cells along the way, though he had less luck with the power reactor. These things are too heavy. He wiped his brow and stood back. Even his increase of strength meant nothing when it came to several tons of weight. He didn't even dare to attempt to bring it online. The absence of a power reactor as a moderating force meant that VES had to pass another hurdle before he completed his setup. First things first, he worked on the transceiver. Having scavenged the same model over 4 different mechs, he dismantled them all and reassembled a single copy from the best parts. Unlike a sophisticated industrial 3D printer, a low-end transceiver like this one didn't bother with employing restrictions. This saved him a lot of time and effort. Still, I'm not sure it will be able to handle the amount of power required to reach the base camp. VES estimated that this cave should not be too far away from base camp, so he set an upper limit of 500 kilometers. That still exceeded the base parameters of his stock transceiver. Fortunately, he had a solution to this shortcoming. His newly signals and communications and upgraded jury rigging skills enabled him to upgrade his transceiver's range while also boosting its ability to cope with a large influx of power. While his work had no chance of passing certification, it would work in a pinch. He worked through the night to tackle the power problem. If there was one thing his newly enhanced body improved, it was his ability to work through his night cycle without losing too much focus. In order to prevent the energy cells from short-circuiting his transceiver, he salvaged various components off the available power reactors. He combined these parts into a makeshift power converter. VES even jury-rigged a rudimentary control panel that allowed him to adjust the amount of power he pumped into the transceiver. The moment of truth had come. VES selected a widely used distress frequency and began to transmit his voice. "This is VES Larkinson, the mech designer assigned to the expedition. Is anyone listening to me? Please come in base camp. I say again, this is VES Larkinson, the mech designer. Come in base camp." The transceiver only returned a large amount of static even after he kept his message up for 5 whole minutes. VES frowned and appraised his current setup. "Looks like I'll have to put my work to the test." VES gradually cranked up the power. Chapter 190 Breaking Point. VES pushed his setup to its limits when he failed to get a response. Due to the inverse square law, the poor little transceiver had to accommodate an increasingly alarming amount of power. Neither the salvaged energy cells, the improvised power converter or the hastily upgraded transceiver handled the increasing load well. VES frequently shut down the power to cool down the stress devices and replace a few of the more delicate components that only hung on by a thread. His persistence finally paid off when his shabby transceiver finally returned a response. It came in with dense encryption that made no sense if VES didn't have the right key. Why reply with encryption? Then he thought about the untrustworthy elements in the expedition. If someone like Commander Keller listened into their correspondence, then that could lead to a lot of unpleasant consequences. Acting upon a hunch, VES applied a unique code that his father hammered into his head to his transceiver. The gibberish transformed into simple text. "This is base camp. We read you loud and clear. Both your cousin and the commander are present." VES checked his transceiver and noticed a trail of smoke. He rapidly typed in his reply on the projected keyboard. "I am still in captivity and am transmitting through an improvised transceiver. It will only hold up in a limited amount of time. Roger. We are triangulating your position, but it will take time. Please explain your circumstances." Without any delay, he briefly transmitted what he experienced, including the fact that he'd been operated on. He also emphasized that Dr. Jutland and his Caius departed the cave a day ago. "Copy that. We have anticipated his arrival. Base camp is currently in upheaval. Expeditionary fleet has suffered a defeat against Sandman fleet but fled in good order. Commander Keller and his supporters have rebelled and are at large. Prospectors have found the motherlode and its exploitation has disturbed the local ecosystem. Disabling the Caius is a critical priority. Do you have a solution?" The brief message came at a bombshell. The defeat of the expeditionary fleet caught everyone off guard. No wonder Keller and his ilk went AWOL. That latter part of "fled in good order" sounded reassuring, but who knew what the truth really looked like? Without a stable fleet presence up in orbit, they'd never able to leave this miserable planet. If they couldn't leave within 20 days, they'd be joining Dr. Jutland in his merry isolation. Forget about retaining your sanity, you'd run out of food, water, and air long before the next 27-year lull arrived. As for the motherlode, VES figured that House Kane finally found the source of all the monoexurite spread throughout the jungle. An unimaginable amount of wealth should be locked away in this vein. Digging it out should net the expedition an unimaginable amount of monoexurite, perhaps in the kilograms even. However, taking such a valuable source of monoexurite away would also devastate the local ecosystem and cut off Jutland's ambitions. He's just like an alien who can't do without a source of exotics. Cutting him off from monoexurite is like taking away the stimulants of a hardcore addict. Jutland will never be resigned to give up his source of bliss. Fortunately, House Kane took its security seriously, and with VES warning them of the coming of the Caius, they'd be fully prepared to repel the monstrous mech. That reminded VES of his data chip and the valuable schematics within. Please stand by while I transmit incomplete schematics of the Caius. VES retrieved the data chip and inserted it into an open slot on his transceiver. After selecting the pertinent files, the device slowly transmitted its contents to base camp. Due to the great distance and the constant interfere in the air, the transmission dragged on for minutes. We've received your transmission in full and are in the process of verifying its contents. Please stand by. His transceiver started to release a lot more smoke by now. It shouldn't be able to hold on for long. My transceiver is breaking up. I have only seconds left. Please send rescue to my transmission point. There are half a dozen adult hexapods and a score of juveniles under Jutland's thralls. No elder hexapod kings are present to my knowledge. If the Caius returns, I will attempt to sabotage it. Our manpower is short. We can only divert a limited amount of help. Your rescue will hinge on the success of your sabotage. Rescue party will abort its attempt in the event of failure. For a moment, VES felt the need to slam his fist down the radio. House Kane practically pushed him into a corner and blatantly blackmailed him into disabling the Caius. Still, if they had to fend off Jutland, Keller, and the native wildlife at the same time, it'd be a wonder if they could send out a squad of mechs. Roger. I will await your rescue party. Out. His transceiver finally bit the dust before he received the final reply from base camp. He hastily put out the flames, then dismantled his entire setup before stashing his half-fried gear among the desolate pile of mechs. After cleaning himself up, he left the junk pile and walked over the edge of the massive pool of water. A familiar juvenile hexapod padded over and croaked towards him as if he was a dog welcoming back his owner. "Hey there, friend," he said and tentatively reached out a hand to rub its head. The hexapod barely noticed his touch. "I guess you're nothing like a dog." The dim-witted creature acted more like a badly programmed bot than anything else. VES wondered how Dr. Jutland managed to direct these creatures in the first place. Did he raise them from their infancy and condition them to obey him from the start? Had he fed them with a cocktail of drugs and slowly weaned away their instincts? Or did the crazy doctor use some mystical mind magic? The truth mattered little to him for now, as his rescue party could clean up the beasts themselves. VES only had to figure out a way to cripple the Caius. He looked down the pool of water and tried hard not to smell the disgusting scent emanating from its murky depths. What can I purchase with my remaining points? His newly added insights into salvaging provided him with a couple of decent options. Sometimes, they had to bypass obstacles without resorting to heat-based cutters. The most sophisticated salvagers in the center of the galaxy employed highly advanced nanites. These microscopic bots not only ate through the toughest materials, but were also capable of limited self-replication. Sadly, the system's store charged a ludicrous price for a thumbnail's worth of basic nanites. Even if he possessed the points to exchange them, his lack of expertise prevented him from employing them as he wished. A lower-tech solution to salvagers was the use of chemicals. They relied on various acids and the like to dissolve extremely hardy obstacles. Proper use of chemicals required a lot of foreknowledge on the kind of materials the salvagers expected to encounter. If you brought the wrong formula, you'd be liable to waste your time. It's a good thing I know exactly what kind of alloys the Caius has incorporated. He smirked. He couldn't do anything against the Chimera mech's resilient living tissue. Jutland spent a lot of time and resources to strengthen them against every possible form of damage, and they were already strong to begin with when the Hexapod King was still alive. VES only aimed to weaken its mechanical replacement parts. He returned to the junkyard and found quiet corner to activate his system. He visited the store and sought out the chemicals that should be effective against the alloys incorporated in the fallen mechs. Formula FDER 351, 25,000 design points. Formula HH 55-00030F, 50,000 design points. Formula U 22V77 Fulmention, 30,000 design points. Formula 22256F, 5,000 design points. Of the handful of formulas that met his criteria, only one of them came close to his price range. As the most affordable chemical on the list, Formula 22256F appeared to be a product designed to appeal to the cheapskates. It was highly unsafe and had a limited shelf life. It also came in a smaller container than the rest. Will it be enough to weaken the alloys? If VES dumped the skinny vial into the giant pool of water, the chemical would spread out over a very wide volume. Still, despite its price, the chemical was very potent on its own. VES even knew a couple of tricks that salvagers often use to give the formula some extra kick. He decisively purchased a vial from the store. It materialized in his hand, which he carefully stuffed in his pockets. It would be a disaster if he spilled it. Now that he possessed the main ingredient, he could get to work with adding some supplements. VES returned to the junkyard and carefully opened up the engines and power reactors. Most of these core components were highly complicated systems by themselves that incorporated a number of chemicals. He salvaged a couple of critical chemicals that hadn't evaporated or turned bad over the years. Damn! He hissed as he barely drew his fingers back in time. A foul splash of chemical goop exploded from the power reactor he worked on. Even my thickened skin won't save me if I get any of this acid on me. Dr. Jutland could return at any time, so VES worked with haste. He finally gathered a sufficient amount of chemicals after several hours of focused work. He looked down at the makeshift buckets he fashioned out of spare scrap. After blending them together, he added in the formula. The entire mixture instantly seethed as if it came alive. VES didn't wait for it to fully mix and tipped over the container into the pool. The mystery blend submerged into the water and had become diluted to the point where VES couldn't spot any difference from before. He wouldn't want to dip into the waters, though. I've done all I can now. VES cleaned up the scene of the crime as best he could and returned to his designated juvenile hexapod. He laid down on his ride and deliberately loosened his focus. With his reins loosened up, his Jutland organ hit back with a vengeance. The massive influx of energy destabilized his internal energy cycle and caused a lot of pain. He gritted his teeth and tried to deal with the problem without resorting to his mind. VES only achieved a minimal amount of progress in this regard. Time passed slowly as he pretended to be weak and infirm. VES caught up with his sleep but could do nothing for his hunger and thirst. He didn't dare piss off the hexapods by attempting to slaughter them for sustenance. Besides, hated the barbarity of eating raw flesh. He'd rather go hungry for a while. Seems my body hasn't finished adjusting if I'm still craving for food. While VES continued to speculate about the changes in his body, Dr. Jutland finally returned after half a day of quiet contemplation. The Caius obviously suffered a setback. Its entire left torso appeared to have suffered a massive explosion that cracked some of its scales and enormously weakened the exposed metallic components close by. The men also came with company this time. A very familiar-looking swordsman Mech that had seen better days trudged after the Caius. Keller. The situation on the ground must have been dire for the both of them if they retreated to this cave in a hurry. Neither of the two men paid much attention to VES, which was just the way he liked it. Jutland even directed his Caius to submerge into the pool without glancing at it, which relieved VES from one of his worries. "Doc. This isn't what you promised." Keller yelled as the cockpit of his mech opened up. Unlike VES, the mercenary commander wore a vacuum-sealed piloting suit, which possessed less armor than a hazard suit but provided him with much more flexibility. It didn't avail him when Jutland pounced on him from a ludicrous distance with his massively enhanced body. The crazy doctor grasped Keller's neck and slammed him against the side of his cockpit. "Don't talk to me in that tone, little worm. I'm the one in charge, not you. If you and your men remained patient, we'd be able to attack the expeditionary forces from two separate fronts. You don't know my men. I couldn't get a lid on my men once they got wind of the main fleet's defeat. They had to lash out. Incompetent simpleton." Jutland cursed and slammed Keller against the surface of his mech again. "Are humans always so dumb? What is the use of keeping you alive when you don't have any men anymore? Wait a moment, Doc. I can still get in touch with some of my friends in base. Not everyone lost hope. I can continue to feed you information and dash." A loud crack sounded out as Jutland mercilessly punched his fist into Keller's visor. The force not only broke through the transparent composite that made up the foreplate but also crunched the Vision's head like a watermelon. VES felt a chill in his spine. The brute force displayed by Dr. Jutland far surpassed a baseline human's limit. Even he didn't wish to measure his strength against the murderous exobiologist. With hardly a word, Jutland threw aside the corpse. Keller's broken form practically shattered upon landing. Only his vac-suit prevented his body from splattering out in a disgusting display. The doctor jumped from the vacant mech without a word and landed on the ground. Ha 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 ha. I'm surrounded by incompetence. There is no hope for humanity. Jutland's gaze turned vicious as he stared at VES. Are you incompetent as well? Chapter 191 Rage. VES had a premonition that if he replied with the wrong question, he might not have his head on his shoulders anymore. A lot had happened that pushed Dr. Jutland to his breaking point. One more shove could send him over the edge. He decided to come clean, if only a little bit. I can work. I've been working on my mobility. Look, I can move again. He allocated a tenth of his focus on his Jutland organ. His energy cycle became lethargic, which relieved some of his pain and loss of control. VES quickly demonstrated his competence by moving his fingers. This shouldn't be possible. Jutland muttered as he stared at VES dancing his fingers. Your physique should still be adjusting to its changes. Enthusiasm replaced his earlier rage. The speed in which he changed his mood astounded VES. For fear of triggering him back to a fouler mood, he kept his mouth shut and tried not to resist the doctor's inspection. This is exceedingly strange. The exobiologist mused and pulled out a rusty scanner from his lab coat. But the readings don't lie. This phenomenon is exceedingly rare. Jutland practically slobbered over VES as he poked and prodded his body. The men particularly paid attention to his internal energy cycle and noted how much it had diminished compared to its uncontrolled state. You shouldn't be able to exert any influence on your Jutland organ. Your regulator organ lacks the capacity to do so. Despite his discomfort, VES mentally sighed in relief. At least he got rid of Jutland's impulse to wrench apart his neck. The doctor had proven to be highly unstable when things didn't go his way. As the doctor dragged him back to his cot and brought out a number of machines to study his body, VES tried to wait out the examination. All he had to do for now was to drag out the time while he waited for rescue. Hopefully his help was on its way, because he did not enjoy Jutland's ministrations. The obsessive doctor started cackling as he injected VES with several different solutions. The uncertainty of their purpose kept VES from relaxing. Who knew if Jutland decided to kill him off on a whim? In order to distract himself from all of these morbid thoughts, he tried to think about what happened to the expedition as a whole. What concerned him the most was whether he'd still be able to leave this planet when the 40-day window came at an end. With the metallic storm on the surface of Graining 4 starting to pick up again, the groundside forces had scant little time left to leave this exotic but exceedingly dangerous planet. Without a fleet presence in orbit, they'd never get picked up. Still, VES didn't entirely lose hope. A naval defeat rarely spelled the annihilation of all of the ships on the losing side. As long as the Ark Horizon herself retreated in good order, then the nucleus of the main fleet could still stage a comeback. In addition, VES could also rely on getting picked up by the Barracuda. His corvette might have been seconded to House Kane, but the crew answered only to him. If Captain Sylvestra could get his ship out of House Kane's leash, then she'd certainly attempt a pickup. Therefore, he still clung to hope. Even if the worst-case scenario happened, he still had a lifeline in the system. As long as he spent a couple of years pumping out designs, he'd be able to accumulate enough DP to purchase a long-range teleporter that could take him away without going through the murderous metallic storm clouds. The doctor eventually left him alone and returned to his biolabs. The reprieve allowed VES to relax and prepare for his escape attempt. Depending on the effectiveness of the diluted chemicals, the Caius could still retain some of its functionality. Hopefully, the formula affected more than just the mechanical parts which mainly played a supporting role. The hours dragged on as VES quietly waited for change. Just as he dozed off, a tiny prickle against his palm interrupted his rest. Something metallic brushed against his hands. VES carefully grasped the object and raised it to his face. It turned out to be a tiny bot. His rescue party finally reached the cave. His heart started to pump faster as he grasped for hope. The bot extended a secure cable which VES attached to his comm. It established a secure, short-ranged comm channel. What is your current status? Are you in restraint? VES typed in his reply. In captivity in a hut. There is no lock to the structure. I'm not restrained. Jutland thinks I'm infirm due to the implants he installed in my body, but that's not true. I can move if needed. Please detail Jutland's security arrangements. He emphasized that he only got a glimpse of what Jutland prepared. With his excellent memory, he noted all of the hexapods and their positions as well as described the various makeshift structures in the cave. He pointed out that Jutland cared the most about the biolabs. He also warned his rescuers that Jutland had long exceeded the standards of a baseline human. Is he able to match blows with a mech? I'm not sure about that, but he is very fast. You won't be able to stop him if he's determined to run away. Your suggestions will be taken under advisement. The operation will begin as soon as we've verified your words and gathered more intelligence. The rescue party took extreme caution in their approach. After all, Dr. Jutland frequently defied expectations. Confronting him in one of his main hideouts would surely prompt him to reveal the trump cards he developed for many years now in preparation to confront the next expedition. The bot shut down the channel and floated away after retracting its cable. VES guessed that his rescuers intended to go through the entire cave from top to bottom. Unfortunately, they underestimated Jutland's vigilance. What is this? A bot. Mere rats seeking to gnaw my heels. Arise, my subjects. The hexapods that used to wander around like broken puppets turned savage. Even the little fellow next to VES behaved as if someone snatched his dinner. The amount of threat the juvenile beast even intimidated VES. It proved that despite his extensive enhancement, he could never hold a candle to a real predator. A lot of things happened in succession. VES stopped pretending to be lame and landed on his feet. He ignored the growling hexapod and went to the entrance of his hut. As soon as he opened it, he witnessed a daring entrance from his rescue party. It turned out that base camp pulled out the big guns. Half the hunting platoon spearheaded the charge. They pushed aside the hexapod adults and squashed the juveniles into paste. A handful of other mechs bearing the colors of George's cavalry secured the entrance of the cave and took out the handful of hexapod adults in their wake. Dr. Jutland. This is Captain Kane. The cutthroat in the lead released from its loudspeakers. We've got you cornered. We beat you once, and we can beat you again. Give it up. The doctor laughed maniacally as he raced towards the half-submerged Caius. Ha 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 ha. You've made a grave mistake in confronting me at my seat of power. Arise, my guards. The cave walls collapsed at certain points as several strange creatures emerged from their holes. The beasts looked like worms but resembled hexapods with stubby limbs. Though they lost the use of their limbs, they made up for it with speed, toughness, and an incredibly strong bite. Their ability to bore through the resilient cave walls alone showcased their strength. The intervention of the hexaworms, for lack of a better word, stalled Captain Kane's forces from apprehending Jutland. It took all they got just to fend off the danger. Mechs that lacked flexibility, such as the sole Ajax Olympian participating in the attack, suffered grievously from the agile worms that nipped its heels. The cutthroat aborted its attempt to intercept Jutland and turned to save their only heavy mech from an early grave. The doctor noticed Captain Kane's movements and released a mocking laugh. You call yourself a captain? A sentimental sop like you is unfit to lead a mech unit. Once the doctor reached the Caius, he stamped his foot on top of the dormant chimera mech. Its eyes glowed with menace as the massive mech roused from its slumber. The gigantic mech emerged from the pool with lumbering grace, ready to face its challenges. As the Caius slowly neared the entangled hunting platoon, VES had already taken advantage of chaos by running off. The little hexapod juvenile in charge of keeping an eye on him squawked with indignation and ran after VES like a prison guard attempting to stop a fleeing inmate. VES didn't relish being bitten in the angry hexapod's deadly jaws and ran even harder. A familiar mech entered the cave. The Stanislaw kicked aside a couple of juveniles and brandished its ballistic rifle towards VES. Melker's voice emerged from its speakers. Get down, VES. VES threw himself on the ground as the Stanislaw fired its rifle. The air above VES whooshed awfully as he narrowly avoided being splattered by the bullet. The projectile traveled past over VES and tore apart the hexapod about to bite his rear. The impact of the bullet against the solid cave floor pinged his ears and momentarily overwhelmed his focus. This inadvertently freed up his Jutland organ, which unleashed its revenge at VES for being suppressed. While VES tried to get himself together, Jutland finally noticed something amiss. As the Caius slammed against the Olympian in a head-on charge, its internals started to release some distressing sounds. Jutland swiftly drew Back the Caius, only for it to stumble as it appeared to lose control of its limbs. The madman adopted a befuddled expression on his face, but the hunting platoon already knew what to expect. Despite the intervention of the worms, the Cathrex-powered spear pierced through their near-invincible scales one by one. Once Cain eliminated half of them, she left the remainder to her subordinates and proceeded to assist the Olympian. Jutland hardly figured out why his pride and joy moved so jerkily. The Caius suffered from so many ailments that it couldn't even balance itself on its legs despite having 6 of them. It moved like a snail when it attempted to avoid the Cathrex glowing white speartip, with predictable results. The powered spear punched through the scales that exceeded the protection of a heavy mech and wrought serious damage to the muscles underneath. Sadly for the captain, her target's immense bulk brushed aside the piercing blow. Instead, the Caius attempted to force its limbs into moving faster. It even darted forward to bite the Cathrec, but the highly advanced mech danced back well before its jaws came close. By this time, Jutland figured something out. He sniffed the air a couple of times. His face slowly soured. Sabotage. It's you. His eyes honed in on Ves, who flopped helplessly on the ground. Jutland's stare somehow aggravated his impaired condition as his internal energy cycle shook erratically. Even you betrayed me. After all I've done to strengthen your body, you would rather bite the hand that fed you. Perish then like the rest. Jutland ignored everything else and wordlessly directed the Caius to storm over to Ves. The Olympian tried to stand in their way, but Jutland retrieved his controller and activated his chimera mech's blue flame breath. Its jaws released much less flames from before, but they still posed such a threat that the pilot of the heavy mech instinctively dodged aside. Only the Cathrec kept its cool. Captain Cain circled her mech around and expertly attacked some of the weak points pointed out by Ves when he transmitted the schematics of the Caius. While she inflicted serious damage, it took much more to cripple the huge mech. When the flame breath sputtered off, Jutland pressed another button on his controller. The Caius slowed down in its stride while its chest started to glow distressingly. The doctor finally unleashed one of its trump cards. Ves was afraid of this. The schematics on the data chip hadn't included the strange growths inside the chest of the Caius. Over the many days since he first got his hands on a recording of the interior, he continued to puzzle over its appearance and purpose. The only thing he transmitted to base camp when he got in touch with them with his transceiver was that it looked like an oversized human brain. The artificial brain took up a prominent place within the chest of the Caius. It even enjoyed a direct connection to the chimera mech's augmented heat organ. Now, a significant amount of power flowed from the heat organ to the strange oversized brain. Ves could even see its outline as the strange glow seemed capable of penetrating through all obstruction. A grin appeared on Dr. Jutland's face. I command you to stop. An invisible wave of psychic energy blasted outwards from the artificial brain. Every mech and every hexapod in the cave suddenly halted their actions. Some of the mechs even tipped over due to their precarious stances. No one could move. Ves got it worse than others. Jutland's words propagated through a vast and powerful psychic shockwave that burrowed straight into his mind and body. The strength of both turned against him, making it impossible for him to breathe or blink his eyes. Worse, the phenomenon showed no signs of subsiding. Everyone turned into fish on the chopping block while Jutland loudly laughed at the turn of events. I have waited 27 years to wreak my revenge. Unenlightened beings like you will never be able to match my genius. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 192 Culmination. Just as Jutland indulged in his triumph, the Cathrec suddenly beeped. In alarm. Its limbs moved stiffly as its pilot failed to respond. Detecting incapacitated pilot. Initiating contingency Gamma 16. Autonomous control mode activated. Some of the other mechs of the hunting platoon also started to move without any prompting from their pilots. From their awkward movements, Ves figured out that artificial intelligences had taken over their controls. It was a brilliant countermeasure against Jutland's psychic attack. Ves remembered that no such backups existed in the designs of the Olympian. Chief Ramirez must have taken his warning seriously. These primitive bots won't stop me. Jutland hissed and commanded the Caius forward. The smart intelligences that appropriated the mechs finished off the hexapods first. Jutland's indiscriminate mental command affected not only humans but also the native wildlife. The AIs conveniently cleaned them up before the Caius lumbered over. Its extensive internal damage due to the corrosive chemicals VES slipped inside the pool slowed down its gait, giving its opponents plenty of time. The massacre didn't even affect the raging madman. He continued to push the Caius onwards as if he helmed a spaceship about to crash into a moon. He disregarded every possible consequence as the AIs mastered the controls and formed to receive the charge. The Caius stopped in its tracks as its anemic charge failed to phase the prepared Olympian. The Volmars along with the Cathrek had long positioned themselves at the flanks. As medium mechs, they pounced on the briefly immobilized Caius like a pack of raptors. All of the AIs aimed at the weak points, as if they'd already been programmed with the relevant data. The Caius truly buckled this time as some of its weakened metal parts buckled under the force. However, a starved camel was still bigger than a horse. Even with all of its ailments, the Caius continued to hit back with slow but powerful attacks. It even managed to pull off a difficult feint and struck a Volmar square in the chest. This highlighted the faults of using AIs. They had obviously been implemented with haste, giving them very little time to master their respective mechs, let alone develop a smooth routine that took full advantage of the strengths of their machines. Still, as bad as they currently performed, they rapidly learned their lessons. Their movements grew smoother over time, and they made less mistakes than in the first minute. The Caius became increasingly hard-pressed to fend off their coordinated attacks. If the hunting platoon fought against any other opponent, House Kane would hesitate giving up control of the mechs to AIs. Yet they lucked out this time because as much as Jutland excelled in exobiology, he lacked the expertise to counter the use of AIs. Any competent force employed hackers and cybersecurity specialists that punished any widespread use of bots and AIs. Despite falling leeward, the doctor still urged his Caius to fight on. Neither side yielded. Now that the Caius became preoccupied in its battle against the AI-controlled mechs, VES gained a much-needed reprieve. Ever since his body became immobilized by the psychic attack, he started fighting back against the restriction keeping his mind and body imprisoned. It helped that while the restriction covered much of his mind, it focused predominantly on his subconscious. Somehow, it hadn't managed to get a good grip of his conscious mind, allowing him to nibble at the edges of the restriction. The more he freed up his conscious mind, the faster he got rid of his entanglement. He employed his newly freed-up brain capacity to assisting his efforts to free his mind. Once VES reached a tipping point, he outright broke his shackles, freeing his entire mind as well as his body in rapid succession. He gulped in some air as he breathed in and out. His heart pumped with fury and his Jutland organ roiled as if it hated being stopped. VES quickly devoted his full concentration on suppressing the rebellious organ. He didn't wish to lay down on the ground any moment longer. A welcome arrival padded over to him then. Lucky greeted his owner with a relieved meow. As a purely mechanical creature, the psychic attack hadn't affected the gem cat at all. Lucky. It's good to see you again. VES picked up the cat and affectionately hugged the pet. I'm going to need your claws for something important. Let's go. He turned around and instead of running for the exit, he rushed towards the biolabs. While VES cherished his life quite a lot, he also possessed a burning curiosity of what Jutland had been cooking in his labs. What if the doctor prepared something even worse than the psychic attack? So with Lucky in tow, VES reached the highly guarded lab area. VES ignored frozen hexapods standing guard in front of the sturdy structures. He looked at the three structures and chose to begin with the smallest lab. With the help of Lucky's energy claws, they easily bypassed the lock. Damn, this is a dud. The smallest lab primarily consisted of scavenged computing terminals and the like. Jutland must have performed most of his data analysis and number crunching in this room. The lab also contained a few rudimentary microscopes and the like. After a round of searching, VES finally found a cooler stashed underneath a desk. When VES opened it up, an entire rack of vials greeted his eyes. Most of them carried coded labels that VES had no way of figuring out. Without a guide, he couldn't figure out which ones were poisons or medicines. Whatever the case, VES grabbed a nearby pole and resolutely smashed all of the vials. A dangerous stink emerged from the cooler, so VES only made sure he broke most of the vials before he quickly left the lab and shut the door. Let's go to the next one, Lucky. After another swipe broke the lock to the lab next door, VES entered it with trepidation. Unlike the first lab, this one contained actual specimens. VES expected to encounter a genetically engineered monstrosity like the hexaworms. Instead, he came face to face with half a dozen incubated human bodies. They floated silently in their own transparent vats with many tubes and cables connected to their bodies. The most frightening aspect about the bodies was that they looked identical to Dr. Jutland. That madman cloned himself. Worse, the clones consisted of human hexapod hybrids. While the original Jutland still retained a semblance of human appearance, he hadn't constrained himself when he developed his clones. All of them featured a different mix of typical hexapod traits such as claws or scales. One Jutland hybrid even adopted a complete reptilian head. While the clones appeared dormant, given the amount of time Jutland had spent on their development, VES took no chances. First, he turned off the power to the various machines that connected to the bodies. Then he requested Lucky to claw through the vats and destroy the brains of the monstrous clones. It took a tense minute for Lucky to complete his task. While the human-like clones perished quickly enough, the ones with scales fended off his energy claws with alarming ease. Lucky had to sneak his claws through their mouths and penetrate their brains from the inside in order to finish the job. Just as VES and Lucky exited the middle lab and approached the largest lab, they finally got caught. Jutland bellowed with rage as he diverted his attention from the AI-controlled mechs. "My labs. What have you done with my experiments?" VES cursed Jutland's perception but continued to the final lab. This one had obviously been built to last, as its walls, doors, and locks outclassed the other labs in thickness. Despite their robustness, Lucky only had to swipe a couple more times to destroy the sturdy lock. "You rat. Get away from that lab." The doctor finally noticed VES skulking about. He became so alarmed at the intrusion that he resolutely abandoned the fight and jumped from the Caius. While the Chimera mech continued to clash against the hunting platoon, the doctor himself employed his full might into closing the distance. Naturally, VES became scared at the approaching doom. Nevertheless, he opened the door of the lab and sneaked inside. Despite the risks, VES wanted to see why Jutland cherished this lab. He came across an unusual sight. VES expected to encounter a formidable hexapod, or some other biological horror. Instead, he came across an incubation chamber which housed a single, resplendent flower in the center. The flower resembled a white lotus flower in the middle of a pond. It rested quietly in the middle of an artificial pool that was constantly being fed with nutrients from a reconstructed dispenser. The size of the containers told him that the radiant flower had a voracious hunger for nutrients. Where did it all go? VES couldn't figure it out really, but one thing was for sure, the scent it gave off instinctively roused his appetite. His entire body screamed that if he were to eat this carefully cultivated flower, he'd receive an unimaginable amount of benefits. Time is running out. VES reminded himself while shaking his head. Though he didn't know what purpose the flower served, with Jutland hot on his heels he had to make a swift decision. Would he listen to his body, which hungered for the flower, or his instincts, which warned him of the danger of eating a completely alien organism? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. In the end, VES couldn't resist the temptation. The flower must be representing Jutland's hopes and dreams if he devoted so much effort on this magnificent flower that completely clashed with the local environment. VES guessed that Jutland must have grown it from a seed he obtained elsewhere. With Jutland breathing down his neck, VES didn't hesitate any longer. Once Lucky swiped open the incubation chamber, VES ignored the hot gases escaping the chamber and grabbed hold of the flower. His skin tingled as he brushed against the beautiful plant by its floating roots. VES stuffed the flower in his mouth while grabbing hold of Lucky. As soon as he completed his actions, he turned on his stealth augment. VES disappeared from every kind of view just as Jutland smashed open the front of the lab. As the lab door bounced beneath his feet, the maddened doctor beheld the damage VES had wrought just seconds earlier. He gazed at the broken chamber as well as the dissipating gases. His eyes took in every detail before focusing on the very center where a flower used to float. In the meantime, VES quietly sneaked way under the cover of his stealth module. He smoothly bypassed Jutland as he stumbled towards the broken incubation chamber and successfully exited the lab. Once he passed the broken door, he picked up his pace, wanting to get as far away from Jutland as possible. The flower already started to disintegrate in his stomach, turning into a strange kind of energy that resembled the one cycling through his body but with much higher potency. Despite the incredible amount of energy rolling in his stomach, the flower possessed an exceedingly gentle attribute. It was as if it had been made to be compatible for consumption. What is this energy? After a couple of seconds of accumulation, the energy jumped straight past his internal energy cycle and reached his brain. The sudden influx of energy momentarily caused him to blank out. His body suddenly fell mid-stride, causing Lucky to meow in alarm. Fortunately, the stealth augment remained active. While VES dealt with the rash consequences of eating an alien growth, Jutland screamed with indescribable rage and blasted the entire lab to pieces with a single shock wave emanating from his primal body. Return my heavenly flower, you thief. That's the culmination of more than 70 years of research. Jutland continued to bellow his demands while overturning the entire surroundings. A distressing amount of heat escaped his body as he slowly spun out of control. He completely disregarded his Caius, which slowly succumbed under the increasingly competent teamwork of the AI-controlled mechs. Captain Kane even broke through the psychic shackles on her mind and body somehow. She took over from her awkward AI and brought her cutthroat to its full potential. The spear-wielding elite mech danced around the increasingly burdened Caius while trying to dig through its scales in order to stop the giant glowing brain buried deep inside its chest. While the battle turned against the so-called king of the jungle, VES slowly recovered from his impulse action. He didn't know whether he made a mistake by eating the flower, but much of its energy suddenly flowed inside a hole inside his brain. Where did it go? Once the energy disappeared from his body, VES regained control over his body. For a moment, he thought the energy would fry his brains into ash. Never did he expect to see it disappear like water flowing down the drain. His rudimentary inspection of his body revealed no other changes. I can't afford to dawdle any longer. I've got to go. VES resumed his escape, passing by Melker's immobilized Stanislaw as he neared the exit. After suffering from several delays, his stealth augment only lasted for another minute. VES had to get out of Jutland's sight or he'd have a post-human madman going for his head. Damn it, what heavenly flower. All of that energy instantly flushed away into another dimension. He guessed that the flower's potency ended up in one of the other dimensions besides the visible ones. Spacetime only consisted of the 3 dimensions of space along with time, but scientists have long determined the existence of additional dimensions, mostly through their interaction with exotics. The flower must be an exceedingly precious growth nurtured with precious exotics then to possess its special characteristics. VES therefore speculated that the flower was meant to nurture Jutland's supposed soul, but in actual fact it just dumped a huge load of energy inside a higher dimension that, as far as he knew, had nothing to do with the human body. Did I just throw away a priceless treasure into the trash? He idly wondered. As long as Jutland didn't get his hands on a power-up, VES had done his job. Chapter 193 To Challenge a Mech. The amount of energy Dr. Jutland released surpassed anything VES had ever witnessed. His body even glowed red from the sheer amount of heat leaking from his pores. He definitely pulled out all the stops this time. I shall destroy you all. He went after the biggest target, the Olympian. By now, the venerable heavy mech endured a lot of abuse. Not only did it engage the Caius in multiple engagements, it also had to deal with the consequences of running its systems at full tilt. Its overall performance already began to slide. Jutland clearly didn't care. He just wanted to pound the biggest mech to pieces. While he obviously couldn't fly, his ability to run and leap reached superhuman levels. Bang. He became so terrifying that when he slammed against the huge building-sized Olympian, the heavy knight actually stumbled back. A loud crunching sound accompanied the impact. Jutland actually wrenched away a couple of layers of armor. Is he challenging a mech with his body? VES wondered as he kept running away now that his body became unburdened. This is impossible. VES had never thought that he'd witness a phenomenon many people dreamed about. A human actually challenged a mech up front. More than that, he actually held the advantage. With his powerful body and his endless supply of energy, the crazy doctor exhibited both strength and speed. Jutland challenged everyone's perception on the primacy of mechs by boldly treating the Ajax Olympian as his punching bag. After slamming his body against the shield for the 6th time, Jutland finally broke through all of its layers, causing the heavy object to splinter apart. The AI that controlled the heavy knight reacted poorly to this, having never been programmed to fight against a human-sized monstrosity. It treated the loss of its shield as a prompt to go on the offensive, and proceeded to foolishly attempt to kick Jutland with its agonizingly slow foot. Insignificant worm. Get out of my way. Jutland contemptuously growled with a deep, inhuman timbre. He drew his body inward before jumping straight at the center of the Olympian's chest. Bang! The high-powered collision dented the Olympian's incredibly durable armor. Even the Caius would be hard-pressed to do the same. Everyone present genuinely feared for their lives. A man with the power to challenge mechs represented certain doom. If they didn't want to die, they had to do something about him. Stop it! Captain Kane yelled. As her cathrek ceased to cripple the largely immobilized Caius and turned around to aid her Beleagirid subordinate. Her entry changed the dynamic of the battle. As an agile spear wielder, the cathrek possessed just enough speed to keep up with Jutland's rapid movements. It helped that he merely possessed a lot of straight-line speed and couldn't easily change directions. Whenever Jutland charged forward, the cathrek brandished its powered spear in his path. Even maddened as he was now, he personally witnessed the weapon's power against the Caius. The glowing white speartip tore straight through the chimera mech's scales. Thus, the doctor always veered away. Volmars. Constrained Dr. Jutland. 4 of the Volmars ceased their assault on the Caius and moved to reinforce the cathrek. The remaining 2 Volmars along with the heavily damaged Olympian took over the duty of suppressing the extremely hardy Caius. Despite suffering a myriad of crippling blows, it still hadn't gone down. As long as the chimera mech kept its artificial brain alive, it continued to put pressure on everyone's mind. Fortunately enough, the AIs controlling the Volmars observed the Olympian's reaction towards Jutland and learned plenty of lessons. Like the cathrek, they refused to block with their frames, instead preferring to dodge Jutland's charges. One of Jutland's major flaws was that he never tried to feint or take advantage of his incredibly speed and flexibility. The rage suffusing his mind had turned him into a half-coherent animal that only knew how to employ brute force. In this case, the AIs used their superior processing speeds to analyze Jutland's movements and predict his vector before his legs completed their steps. The Volmars all avoided his attacks without fail. Captain Kane ordered all of the Volmars to surround and constrain the doctor. While he didn't feel threatened by their maces and staffs, they still delivered quite a bit of damage if he got hit. His impregnable body didn't suffer a lot of damage, but the attacks were never meant to finish him off. Instead, they interrupted his rhythm and halted his high-speed movements. Once Jutland bounced away from a solid staff strike, he didn't get the opportunity to recover. A massive white spear struck him from behind and tore through his spine. Its powered enhancement sheared through the doctor's body like a hot knife through butter and brutally dissected his torso from the stomach. Time seemed to slow as Jutland fell in 2 pieces. As mighty as he appeared, even he couldn't survive without half his body. When his upper body slammed against the cave floor, he gasped and vomited streams of blood. He gaped at the cathrek, which slowly drew back its spotless white spear. His blood never even stained its tip. His hand stretched forward, as if he wished to grasp the mech-sized spear in his hands, but eventually fell down as Jutland completely lost his strength. VES let out a sigh of relief. A man chose to challenge a mech this day. He failed. It's over. Captain Kane still had her scruples, however. Jutland spent so much effort on his body that he might be pretending. The captain impulsively decided to finish the job, foregoing the possibility of capturing him alive and milking out his incredible wealth of knowledge and secrets. The butt end of the cathrek's spear landed upon his upper body several times, pounding his brain and all of his unique organs to mush. Once the madman's highly developed heat organ got hit, it instantly exploded. A huge wash of heat escaped the site of the impact, disintegrating Jutland's entire body as well as burning his lower body which had landed nearby. Fortunately, not all of the energy released from the Jutland organ at once. It leaked out an unstable current of heat and other energies over several minutes like a deflating balloon. The battle truly came at an end this time. The cathrek returned to the pitiful Caius and efficiently pounded its limbs before cutting through its chest. After pricking the strange magnified brain, the psychic attack finally ended, allowing everyone to regain control over their bodies and mechs. The hexapods also regained their faculties, but the mechs made quick work of the annoying beasts. Without Jutland's directions, the creatures devolved into primitive creatures that cared only for their own needs. Half of them fled the cave and disappeared into the jungle. None of them even glanced at VES, who rested halfway towards the exit. His stealth augment ran out of power, but even so he didn't fear the beasts as Melker stood guard over him. His Stanislaw shot any hexapod that neared their position. Once the recovered mech pilots secured the perimeter, the cutthroat slowly approached VES. Its cockpit opened, revealing Felicity Kane in her piloting suit. She floated down with the help of an integrated anti-grav module and landed right in front of VES. "You're not looking so good, Mr. Larkinson. I've had better days." The woman rested her arms on her hips while she regarded him through her helmeted head. "How is it you're able to survive in the open without a suit?" "Dr. Jutland found it inconvenient to accommodate my baseline human body. Whatever he did to his own body, he partially applied to my own. I'm not fully human anymore." Despite his gains, VES genuinely sounded depressed. After all, the label of hybrid carried a certain stigma in human society. With so many alien species wishing to wipe out every human, no one dared to flaunt any obvious alien features. "This is going to be trouble," Captain Kane predicted. The aftermath of the rescue attempt proceeded quickly. Once Captain Kane sent back a mech to convey their victory, a horde of transports along with workers descended upon the cave. Chief Ramirez led a crowd of mech technicians that looked over the heavily damaged Olympian and the Caius. The former pretty much turned into a crippled machine, while the latter represented a bounty of exotic development. The scrapping of the Olympian pretty much turned into a sideshow compared to the Herculean effort of trying to haul the crippled Caius back to base camp. A couple of exobiologists also arrived at the cave. While Jutland hinted that it merely represented one of many outposts, the presence of the research labs proved otherwise. This must surely be his principal hideout. The exobiologists along with the help of other experts systematically dismantled and preserved Jutland's labs. House Kane made plentiful gains, to the point where Captain Kane behaved like a cat who got the canary. She frequently rubbed her palms as she stared at immobile Caius. They not only recovered a unique chimera mech of immense power. They also recovered Jutland's damaged clones as well as reams of data, though Jutland encrypted all of it so it would take years to decipher their contents. As for VES, his surprising transformation alarmed the exobiologists and the regular doctors. Dr. Mello took charge of his health and urged the expedition members to send them back to base camp. Thus, VES got to return to a half-ruined base camp before the end of the day. The transport had to fight off several sporadic hexabat waves along the way, though their escorts expertly beat off the opportunistic wildlife. "What happened here?" VES asked from his floating medical bed. Dr. Mello insisted him to rest on the bed despite his protests that he was fine. She constantly studied the readings from the bed. She glanced at him with a distracted look. Once some of the mercenaries learned of the fleet's defeat, they responded with irrational violence. Keller's blades instigated a violent mutiny that inflicted many casualties, especially when he tried to storm the communications center. Commander Tregus ordered the destruction of all of our quantum entanglement nodes. That sounded especially bad. The quantum entanglement nodes represented the only form of contact between base camp and the rest of the galaxy. Without it, they could never get in touch with Lord Kane and the fleet, let alone anyone else. Mello guided his bed off the transport and into a treatment facility. VES noticed that all of the rooms were occupied with wounded. To think that all of them suffered injuries from other humans instead of hexapods. "Do you think it's possible we might be stuck on Graining 4 after our 40-day window subsides?" The exobiologist shrugged. "It's not my job to care about these matters. In my opinion, the mutineers acted prematurely and gave in to their despair in vain. As long as the storms hasn't blocked our way out, there's still a chance we can make it out." Put in that way, the mercenaries indeed lashed out without proper consideration. Perhaps Commander Keller secretly fanned the flames and incited the more impulse mercenaries to take action. Luckily, they failed, though House Kane paid a grievous price. Dr. Mello estimated that not more than 100 mechs remained functional. Half of the base camp's defenses also got destroyed in the ensuing battle. No one was in a mood to hunt for hexapods any longer. Commander Tregus allocated most of his core forces to guarding what remained of their base camp. As for the mercenaries that remained loyal, they had mostly been sent out in batches to guard over the extraction of the motherlode. "How much wealth are we talking about here?" Mello pursed her lips. "It's not much of a secret, so there's no harm in telling you. The surveyors determined that the vein reaches about 50 meters below ground. The raw minerals contain lots of waste elements of little value, but the total amount of monoxide you can expect after processing them should yield around 7 kilograms. VES adopted a dumbfounded expression when he heard the ludicrous figure. That should be enough monoxide to supply several CFA battle fleets. House Kane has made it big. That is only if they can recover it. Dr. Mello retorted gently. Remember, all of that monoxide will amount to nothing if we're unable to leave the planet. While Commander Tregus has promised me that House Kane is working on the problem, he hasn't provided any details. She had a very good point. Thinking about earning a windfall distracted VES from the despairing fact that they probably couldn't expect to be picked up by the expeditionary fleet. What transports and shuttles the base camp had at its disposal would only be able to bring a limited amount of men and cargo into orbit. They were powerful, short-ranged craft meant to transfer cargo across planetary distances. They lacked the acceleration and fuel capacity to cross the star system, so they couldn't even take refuge in the graining system's other planets. More importantly, they didn't come with an expensive FTL drive, so they couldn't even limp back to civilized space. We're truly stuck. VES concluded with a tone of finality. Chapter 194 Trapped. What struck VES the most when Jutland made his last stand was that he completely became unhinged. His overwhelming rage at losing his flower pushed aside his devious intelligence and his admirable capacity for patience. If Jutland hadn't lost his rationality, he still had a chance to turn the tides. In the end, he lost to himself. All of his plans came to nothing due to a lack of self-control. VES feared the same could happen to him. So how's my brain, Doc? It appears to be fine, but that is only a preliminary assessment. Dr. Mello replied as she put him through the latest barrage of scans. She already took extensive samples of his blood and tissue. She even cut a tiny portion off his Jutland and regulator organs. It's too early to make a conclusion. Dr. Jutland's fascinating work have a myriad of wonderful effects. I can't even make sense of this new kind of energy. The exobiologist had never encountered this form of energy that could only be induced through special circumstances. It didn't show up on any existing scans and could only be perceived through the minute amount of heat it released as waste. This proved that it at least adhered to some of the rules that governed energy. So you can't figure out a way to make it less destructive? No. She resolutely shook her head. We can't make any headway on this matter with the equipment we have on hand. It's better to focus on what we can do for now. Over the next couple of days, Dr. Mello along with some other specialists treated him like a patient and test subject depending on what struck their fancy. At least with Lucky hanging around, they shouldn't be reckless enough to do anything radical like cutting him open and removing all of his organs. The modifications made to his body represented something new to the scientists. They constantly learned something new every day, but even more remained out of reach. Dr. Jutland is a brilliant man, but he's also a paranoid man. Mello explained when VES asked if he figured out his changes. Cyber specialists are still trying to crack his data chips, but it will take years to open them up. Meanwhile, we aren't making much progress deciphering the functions of your new organs either because Jutland has employed a form of biological encryption. The doctors did the best they could to map out his various improvements. They confirmed his suspicions that his flesh and bones had toughened up to an absurd level compared to an average human. The most remarkable aspect of Jutland's work was that he successfully transplanted the capacity to resist radiation damage from hexapods to humans. Not even the best gene therapy applied to the special forces of the Constance Grand Kingdom can match up to this level of enhancement. His respiration and digestion systems also gained a massive enhancement, though that didn't mean that VES could eat icky stuff. He concerned himself the most about adapting back to normal human standards. Could he still breathe the same air and eat the same foods as he had always done? There is some loss of efficiency there, make no mistake about it. However, your Jutland organ sufficiently makes up the gaps in these areas. In conclusion, VES gained a remarkable boost in strength, endurance, and adaptability in a wide variety of environment. He'd make for an ideal treasure hunter and pioneer with his new physique. Still, that didn't mean Mello grew confident enough to declare his body healthy. Jutland could have sneaked all kinds of hidden bombs and booby traps in his body, but the man's extreme level of paranoia made it difficult to figure out where they've been buried. There is one anomaly that you should be aware of, Mello said as she handed over a scan of his brain to him. Your central nervous system is influencing your regulator organ in a markedly concerning fashion. Usually, it's the other way around, as the regulator organ is designed to provide additional instructions that your regular brain is incapable of controlling. The projection began to animate a model of what might happen. As you can see, our models predict that your central nervous system will gradually merge with your regulator organ. What kind of effects this will result in is still to be determined, but whether they are positive or negative, we can still interrupt the process if you wish to do so. VES could hardly make a decision on his own. He truly lamented the limited facilities of the half-ruined base camp. A proper hospital or research institute would make a lot more progress on the mysteries of his body. From your words, I gather this shouldn't be happening. Could this merger be initiated by that strange, heavenly flower? While no other heavenly flowers existed, the expedition knew about its existence due to the various references Jutland had left behind. VES eventually had to admit he ate a dubious alien growth. Fortunately, Jutland intended to consume it himself, so it likely didn't come with any negative side effects. However, that only truly applied to Jutland's unique physique. The amount of resources Dr. Jutland spent on nurturing the heavenly flower is astounding. It also explains why the expedition has never met another apex hexapod. He preyed on them all and harvested their biomass to feed this flower. While it sounded fairly concerning to them both that VES ate a growth that contained a ridiculously high concentration of energy, they couldn't do anything about it. Unlike the rougher form of energy being cycled by his Jutland organ, the heavenly flower extraordinary energy stream truly escaped any form of control. In the end, the doctors and specialists threw up their hands and declared him safe, for now. They hadn't found any acute threats that could kill him before he returned to civilized space, that is if they would ever get picked up. The defeat of the expeditionary fleet still hung over the entire base like an omnipresent cloud of rain. Once VES got discharged from Dr. Mello's care, he carried Lucky out of the treatment center and met with Ensign D'Amato. The young and promising ensign looked a lot worse off this time as he lost his entire left arm. D'Amato. What happened to you? I suffered a laser burn that forced the doctors to discard the entire limb. He shrugged nonchalantly. They're growing a replacement arm for me, but there are others in the waiting list who get to have their turn first. Since D'Amato didn't show any concern, VES put down his own. So what is happening these days? Are we making any progress getting out of here? Right now, the groundside team suffered many losses but also made enormous gains. Both the motherlode and whatever Dr. Jutland left behind could be sold for a huge pile of credits back home. No one wanted to leave this wealth behind. You should know about the truth. D'Amato said and gestured VES into an isolated office. We've been sparing with the details before, but that was obviously a mistake. Some of our less stable employees who haven't been able to cope with their deployment to the surface have leaked what has happened to the mechs, who promptly lashed out and tried to take over the communications center. Do you know why they aimed for our quantum entanglement nodes? I'm guessing they wanted to ask for rescue from anyone they can reach. They don't care about keeping the graining system a secret anymore. That's true, but it's not their main goal. In truth, the expeditionary fleet came prepared to repulse the Sandmen, which they did after expending a lot of effort. What happened immediately afterwards brought the fleet into disarray. They were set upon by the dragons of the void who pounced on the exhausted fleet. A chill went through his spine as VES imagined the consequences. He was no expert in fleet engagements, but even he knew how difficult it would be for Lord Kane to fend off a follow-up attack when he least suspected it. How could the pirates have found our fleet? We may never know. D'Amato replied with a grim face, which hinted at the possibility of traitors within the expedition. What we can determine is that the Ark Horizon sustained heavy damage along with the vessels of our core partners. The Dragons of the Void aimed to behead the expedition in a single stroke, but the Ark Horizon proved to be more resilient than they thought. The expeditionary fleet lost a lot of smaller ships as well as many mercenary transports. When it became obvious that they couldn't win the engagement, the expeditionary fleet dispersed in all directions, forcing the mysterious pirates to spread out and lose their advantage. The heavily damaged Ark Horizon successfully slipped away in the end. Have the Dragons of the Void left to pursue the remnants of the expeditionary fleet? VES curiously asked. No. They spent some time salvaging the wrecks before making their way to the graining system. In fact, the pirate fleet is currently orbiting over this planet. The only reason why they haven't made way to this underground region is that they can't find the entrance. The pirates don't appear to have any surveyors in their midst. That sounded both good and bad. If they wanted to get off this planet before the storms began to rage anew, they could surrender to the dragons of the void. However, pirates weren't known to be merciful to their captives. I'm guessing the rebelling mercs tried to signal the coordinates to the entrance of this underground cavern. That's correct. The ensign grimaced while holding the stump of his arm. Make no mistake. House Kane will never give in to pirates. Commander Tregus has promised to execute anyone who intends to do so. Even to the point of resigning ourselves to being stuck on this planet for 27 years straight. D'Amato didn't reply to his question, but his face exhibited unflinching resolve. That proved that the core of the groundside team held out hope for an eventual rescue, if not now then perhaps a couple of decades later. They held firm to their loyalty to House Kane and refused to hand over their bountiful harvest to the pirates. Who are the dragons of the void anyway? They've attacked the expeditionary fleet twice. We may never know their true origin. Even before we destroyed our quantum entanglement nodes, our investigation has turned up very little information. Even the vast resources and manpower House Kane had at its disposal couldn't penetrate the fog that surrounded these determined pirates. D'Amato believed that they definitely enjoyed support from a powerful backer. So what's the plan? VES tentatively asked. Are we doing anything that can get us out of here? Nothing that matters. We're busy wrapping up our operations on the surface and we'll be packing all of our valuables. We can't lose hope at this moment. In other words, they had to pray to the heavens for deliverance. Besides surrendering to the pirates, nothing else on hand could surmount the impossible problem of fleeing their grasp and transition out of the graining system. The absence of FTL-capable ships alone halted any fanciful ideas. There's nothing else we can do but do our jobs and wait. As the final 10 days of their 40-day window loomed, VES spent most of his time helping the maintenance department pack up their gear. They prioritized the recovery of their most valuable assets such as the Caius, and planned to leave behind everything that wasn't valuable but took up a huge amount of space, such as the prefab structures and walls. VES half suspected that they were only doing make work in order to distract the men and women from giving in to their despair. Did Commander Tregus truly hope for rescue, or had he already resigned himself to an extensive stay on a hostile planet with limited resources? The entire predicament showcased their helplessness in the face of losing the backing of their fleet. As much as the age of mechs revolved around groundside operations, the battle in space negated all of their efforts. The situation changed at the 37th day. A new fleet entered the graining system. Chapter 195 Control. Is it ours? VES asked as he walked towards the inner base. It's doubtful. D'Amato replied as he tried to hurry up. His missing arm disrupted his coordination. From what little sensors we still have in place that are transmitting back their readings, the fleet is several times larger than the expeditionary fleet at its height. None of the incoming ships are broadcasting any identifiers that we can recognize either. Could there be a fourth party trying to ruin the third party's game? Or were the Sandmen up to no good? It's not the Sandmen, if that's what you're thinking. They're fairly distinctive even at a distance. They entered a command center after the guards verified their identities. These days, his contributions extended VES a lot of privileges, including extended access of the base. He even got to meet Commander Tregus in person. The men looked as if he'd aged a lot since the start of the expedition. Tregus wearily gestured VES into his office. I was just about to summon your presence. Please sit. After VES and D'Amato took a seat, he began to ask the first thing that came to his mind. What's the status of the pirates? Tregus gripped his fist. They're getting close to finding out the entrance to the underground cavern. Even without a professional surveyor in their payroll, they're exploring and scanning the surface of Graining 4 with numbers on their side. With the amount of processing power at their disposal, they'll discover the entrance at any moment now. The ground team faced a difficult situation then. If the recent arrivals turned out to be friendly, then the base camp merely had to wait out their arrival. If they proved hostile, then they had even less hope than before, because any friendly reinforcements would have to go through 2 enemy fleets. VES couldn't give up too soon. He held out hope that the incoming fleet would prove friendly. How shall we fend off the pirates if they come? We don't have a lot of assets left. In addition, all of our mechs and mech pilots are worn out. According to the latest calculations, the unknown fleet is making good speed towards Graining 4. If the Dragons of the Void make a stand, then both fleets are projected to clash within 22 hours. A fleet engagement will drag on for several hours, though, so we'll have to hold out for around 30 hours. 30 hours sounded a lot. With the arrival of an unknown element, the pirates must be accelerating their efforts at finding the entrance to the lush metallic jungle underneath the surface of the planet. We'll have to do our best to fortify our position then. Tregus nodded. Our miners have already finished extracting the motherlode, so we can fully concentrate our defenses here. However, that still leaves us with an exhausted force. In truth, I've assigned some men to employ a radical solution to increase our defenses. What is it? Bringing back to Caius Online. What? VES widened his eyes as he heard the preposterous words coming from his mouth. That's impossible. That mech is a badly damaged enigma and we don't even know how it works. VES thought that Chief Ramirez and his men were in the process of dismantling the huge Chimera mech in order to make it easier to move. The base commander didn't deny his assertions. It's a long shot, but we should be prepared to employ every resource we have on hand. Our exobiologists and mech technicians are already at work trying to get the biological machine to work. They're still encountering problems with the control method. You should see if you can lend a hand. After VES received his assignment, he left the office, but not before he got his shield generator back. He'd been looking for the valuable life-saving device. Tregus told him that his men found it in a corner or something, but VES knew they probably tried to appropriate it for themselves only to get defeated by its highly advanced locks. Once he stepped outside, he took a deep breath and sampled the local air. Ever since he got transformed, he didn't bother wearing a bulky hazard suit anymore. The things were nuisances as far as he was concerned, though he also drew a lot of weird looks. No other human could survive toxic atmosphere without a suit. It smells like death. With D'Amato and Lucky in tow, VES walked over to a beefed-up workshop and received a very firm security check before being allowed entry. The Caius obviously received a lot of care. A combination of workers from multiple disciplines crawled over the dormant monster. They worked on both its mechanical and biological components. Impressively enough, the workers made good headway with both. Replacing the worn-out alloy components with freshly fabricated ones required little brain power, though VES found it regretful that they hadn't consulted him about it. After all, Jutland likely improvised the later additions, which caused the Chimera mech to become increasingly burdened. Still, that mattered little compared to the living components of the mech. A couple of exobiologists who VES didn't recognize led a team of assistants in reviving and healing most of the damaged tissue. Compared to Dr. Jutland, they made a lot of progress by virtue of their collective intelligence and much better lab equipment. Come over, VES. Ramirez called while he looked over the giant mech from a ramp. When VES climbed the ramp, he once again got a good glimpse of the Chimera mech's primal majesty. This was truly a mech that ruled over all. The commander wanted to keep you out of it, but we're running out of time. This mech is nothing but a hunk of junk if we can't figure out its control method. VES understood House Kane's desire to monopolize the inner workings of the Caius. The machine not only represented a unique fusion of the living and the mechanical, it also outperformed any other mech of its size. How did Dr. Jutland control the mech anyway? What kind of progress have you made? The maintenance chief shrugged his shoulders. You'll have to ask the exobiologists for the specifics, but in short they found some creepy stuff inside the head of this big thing. It looked like a brain of a mech pilot that's been tortured into staying alive. Well, we ripped it off as fast as possible and started working together to rewire the Caius into accepting the input of a standard cockpit. When VES looked over the schematic of their progress, he found that they made some significant changes to the Caius. They stuffed a sturdy cockpit in the chest cavity that used to hold the giant psychic brain that Captain Kane punctured at the end of Jutland's final stand. The mech technicians worked together with the exobiologists to allow the cockpit's neural interface to connect with the nervous system of the Caius. I'll be honest with you, VES said after studying the schematics. I don't have a clue how the neural interface works. This is out of my area of expertise. The Mech Trade Association posed very strict limits on the modification of a neural interface. It would be very easy to make the wrong decision that could end up frying a mech pilot's mind. Most mech designers opt to use a standard, off-the-shelf neural interface without any tweaks for that reason. No one else knows a thing either. Just take a look at it and see if you can knock it into place. With time running out, the base camp needed every asset ready to defend against invaders. Commander Tregus put a lot of hope into the Caius. The Chimera mech was a king among melee-oriented mechs, possessing a perfect mix of speed, power, and armor. VES first approached the chest area that had been opened up to make way for a cockpit. An exobiologist stood next to it, racking his mind on the problem. "Hey, can you tell me what kind of issues you've encountered trying to get the neural interface to work?" "It's complicated," the men replied, but explained the issue in a simple way. The Caius is not just a machine. It's also a living being. The remarkable thing about this Chimera mech is that it possesses its own subconscious that is able to decide whether to allow you to control it. Obviously, we're not Dr. Jutland, so it hasn't submitted to our control. The machine can think. He already started to get a headache after hearing about the issue. This went way above anything he learned. Even though he founded the Living Mech Company, VES never imagined working with actual living mechs. "We've tried to coerce the subconscious mind with various methods, but the Caius is an immense system derived from an apex hexapod. Nothing we have on hand can force it into surrender." The exobiologists also tried to use a softer approach, but the subconsciousness ignored any entreaties. The thing behaved like an ancient dragon sleeping atop a mound of gold. Without being able to wake it, they had no opportunity of negotiating with it for its coins. When he read through the logs and tallied their methods, he had to admit the exobiologists tried everything he could think about. VES couldn't figure out another way except for the X factor. Ever since he joined the expedition, VES resolutely sealed his abilities concerning this mysterious phenomenon. Working together with a crowd of mech technicians muddied up the mechs he designed and worked with, so the X factor never had a chance to break out of its shell. Now though, he faced a mech that lived, in a way. If VES was correct about the rules governing the X factor, then it had an intricate connection to life. Could he communicate with a living mech through the X factor? Could he manipulate it in his favor? How would he go about it in the first place? Nothing ventured, nothing tried. VES ignored the exobiologist as he prattled on and approached the Chimera mech's chest. He put his palm over its hardy scales and tried to connect with the beast. He expanded his mind and narrowed focus, tuning out every other distraction. The sounds of mech technicians installing new parts and exobiologists treating damaged tissue faded out. Deep within his mind, a brilliant light ascended into the heavens and threatened to burn down in an unprecedented nova of destruction. Ack! He painfully pulled out his mind from the dangerous illusion. VES had a suspicion that if he let the image run its course, he'd blow out his brains. What is happening to me? VES wasn't stupid. He associated the phenomenon with the disappeared energy from the heavenly flower. He faintly recognized its flavor. The strange occurrence forced him to take a step back. He left the cockpit and sat down in a quiet corner while stroking Lucky's back. The cat had missed his presence and demanded a lot of attention since VES returned from captivity. "What do you think is going on, Lucky?" The cat meowed ignorantly at him, caring more about his scratches than his owner's conundrums. The dangerous vision in his mind scared him quite a bit. Would he be risking his mind every time he tried to focus his concentration? He carefully dipped his mind inwards. Nothing happened. He easily manipulated his thoughts into a mental blade that could cut through any errant thoughts floating in his head. VES found that its potency had even increased. Was this another effect of the heavenly flower? I can't be sure of that. It could have grown from surviving the last few weeks. I know far too little about the mind to make any solid conclusions. VES avoided making assumptions and instead tried to determine the changes. It became even easier to form his focus into any shape he willed into existence. He found it difficult to describe the process. It was as if he applied a giant net onto a cloud of myriad meanings. It ignored all the irrelevant meanings and only latched onto the concepts he wanted. It's even easier to shape the right image. VES imagined upgrading an ancient second-hand image projector with a premium brand one. The resolution and vitality of his images received a substantial upgrade. Whether it could help him break through the impenetrable border between the system's C rating and B rating was another matter. From his understanding of the X factor, it demanded more than brute force to break through that barrier. It required an evolution in his methods. It's still a benefit, though. A more focused and intense image likely allowed him to impart more life in the same amount of time. He wouldn't have to spend months trying to saturate a design with his fingerprints. He even guessed that once he became powerful enough, he could wipe off the fingerprints of others in a collaborative work. I don't even know if I reached that point. He only brushed against the tip of the iceberg with both his physical and mental changes. Though they all appeared to be beneficial, the doctors warned him that they might take a turn for the worse. Only through extensive examination at a proper facility would VES be able to uncover some of the hidden dangers buried within his body. He laid his worries aside since he still had a job to do. Once he regained his composure, he approached the Caius and touched it again. This time, VES formed a mental probe of sorts and carefully tried to pry into the shell of the monstrous mech. His mind encountered a thick, nebulous cloud. VES thought he encountered some form of barrier that acted as a form of protection. He firmed up his mental probe a bit and dove deeper into the cloud. The probe continued extending until the cloud suddenly reacted. VES became alarmed when his instincts warned him of a major crisis. The roiling cloud turned hostile and bore down onto his probe. The cloud established a connection to VES. It conveyed a sense of hostility. VES blanked out. He woke up half an hour later, his entire body stained with sweat. What just happened? Chapter 196 outnumbered. No matter how much he tried, VES couldn't recall what happened when his mind got sucked into the Caius. It was as if conscious mind got pulled into the vast vortex of the Chimera Mech subconscious. Fortunately, most of the workers ignored his unmoving presence. They probably figured he was making calculations in his mind and didn't wish to interrupt his train of thought. VES departed the workshop with a flush on his cheeks and spent some time to freshen up. All the while, he mentally assessed his state of mind. Nothing appeared to have changed. He didn't get the sense that he lost anything, nor did he gain any boons from the encounter. He simply lost half an hour of his time. I don't believe I wasted my time. Something must have happened, his instincts told him. The uncertainty of what happened and whether it changed something in him gnawed at his nerves. Lately, the more he dipped into metaphysics, the more he realized how unfathomable the unknown represented. Dr. Jutland's shenanigans alone amply demonstrated its potential as well as its dangers. In order to be certain of his health, VES returned to the treatment center and had himself checked. Predictably, they found nothing unusual. They did state that his regulator organ became increasingly enmeshed with his spine. It's a fascinating process. Dr. Mello admiringly told him. It's as if your body isn't content with these strange new additions and seeks to subsume them completely. Rarely have I witnessed such initiative without being prodded by an outside stimulus. From what I've learned of Jutland's research, the regulator organ is supposed to stay self-contained in the event he wishes to update an older organ for a better performing one. What about my Jutland organ? There are no signs your body is merging it with anything else. It wouldn't make sense to do so since it serves a unique role. VES nodded in relief. That's good to hear. Despite the seemingly benign changes, Mello cautioned him about the consequences of deviating from the human norm. A different physique requires a different set of treatments. Standard medicines designed for baseline humans may react unpredictably when applied to cases such as yours. For example, a simple sleeping pill might make you drowsy for a second or put you in a coma. It's best to have a personal doctor on retainer who truly understands your body. He'd consider such luxuries later. After thanking Dr. Mello, VES left the treatment center and returned to the workshop. The entire site buzzed with energy this time. VES. Chief Ramirez called. I don't know how the scientists figured it out, but the Caius is actually responding to the cockpit now. VES looked with interest as the Caius gently lifted a limb before lowering it again. It did so for all 6 of limbs, demonstrating the exact control the pilot in the cockpit had over the appropriated mech. Did he unlock the Caius somehow with his weird 30-minute seance? Is the pilot reporting any issues connecting with the Caius? He asked, concerned about the mental health of whoever served as a guinea pig. I imagine it's quite dangerous to interface with a half-living mech. There are doctors monitoring his condition. As soon as they detect something amiss, they'll pull the plug. The Caius turned into a docile machine, seemingly willing to let the mech pilot take the lead. The neural interface connected the pilot to the mech without encountering any hindrance this time, but VES still had his misgivings. It didn't make much sense for the subconsciousness buried deep to give in so suddenly. "Still, if it ain't broke, don't fix it," Ramirez muttered. "We only need to get it to work for a day at most. By that time it'll be clear if we're getting rescued or getting captured." They spent the next couple of hours undoing all of the damage the Caius suffered. While the exobiologists did an amazing job regenerating damaged tissue, the mech would never regain its full mobility. They had better luck plugging the gaps with machinery, though most of the times they went half-cocked due to lack of time. VES shook his head as he supervised the installation of additional laser cannons on the flanks of the Caius. Imagine certifying this beast. The MTA would hate this mech. Their hasty modifications had rush job written all over it. VES decided to add the laser cannons on a whim because the Caius possessed an abundance of power. They hadn't even been properly calibrated. Furthermore, they only put in a standard targeting system designed for humanoid mechs for lack of anything better. Ensign D'Amato shook his head. "It'll be a miracle if it can hit something beyond spitting distance. It's not meant to be a sharpshooter." The great thing about installing laser weapons onto the Caius is that its heat organ acts as both an inexhaustible power source while also functioning as the perfect heat sink. It will be able to devastate a whole company of mechs on its own with its laser cannons firing almost non-stop. Frankly, the heat organ functioned as a massive cheat in this regard. Ordinarily, directed energy weapons had no place in the hunt for hexapods, so the ground-side team only stocked a couple of lasers for contingency purposes. Their current crisis qualified as one. After several hours of working, the pirate fleet in orbit finally made a move. An alarm alerted everyone to the threat. Ensign D'Amato approached VES. "Our monitoring system has detected many incoming transports. They're on track to enter the cavern entrance. How much time do we have left?" 2 hours at most. It depends on how many mechs they've committed to the first wave. The incoming fleet is still 15 hours away, so we only need to hold on for half a day before the pirates become preoccupied with bigger enemies. VES thought about the exhausted personnel and worn-out equipment and figured they'd be hard-pressed to hold their ground. It wasn't impossible to hold for 13 hours, but the pirates must be feeling the crunch as well and hoped to wrap it up quickly. The mech technicians quickly finalized their current assignments and made sure that nothing stuck out from the Caius. With the Olympians wrecked, the Caius took over their role as the hunting platoon's bulwark. When he looked over the mobilized mechs, he noticed the imbalance between melee mechs and ranged mechs. Against hexapods, such a deployment made sense. "It's not as bad as it looks," D'Amato told him while they retreated to the inner base. As non-combatants, they played no role in the upcoming battle, especially when the ensign still waited for a new arm. The dragons of the void are impatient for results. They can't run out the clock by sieging us from a distance. Once they commit their mechs to a full-on assault, our melee mechs will be able to hold the line. They quietly waited until the first signs of danger emerged through the haze in the air. "Are those aerial mechs?" VES asked with an astounded voice. Around 2 squads of flying mechs buzzed around the base. Their flight systems screamed as they strained to keep the flyers aloft. A couple of turrets fired projectiles at them, but their speed and distance along with their ECM kept them out of harm's way. To all accounts, the pirate mechs behaved as if they were playing with their food. The passes high in the air was meant to test their defenses while observing the base camp's exact layout. The low-level miasma forced them to fly a little closer, but in turn it also interfered with everyone's targeting systems. In the meantime, half of the defenders looked on with anticipation. There they go. The native wildlife finally detected the delicious morsels darting in the air. Huge flocks of hexabats converged from far away as they honed in on the heat emitted by the mechs trying to fly under 1.4 times standard gravity. The formation in the air fell apart as thousands of hexabats gnawed at their lightly armored frames. While their armor proved to be a little more resilient than those enjoyed by civilian transports, many of their surface components such as sensors and joints sustained a lot of damage. Furthermore, the aerial mechs had mainly been configured as riflemen and harassers, so they lacked the melee options to throw off the hexabats. They shot their lasers and rifles as best they could, but even as they harvested hundreds of hexabats, thousands more flocked to their constant heat buildup. The invading force suffered a heavy blow with the loss of all of their flight squadrons. Best of all, the defenders didn't even have to lift a finger. VES shook his head as he sympathized with the hapless pirate mechs. I guess it's safe to say they haven't received any intelligence of what is going on here. The Dragons of the Void haven't received any transmissions from base camp. Ensign D'Amato nodded. Our investigators suspect that one of our attached mercenary vessels left behind a dead drop whenever they transitioned into FTL. That left a trail of breadcrumbs right into the graining system. Didn't you keep an eye on this kind of stuff? We did, but evidently the traitors outsmarted us. In any case, the fact that the pirates only gained some coordinates and nothing else meant that they came in blind. Their lack of knowledge concerning the habits of the hexapod life forms would come to bite them back several times. VES could already imagine the land-bound hexapods drawing to their heat emissions, though the expedition had already cleaned up most of the creatures in the vicinity. The land-bound pirate mechs took their time approaching the base, as constant hexapod harassment must have delayed their deployment. Still, they came with numbers on their side. How many mechs are out there? Around 100 so far, but they're definitely holding back. The expedition could only scrape around 70 mechs that functioned well enough. They also fielded a handful of half-crippled mechs that couldn't do more than stand and shoot, even if they didn't possess the right configuration to handle ranged weaponry. The numbers alone highlighted the precarious state of the groundside team. Without support from the main fleet and with depleted supplies, they lacked the depth to withstand an overwhelming assault. To put it simply, their backs were on the wall. Can you lend me a gun? VES asked his escort. Why? Just in case. If they come for me, I won't go down without a fight. In fact, VES had no intention of staying aboard a sinking ship. If the worst-case scenario happened and the base had been breached, VES intended to sneak away under stealth and survive in the wilderness with his adapted body. However, he'd have to leave behind Melker to do so. His cousin Stanislaw had joined the defending mechs in huddling behind the walls, using them as cover to fire pot shots at the approaching pirate mechs. Between the risk of getting captured and having his system robbed of his possession, VES would rather give up his cousin. As a non-combatant, VES lacked the means to change the course of the ensuing battle. No matter how much his body grew stronger, he could never match Dr. Jutland's display of strength. The pirates swelled to around 200 mechs. At least they came without any additional assets such as infantry or artillery. Still, as kings of the battlefield, mechs alone operated well enough on their own. No one spoke a word. Everyone waited with bated breath for the pirates to make their move. This time, the pirate mechs came in a dizzying array of colors and symbols. Like House Kane, the Dragons of the Void enlisted other groups to fill up their ranks. The lack of unity among the pirates could serve as a weak point. A brilliant-looking swordsman Mech in black stepped forward. Its sleek black coating had been decorated with a pair of coiling red dragons. It wielded a slim but high-quality mech dueling sword that looked perfect for swift, aggressive strikes. The loudspeakers of the elite mech bellowed out the terms of the pirate commander. I am Jaded Serpent. In the name of the Dragons of the Void, I lay claim to your lives and your possessions. We have gained complete orbital supremacy. There will be no help coming for your rescue. I will only say this once. Shut off your mechs and lock down your turrets. Captain Kane's Cathrek stepped up above the wall and faced Jaded Serpent's mech. She gave a simple reply to the pirate commander's demands. Get lost. Her reply firmed up their resolve. Even VES felt an irrational sense of pride at the thought of resisting the pirates with his comrades in the expedition. He held his borrowed laser pistol with a tightening grip, though he quickly regained his cool. The dragon mech reacted swiftly to the coarse reply by stretching out its sword. Commence the attack. Chapter 197 Jaded Serpent. With the obligatory offer of surrender over with, the pirate mechs began their assault. They carefully pelted the star-shaped base walls from a single direction with lasers and shells. It became clear that the quality of mechs and weapons used by the pirates adhered to the standard of a third-rate state. They matched relatively poorly against the better-armed mechs of House Kane and their mercenary partners from the Grey Willow Star sector. However, the local mercs enjoyed very little superiority in this regard as they obtained their mechs from similar sources. The defenses held up better than VES had thought. House Kane hadn't skimped on the prefabricated walls that had been anchored into the hardy soil. As they were meant to withstand a horde of hexapods, they took little damage from kinetic and explosive projectiles. Unfortunately, the alloys used in the construction of the walls fared a little worse against lasers. The pirates quickly wised up and started to concentrate their laser armament at a single spot, trying to carve a very large hole in the defenses. The defenders gave it as good as they got, though only half of the mechs had been equipped with ranged weapons. The fixed emplacements picked up the slack. The turrets had been designed to take a beating and dish it out in turn, and they fired back with accurate volleys that chewed up the pirates in the forest. The dense, hardy metallic forest provided some level of cover to the pirate mechs. The trees proved to be incredibly resilient, though they were too thin to cover a mech's entire frame. Losses piled up on both sides as a low-intensity firefight extended for half an hour. The pirates slowly softened up the expedition's formidable fixed defenses. The walls and turrets couldn't move, so the pirates simply aimed to wear them down by focusing their fire. Before the pirates committed to a full assault, they wanted to lay the groundwork first. The defenses bought valuable time to the groundside team with their sacrifices. Yet with every turret down, the pirates faced a little bit less pressure, allowing them to position their forces more aggressively. In the meantime, the Kaya stayed hidden and out of sight. The partially repaired and improved Chimera mech had no place in this long-ranged firefight. To maximize its impact, Commander Tregus ordered it to be revealed at the last possible moment. The situation changed for the worse when missiles rained from above. They ended their arc flight paths straight into the interior of the base, focusing mostly on the mech workshops and other critical infrastructure. The base only possessed a limited amount of anti-air emplacements that took out half of the incoming ordnance. The rest impacted against the workshops with debilitating explosions that deformed their roofs but didn't manage to break through. Like the walls, the other prefab structures had been formed out of highly durable alloys that didn't lose out too much compared to those utilized in mechs. Still, another volley of missiles arrived right after the first wave. Explosions continued to rain down in the same area of the base, weakening the targeted structures until their roofs finally collapsed. Distant screams emerged as some of the subsequent volleys killed and wounded mech technicians ready to service damaged mechs. VES could have been one of them. If not for the special dispensation he received from Tregus for being an integral part in killing Jutland, he'd be among the thick of it. Don't we have any countermeasures? Missiles aren't useful against the hexapod, so we left them out of the defense plan. D'Amato explained. The base planners never took into account that we had to face a pirate invasion alone. The missiles continued to wreak havoc while the mechs that launched them stayed far away. A couple of light mechs acted as relays that sent back targeting data for them to focus their missiles on. The Empyreans harassed them with their extremely powerful railguns, but they had little effect against the agile mechs. Something has to be done against those missiles. VES screamed over the din as the missiles started to drift over their direction. He imagined that the pirates brought plenty ordnance in order to force the base into a quick surrender. Boom. A large explosion set off in the distance. The volleys of missiles suddenly cut off. A couple of nearby officers cheered. That's the hunting platoon at work. They succeeded in sneaking up on their artillery. VES looked around and noticed that the Cathrek had quietly disappeared from the walls. Captain Kane must have brought the Volmars along to strike at the artillery mechs quickly before they could seek refuge from their guards. The Cathrek and its fellow melee mechs returned triumphantly a half-hour later. From the rumor mill, VES heard that they not only took out the artillery mechs, but also destroyed some of their spare supplies. It's a pity their transports are tightly guarded. They're holding back a solid number of mechs to keep their escape route open. The removal of the artillery mechs and the earlier mishap that had befallen the aerial mechs had taken out a lot options for the pirates. They ran out of tricks to pressure the base except for a straight-on slugging match. A normal commander would have pulled back and given up the fight. The losses far outweighed the gains, unless they heard an inkling of the windfall the expedition earned so far. So many kilograms of monoexerite made plenty of people see red. In fact, Jaded Serpent even urged his mechs to intensify the attack. Stop pussyfooting around. Get closer and disable all of the turrets. We won't be able to bypass the walls with them intact. As the champion of the pirates, his sleek black adorned with twin red dragons attracted a lot of fire. However, the pirate commander possessed a sly sense of evasion, managing to dart in and out of cover just in time to spoil the aim of the most heaviest guns arrayed against him. Sometimes his mech even dodged in a bewildering pattern that made VES spin his eyes. That's the roulette spin. Not every advanced pilot knows how to perform that maneuver. The roulette spin could only be done with light and medium mechs focused on agility and flexibility. The mech half-spun into arcing paths that made it difficult to predict how far the mech moved and where it would orient itself next. It worked great against automated targeting systems and less skilled pilots, which happened to include most of the local mercs. That jaded serpent is a tough customer, an analyst remarked. His mech can outmaneuver most of our melee mechs that focused more on brute force than finesse. Even our Volmars would be hard-pressed to match blows against his mech. The firefight faded out another hour later when most of the turrets facing the direction of the pirates got destroyed. The pirate mechs also burned a number of holes in the solid walls of the base, though it took an extreme amount of energy to accomplish such a feat. The pirate mechs finally drew back to their landing site in order to replenish their ammunition and energy. They'll be back soon, D'Amato noted with grim resignation. Our base is not in good shape at the moment. It's going to get ugly once the knife fighting starts. With the temporary reprieve, the defending side took the opportunity to replenish their own mechs. Mech technicians also received some of the mechs that sustained damage, though the missile barrage destroyed most of their workshops. This forced them to perform rudimentary repairs in the field. VES wanted to join them, but he knew his contribution wouldn't matter much at this point. The more complex repair jobs required time and facilities that the defenders didn't have anymore. Some of the mech pilots milling around looked agitated. VES saw that quite a few bots and security personnel kept a very close eye on them. He imagined that some of the mercs would turn their coats in a heartbeat if they could. As VES had helped with the maintenance of some of those mechs, he knew the expedition also slipped in another safeguard. The mech technicians installed kill switches next to their control circuits that could instantly turn the mechs off if they received a special signal. Such a function normally risked being exploited by their adversaries, but the trustworthiness of the local mercs left a lot to be desired, especially after some of them mutinied. House Kane basically trusted in their technological superiority over the pirates. So far, nothing has happened, the pirates must not have brought any exceptional hackers. The pirates returned some time later. This time, they brought a few knights with hefty tower shields to take the lead. Jaded Serpent didn't waste any time. His dragon mech brandished its sword and extended it forward. Charge! Well over 100 different mechs charged forward at the same time. They maintained a fairly dispersed formation in order to avoid bumping into each other, but they also kept up with their assigned squads. Vast clusters of mechs converged around the numerous gaps in the walls with the shield bearers in front. The defending mechs shot back with a vengeance, stopping some of the mechs in their tracks but not enough to make a difference. The ranged mechs finally received the order to fall back to the walls of the inner base. They fled the outer walls like rats jumping out of a leaking boat. The defenders finally showed their teeth when their melee mechs met the incoming pirates. The shield bearers received special attention from the cutthroat. Its powered spear darted forward like a loosened arrow as it bypassed the shield and hit the bearers in the flank. Their armor easily parted against the special spear, allowing it to deal catastrophic damage with each single hit. The pirates faltered for a moment as they witnessed Captain Kane's prowess. Her mech truly outmatched most machines. No one wished to take a step forward into the jaws of death that her mech represented. Until Jaded Serpent stepped forward with his swordsman mech. His sleek machine flourished its sword in preparation of a duel. Your opponent is me. The other mechs made way for the two elite mechs and resumed their fighting at the other gaps. Every mech pilot adhered to the common convention of letting their leaders duel without interruption from others. Of course, this could only be maintained if both sides possessed somewhat equal strength. While the Dragons of the Void brought much greater numbers to bear, the defending side had the edge in terms of quality and training. Neither side wanted to risk the consequences of doing something rash. Your name? Captain Felicia Kane of House Kane. Ah yes, a direct scion of our visitors from the illustrious Constance Grand Kingdom. Jaded Serpent replied in a taunting tone. You are far away from home, little miss. You will find no easy prey out here in the frontier. I can take on tough guys like you any day. The two mechs began to clash after that. Both pilots showcased the full capabilities of their mechs by dancing around their probing strikes. The cutthroat had the advantage of reach. Captain Kane extended her spear very far but darted back as soon as the dragon mech stepped closer. The differences between the frames became clear after the first dozen clashes. The dragon mech turned out to be a deviously designed machine. It possessed a lot of leg strength that allowed Jaded Serpent to leap in any direction at any time. It reminded VES of the old hoplite design he used as a basis for his popular Young Blood variant. The dragon mech possessed a very modern iteration of the system. In turn, the cutthroat held a decisive edge in the quality of its weapon. When Jaded Serpent acted a bit too boldly, Captain Kane traded blows by taking the incoming sword chop with its shield while puncturing the dodging dragon mech in the side. The powered spear almost encountered no obstruction when it dug into the dragon's mech armor. Jaded Serpent immediately pulled his mech backwards and assessed the damage. That spear. That's a destroyer weapon. How did you get your hands on such a treasure? I'm friends with the Terrans. Captain Kane brashly responded as she went on the offensive in earnest. You'll be the first pirate scumbag I'll slay with this weapon. The dragon mech fell into leeward for a while as the cutthroat pressured it backwards with unrelenting spear thrusts. With his perception, VES saw that Captain Kane employed a precise, rhythmic pattern to her thrusts that unsettled Jaded Serpent. Enough. Dragon's Breath, deploy. The pirate leader turned the tide by activating a special feature on his mech. Hidden flamethrowers popped open around various points of the dragon mech and spat out small jets of highly flammable liquids at the cutthroat. Captain Kane hadn't expected such a surprise. While the cutthroat managed to disperse half of the jets with its dueling shield, the other half encountered no obstruction. Her spear-wielding mech quickly became engulfed in flames. No. Chapter 198 Unstoppable. Jaded Serpent's personal steed appeared to be a pure swordsman mech. Even VES got fooled by its appearance and dazzling performance that he never expected it to pop up miniature flame spitters. While the nefarious burning liquid stuck on the cutthroat, Captain Kane quickly pulled back her mech and made a radical decision. She rolled the cutthroat onto the ground, managing to brush aside most of the flames in the process. She proved her skill with that move. Her mech rolled across the ground for 3 revolutions without putting too much of the mech's weight onto anything that couldn't bear the momentary pressure. Many lesser pilots failed to control their mechs as good as she did and broke the arms or even the heads of their mechs. The cutthroat's armor system gained a large amount of ugly burn marks on its surface. It showcased its lack of strength against heat damage, of which nobody on the expedition expected to face on the ground. You're mine now. Jaded Serpent roared and drove his mech into a punishing offensive that forced the cutthroat into straits. The flurry of blows prevented the white mech from regaining its balance. VES wondered when Commander Tregus released the refurbished Caius. Not yet. D'Amato said, shaking his head. The pirates still have too much fight in them. The Caius is best used when they run out of steam. The goal is to shatter the exhausted pirates into pieces so that they can't form an effective raiding force anymore. Such a strategy required a lot of patience and sacrifice. Even now, many mercenary mechs started falling under the weight of numbers. Fortunately, most of their pilots managed to escape death by ejecting their cockpits. Even as they fell, the defenders stopped the pirate mechs in their tracks. Half of the pirate mechs consisted of cheap frontline mechs with no heads and weapon barrels for arms. Their deficient armor made them sitting ducks for the railgun-wielding defenders, who took them out with 2 or 3 carefully aimed projectiles. VES noticed that the pirate mechs weren't using proper tactics. None of them adhered to the loose formation determined at the start and simply tried to swarm the damaged walls with fanatic glee. It reminded him of the first space battle between the expeditionary fleet and the harassing pirate fleet. The pilots of the pirate mechs look like they're drugged and brainwashed. It's difficult to scrounge willing cannon fodder. Pirates can be some of the biggest cowards in the galaxy. They value their lives above loyalty and brotherhood. The Dragons of the Void certainly proved their ruthlessness by discarding so many lives and mechs. With the mech pilots fighting without regard for their lives, their ferocity steadily overpowered the beleaguered defenders even with their technological superiority. In these fraught circumstances, one mercenary group took up the Warbanner and fought back with twice the grit. As one of House Kane's mercenary partners, Attila's Chosen had never really showed off their capabilities. Unlike George's cavalry and the stray phantoms which often saw action, the religious group largely remained in reserve. Their mechs consisted of sturdy medium mechs that might not be fast, but could take hit or two. They boldly wielded heavy flails that bashed aside the lighter mechs in a single blow. VES became impressed by the way they wielded the flails. The spiked alloy ball at the end of the chain always managed to pierce through a critical portion of the mech being struck. The mechs of Atlas chosen momentarily stabilized the faltering lines, though their impact proved limited as they couldn't cover the entire wall. The defenders didn't have much of a reserve besides the chosen. Captain Kane is still holding on. The cutthroat managed to bait its opponent. It parried the last sword strike of the dragon mech and thrust before Jaded Serpent fully recovered. The spear glanced past one of the swordsman mech's thigh, piercing aside the armor plating with contemptuous ease before dealing shallow but effective internal damage. The dragon mech's mobility suffered a minor loss that proved extremely debilitating in the closely matched duel. Captain Kane's destroyer weapon showcased its full potential as she used it as a naked threat against Jaded Serpent's sword. The pirate commander clearly wished to avoid the dreaded spear and made sure to leave his sword away from the spear's path. How did she get her hands on a destroyer weapon? VES asked. Captain Kane followed a training course in an institute affiliated with the Terrans. One of the idle scientists replied. I heard she acquitted herself well enough to win some awards. The destroyer weapon is a custom design that's made for her mech. She's very lucky to gain such a renowned weapon. That she is. You can see how she's regaining the initiative. Even some flames can't stop her resolve. Many people considered the Greater Terran United Confederation to be a stagnant first-rate superstate that clung to its old ways. They gradually let the new Robarth Empire overtake them in terms of research and development. The fairly recent invention of destroyer weapons put them back on the map. These special-powered weapons used up a lot of energy, but converted almost all of that potential into a field that acted as a molecular desponder. Most materials became as fragile as paper when struck by a molecular desponder. Even many kinds of compressed armor had to give way to the strange new technology. The destroyer weapons quickly gained a reputation for being the ultimate melee weapons and dominated the Terran mech scene. Unfortunately, the Terrans couldn't enjoy their moment of superiority for long. Their archrivals from the new Robarth Empire came up with several special alloys that proved to be immune to the effects of a molecular desponder. Still, these alloys made use of extremely rare exotics that had only been found in the core regions of the galaxy. Out here in the galactic rim, many prospectors tried to find the valuable materials, but never encountered a trace of it so far. This turned the few destroyer weapons that made their way to Frontier into the perfect tools to bully the local mechs. Despite the cutthroat's valiant performance, the rest of the defenders slowly showed signs of breaking. Even the flail-wielding mechs from Atlas Chosen became entangled when the pirates surrounded them from multiple directions. Their flails hit hard, but it took a lot of time to swing them. The pirates finally wised up and waited until the flails finished their swing before diving in to press the Chosen body to body. Nevertheless, dealing with these strong and daunting mechs was never easy, as they inflicted a lot of damage with their bare hands. The Chosen dished out plenty of damage before they ejected. There's hardly any obstacles left. The casualties among the pirate mechs had become very tragic, but none of them flinched. The raiders only knew how to go forward and fight. All thoughts of stepping back or preserving their lives had disappeared in their drug-fueled frenzy. Commander Tregus finally had enough. He couldn't wait any longer to send out his reserve. He ordered the release of their final trump card. The Caius stepped forth out of the gates of the inner wall with a mighty animalistic bellow. Its horn-like roar emboldened the defenders while throwing some of the most engaged pirates into a stupor. Every pirate who caught sight of the Caius became frightened by its size. The half-living mech made for an intimidating sight as it could tower over heavy mechs. Even scarier was the fact that despite its bulk, it moved forward with unstoppable momentum. The mighty Chimera mech marched closer with 6 of its limbs working in tandem. Once it came close to one of the friendliest points of the wall, the defenders pulled back and made way for the king of mechs. When some of the more reckless pirate mechs entered the gap in the walls, the Caius responded by unleashing the laser cannons strapped to the sides of its torso. An unending torrent of lasers erupted from the cannons. The pilot threw out almost every rule in the book by letting them pulse unendingly like a flickering light. The sheer amount of power the laser cannons used up went far beyond the usual safety guidelines. A regular heavy mech would have melted all of the barrels by now, but not before sucking out all of its energy cells. Yet the Caius still continued to fire without any signs of faltering. All of the excess heat building up in the barrels never had a chance to overheat anything as the augmented heat organ sucked away all of that delicious energy. This is the most impressive sight I've ever seen. This is the pinnacle of mechs. Even VES underestimated the actual effectiveness of the improvised setup. The overconfident pirates lost almost a dozen mechs after a couple minutes of unrelenting laser fire. The befuddled pirates kept expecting the laser cannons to stop its self-destructing firing rate, but always ended up with molten mechs. Once the pirates stopped invading the gap, the Caius ceased its fire. While the laser cannons didn't have to be afraid of overheating, keeping them active all the time had other effects that quickly wore down the fragile weapons. Instead of waiting for the pirates to muster up their courage, the Caius decisively exited through the gap and charged towards the recovering pirate mechs. Its speed ensured that none of the drugged-up pirates could muster a proper defense by the time the massive monster reached their midst. The Caius released another primal bellow as it practically ran over 3 mechs in close succession. Its massive weight flattened every mech that fell beneath its limbs into deformed pieces of scrap. Meanwhile, the Captain Kane took advantage of Jaded Serpent's retreat at the sight of the intimidating monster mech and raised her mech spear. Onwards, men. We are invincible. The mark of a good leader was their ability to inspire their subordinates. VES thought that Captain Kane lacked experience and largely reached her rank due to nepotism. It turned out that she had a keen sense of timing and broadcasted just enough words to rally the defenders. Even though the Caius only beat back a portion of the pirate force, its tall presence drew the eye of everyone in the field. The mech smashed its way into the thick of the pirates and lashed out in each direction with its limbs and lasers. None of the mechs that stood in its way lasted more than a couple of blows. Jaded Serpent finally shook off his amazement and brandished his sword towards the unstoppable beast. Are you daft? Ranged mechs, fire on this monster. Melee mechs, pull back from here and resume our push at the flanks. Despite receiving clear orders, the pirate mechs strained to follow their new instructions. The defenders left the middle for the Caius and redirected most of their numbers towards the flanks, meeting the pirate push head-on. Meanwhile, the ranged mechs found their rifles and cannons to be completely ineffective against the virtually indestructible scales of the Caius. As a mech based off the carcass of a hexapod king, its scales had reached a degree of toughness that could even glance off a couple of railgun projectiles. The entry of this giant monster and its subsequent rampage completely quelled the momentum of the invaders. Even concentrated volleys of fire accomplished nothing more than disabling the laser cannons, which didn't hurt the core performance of the Caius at all. With another triumphant roar, the Caius raced forward on all 6 limbs and bounded across the field, reaching the rifle-wielding mechs in an instant. With fast, powerful swipes, the Caius tore the riflemen mechs into shreds. Their thinner armor and inferior speed branded them as dead mechs walking that awaited their final destruction at the hands of the indomitable monster mech. As much as the pirates drew their courage from their drugs and brainwashing, they couldn't handle the terror-inducing killing spree of the Caius. For some of them, the shock tore apart their mental conditioning, which led to a third of the surviving pirate mechs to turn around and flee back to their transports. We broke them. Run, you bastards. Chase them to the ends of the universe. With the Caius leading the charge, the more mobile defenders chased after the fleeing raiders and ran them down like dogs. Even Jaded Serpent gave up his attempts to corral his minions into reforming their ranks and joined the overall rout. As the mechs ran out of sight, VES let out a deep breath. We survived. Chapter 199 Rex. The Caius and its entourage of defenders chased the pirate mechs for 20 minutes before giving up the chase. Continuing to chase the pirates all the way back to their transports risked falling into an ambush, so the defending mechs wisely broke off well before they overextended themselves. Great work. Everyone back in base cheered as the scouts reported that the surviving boarded their transports and lifted off. They completely gave up on the assault and cut their losses. Too bad we haven't caught that Jaded Serpent. We could have interrogated him about the goal of their senseless attacks. Certainly, the Dragons of the Void sacrificed a lot of ships and mechs, only to receive nothing in return besides damaging House Kane. VES reasoned that stopping House Kane and ruining their much-vaunted expedition must be one of their primary goals. In that regard, the mysterious pirate group achieved some successes, but not enough to make up for their losses. VES eventually scratched his head. No regular pirate group will throw away so many assets for nothing. It's not their assets to begin with. D'Amato replied. The Dragons of the Void obviously employed patsies to do the heavy lifting for them. Don't forget that each time the battle went south, they always ran away the fastest. Even so, borrowed or not, losing so many ships and mechs will hurt overall strength. They'll be much less capable of threatening their opponents after losing so much cannon fodder. The most frightening aspect about the Dragons of the Void was that they managed to indoctrinate so many pirate outfits. Why haven't they received any backlash over their unscrupulous use of mind-altering drugs? Ensign D'Amato smiled at him. Pirates aren't the smartest people in the bunch. Smaller gangs of pirates have a lot of trouble finding safe harbor among the stars. My guess is that the Dragons are secretly controlling several pirate harbors. Whenever they're short on manpower, they'll kidnap some unsuspecting visitors. Such a scheme highlighted the cutthroat circumstances of those who resorted to piracy. Perhaps some of the pirates had an inkling of what went on, but where else could they service their ships and mechs? These outlaws deserved no mercy for turning their backs on human solidarity. Hours went by as the survivors picked up the pieces. VES volunteered to help with the repairs of the Caius. While it pretended to be invincible in front of the pirate mechs, it actually sustained severe damage to its mechanical components. Due to a lack of time, the repair team focused on stabilizing its condition so it wouldn't fall apart in the short term. Many other mech technicians crawled over the disabled mechs that had been strewn across the battlefield and assessed whether they could still be fixed. When VES looked at the battlefield strewn with so many wrecks, he couldn't help but count how much value lay on the ground. His salvagers came up with a figure that topped several billion bright credits. The pirate mechs generally consisted of cheap mechs made out of cheap materials. The real treasure lay in the machines used by the forces from the Grey Willow Star sector. These high-quality mechs employed valuable exotics throughout their frame that many manufacturers love to use. Will we be able to recover all of this salvage? Maybe not. It depends on if the incoming fleet is friendly enough. Now that they're getting nearer, we've received more detailed readings. The mass readings are highly alarming, though we've also detected the presence of the arc horizon. For a time, the groundside team feared that their mothership had been captured. It took several suspenseful hours for them to receive a signal from Lord Jeremiah Kane himself. Commander Tregus decided to broadcast the transmission throughout the base. The old man appeared aged and tired on the projector. Fellow expedition members, it has been a trying time for you all. We departed from the Grey Willow Star sector and crossed many light years with the hope of reversing the fortunes of House Kane. Enemies stalked us every step of the way, but despite their determined attempts to drag us down, we have persevered against all odds. Be proud of your accomplishments. His words had a very emotional effect on the men and women employed directly by House Kane. All of them possessed a strong sense of belonging to the venerable noble house. The message resonated less with external consultants like VES. Lord Kane spent the next couple of minutes explaining what happened after that. After the expeditionary fleet finished off the Sandmen incursion, they suffered a devastating loss when the Dragons of the Void sprung their ambush. The bedraggled survivors fled far away until they eventually converged at a predetermined fallback point. Defeat can humble the best of men. Lord Kane spoke evenly. While I cannot change what has already happened, I can still change the outcome of this venture. Therefore, after much consideration, I've decided to approach the Common Fleet Alliance for assistance. That explained the heavy fleet presence. Several destroyers along with a handful of frigates surrounded the arc horizon like an honor guard. Though the massive fleet carrier outmassed the smaller vessels, as dedicated warships they possessed unparalleled might. The pirate fleet had no choice but to gamble on a quick win. As soon as they figured that they couldn't overrun the base camp with the mech forces at hand, they decided to cut their losses and run before the warships caught their scummy hides. It can't be cheap to enlist the aid of the CFA. Ensign D'Amato nodded. The CFA is humanity's common defense against pirates and aliens. While they won't shirk their duty, they never rescue fortune seekers knocking on their door without taking a cut. Word came down from above what the price entailed. For the lowly price of guaranteeing the recovery of the groundside team, the CFA demanded 80% of all the expedition's mineral gains. House Kane had to forfeit much of the motherlode they painstakingly recovered from the alien wilderness. Furthermore, once the CFA received a summary of events on the ground, they also demanded the materials recovered from Dr. Jutland. This not only included the research materials and samples taken from his cave, but also the Caius itself. In the face of their domineering demands, House Kane could only act meekly and lower their heads. VES winced as he heard the sordid details. Sounds like the CFA is the true winner of the expedition. They didn't even have to lift a finger to get their hands on all of that monoexerite. At least they left us with some crumbs. They could have demanded 99% of all of our gains. The expedition hauled in so many kilograms of monoexerite that everyone's eyes went green whenever they thought of it. Having to hand them over to their rescuers hurt a lot, but it was still better than being stranded forever on this strange and hostile planet. As D'Amato remarked, the CFA left them with 20% of a massive fortune. This ensured that House Kane still earned a very generous profit even with all of their losses taken into account. The CFA left us with some crumbs because they want to keep the requests coming. If they gain a reputation for being too outrageous in their demands, people will turn elsewhere for rescue. As the warships and the Ark Horizon slipped into orbit, a large number of transports and shuttles descended into the underground cavern. The abundant amount of heat emitted by the vessels attracted thousands of hexabats, but the well-prepared shuttlecraft peppered them with a vicious rain of projectiles. The half-ruined base camp received the new arrivals with trepidation and relief. While a few officers from House Kane arrived to assess the situation, most of the other transports belonged to the CFA. Armed spacers departed from the shuttles and transports and locked down the entire base. They herded every worker and mech pilot into a waiting transport vessel as if they couldn't get rid of them fast enough. What about our mechs? We will recover your possessions later. Please enter the transports first. Against the strong arming of the CFA, no one could say a thing. They separated VES from the rest once they found him. Mr. Larkinson, your presence is requested aboard the science vessel the Romulus in order to treat your condition. VES expected to be summoned by the CFA. Their clear interest in Dr. Jutland's research extended to the invasive procedures the madman performed on his body. As a living example of his work, the researchers attached to the CFA would never let him off. Can I have a word with my companions before I go? Make it fast. With that reprieve, VES quickly turned around and slipped his comm around Lucky's collar before handing him to Melker. Take care of Lucky. Don't let him run around wherever he pleases. His cousin nodded at him. I'm familiar with his habits. I'll keep my eye on him. Assured that his cat and his comm would be kept out of the CFA's clutches, VES turned to D'Amato. You've been a helpful watcher, Ensign. I learned a lot from you over these months. Likewise. I've always been a ship fanatic, but your work has opened my eyes to the intricate world of mechs. Both of them gained something from the other through their long interaction with each other. While VES never appreciated his presence, the engineer in training never obstructed him when he worked. This alone deserved a commendation. While VES would have liked to say a few words to Chief Ramirez and Captain Kane, the impatient CFA spacers firmly pushed him onto a fast shuttle. VES could instantly tell the shuttle was special. VES had never seen one that had evidently been made out of compressed alloys. The sheer wealth put into this tiny craft showcased the organization's power and wealth. Once they loaded the shuttle with recovered research data, the vehicle took off with rapid speed. VES looked out the view screen and estimated the shuttle flew at least 4 times as fast as the ones used by House Kane. They emerged from the underground cavern and reached orbit a very short time later. The shuttle zipped through space and entered the hangar bay of a large and peculiar-looking vessel studded with sensors. When VES emerged from the shuttle, he looked around and found the hangar bay to be empty. To be frank, what he saw didn't impress him as much as he thought. The interior of the Romulus had been built to withstand an extreme amount of punishment. VES only recognized a couple of well-known compressed alloys. Despite the extravagant expenditure, the white interior looked fairly boring, as if the designer worked hard not to cheer up the crew. Despite the plain appearance, VES suspected that the ship hid a lot of highly advanced systems underneath the surface. He caught hints of it as a pair of armed security officers guided him towards the labs. Every strange device prompted VES to puzzle out their function. Even more remarkable was when he passed by several uniformed spacers. Every crew member looked beautiful or handsome, which was a sign that they received expensive gene therapy. While not as heaven-defying as gene boosts, first-rate superstates applied gene therapy to all of their citizens to enhance their health and make them much less susceptible to diseases. VES had to curb his curiosity once they entered a quiet but extremely well-equipped lab. A handful of researchers awaited his arrival. The lead scientist stepped forward and shook his hand. Welcome aboard the Romulus, Mr. Larkinson. Ah, your skin is fascinating. The researchers hadn't even introduced themselves before they crowded over his body with medical scanners in their hand. They took preliminary readings of his conditions and discussed their findings among themselves. "You'll be with us for a month, Mr. Larkinson. I suggest you make yourself comfortable aboard the Romulus. We've prepared a complete examination that will allow us to get to the bottom of your new condition." Hopefully the researchers didn't forget to treat his ailments. Their ravenous desire to get to the bottom of his changed physique unnerved VES in a way that reminded him of Jutland. At least his hosts were mindful enough to inform him that they didn't intend to keep him around forever. The CFA's contract with House Kane included a clause that ensured his safe return. Such an illustrious organization would never violate a contract that was already heavily in their favor. They were the good guys, after all. Chapter 200 To be human. What did it mean to be human? VES asked himself this question many times on the trip back to civilized space. The researchers avidly studying each and every corner of his body hummed with excitement as they unfolded the secrets buried within. VES had unquestionably departed from the standard of pure human. The transgalactic organizations maintained a strict definition of what fell under the human race, and VES happened to get kicked out of the playground. In his daily life, VES wouldn't be treated any differently. The Common Fleet Alliance's researchers revealed that certain levels of hybridization was a bit more common than usual in the upper echelons of society. "We are at war with aliens, but we envy them as well. The most sophisticated races possess various wondrous powers that we secretly covet. It's therefore not a crime against humanity to depart from the norm, because we know we can't stop people experimenting on themselves. The transgalactic organizations discourage the practice, but allows it to happen as long as the recipients remain discreet. They did not wish to encourage a culture where the masses became accustomed to radical modifications. The reason why we are wary of fusing alien genes into the human genome is that it often goes very wrong. From all reports, Dr. Jutland is a perfect example of why it isn't a good idea to go too far. While we can't determine the exact causes of his mood swings, his tireless efforts to inject himself with the strength of these hexapods has turned him into beast as well. The 27-year isolation also didn't help. VES remarked. Personally, he wished that spending all those years alone pushed the doctor over the edge. In this case, VES would likely keep his sanity then. While the researchers never felt inclined to share their results to VES, they at least informed him that his new organs came with only a couple of traps. To eminent figures such as them who received some of the highest education in human society, Jutland's work appeared crude. Only the decades spent on mastering everything about the hexapods allowed him to form a working set of hybrid organs. Fortunately, the researchers possessed enough benevolence to fix the hidden dangers in his body. Although VES could only take their word for it, he did feel a tiny bit better after he went through a number of operations. The tiny undercurrent of unease he always felt through his developing sixth sense had faded out when he next woke up. "We adjusted your genes to a stabler level than before," a doctor said when he checked on his waking body. "Your body is still fairly strong, but you'll get to live longer than 50 standard years now." Like many humans, VES would rather live longer than have an inhumanly strong body. Jutland thought otherwise, and look where that got him. A mech designer like VES relied on his intellect to advance his career. At no point should he rely on his physical strength to make a living. In total, VES spent roughly a month aboard the Romulus. The science vessel flew next to the damaged Ark Horizon. Both ships enjoyed the protection of the destroyers and frigates that escorted them to Mancroft Independent Harbor. Once they reached the quiet little star system, VES had finished his obligations. The expedition formally came at an end and House Kane released the local mercenaries and consultants from their duties. The CFA actually let him go, to his surprise. Didn't they want to study him further? One of the researchers knew what he was thinking and laughed. "You are overstating your own importance to our research. We've taken many samples and we also scanned your body down to their elementary particles." To his horror, they showed him a vat containing an exact clone of his body. Seeing a duplicate of himself in the flesh provoked a minor existential crisis within his mind. Who was the actual VES? Perhaps the researchers lied and put the real VES in the vat. As I said, you're thinking too much. Fully adult clones are always lacking in their humanity. Even if we copy a person to an even more precise level, their clones always lack that spark that proves they are alive. It's the main reason why clones have not proliferated in our society. The clones basically end up as human-form computers that are incapable of appreciating art, expressing their creativity or feeling love. I see. VES replied, and quickly calmed down. Once he tested his thoughts, he became more certain that he was the true VES. So as long as I can prove I can deal with concepts that AIs could never understand, I'll be certain that I'm human. In any case, the researchers only cloned him so that they could study Jutland's work. Even if they desired to treat him like a lab rat, at least they'd be studying a gimped copy of himself. Better the poor sap than me. VES tried hard not to think on what his clones had to endure throughout their short existence. In a legal sense, the clones lack some of the traits that defined humanity, so no one bothered to give them any rights. Once a shuttle finally delivered him to the Barracuda, VES finally felt relief at regaining some form of control over his life. Lots of people kept an eye on him for one reason or another these past few months. VES did not enjoy the limits it imposed on his freedom. "Welcome aboard, sir." Captain Sylvester greeted him with a neat salute. "We've already established a route back to Cloudy Curtain. We can depart the Mancroft system whenever you're ready." "Has Melker and the Stanislaw arrived on this ship?" "They've arrived a couple of hours ago. We haven't packed up the Stanislaw in case we meet any threats. You might not be aware, but the shipping lanes throughout the Komodo Star sector have deteriorated these past few months. Many interstellar vessels only travel in convoys at this point. It's too dangerous to set off on your own." That sounded fairly bad, and not because they risked encountering a pirate attack. With the expert navigation of his new crew, he was reasonably confident the Barracuda could avoid and outrun any potential ambush. No, the emergence of pirates meant that it became a lot harder to get access to critical materials VES needed to build his mechs. At the very least, VES expected a sharp rise in costs. "Understood." VES nodded as he tried to estimate the ripples of the changing times. "However, I intend to make a stop at Lemar before returning to the Bright Republic. Please set course to the Lemar system first." The Barracuda was his ship to begin with, so he could do whatever he wanted. Right now, VES wished to pay a visit to his master and ask for help in studying his condition. The CFA never really bothered keeping VES up to date with all of the details, so he hoped to borrow Master Olson's influence in making sure they hadn't messed up his body. In addition, VES also planned to pay a visit to the Clifford Society's clubhouse on Lemar too. He didn't forget why he signed on to the expedition in the first place. 400 merits. I can buy almost anything with this much wealth. Even a single merit held significant value, because they allowed members access to some of the restricted books in the libraries. Having several hundred merits all at once meant that if VES so decided, he could hole up in the Moon Library pretty much forever. I can't really do that without leaving my living mech corporation out to dry. It badly needs to expand its catalog of designs. VES always planned to pave the way for him to design an original mech. By shaking himself loose from the restrictions revolving around designing variants off other people's work, he'd save billions upfront and a few 100,000 credits more with each mech sale. At the very least, I'll have to hire a hacker to unlock the restriction on my recovered Dortmund printer. Then, I'll have to purchase a high-quality alloy compressor and chemical treatment machine. The latter two machines allowed him to fabricate mechs for the premium segment. While they demanded a higher standard of quality, they also boasted much higher profit margins, which would be of great help in a time when the cost of resources kept going up. Besides acquiring new machines, VES also wanted to browse their library of component licenses. The Lemar Institute of Technology maintained a large network of mech designers and developers who both offered each other what they needed. He looked forward to see if he could pick up a bargain. As the Barracuda prepared to transition into FTL, VES first caught up with his subordinates. First, he inquired Captain Sylvestra on what his corvette experienced during his stay on Graining 4. "We stayed out of the fighting, if that's what you're concerned. We mainly acted as forward scouts that explored the star system surrounding the Graining system in order to send back word of any incoming threats. When the expeditionary fleet suffered a defeat, the Barracuda received orders to stay behind and maintain her post. Nothing exciting happened to his ship, to his relief. Did you get into trouble with the liaison sent by House Kane?" "No, sir." He kept to himself and behaved cordially among us women. Security Officer Sipos made sure he didn't get the opportunity to access any restricted systems. Good. Continue onwards to Limar. I don't mind if you splurge on the fuel, just get me there quickly. It's not advisable to travel outside of a convoy, sir. I highly suggest you wait and join a well-protected group of trade vessels. While she had a good point, she also boasted many times that his corvette could avoid and outrun any possible pirate ambushes. I'm short on time and I really need to get to my destination quickly. Sticking to a convoy means that we'll be shackled to the slowest ship in the group. The captain relented after VES insisted. With that out of the way, he returned to his stateroom. Lucky lounged on his bed, but after he came in the cat jumped aside and greeted him with a rub. Hey there, buddy. I've missed you too. VES said and picked up his mechanical cat. Have you produced a lot of gems yet? The cat meowed at him in an affirmative tone and padded over to a box filled with a couple of gems. VES also found his comm among the jewels, which he quickly picked up and put over his wrist. I've missed you too, system. After playing around with Lucky for a few minutes, VES approached his desk and sat down behind his terminal. It had been a long time since he last checked in on his business. The first person he called was Carlos, who appeared on the projector after a few seconds. VES. You're back on the grid. It's been rough out here, but I've survived. He replied with a smile. Is the workshop still intact? Nothing happened. It's business as usual around here. I've been churning out the silver label Mark IIs for over 3 months. Carlos laid out the numbers to him. He fabricated and delivered 17 Mark IIs, which largely adhered to the schedule VES had laid out. Each Mark II sold for 28 million credits, but the cost of raw materials had also risen in recent times, so the average costs amount to around 19 million credits per mech. After deducting some of his costs such as his mech broker's cut, the Living Mech Corporation earned an overall profit of 120 million credits. This was a generous sum of money, but VES found it to be a little meager. Added up with what he saved in his piggy bank as well as his family's investment, VES had around 668 million credits at his disposal. Such a vast sum of money dried up very fast if he started shopping around some decent component licenses. VES nodded at Carlos while he continued to run the numbers in his mind. Continue on with your work. You did well with keeping up with a stable rate of production. Once I return, I'll make some changes to our working environment. After VES signed off, he leaned back in his chair and considered his financial situation. He possessed a decent sum of money and merits, but not enough. If he wanted to fulfill his dream of designing an original mech, he had to acquire a lot more money at the very least. I've learned a lot from my recent trip, and my skills have matured a bit. I should make use of my improved capabilities. While VES could scrounge up some money by fabricating a handful of gold label mechs, their shrinking profit margins made it a thankless job. VES had no enthusiasm of relegating himself to a full-time fabricator. What he really needed was to fabricate a high-margin product like his planned-for but never-seen Ruby label product line. It was time for him to call Marcella and see whether she could find a client for him that was willing to spend a lot of credits. Chapter 201 Market Woes. Before he called Marcella, he reminded himself that he had to get in touch with his other employees as well. He assigned both Kelsey and Gavin on the important task of shaping public opinion. Hey boss. You're back. Kelsey perked up when she received his call. How is Cloudy Curtain's business climate these days? It's not looking too well. She grimaced. The war fever is dividing the population in two. You've got the younger generation who are all enthusiasts about mechs and the older folk who wants their planet to be left alone. The problem is that the latter group is holding the reins of power. The Greens and the White Devs formulated an effective strategy to fight against the creeping push of mechs onto their world. They gave up on the young folk who had never experienced a war in their lifetime and focused on the jaded parents and grandparents who personally lived through the previous Bright Vija wars. VES frowned at the news. Is the Republican commissioner letting them get away with it? That geezer is deliberately acting obtuse when we met with him. Kelsey said angrily. He only offered vague platitudes and stuck to his opinion that he shouldn't involve himself in local politics. Ha! If I didn't know any better, the ruling coalition has him in their pockets. Too bad I don't have any proof. That sounded highly disturbing because the commissioner was supposed to keep the locals in check, not the other way around. Are there any worries in the short term? Not at the moment. the tax bill has stalled due to a lack of overall support. Recently, the pioneers took advantage of the situation and expanded their influence. They've been a great help in protecting the local businesses. VES sneered at the actions of the pioneers. They only stepped in once VES paved the way. Their shameless opportunism knew no limits. They discussed a few matters, but VES wanted to return home before making any major decisions. In truth, VES had already taken measures to distract the Greens and the White Doves from pushing through their plans. If Dietrich did what he asked, the consortiums pulling the strings behind the ruling coalition should find themselves in a spot of trouble with Walter's Whalers. After remotely checking up his accounts and his administration, VES decided to call Marcella. He had been out of the loop for a while and wanted to hear from her own mouth how the current market had developed these last few months. His mech broker picked up his call after a minute. "Good to see you in one piece, VES. I'm glad to see the frontier hasn't bit you in half." "I didn't get bit, but I also didn't come off unscathed," he responded with a rueful laugh. He briefly filled her in on what he experienced. "I can see why you're concerned about the fleet. You have to remember that they serve their own interests above anyone else's." Once they moved on to business, Marcella filled him in on his latest sales. "Both your gold and silver label mechs are starting to appear in public. None of your Mark IIs have seen any major action so far, but they are performing well enough in training exercises. The customers who bought your gold label mechs are especially satisfied with their comfort. That's to be expected. I specifically fabricated them to fit their operators well." VES replied with a nod. The X Factor was one of his secret weapons and showed their true worth in the machines he fabricated himself by hand. "What about the silver label mechs?" "Carlos is making them up to spec, more or less. Occasionally, minor defects pop up here and there, but as long as the machines pass certification, it's not a big deal. Nevertheless, the current market for last-gen mechs is cratering pretty fast. I've already lowered the price from 30 million credits to 28 million credits. In the meantime, the cost of raw materials had also gone up. Both trends had already started squeezing out the mech designers who had barely been hanging on. They simply couldn't sell their products at a sustainable profit anymore. VES risked following in their footsteps if he waited too long on coming up with a new design. "You should take a look at these when you can." Marcella sent him some reports over the communications channel. They're the latest projections on the current market trends in the Bright Republic and throughout the Komodo Star sector. Sales are up, but they're mainly driven by mass purchase orders of frontline mechs. The middle segment of the market in which your Mark II falls under is seeing a major slump in sales and interest. He expected this to happen. During wartime, the side with the most mechs held a decisive advantage. People might scoff at a frontline mech that cost only 15 million credits or less, but you could easily field thousands of them at once as long as you can scrounge up enough mech pilots. While he read through some of the reports, VES asked another question. "I'm in need of a lot of cash, since I'm preparing to design an original mech. Do you have any leads on when I can receive an order for my Ruby label product line?" Marcella grimaced at him over the projection. "Like your gold label mechs, the price premium for your Ruby label line is too optimistic, especially considering the market's current appetite for luxury mechs. You have to come up with a better value proposition." The main problem with the Ruby label product line was that VES did not have the opportunity to demonstrate its strength. Without a real example for people to point at, no one would know of the mutually reinforcing aspect of the X Factor. Despite the lack of takers, VES stuck to his original conditions. Any mech sold by the LMC that carried the Ruby label should come with an exclusive status. Each batch would be uniquely customized to fit the customer's demands. This took a lot of work and demanded him to exert his utmost. The 75% premium he charged for the Ruby label was a matter of principle. There may be a way if you join some events. If you show up at a fair or exhibition, you'll get the opportunity to make your case in front of an affluent audience. "I'll think about it," he responded, though he privately objected to the idea. He partnered up with Marcella so that she could handle all of his marketing and sales. "Once I've finished my business in Limar, I'll come by so we can hash it out." Once she signed off, VES slumped forward and held his head in his hands. While disaster hadn't struck his business while he was gone, he faced increasingly dire circumstances. The Barracuda spent a couple of weeks racing from the edge of the Komodo Star sector. The closer she got to the center of the sector, the more traffic she encountered. With the expert navigation of her pilot, the Barracuda never came close to other vessels while she transitioned into a star system. During the quiet voyage to Limar, VES spent most of his time cooped up in his stateroom. Designing an original mech was never an easy project. The lack of existing boundaries provided mech designers with endless choices. Mech designers had to possess a strong vision as well as solid skills to come up with a good design. Since VES had some free time on his hands, he visited the Clifford Society's Star Library and read as much free books as possible. He mostly spent his time on deepening his foundation in battle mechatronics. The skill provided him with an overarching perspective on designing melee mechs that he couldn't easily get anywhere else. While his battle mechatronics hadn't advanced to journeyman level in these couple of weeks, he did gain a lot of benefits from his reading. His expanded range of knowledge counterbalanced his earlier infusion of knowledge that came tinged with Master Olson's perspective. "What do you think is better?" VES asked Melker while they consumed their latest meal. "A mech that's decent but will last forever, or a mech that's slightly better but breaks in 20 years? Melker rubbed his visor. "That's a difficult question. It's an open question that depends on many variables. The mech core is rather slow to adopt new designs, so they highly value mechs that can take a beating and keep going. Mercenaries, on the other hand, are used to the consumer culture of buying a mech and using it for a set amount of years before replacing them with a new one." "I see. So the mech core is taking the long view of things while the private market cares more about immediate performance." With his current capabilities, VES had no chance of taking part in the lucrative business of selling his mechs to the government. He had to stick within his means and focus on the mercenaries and corporations that made up his existing clientele. "What kind of design do you have in mind?" Melker asked. As a mech pilot, he knew how much the first original design reflected on the career of the mech designer. Anyone who had the guts to publish a deeply flawed design as his first product could never fully get rid of the stigma he accumulated on his debut. Jason Kozlowski was a good example of this phenomenon. Releasing the bloated Caesar Augustus design at its current form gave him a reputation of having too much money but not enough sense. "I'm designing a knight." Of all the archetypes he designed so far, VES achieved the most success with the knight. His young blood virtual design achieved the most sales out of his catalog of virtual mechs. Additionally, his only real production designs consisted of hybrid knights. While the Mark Antony Mark I and Tus inherited some of the baggage from the base model, VES also learned a lot of lessons on how to design a good knight. "That's a good type to start with," Melker replied, though he also added some caveats. "You should be aware that there's only a limited appetite for knights. Rifleman mechs sell the most, followed by the various types of light mechs such as scouts and skirmishers. A typical mercenary squad consists of 1 knight, 3 rifleman mechs and 2 other mechs. I'm aware of the differences in sales." The reports Marcella sent to VES largely echoed those figures. A knight played a limited role on the battlefield. The most common mech doctrine centered around the flexible rifleman mech, which could fulfill a variety of roles even if they didn't excel in any of them. In comparison, a knight could only be employed as a defender or as the leading element of a charge. Despite these limitations, VES wanted to stick to what he knew best for his first original design. If he tried his hands on other archetypes, his lack of experience might result in leaving behind a huge flaw when he finally published his design. "A knight is solid, simple, and robust," VES mused. "It's harder to go wrong with a knight as opposed to a rifleman mech. Then again, the market is stricter about knights because the mech pilot has to trust in his machine in order to absorb blows meant for others." Occasionally, a few scandals erupted in the news about knights. Usually, a hardcore mech geek studied a knight design in detail and managed to find a small but critical vulnerability. Any opponent that applied pressure on this weak point could instantly cripple the unsuspecting knight. Any mech designer that suffered from this scandal retired from the business in disgrace. Mech pilots trusted their products to guard their lives. To have them turn into death traps due to negligence and incompetence represented a profound betrayal of the mech designer's creed. VES had to be very careful in this matter. Still, he possessed a decent amount of confidence that he could deliver a successful product. He already formed a vision on what his upcoming design should be. Chapter 202 Vision. Chapter 202 Vision. VES had seen a lot of knight designs in his mech career. Besides studying the classics, he also had hands-on experience with a couple of different models. The Caesar Augustus bore no introduction. The overstuffed hybrid knight tried to everything at once and made a decent attempt at it by virtue of its excellent armor system. VES captured some of the majesty of this ambitious design with the Mark Antony, but the cheap HRF armor plating hobbled the core purpose of a knight, which was to be a defensive bulwark. It's rather decent design for its price range. For a design that utilized uncompressed armor, the Mark Antony Mark II functioned well enough to those who couldn't afford anything better. Its cheap composition meant that replacing broken armor plating should be cheap and easy. The greatest strength of the Mark II is its cost-effectiveness. That wasn't always a good thing. It basically meant that the Mark II had no other distinguishing features that allowed VES to set a premium on his product. He had to keep his prices low in order to sustain the handful of sales he made each month. Competing on price always ended up as a race to the bottom. The current circumstances in which he had to gradually decrease the price on his mech reflected this reality. Though some of the blame also lay on the generational gap, it couldn't be concealed that the Mark Antony series lacked a distinguishing feature that it excelled at. A jack of all trades was a master of none. The second knight he had an intimate relationship with was the hoplite and the young blood he derived from the classic model. The spear-wielding knight possessed a number of interesting innovations that he partially incorporated in his sword-wielding variant. Both models emphasized the offensive nature of a knight. While they fulfilled the defensive role well, they excelled at keeping up with an offensive push as they possessed a bit more mobility than usual. An offensive knight is harder to design than a defensive knight. Both had their own strengths, but an offensive knight had to fulfill multiple criteria. It had to maintain a high level of defense while simultaneously possess a higher level of mobility. Since mech designers usually had to decide between speed and armor, striking the right balance could be challenging. It's an interesting one, and one that fits my interests. VES had never aimed to design the fastest mech, nor the sturdiest one. He knew of mech designers who dedicated their entire lives to pursuing one extreme. Raul Mendoza, known as the Armorer, had become an inspiration to every mech designer for relentlessly developing the best protected mechs in the galaxy. VES read his biography when he studied at Rittersberg and knew that while he faced many temptations to branch out in other paths, he stuck to his creed and continued to focus on armor and armor alone. Another model that struck him deeply was the Ajax Olympian. The massive heavy knights possessed a boundless amount of strength and sturdiness that allowed them to resist the monstrous Caius. His intimate work on studying its design and tweaking it for greater performance gave him an inside look in the mind of a knight designer. Though he couldn't apply all the lessons he learned from a heavy knight to a medium knight design, some aspects remained common to every weight class. However, there was one more knight that struck a very profound image to VES. His ancestors' customized mech the Valiant had been through a lot and outlived the death of its pilot. Whenever VES thought back on the ancient knight, he could practically taste the history radiating off its frame. Of all the mechs he had seen in his life, only the Valiant showed him a possible way forward. Beyond its exquisite design and rugged durability, the knight developed an extremely potent X-factor by virtue of its hallowed history. I want to design a mech like that. He wanted to design a mech that became increasingly more compatible with its pilot. Those who bonded with such machines gained increasingly more substantial benefits the longer they used it. VES hoped to embody the ideals of the living mech corporation with such products. It's not going to be easy bringing this dream to life. VES activated his terminal and wrote a quick list of demands. First, it had to be durable. Its internal architecture should be robust enough to keep going even under the most hellish circumstances. More importantly, VES had to invest in a good quality armor system composed of compressed alloys. A lot of different formulas and armor systems existed on the market, but only a few would be appropriate for his purposes. The resources required to form the armor plating should be abundantly available in the Bright Republic. Secondly, his mech had to possess a decent amount of mobility. VES did not plan to experiment with gimmicks this time. Overcomplicated gadgets often introduced vulnerabilities in the core design, and with his skills he couldn't guarantee he'd catch them all. No, VES simply planned to balance the weight of the frame with a strong engine and efficient artificial musculature. Master Olsen happened to be an expert in this field, so he hoped to pick up something good in Limar. Offensive knights are characterized by their ability to leverage their aggression into shock attacks. In that regard, his intended design should barely be able to meet that standard if VES managed to get his hands on the right components. Besides getting his hands on a powerful engine model, he also had to trim the armor scheme to keep down its bulk. It's going to be hard to accomplish all of these wishes without breaking the bank. Cheaper components generally performed worse than more expensive ones. However, the market only cared about how well the final design fulfilled its purpose at a given price level. A good mech designer could take a crappy set of component licenses and easily cobble up a cheap but practical mech design. A bad mech designer would always publish a deeply flawed mech design, even if he had access to the best components in the galaxy. In fact, more expensive components always introduced a lot of complexity in the design. In addition, they required a higher proportion of rare and expensive exotics to deliver such extreme performance. Still, VES hoped to design a knight for the premium segment of the mech market. At the very least, it should be a knight that was able to compete in the same price class as the current Caesar Augustus. VES set his price target at 60 million credits for the most basic silver label variant. Such a price corresponded nicely with other premium knight models on the market. In order to ensure a stable profit, VES should aim to keep the cost of production at around 30 to 40 million credits. All of these criteria sounded fine and dandy, but they amounted to nothing as long as VES failed to form a coherent vision of his future product. Over the past few months, VES mulled over how to elevate his design with a powerful vision. My mech isn't the fastest, nor the most indestructible one. It simply endures. It will keep going when you least expect it to. Even if it has suffered grievous injuries, it will grow stronger with every rebirth. VES named his first Mark-I the Phoenix Cry. He did so because he already formed a hint of his ideal mech. Central to the legend of the Phoenix was its ability to be reborn after experiencing a nirvana. Similar to the Phoenix, his first original mech design should become more powerful or at least more potent in its X-factor each time it receives an overhaul. If VES could put this vision into reality, then he may be able to emulate the Valiant on a larger scale. Such a bold ambition demanded not only a good design, but also a correspondingly powerful X-factor. I'll have to test the limits of the X-factor if I wanted to acquire the properties I want. The X-factor not only has to have room for growth, it also has to be tenacious enough so that others won't be able to wipe it away. Until now, VES formed a tentative theory that the X-factor came into being if the mech designer and the mech pilot shared a common mindset. He always feared that once other people such as Carlos or a mech technician started performing repairs, the mech would lose its X-factor's potency. Now those fears were gone. After he completed the graining mission, VES came away with more than an enhanced body. His mind also experienced a subtle transformation that VES tentatively attributed to Jutland's heavenly flower. Though he hadn't tested his new strengths in an actual design process, he somehow knew that his ability to impart images had improved. Now that my mind is stronger, anything that I work on should have a more tenacious X-factor. A random mech technician shouldn't be able to ruin my products if they replace a faulty screw or something. VES envisioned a hopeful future for his design where each of his mechs grew from infancy into unique machines. Each experience added to the history of the mech in question. In addition, the longer a mech pilot stuck with the same machine, the more the mech took on the mech pilot's traits. He felt as if he became the architect of something new and unknown. Though the risks were great, if he succeeded in this project, VES expected he'd be able to take this concept and use it as the core of his nascent design philosophy. Of course, the system also played a part in this process. While the system never taught him how to work with the X-factor directly, it was undeniable that it had put him onto this path. His high mental attributes formed the key to empowering the X-factor. VES even suspected the reason why most mech designers still remained clueless about it was because their level of concentration hadn't reached the minimum threshold for it to become noticeable. Even if they got their hands on the right theories and the correct techniques, without a correspondingly powerful mind, they'd simply be playing make-believe instead of accomplishing something real. My current concentration is higher than almost every other mech designer, but it's not enough for my purposes. With an attribute score of 1.7, his concentration sufficiently enabled him to maintain 3 images at once, though they couldn't be too complex. VES estimated that he required a much higher level of concentration in order to work with dynamic images that allowed for growth. I'll have to break the natural limit of the human mind in order to get to that point. VES already had an idea on what it meant to break the natural limit. Before the doctors of the CFA stabilized his body, he felt immensely powerful and healthy. Though he lost some of that potency, his body had already cracked open a slit into the realm of the superhuman. He knew that if he wanted to raise his concentration to an even higher level, he had to accumulate a lot of design points. In between his busy schedule of acquiring all of the elements to form an original design, he also had to test out some of his ideas by designing a couple of virtual mechs. I can practice my design skills as well, so it won't be wasted time. After a couple of hours of quiet musing, Captain Silvestre sent him an alert. We're about to transition into the Lemar system. Your orders, sir. Head towards the inner system. Lemar 2 is our final destination. Once the local authorities know of my purpose, I'm sure they'll ready an appropriate berth for the Barracuda. VES had contacted Horatio to let him know he'd be coming. Master Olson's assistant gave VES a knowing look when he requested the help of a doctor. In any case, Horatio offered his sympathies and promised to inform their master. Hopefully, we won't stay for too long. Once I'm done with my shopping, it's time to go home. He looked forward to turning his Phoenix project into reality. Chapter 203 Oleg. Their arrival in the star system came with little fanfare. As the educational seat of the Carnegie Group, the Lemar system received billions of visitors each year. A single apprentice mech designer raised no eyebrows, and VES liked to keep it that way. After a perfunctory inspection, the Barracuda zipped over towards the inner system and descended into the atmosphere of Lemar 2. The slim corvette arrived at a private berth reserved for Lemar's affiliates like VES, who became an apprentice of a visiting master. First, he visited the Lemar School of Life Sciences situated on the other side of the planet. Unlike the Lemar Institute of Technology, the Carnegie Group founded the LSLS in the middle of an artificial tropical forest. A vast amount of alien flora and fauna made their home in this dangerous forest. The frequent injuries and even near deaths provided students with plenty of practice. Fortunately, VES possessed a thick skin, so the voracious mosquito-like bugs buzzed around helplessly around his body. Several other visitors deployed a small interference field that repelled the wildlife, but VES didn't bother with the gadget and strode towards the institute scheduled to receive him. Once he stepped inside the cool interior, a doctor whisked him away for checkups. After several days of intensive and sometimes invasive tests, VES finally received a verdict. "How's it look like, doctor?" The doctor in charge of his case gave him a smile. "Your genetics are in a very interesting place right now. Though we would have loved to have samples of the hexapods and a copy of the research data, right now we can conclude that your body won't develop in a malignant for the next 5 years. There is too much we don't know about your acquired alien traits to be sure of anything more. What about the CFA's treatment? Did they do what they promised to do?" "It's absolutely brilliant what they did." The doctor beamed. "We can surmise that Dr. Jutland induced your genetics into a highly active and malleable phase. This allows him to apply extensive modifications to your physique to the extent that he broke past the natural limits of the human body. And this is a bad thing. You may not know this, but humans are not meant to possess so much strength. Your body would have slowly disintegrated as it strained to keep up its hyperactive state." While VES got lost in the specifics, he understood the main point easily enough. Just like his tweaks to the Ajax Olympian, his body couldn't handle the strain for an extended period of time. The doctor also added in something interesting. "It's not actually unheard of to induce a human body to perform past its limits, but it's only relatively safe to do so for a few seconds at most. Any longer will result in severe repercussions." The full results of the checkup showed that the CFA already remedied the repercussions that VES had unwittingly accumulated. They also stabilized his genetics so that he wouldn't be vulnerable to biological attacks that targeted his genetics. So they hadn't sneaked in a back door or something? No. Absolutely not. The doctor shook his head. "We can trace their steps in your body. They've been very open about their procedures. It's safe to say that unless they employed their most advanced techniques, there's little chance your body is hiding something nefarious." VES knew his own worth. A pitiful junior like him didn't warrant such a massive investment. If the Carnegie Group's most premier medical institution hadn't found any hidden bombs, then he probably had a clean bill of health. After receiving some warnings about his new condition, VES left the institute with a spring in his step. He boarded a long-distance aircar and flew towards the Lemar Institute of Technology on the other side of the planet. This time, the LIT hosted no events, so its central campus appeared remarkably empty and tranquil. He only brought Lucky along this time, having left out Melker due to the requirement that only Limar's own security personnel could pilot mechs. Instead, he allowed him to visit one of the mech academies elsewhere on the planet with some credits in his pocket. Hopefully he'd find something useful during his visit. His aircar flew past the Titanic Juggernaut wreck, allowing him to get a good glimpse of the starship-sized mech. Whoever came up with the concept of the Juggernaut must have been off his rocker. Though its monolithic size allowed it to mount warship-grade weapons, thereby circumventing the restrictions on weapons set by the MTA and the CFA, the drawbacks far outweighed the benefits. Only a first-rate superstate like the new Robarth Empire can field this kind of boondoggle. Even so, the Rubarthents largely phased out the Juggernauts once everyone started developing counters for the giant brutes. The story of the Juggernauts proved that no single mech was perfect. Human ingenuity and adaptation always ensured there was something better. The aircar landed on a landing pad next to an exclusive housing area where most of the eminent professors resided. A young man greeted him once he left the aircar. "Mr. Larkinson. Over here," he called. When VES walked over, the young man patted his body like he beheld a strange cow. "It's great to meet you. Wow, your skin is so firm. All the stories about you must be true. Have you been sent by Master Olson? Carmen is not even in the system right now. She's busy with another project. Horatio told me to accompany you and guide you around to where you need to go." "Ah, where are my manners? I'm Oleg Vorn, Carmen's youngest core disciple." VES almost tripped when he heard those words. The boy looked far too young and casual to be a core disciple. Oleg probably hadn't left his teens yet. Nothing about the core disciple hinted at any special traits that made a vaunted master mech designer take him under her wing. Oleg smiled teasingly at VES. "Are you wondering why I caught Carmen's eye? I don't mind telling you if you tell me what you've experienced on the graining mission." As they walked towards Master Olson's estate, VES regaled Oleg with a brief rundown on his experiences. Throughout the retelling, he felt as if he was reading a bedtime story to a small boy. "Wow. That Jutland sure was stupid. He actually left you alone in a cave full of tools and parts. It's no wonder he died in the end. So now that I've told you my story, how about yours?" "Oh, it's nothing interesting," Oleg responded shyly. "I grew up in a little planet in the territory of the Vermeer Group. Ever since I saw my first mech cartoon, I instantly fell in love with them. They're so fascinating, right? I wanted to pilot them so badly that I hadn't slept all night the day I turned 10. What followed after sounded familiar to almost every norm. Oleg's neural aptitude didn't qualify him to be one of the 3.5%. If I can't pilot a mech, then I sure as hell do something else with them. When I found out about mech designers, I studied hard in school so that I can design the best mechs. It just so happens that I'm really good at it. So good, in fact, that the principal referred me to one of Carmen's scouts, who eventually patted my head and told me that I'm really smart." The way Oleg said those words sounded as if he hardly knew what a cherished chance he received. Billions of mech designers never had the chance to catch the eye of a master, while Oleg was born on the right planet and at the right time when Master Olson sought a few young seeds to nurture. "So how far are you in your studies?" "Oh, I know a lot about mech design," Oleg boasted. "I even know how to design a mech engine." The young lucky bastard proceeded to explain his latest project. The amount of detail and depth in his descriptions almost overwhelmed VES to the point of growing numb. What Oleg knew about engines and mechanics had definitely reached the level of journeyman. "The heavens aren't fair," VES muttered. "What was that?" "Oh, nothing. I was just wondering about something." "How old are you?" "I'll be 19 in 3 months." If VES still had his baseline human body, he would have received a heart attack by now. Good graces. Oleg was just 18 years old, but he already surpassed what VES had painstakingly built up with the help of the system. Though VES felt a momentary surge of jealousy, he quickly suppressed it. The boy was scarily intelligent and his naive facade might be hiding a perceptive mind. VES did not wish to make an enemy out of someone Master Olson cherished. Besides, despite Oleg's natural endowments, VES had high hopes he would surpass the boy one day with the help of the system. With such a heaven-defying tool in his possession, he had high hopes of reaching the pinnacle of mech design on his own terms. By the way, that's a nice kit you have. Oleg pointed at Lucky, who silently padded alongside VES. I don't recognize its alloys. What's it made of? I'm not sure myself. My father got him for me from a first-rate state. That piqued his interest for sure. An actual mechanical pet from a first-rate state. You're so lucky. I've also considered whether to get one myself, but the latest products takes years to ship to our star sector. By then, everyone will laugh at me for owning such an outdated pet. VES refrained from shaking his head. A pet was not a fashion accessory. Such words betrayed Oleg's perspective on mechs. He probably saw them as nothing more than tools instead of creations that deserved to be treated with respect. On account of Oleg's status, VES refrained from mentioning any of his thoughts. They walked for several more minutes until they came upon a highly guarded mansion. Here we are. This is Carmen's home away from home. It's not the titanium garden, but it's home, in a way. Let me show you all the cool stuff. Oleg ran him through the gates and led him past the finely furnished halls and pleasant study rooms. As they reached the interior of the mansion, they stopped in front of a heavily guarded gate. A pair of menacing-looking guards in hulking exoskeleton suits regarded the pair with eyes. Let me in, guys. Not so fast, Oleg. One of them said with a curt tone. He obviously didn't care to be respectful to the core disciple. While you have permission to enter the basement, your new friend is not on the list. Oh, come on, do you know who he is? He's VES Larkinson, the guy Carmen apprenticed last year. Horatio even handed me a temporary pass for him. When Oleg showed the guard a specially produced pass, the guards eventually relented. Oleg handed VES the pass once they entered an elevator. As the cabin traveled downwards, VES looked at the pass with curiosity. What can I do with this? Oh, lots. You basically have free access to all of the LIT's facilities, though most of that place is boring. It's also your access pass to the Clifford Society's headquarters up in the mountains. There's a lot of nifty security features integrated in the pass, so if you ever find yourself in trouble with the authorities, just flash the pass and they'll learn you're the real deal. VES did not expect to make use of that particular function. The Bright Republic and the Friday Coalition should already have a file on him, so any random police officer shouldn't be able to arrest him on a whim. Once the elevator reached its destination, the door slid open and revealed what could be considered a mech designer's heaven. Welcome to Master Olson's personal workshop. Oleg grinned as he swooped his arms at the impressive. Look at these beauties. Can you imagine fabricating a mech with these toys? VES recognized none of the specific models of the machines in the workshop, but their construction alone revealed how special they were. All of the machines were made with the highest quality alloys. They incorporated an entire fortune's worth of exotics to push their speed and precision to their limits. Besides the standard machines a mech designer utilized, such as a 3D printer and an alloy compressor, VES also spotted dozens of strange and even alien-looking machines that fulfilled unknown purposes. He didn't dare touch any of them in case he ruined these unique equipment. After letting VES take in the sights, Oleg took his hand and dragged him towards a corner of the workshop where a set of smaller and less impressive machines rested. This is the apprentice workshop. All the other machines are locked out to anyone but Carmen and Horatio. I know, I've tried to hack them all. Oleg said with a sulk. I still swear Horatio is laughing at me behind my back. Anyway, every apprentice is free to use these gear. Though the apprentice workshop obviously housed more disposable machines, VES still envied all of the shiny gear. The high-speed 3D printers alone made his carefully reconstructed Dortmund look like a joke. Why did you take me here, Oleg? Oleg smirked at VES. Oh, I'm just curious about your ability, that's all. As one of Carmen's apprentice, you should be familiar with mech design duels. Wanna make a bet? I'll give you something nice if you put up your mechanical cat as a stake. Chapter 204 Wager. I'm not putting Lucky up for a bet. VES replied with alarm. He's more than a pet to me. It's the last thing my father left me. That wasn't entirely true, but VES really had a bad idea about this. A mere apprentice with the same status as a nominal disciple could never compete against a core disciple. Chances were high that Oleg would wipe the floor with him in every kind of mech design duel. It appeared the core disciple didn't like his answer. He pouted cutely at VES. You haven't even listened me out. Horatio mentioned to me that you're planning on designing your first original mech. You're going to need some good component licenses to impress the mech industry. It just so happens that I've got a couple of really good engine designs under my belt. I can guarantee you that their performance will top anything in your price range. The mention of winning a component license of a high-quality engine design aroused his interest. Despite his firm reluctance to engage in the bet, he couldn't help but hear Oleg out. I'm planning on designing a knight for the premium segment of the market of a third-rate state. The engine shouldn't be made out of too many rare exotics. Oh, that's even better. I've got a slew of economic engine schematics I designed for practice. When Oleg turned on a projector and showed him the designs in question, VES became utterly entranced. Due to his master's specialization, VES knew a thing or two about mech engines. From a brief glance, VES could tell that Oleg's designs performed remarkably well even though they didn't incorporate too many exotics. He estimated the market price of the worst engine license at 500 million bright credits. The value of most of the other engine licenses hovered around 1 to 3 billion bright credits. To VES, that sounded like an incredible fortune. To Oleg, that probably sounded like lunch money to him, especially when VES took in the different price levels in the coalition. Still, the sheer talent and capability he showed off with these engine designs scared VES from entertaining any ideas about winning a bet against Oleg. If his mech design skills was up to par with his engine design skills, then VES had no hope of eking out a victory. I'm sorry, Oleg, but I'm merely a nominal disciple, he said as gently as possible. Any duel between us will only end up in my defeat. A bet isn't a bet if the outcome is certain before we've even started. Oleg lost his perpetual grin when he heard his refusal. Oh, that won't do. I really want to see what you can do. Tell you what. If you're so sure I'll beat you in a standard design duel, let's use a different format. You're good at something, right? Something that gives you the confidence that you're a better mech designer than anyone else at our level. Let's use that as our score. His persistence made VES uncomfortable, but his suggestion sounded a little more reasonable. Despite the risks, his long-dormant competitive streak flared in excitement. Still, in order to compete, VES had to show his strength. What was VES good at? He could think of nothing but the X factor. He gazed at Oleg's eager expression and considered how to phrase his challenge. Something as ephemeral as the X factor couldn't be measured with any tool, which made it difficult to determine a winner. How about this? VES said as he figured something out. Why don't we try to compete on comfort and personal preference? Let's leave aside competing on specs, because I'm certain whatever you are going to design on a whim will beat my work handedly. Instead, we'll design and fabricate a mech each and present it to a random mech pilot. We'll let him play around with them and tell him to decide which one he finds more comfortable. Sounds good. Of all the criteria VES could possibly choose, he selected something Oleg had never seen coming. He blinked at VES with his mouth agape. Comfort. Do you mean ergonomics and stuff? It's not only about a good seat. By comfort I mean that the overall piloting experience should be smooth and effortless. The mech pilot should enjoy the mech and mesh well with it regardless of its specs. Oleg frowned a bit. Huh. I never really thought about that. I've never heard of a mech design duel that competed specifically around comfort. It sounds kind of fun. VES still showed a lot of reluctance to engage in the bet, so Oleg constantly raised the value of his offering until he offered one of his best designs. The Trailblazer will surely fit your needs for a cheap night. This engine is more robust than anything a third-rate state will typically field, and I've really been sparing in the amount of exotics I incorporated in its core components. I've accomplished this by applying some of Carmen's special techniques. See here for example. As Oleg blabbed onwards while pointing at the schematic of his Trailblazer engine, VES still hadn't made up his mind. Losing Lucky would deal a heavy blow to VES. He had been his constant companion since the start of his mech design career. Yet VES found it hard to ignore Oleg's offering. As a fairly recent design, the Trailblazer incorporated much of Oleg's recent insights and innovations. Master Olsen's shadow loomed large in the schematic as well, so VES already determined that the engine featured her characteristic endurance and longevity. Engines with comparable performance featured a market price of around 3 billion bright credits for a standard 10-year license. As VES continued to hold back his ascent, Oleg even offered to waive the per-unit fabrication fee, which meant that VES didn't have to cough up additional credits when he fabricated an engine. That's as far as I go. These licenses aren't much, but they're the crystallization of our master's teachings. All right, Oleg. I'll take on your bet. VES decided after letting out a deep breath. But let's make sure it's fair by setting the ground rules. I don't want the outcome to be in question. Limar was Oleg's home ground, so VES wanted to extract some assurances out of him. As Oleg worked with the machines in the apprentice workshop for years, he possessed an undeniable advantage in terms of fabrication. To make up for this disparity, VES enjoyed 2 days of fabrication time compared to Oleg, who only limited himself to a single day. The boy appeared awfully confident despite his handicap, but VES couldn't push his privileges too far. Where can we get some neutral mech pilots to judge our designs? VES asked. Oh, we can call Horatio and he'll take care of it. The LIT always borrows a couple of mech cadets from Abelard whenever we need a pilot to test out their toys. VES remembered that the mech pilots who participated in the Limar Open competition also came from Abelard Academy. He found that most of them were highly capable if a bit cocky and undisciplined. Some cadets even let their arrogance get ahead of them. Could they be honest and objective enough to prefer his design over Oleg's? Let's go with 10 pilots. It won't take too long to let them take our mechs for a spin. Okay. In the end, they came to an agreement on the format of the mech design duel. They would design a knight based off a random selection of old components equivalent to 3-star mechs in Iron Spirit. VES had 48 hours to design his knight and fabricate it with the machines in the workshop, while Oleg made do with 24 hours. In the meantime, Horatio already received their request to provide a number of cadets to Master Olsen's estate so that they'd be able to test the finished products. Horatio looked rather critically at VES. Are you certain you want to go through with this wager? Oleg is not a normal child. His talent in mech design is extremely frightening. With all the concessions he's already made, I don't have a reason to refuse anymore. VES resolutely replied. Do take care, and don't come crying if you lose. In truth, VES still felt apprehensive about this duel. However, his pride as a mech designer urged him to confront the direct disciples challenge head-on. He already stacked the deck in his favor. When he considered the potential payoff, VES became determined to succeed. He had to get his hands on Oleg's precious license. With the powerful Trailblazer as a central component to his original design, his Phoenix would truly be able to embody the persistence and longevity he laid out in his vision. In addition, if he won the license, he'd be able to spend his credits on other goodies. The mech engine and power reactor component licenses always cost the most due to their fiendishly high complexity. A good engine could make or break a mech design. If he could get that taken care of now, VES could allocate more funds on procuring a decent power reactor license. The better his components, the likelier his original design attracted positive attention, though he also had to pull out their strengths in a splendid overarching design. Throughout his musing, Lucky meowed indignantly at VES. I'm sorry, Lucky. He apologized and picked up his cat and stroked his chin. I know the bet is callous and all, but it's for a good cause. You don't expect me to lose, do you? Lucky hissed at VES and forcibly jumped out of his embrace. VES merely shrugged at the cat. Fine then. Just wait and see. VES calmed his mind and tried to get into focus. They agreed to start the duel within minutes. Oleg stood at the side and stretched his fingers, ready to employ his considerable talent and skill into designing a great knight mech. In truth, VES treated the mech design duel as a practice session for designing his original mech. Every duel forced the participants to form a complete design out of a handful of standalone components. While the duel format made things easier by providing pre-designed limbs, torsos, and heads, the concept essentially stayed the same. The mech designers had a lot of freedom to shape the form and content of their designs. Want to design a 3-legged mech? Sure. Want to design a ball-shaped mech that rolls around like a ball? Go ahead. A mech designer had the freedom to realize every possible idea no matter it was good or bad. In this regard, VES admitted his inferiority to Oleg. He expected any Night the Boy Wonder design to be a high-quality machine despite spending half his time on its design and fabrication. Even if they set their goal on designing and fabricating the most comfortable mech, strength provided its own way of comfort. For example, any mech pilot would rather own a Caesar Augustus than a Mark Antony Mark II due to the former mech's superior armor system. The two designs differed so drastically in performance that his homemade Mark II simply couldn't close the gap with its trivial advantages. That was the main reason why the Caesar Augustus still sold for around 60 million credits while the Mark II sold for half as much. In order to sway the test pilots to his design, VES not only had to excel in terms of shaping the X factor, he also couldn't fall too far behind in terms of fundamental design skills. A sparrow can still compete with an eagle, but an ant can forget about it. VES muttered to himself. I'm still an apprentice mech designer. No matter how much knowledge Master Olsen stuffed into Oleg's head, he was still a teenager. The direct disciple only had so much time to devote on his studies. More importantly, he also cross-trained in engine design, which certainly stalled his progression in other areas. VES shook his head. Enough obsessing over the little freak. It was time he started coming up with a good design. He started focusing his mind on an appropriate set of myths. To maximize the power of the X factor, VES decided to employ multiple powerful images. The mere thought of how far he could push the X factor unleashed a sense of excitement within his bones. Chapter 205 Triple Division. Considering the transient nature of his design, VES skipped the growth element of the X factor. In order to win over the test pilots as quickly as possible, he decided to focus on immediate impact. By now, VES developed a standard procedure of sorts when trying to shape the X factor. At his current level of concentration, he'd be able to work with a maximum of 3 images, all of which served a different purpose that would synergize with each other when they came together. The first image defined and enhanced the role of the design. The second image centered around a powerful totem animal that introduced the right mix of primal instincts into the design. The third image should be based around the myth of a legendary human figure in order to strengthen his design's higher-level cognition. With this division of images, VES established his first formal X-Factor technique. He called it the triple division for convenience. The first image should be an idealized night mech. To maximize the compatibility between his mech and the test pilots, VES wanted to ground the experience with something familiar. By building up the foundation of his X-Factor on the night mech itself, VES ensured that no matter how many individual touches he applied, the test pilots would still feel at home. Sometimes it might not be a good idea to put the archetype central to the design in question. Too much familiarity bred contempt, or at least made the design appear a little boring. In order to balance out the familiar, VES counterbalanced it with a strong and invigorating totem animal. Let's go with a hexapod king. Though he'd never seen a hexapod king in the flesh, he intimately studied the Caius, which was based on its carcass. The sheer power and terror of them both made for a profound image that had long been seared into his mind. Choosing the hexapod king as the totem animal for his design shifted its emphasis from defense to offense. Though his design would very likely lack the endless power supply of the beasts, it would still be able to inherit much of its primal ferocity. Choosing such a savage totem animal risked getting out of hand, so VES decided to temper it with a more rational human legend. What kind of mythical figure could he conjure up that fit well with the design without being too excessive? VES went with the image of a mounted knight called the Leading Edge, or Sir Edge for short. He'd been born in the saddle and had been brought up to serve as a professional knight since he first showed his aptitude for riding. As a consummate cavalryman, Sir Edge had mastered fighting in both a mounted and dismounted state. On foot, he could hold a shield wall as any other shield bearer, but he truly came to being when he sat on the saddle. He knew how to keep an overview of the battle and choose the right timing to go in for a thundering charge. In the heat of the battle, he tossed almost every consideration aside and fought with his heart's content, bellowing war cries all around. As VES became increasingly immersed in the backstory of the Leading Edge, his competition hadn't sit still. Oleg already sprinted towards a design terminal and drew up a basic schematic based on what he thought would be a comfortable knight. As a young and talented apprentice mech designer, Oleg developed his own approach to mech design. He possessed a much deeper foundation in the nuts and bolts of mech design, so he hardly needed to pause in the process of picking out components. Unlike VES, Oleg decided to stick with the classics and design a fully defensive knight. While his design still stuck to the medium weight class, Oleg pretty much jacked up its armor budget to the maximum possible amount. A knight can never have too much armor, he thought as he rapidly refined his rough schematic into something presentable. He utilized the full functions of the advanced design software in his terminal. A separate projector constantly subjected the latest version of the design to a barrage of standard simulations, which the hidden superprocessors buried underneath the workshop churned out in rapid tempo. With the help of these powerful functions, Oleg rapidly eliminated the weak points in his design. His optimization-based approach to designing his mech made full use of the abundant amount of processing power at his disposal. Without the corresponding amount of resources, Oleg's approach would never achieve results so quickly. The only downside to this method was that Oleg exerted relatively little control over the direction of his simulations. It constantly spat out error-prone results that led him into dead ends. This forced him to backtrack on his designs until he reached the point where he could take a different path. His approach also let go of any attempts to adhere to a strong vision. Even Oleg didn't know how his design ultimately looked like. Some designers couldn't even image working without a definite goal in mind, but Oleg embraced the inherent uncertainty. It didn't matter how the end product looked like. As long as its spec surpassed the previous version, Oleg was happy. In contrast, VES let his vision guide his design choices. Once he split his focus and dipped it into the triple division, his mind became filled with the righteous purpose of shaping it into reality. "Let's see what I have to work with," he said, and opened the catalog in his terminal's design suite. The parts listed in the catalog came in different sizes and shapes. Even a minor deviation had a lot of implications to his ultimate design. Instead of making calculative choices based on specs, VES took a step back and viewed the parts in a holistic manner. Each time he saw a part, he asked himself whether they conformed to the images buzzing in his mind. Most of the time, the images buzzed in disapproval. Only a couple of times did they show their approval. He slowly ticked off the necessary components until he ended up with a full set of components. At first glance, they didn't seem powerful. VES ended up passing over the most powerful components in favor of those that harmonized well with his vision and each other. They all possessed an intrinsic underlying rule that VES didn't fully understand. Why these parts? At first glance, the frame and limbs didn't fit with each other. The legs provided a lot of mobility when paired with a powerful engine, but were rather vulnerable to damage to the rear. The torso area, on the other hand, possessed a lot of bulk in order to accommodate a powerful engine and protect its internal components well. Most notably, VES picked an asymmetric set of arms. The shield arm was larger than the sword arm so that it could brace the heavy shield without breaking apart. Meanwhile, its sword arm might lack in brute strength, but its added speed and flexibility opened up a lot of movements that conventional knights would never be able to pull off. The combination didn't make sense at first glance, but VES quickly figured out the rationale of this selection. The strengthened legs optimized his mech's charge. Its weaknesses were largely mitigated as long as the mech constantly faced the enemy. The heavy torso and shield arm allowed it to remain standing under fire or use its bulk in an offensive capacity by bashing through its opposition. Its flexible sword arm gave his mech the opportunity to outduel a melee opponent. The relative lack of strength in the sword arm didn't matter because the mech always possessed the option of bashing with its shield if it needed a power attack. Overall, the mech possessed a good mix of offense and defense as long as it could dictate the terms of the engagement. Its entire rear portion would always remain vulnerable, though many other medium knights suffered from the same problem. Only heavy knights featured all-around protection as they had the armor to spare. VES proceeded to bring his selection of parts together. After he fitted them into a single frame like a crude puzzle, he proceeded to refine his design by utilizing some of the simulations in the design speed. That was when he finally found out about the immense amount of processing power hidden beneath the terminal. His eyes practically popped out of his eye sockets as a set of simulations that would have taken weeks to complete at home only took 3 seconds in the apprentice workshop. What VES found even more bizarre was that the terminal stated that his simulations only used up a fraction of the total amount of processing power assigned to the apprentice workshop. VES could not even imagine the amount of calculations Master Olson routinely performed to require such an extravagant setup. "This is a lot more processing power than I need." No matter how many resources VES had at his disposal, they were borrowed goods. It would take a very long time until he earned the funds to upgrade his workshop to this level. For now, VES stuck with his own method and proceeded to refine his design in his own way. Different from Oleg, VES already had an endpoint in mind, so he constantly tweaked the schematic in accordance with the desires of his images. Each time he found an elegant solution that harmonized with the concept of his vision, his images bonded ever closer with the design. VES felt as if the design and the images became more intertwined. Their existences even started to blur a bit as VES brought his considerable amount of mental power to bear. His highly intense state of mind even shook Oleg from his routine. The boy looked over at VES and thought he saw a monster in human skin. Damn, have my eyes gone bad? I better take a break. I even missed dinner time. As Oleg quietly left the workshop to fill his stomach and refresh his mind, VES continued to work without any signs of fatigue. His highly enhanced body had surpassed the strength of his mind, which allowed VES to skip the usual process of eating and sleeping for a brief period of days. Against a prodigy like Oleg, VES never even considered taking a long break. Every second of his 48-hour time limit was inordinately precious to him because it was the only way he could catch up to his fellow apprentice mech designer. I'll spend 32 hours on the design process and leave out 16 hours to fabricate my design. VES carved out quite a bit of time for the fabrication and assembly phase due to the complexity of the armor system. It possessed just the right mix of protection without taking up a lot of mass. As a downside, the end product varied a lot, making it an unsuitable formula for mass production. It required a skilled mech designer or fabricator to manually produce each piece of plating one at a time. Let's not get ahead of myself. First, I have to finish my design. He went back to work after refocusing his mind. The hours slowly passed until it became night. Lemur 2 used to adhere to a wildly different rotation cycle, but its extensive terraforming process stabilized it until it became identical to old Earth. Thus, the night came and went without notice. The workshop was situated underground. Even Oleg pulled an all-nighter, having taken some special medicine that allowed his mind to work at peak capacity for an extended amount of hours. He'd pay for it later, but until then he also made good use of his available time. Oleg must have wanted to get his hands on Lucky really bad for him to work so hard. The boy finalized his design in the morning and moved over to the 3D printer and fabricated his first new parts. Despite his handicaps, Oleg maintained a confident smile on his face as he adeptly churned out part after part. In the meantime, VES still hadn't come close to finishing his design. While he made some progress with optimizing his schematic, he stumbled across a dilemma that forced him to a halt. Chapter 206 Discordant. VES brought him images into reality by visualizing their life cycle. The more details he added, the more vivid they behaved. At some point, they started thinking on their own. His creativity ran out of control and filled in some of the gaps that VES had unconsciously left behind. For example, the Night Mech yearned to increase its defense. Even as an offensive-oriented mech, it expressed its dissatisfaction with the current design's inadequate armor cover. VES skimmed off a bit more off its armor plating than usual in order to keep the weight down. The totem animal on the other hand didn't care so much about the armor. Instead, it yearned for a much more effective offensive kit. Hexapod kings proved their strength not by acting like a turtle, but by threatening its rivals with overwhelming might. The human myth component of the triple division also grew more discordant. The leading edge's objection to the design mainly revolved around the staying power of the design. VES chose to go for a high-impact operation mode in order to make the piloting experience as exhilarating as possible. However, choosing this road obviously used up more energy. Compounding the problem was that the totem animal showed signs of overpowering the other two images. VES had unconsciously inflated the Hexapod king's tyrannical greed and cruelty to the point where the image almost became capable of contending against the other two images. While making his images come to life had always been a goal to VES, their unexpected conflict left him with a dilemma. Should he stay detached and let them battle it out? Should he forcibly stop the struggle by separating the images? Or would it be best to maintain a tentative equilibrium by manipulating the images behind the scenes? VES began his design process with a vision. To allow his images to evolve in an unknown direction meant that he'd be abandoning his initial goals in favor of an uncertain outcome. The X factor would transform in a direction that might have a beneficial or detrimental effect to the design. As much as he wanted to experiment with this new development, VES decided to stifle it as best he could. His current circumstances didn't allow for too many unexpected surprises. It's fine if this happens when I design a virtual mech, but right now I can't risk ruining this design. VES proceeded to turn his substantial amount of mental power to bear on his images. Since he lacked the time to figure out a way to solve the problem with finesse, he utilized brute force instead. He forcibly separated the images until clear barriers came into being between the three. This forced the integration of the images in the design to take a step back, but at least they didn't argue with each other anymore. Next, he adjusted the traits of his totem animal in order to rein in its exaggerated behavior. He lessened the ferocity of the beast and granted it a small amount of cunning. When VES finished his adjustments, he took a mental step backwards and regarded his images again. He succeeded in stabilizing the images, though he failed to preserve their strengths. In essence, his crude intervention solved nothing but prevented the situation from devolving into an unstable mess. VES had in fact robbed his images of some of their life. This was especially the case with his totem animal. He learned some very important lessons after this ordeal. Images that had been granted with life developed in an unpredictable direction, sometimes going against his intended vision. This is life. True life embraced the limitless potential of chaos. Life was never comfortable if it behaved according to a predetermined plan. A life shackled down by too many rules and restrictions lost much of the vivid traits that made it precious. Even though VES applied the wrong solution, the overall X factor shouldn't have suffered too much from his previous norm. He simply missed a small opportunity to evolve his current application of the X factor. Now that this is done with, let's go back to designing. While VES spent precious minutes suppressing the unrest in his mind, Oleg started assembling his mech from the pieces he fabricated in record time. He easily slotted the components in their places, which proved that all of his components had come into existence without any noticeable deviations. The amount of precision he was able to maintain when he swiftly printed out the parts would have astounded a crowd of mech designers. Hardly anyone could ensure their components were without flaws if they adopted the same speed. While much of the miracle could be attributed to the excellent machines in the apprentice workshop, Oleg's comprehensive mastery over the fabrication process also played a decisive role. VES felt the pinch as Oleg comfortably moved to the last phase of his design process. He required a lot more time to refine his design due to his desire to adhere to his vision. Many times, his tweaks lowered the performance of his design, or introduced new flaws that only became apparent when VES made further changes. Normally, this happened all the time. VES could easily draw back his changes and puzzle out a better solution over many iterations. However, VES had already spent a day on this repetitive process. His snail-like progress could never match the efficiency of Oleg's own approach. In the end, VES stuck to his method and accepted that he'd never be able to optimize his design as well as Oleg. He focused mainly on eliminating the flaws that already existed in his design while leaving aside the many tricks he could use to enhance its performance. At the end of his 32-hour design phase, VES smiled in satisfaction. Regardless of the many optimizations that he had yet to perform, his design had come together in a way that all of his images found acceptable, if barely. It's time to move on to fabrication. Most of his knight's components required little effort to produce. VES left much of the heavy lifting to the incredibly capable 3D printer fabricating his parts. Unlike Oleg, VES took his time with the process, as he didn't possess much familiarity with these specific machines. When the printer spat out all of the easier parts, VES paid more attention to the next part. The fabrication process of the armor plating required his personal supervision and intervention if he wanted to finish it within his time limit. By nature, exotic materials all possessed unstable structures. Given time, they broke apart and turned into mundane elements or disappeared into nothing. This made them hard to work with. While automated production processes made a lot of strides in reducing the error rate, sometimes they spasmed when they faced an unanticipated situation. The armor system selected by VES incorporated a lot of different exotics. Some of them didn't react too well when put together, so the difficulty of fabricating the armor plating without any flaws was extremely high. Fortunately, VES possessed enough skill to keep the problem in check. The extra time allotted to him for this duel proved to be a lifesaver for him as the lack of haste allowed him to maintain just enough control to prevent most flaws. Even his relative unfamiliarity with the chemical treatment machine and the alloy compressor didn't stop him from making good time. The system demanded a lot of DP before VES could master the alloy compressor, but the price had obviously been worth it as he never fumbled more than once when he came across something new. With a couple more hours to go, VES assembled his parts in rapid time. VES considered this phase to be the easiest one as long as he fabricated his parts within tolerance. The facts proved his case, as VES hardly encountered a hitch. His night design came into being as his time began to run out. Oleg had long completed his own design and observed VES from a distance with a yawn. To him, the night designed by VES didn't seem all that special. He completely understood its components and their approximate performance in a single glance. What's the use of comfort in a mech? He sneered. A mech is not a cruise ship. Compared to absolute strength, no amount of luxury can compete. Mech designers competed mainly on performance. The design with the better numbers always commanded a higher appreciation by the mech pilots who entrusted their lives to them. Oleg possessed absolute confidence that his hasty creation could beat the one being assembled by his fellow apprentice. Once VES finished checking over his mech, he breathed deeply and fell onto the floor. Even with his enhanced physical endurance, his mental strength couldn't quite keep up. VES had strained focus these last few hours in order to keep his images as vivid and lifelike as possible. All of that hard work paid off. In his formative sixth sense, VES clearly sensed a powerful aura emanating from the frame. He largely succeeded in shaping his new creation's X-factor into a powerful force that had become inextricably attached to the mech's existence. While he hadn't pulled off something new this time, the newly formed knight seemed to come alive in his eyes. The X-factor gained more substance this time due to the sheer amount of mental energy VES directed to its design and fabrication. To put it in another way, while the quality of the X-factor stayed the same, its quantity increased by at least 3 or 4 times. With this abundant strength, the X-factor permeated even deeper into the frame. This in turn enhanced the connection between the mech and its pilot. A clapping sound approached VES from behind. Splendid work, VES. Your performance improved a lot since you took part in the Limar Open competition. You didn't let Carmen down. What's the name of your design? The Tyrant. VES replied simply. It fit with his overall vision for the design. He was too tired to think of anything better. I could use some rest first. Where can I get some food? We've got some of the best cooks on this planet. Let me bring you up to the dining room. I've already taken the liberty of preparing some dinner. While some authorized workers shipped the Tyrant to the surface through a cargo elevator, VES and Oleg took some time to relax. Neither of them mentioned their work or the highly anticipated test. Instead, they chatted about Oleg's career. To be honest, I'm not sure whether I want to follow Carmen back to the Vermeer group. Oleg revealed as he munched on the barbecued ribs of a native animal. I'm still a citizen of the Carnegie Group. The bigwigs at Limar promised they'd keep their doors open if I decide to stay. Master Olsen had only recently ascended to her exalted rank. As a relatively junior master mech designer, she still had a long way to go before she mastered every other major field of knowledge. Her exchange with the local masters would only last another couple of years before she felt she had nothing more to gain. Do you have a lot of family back home? Oh yeah, but I hardly ever visit them these days. I'm grown up now, so it's a little awkward to face my parents. They're just average working folk, you know. Even if I send them a lot of calls, they don't know what to do with it. I won't be missing out on much if I go to the Vermeer group. You should follow your heart. It's not like your parents and your friends are stuck in the Carnegie group. You've got more than enough money to bring them with you. VES didn't dare urge Oleg more. To be frank, if VES received the same offer, he'd still stick with the Bright Republic. His love for his home outweighed the possible benefits he'd enjoy if he relocated somewhere wealthier. They finished their meals and agreed to take some time to rest. Oleg was still dealing with the repercussions of the stimulants he took at the start of the duel, while VES wanted to rest his wrung-out mind. Maintaining the triple division technique for 48 hours while taking only minor breaks proved very stressful to him. Fortunately, the previous phenomenon where he'd suffer from increasingly crippling headaches hadn't occurred this time. Tomorrow, we'll see whose mech will win. Chapter 207 Accommodate. On a large and extensive training field, 2 mechs stood like giant statues. For this event, Horatio took some time off his busy schedule to mediate the mech design duel in person. VES had already met Horatio in person, but he never presented himself to the men in person. Horatio appeared very dignified in front of the two apprentices. He cast a very long look at the both of them before turning his attention to their mechs. "Both of you have set a very subjective winning condition to your duel," he spoke. 10 young mech cadets from the Abelard Academy will be visiting us here today. After spending 30 minutes with each of your mechs, the cadets will deliver their verdict on which mech they prefer in terms of comfort. Do note that these pilots might have a different understanding of the term than yours. Will we be able to explain the meaning in greater detail? That won't be necessary, Horatio said. It's best not to predispose the mech pilots into favoring one design over the other through the use of wordplay. Let them experience the mechs with their own biases. A shuttle arrived soon after and delivered 10 random mech cadets. Some of them were elites who ranked close to the top, while others hadn't found a way to excel in the academy. The only thing they had in common was that all of them had taken advanced training in piloting night mechs. They wouldn't be clueless when faced with the creations of Oleg and VES. Horatio left the two designers on a closed platform and greeted the cadets after they arrived. As he explained the rules to them, VES took a seat on a nearby bench and watched at the test pilots. He counted 7 men and 3 women, not that gender mattered all that much. Oleg grinned at VES. "Now that we've finished our parts, let's share our design schematics." "Sure." When VES received Oleg's design, he took a long time to parse the blueprint. Oleg decided to form a quintessential defensive knight, piling up its armor while leaving barely enough mobility to qualify as a medium mech. The concept sounded simple, but Oleg brought his design to an unprecedented level. He possessed transcendent skill in the field of battle mechatronics and mechanics, having taken the basic preconfigured parts and tweaked them in ways that optimized their endurance and defense. To be frank, the extreme level of optimization scared VES a bit. Oleg managed to raise the overall performance of his parts by a third through updating their outdated design and optimizing them so that they performed at their best. In comparison, VES would be lucky if he reached an overall improvement of 20% due to lack of time. That 10% difference sounded small, but mech pilots and mech designers could easily tell the difference. The mech cadets began to rotate among the two mechs. Each of the pilots spent 30 minutes on each mech. They tested the machines and put them through their paces on the training ground. The yard even featured a sophisticated semi-virtual training simulator. Advanced programming and the clever use of bots and projectors allowed the knights to spar against imaginary opponents with some physical feedback. While it couldn't replicate a true battle experience, the pilots at least experienced a taste of their mechs in combat. As the mechs moved through obstacles or light combat simulations, their differences became more pronounced. His Tyrant moved rather nimbly for a night mech. Its mobility allowed it to run around the obstacle course with greater speed and control than Oleg's lumbering machine. It excelled in frontal charges when it brought its considerable weight to bear upon a single opponent. VES paid a lot of attention on its shock-absorbing capacity so that it wouldn't suffer too much damage when it collided against another mech. While its armor couldn't quite deliver the same performance, none of the pilots paid too much attention to it. They weren't allowed to wreck the mechs they piloted. In essence, the Tyrant displayed all of its strengths while being able to hide its only major weakness. VES hadn't deliberately set out to achieve this condition, but it certainly helped his case. Oleg's mech on the other hand moved with solid deliberation. While it possessed enough speed to sprint short distances, the mech hadn't received any optimizations in this area. Instead, it presented itself as a quintessential medium knight, with all of the pros and cons that went along this archetype. From the schematics Oleg showed off, VES knew that his design lacked any gimmicks. The younger mech designer probably lacked the time to implement something unique that could wow the test pilots. Instead, Oleg mainly stuck to the basics, deviating only when it came to his specialty. The engine in particular provided his knight with a lot of force and endurance. The mechanical layout of his knight incorporated many innovative design choices that enhanced the knight's ability to exert force. Your knight hits slow, but hard. A knight isn't supposed to outduel an opponent. Oleg replied with a smile. You've made an interesting choice with your mech, but I don't know if it will help your case. Your own design isn't able to throw its weight around once it's forced to a stop. The boy had a point. The Tyrant performed at its best when it kept moving, but sometimes it needed to stay put in order to perform its defensive role. Time went by as the testing period dragged on. At the end of the session, all 10 mech cadets spent at least an hour in the cockpits. Once they finished their testing, they passed on their evaluation to Horatio, who subsequently tallied the score. VES and Oleg left the observation room and joined Horatio and the pilots standing next to their mechs. While Oleg maintained his confident, sunny smile, VES nervously awaited the outcome. Had the tyrant made a good impression? Had the X-Factor succeeded in charming the mech cadets? Many questions swirled in his mind as he stood somewhat at attention. Everyone eagerly awaited the results of the duel. Horatio faced the mech designers with a nod. Both of you have accomplished much in the limited amount of time at your disposal. I'm especially impressed with Oleg. Your ability to maintain the quality of your product despite the time limit shows you haven't slacked off in your practice. Thanks. The older man turned to VES. As for you, don't take your advantages to heart. Your master has invested a large amount of time and resources in his upbringing. We've been grooming him to compete at the most prestigious competitions this side of the galaxy, such as the Rimward Games. VES remembered that Miss Barakovsky once competed at the Junior Rimward Games. The Junior Games offered an appropriate stage for young but talented mech designers to display their strengths in front of the entire galactic rim. That Horatio alluded to Oleg's future entry in the adult version of the Rimward Games meant that the boy held a lot of promise. Master Olson must be very eager to build up her organization's prestige by planning to show him off at such a major event. I understand. VES nodded simply. He didn't really wish to think too much about Oleg's current superiority. In a few years, his skills might have developed to the point where he'd be qualified to compete in the Rimward Games on his own merits. Horatio proceeded to turn the conversation back to the duel. At a glance, the two of you employed different strategies in order to win over the mech pilots. I've noticed that VES has kept to the spirit of the duel. You focused more on harmony and compatibility when designing your mech, haven't you? I want my pilots to bond with my mech. While achieving higher performance is important, if the pilot can't mesh well with his machine, he won't be able to bring out its full strength. That's a bold statement. Horatio responded neutrally. He carefully refrained from expressing his opinion on the matter. Oleg doesn't seem to agree. I see you didn't even pay much attention to ergonomics when designing your mech. You focused purely on maximizing your mech's performance parameters. Who cares about comfy seats? A mech pilot ought to know what's best for him. Battles are usually won by the side with better performing mechs. That's an absolute truth. As you've alluded to, a mech is mainly built for war. When our mech cadets here graduate from Abelard, they'll be sent to fight at various parts of Coalition space. They're expected to endure extremely challenging circumstances while they pilot their mechs. If their mechs are not up to the task, they are piloting the wrong mechs. VES took those words as an oblique warning to his approach to mech design. Sometimes, his obsession with the X-Factor led to decisions that missed out on increasing the performance of his machines. What his images sometimes urged him to stray away from the most optimal design choices. I'm sure you're impatient to hear who has won. Horatio finally said as he finished his brief lecture. Without further ado, here are the scores. A small projector sprung into existence that showed a short tally for each of the duelists. The final results astounded them both. VES, 5 votes. Oleg, 5 votes. It's a tie. When the mech designers swept past the tally and studied the breakdown of the votes, the division became more evident. The higher-ranking mech cadets leaned on the side of Oleg's knight while the lower-ranking cadets preferred the tyrant. Oleg didn't understand the result. Why hasn't my mech won over the rest? Can you make a guess? The younger mech designer paused to think through a reason. Perhaps those who are more skilled don't require as much accommodation as those who need more practice. The best mech pilots can adapt to any machine in an instant. What do you think, VES? I think the higher-ranking pilots know they're destined to pilot the best machines. He replied with his own understanding of the voting pattern. Every mech pilot wishes to pilot the most elite mechs, but not everyone gets their wish. I think the more average mech pilots have a better affinity with lower-performing machines that do their best at accommodating their level of skill. Again, Horatio declined to express an opinion on both of their judgments. He simply acknowledged their answers and let them think about it by themselves. There are many reasons why this pattern has emerged. The best mechs are not always the most appropriate mechs for the situation. You must never forget that your role as a mech designer is to accommodate the mech pilots who you are serving. Understand your market and tailor your products to their wishes. Don't expect to succeed if you attempt to force-feed your products to your clients. That sounded great and all, but both of the duelists stood awkwardly as none of them were able to determine a winner for the duel. A tie doesn't reflect the truth. I should win the duel, Oleg suddenly said. VES became alarmed at his insistence. While normally he'd be willing to concede to Oleg's admittedly justified excuse, Lucky's ownership was at stake this time. VES couldn't afford to lose. We agreed to the conditions of the bet beforehand. While we haven't anticipated a tie, that doesn't change the fact that you willingly agreed to all of them. The design duel wouldn't be fair otherwise. That just proves I'm the better mech designer. The two couldn't come to an agreement, so they turned to Horatio, who looked on with some amusement. Do you really wish to move away from a tie and force a winner out of this duel? I do. I should be the winner. While Oleg expressed his confidence, VES stayed silent. The situation didn't look too favorable to him, but if he expressed his dissatisfaction, he'd reveal his lack of assurance. In a situation like this where a mech designer had to stand by their products, VES had to maintain some level of confidence in his work. Very well. Then, I declare the winner to be VES. What? Oleg screamed. That's not possible. Even VES didn't expect Horatio's answer. Privately, he already started scheming of a way to get Lucky back from Oleg's clutches. He never thought that Horatio thought higher of the tyrant than Oleg's excellent design. Why did he win? Chapter 208 Reasons. Even VES hadn't understood why Horatio favored him over Oleg. His design looked decent, but paled in comparison to Oleg's hasty creation. The younger mech designer managed to create a miracle in only half the time. I know you're confused. You shouldn't be, Horatio said and swept his arm towards the mech cadets who stood silently at attention all this time. First, let's hear our test pilots out. What are your thoughts on the mech designed by Oleg? The pilots gave out a smattering of opinions. It's powerful. I can feel the difference in performance. Most of the training mechs don't feel as powerful as this frame. Slow but protective. I feel I can take on the entire galaxy with the amount of armor it carries. It corresponds to what a knight should be. I don't mind the lack of speed since it's supposed to be a defensive mech anyway. I can do anything with this machine. In the right hands, I can overpower anyone who dares to get close. I can't get used to its sluggishness. It's as if my body is moving underwater. It's too slow. When Horatio asked them what they thought of the design made by VES, they gave out a distinctly different opinion. It feels like home. The mech just clicked for me. It's one of the few mechs I've piloted that actually worked together with me. The performance is a little lackluster compared to the other one, but when I'm in the cockpit I don't feel that way. It's very responsive. I don't have to fight against the controls to make it do what I want. There's hardly any learning curve with this mech. After the pilots gave out their opinions, Horatio clapped and attracted everyone's attention. You can see that the first thing that pops in the minds of the pilots differs drastically between the two mechs. Oleg, considering the terms of your mech design duel, do you truly believe you've overcome VES in this regard? I still have 5 votes. Oleg stubbornly replied. Even if I hadn't focused much on comfort, does it even matter? You've chosen a crooked path to compete on comfort. Whether it's important or not, the fact of the matter is that you've agreed to compete against VES on the matter of designing the most comfortable mech. VES is the only participant who worked earnestly on this area, and the comments made by the test pilots makes this clear. The mech pilots haven't received a lot of clarity when they were asked to evaluate our mechs. VES spoke up. If they had a clearer idea on what they should be judging, then I might have received more votes. Maybe, maybe not, Horatio said. Oleg's viewpoint can't be discounted. A superior mech will always be valued more than a lesser mech. However, the rules for this design duel explicitly leaves out any comparison on performance. In this regard, none of the mech cadets have praised Oleg's mech for its level of accommodation. Oleg wowed half of the mech cadets through delivering a better mech despite performing worse in the aspect of comfort. He might have missed the point on the duel, but he still succeeded in forcing a tie. that couldn't easily be changed. Don't set your eyes on the present. Think of the future. After a couple of years, the both of you will be developing in different directions. If you hold the same duel at that time, who will prove to be more superior in the aspect of comfort? By that time, VES would have probably accomplished a breakthrough in the X factor. In addition, he'd also advance much further than anyone here expected. After all, they couldn't have known about the heaven-defying nature of the system. Still, if he hadn't advanced his other skills through the system, then VES would still win on the matter of comfort. Only he possessed the requirements to work with the X factor. If you put it that way, you have a point. Oleg reluctantly admitted. But that's in the future. We're still in the present. Yes, we're still in the present. Therefore, I believe that you should demonstrate your magnanimity and offer a concession to VES. Don't forget that you are one of Carmen's direct disciple. With regards to age, you're junior to VES, but with regards to seniority you enjoy a vastly higher position than him. To employ all your gifts to bully a junior who only received a few pointers from Carmen is not good form. Even VES forgot about this point. Oleg behaved like a teenager, but as a mech designer he enjoyed a very privileged status. Many older mech designers had to make way for the direct disciple if they met him on the street. Besides, look at the stakes for this duel. If VES loses the bet, he'll have to give up a precious companion of his. Don't think that VES won't start to resent you. They are lifelike creatures meant to bond with their owners. On the other hand, if I lose the bet, I won't lose anything substantial. A license is very valuable to VES, but it's nothing special to me. Licenses only held value to those who lacked the capability that it offered. It cost Oleg nothing but a potential loss in earnings if he gave one away without demanding anything in return. That was because licenses only granted the mech designer who received it the right to use a design. This was the nature of intellectual property. If someone wrote a virtual book, he could easily give it away to his friends for free. A couple of handouts didn't really impact his sales in any meaningful way. However, if he became a bit too liberal with his generosity, then he'd be shooting himself in the foot by missing out on a lot of sales. Did Oleg look like someone who cared about giving away a free design? As a direct disciple, he enjoyed almost unlimited resources. A single engine license worth billions of bright credits was actually worth only a couple tens of millions of calls in coalition space. For such a small amount of calls, Oleg would be too embarrassed to quibble about this sum of money. In the end, Oleg conceded the match to VES. Though he still felt unresigned, he felt that as a senior he had to show off his good side to Master Olsen's latest apprentice. They both signed a couple of contracts on the spot that officially granted VES the right to incorporate the Trailblazer engine model in any of his designs for a period of 10 years. It's a really good engine, Oleg boasted as he swiftly recovered from his loss. The Trailblazer is ideal for mechs focused on endurance and efficiency. Just take care not to push it too hard. It doesn't handle peak loads very well. As Horatio left for another appointment, VES had a suspicion he'd been used. Horatio obviously didn't need to mediate the design duel in person. He must have used the opportunity as a teaching moment for Oleg. He not only learned to be generous, he also opened his eyes to another perspective on mech design. VES shrugged. As the winner of this duel, he benefited from this moment as well. Besides his material rewards, this event also taught him about a hidden danger inherent in his design method. Pursuing harmony at the cost of performance is not always the right solution. He concluded. In the age of mechs, an endless number of mech designs came into existence. While the market for mechs ensured that plenty saw sales, most models failed to attract any sales due to poor design choices. An optimized mech delivered much greater performance than a similar mech at the same cost. I've been focusing too much on harmony at the cost of synergy. Harmony and synergy sounded the same, but they were actually very different concepts. As VES understood it, harmony represented how well the design and its components agreed with the images he held in his mind. A good harmony ensured he'd be able to impart a strong and lifelike X factor to his mechs. Few designers should be able to match his prowess in this area. On the other hand, most mech designers focused on maximizing synergy. This had nothing to do with metaphysics. Instead, it required both art and science to bring out the best performance out of every part. Harmony and synergy doesn't necessarily have to conflict with each other. Once his capabilities grew, his selection of design choices should also grow with him. More choices allowed him to make more optimal decisions without adversely affecting the overall harmony of the design. In any case, VES got away with a massive win. After the end of the duel, VES decided to wrap up his trip with a visit to the Clifford Society. Oleg begged off accompanying VES. Ever since Horatio declared him the loser, the air between them grew a little awkward. Both of them needed some time away from each other. "I'll be going now," VES said as he held Lucky in his arms and left the estate. He took an aircar that brought him from the center of the archipelago to the northern region of the planet. Like the virtual version, the real version of the Clifford Society's headquarters had been built on top of a mountain range. Naturally, real humans weren't gods, so the society hadn't gone overboard in spreading their structures out. Most of the core buildings had been built around a cluster of 20 mountains. Man-sized floating eggs granted visitors a convenient way to traverse from one mountain to the other. His first destination was the marketplace. While most members sold their wares through the society's virtual portal, VES wanted to take a look at some real examples. He visited the small town built at the foot of the mountains and browsed the largest shop that sold equipment. "Welcome, customer," a floating bot said as it hovered over to VES. "May I be of assistance? Take me to the alloy compressor and chemical treatment machines. I'd like to purchase a set." A set basically consisted of a compressor and a CTM that had been designed to work together. Usually, mech manufacturers preferred to link the two machines together with a compatible 3D printer. This allowed them to automate the process of fabricating compressed armor plating as much as possible, though the more complicated formulas still required human supervision. Our shop offers 32 different sets. Please refer to the projections if you wish to view their specifications. VES took a good look at the selection offered by the shop. The prices for the sets ranged from 50 merits to 10,000 merits. He only set aside 200 merits for his budget, so he excluded every other set that exceeded his price range. That left him with 13 different pairings. As VES studied their specs in greater detail, he determined that the differences in price directly corresponded to what they brought to the table. Some compressors and CTMs finished their processes faster than others. Other sets guaranteed higher precision. The newer sets offered automation to a wider range of formulas, while the older sets sold at a discount. VES pulled back from his inspection before he got lost in the maze. "I should determine what I need before I start my selection." The Living Mech Corporation mainly aimed for the higher segments of the mech market, so he didn't place too much importance on speed and automation. However, if he wanted to enable his fabricators such as Carlos to work with compressed armor, some form of automation was necessary. The silver label mechs didn't have to be perfect, but the sets had to offer some conveniences in order to allow his other employees to work with the machines. Several sets of alloy compressors and CTMs fit hit requirements. He eventually settled on a pair of systems that cost 190 merits. They didn't offer much in terms of automation, but a decent fabricator specialized in alloy compression should be able to handle the process without problem. "Even if Carlos can't do it, I can hire someone else who can." Still, before he decided on the purchase, VES visited some other stores in order to find out if he could pick a bargain. While most of the shops offered a similar selection of machines, he did find the same set at 20 merits off. "Why is this set so cheap here?" "It's a refurbished set of machines," the cheaper store's bot replied in a dutiful tone. Their previous owner unfortunately perished on a mission for the society. Due to his debts, this store has laid claim to his fabrication equipment. "Do you wish to view the previous owner's other machines? We offer discounts up to 30% depending on their condition." The answer momentarily chilled VES. He could have been one of the poor chumps as well. His trip to Graining might have showered him with merits, but he escaped from death by a narrow margin. Still, the set hadn't seen much use. VES checked their condition as well as their production logs and found them to be good enough that he wouldn't get much better if he bought them factory new. "I'll take this set." Chapter 209 Keltrex. VES decided to pick up a second-hand assembly system as well for the low price of 20 merits. Thus, he spent a total of 190 merits on 3 machines that had seen a moderate amount of use. He also enlisted the services of a hacker who could unlock the restrictions set on the processors for the Dortmund printer. After some haggling, VES agreed to hand over 3 merits to the bot that represented the hacker. VES handed over the processor chips that had been stored in the Barracuda over the past few months and heard that they'd be ready within a few days. Every problem appears trivial once you have a lot of wealth, he noted with a rueful smile as he exited the latest store. Problems that keep me up at night can be solved with a single snap of the finger. His shopping spree showcased the power of a few hundred merits. He successfully acquired a number of high-quality machines that delivered slightly better performance than most machines available in the Bright Republic. Together with the Dortmund, I've acquired a full ensemble of industrial gear. What did that mean? It meant that from now on, his physical assets ceased to be a hindrance. If he wanted to, he could even fabricate the original Caesar Augustus with his newly purchased equipment. Now, he had over 200 merits remaining in his account. While that sounded a lot, he also had to acquire a lot of component licenses. While some of the smaller components sold for only a couple of merits, the large amount of components added up to a frightening sum. VES obviously had to set priorities. The three things I need the most to design a high-quality knight is an armor system, a power reactor and artificial musculature. Together with Oleg's engine license, I'll have all my bases covered. If he had any merits left after making those purchases, he'd settle on acquiring some decent licenses for some peripheral components such as ECM, energy cells, and a cockpit. As for the really minor parts such as gyroscopes, sensors, and a transceiver, he'd settle for acquiring cheaper ones with credits. Hopefully he'd be able to save as much merits as possible in case he wanted to borrow some exclusive books from the Moon Library. VES found his shopping experience to be exhilarating. While the pricier products remained out of his reach, the product standard in Limar ensured that even the cheaper offerings in the store could compete with what the Bright Republic regularly used. The only problem he faced was that a lot of the parts for licensing required a large amount of exotics to work. VES couldn't help the fact that the Friday Coalition ruled over the most resource-abundant territory in the Komodo Star sector. Resources that were extremely scarce in the Bright Republic could be acquired for a reasonable sum in the Coalition. In fact, many of the cheapest licenses consisted of badly optimized components. They only reached a reasonable level of performance by virtue of their extravagant use of resources. Thus, even with an upfront price tag of a dozen merits or so, VES would still lose a fortune over time as the production cost per unit racked up to a terrifying digit. Thus, VES had to ignore most of the deceptively cheap offerings and turn his attention to the more expensive licenses offered by the real experts. This was where the strength of the LIT came through. As a major technological center for education and research, the Limar Institute of Technology possessed connections to a vast network of scientists and engineers. Many of its alumni that went on to become successful component developers made some of their best licenses available to their alma mater at preferential prices. Despite the discounts, the prices for the more decent-looking armor systems quickly ran up in the thousands of merits. The prices were so disgustingly high that it became obvious that they only catered to a breed of mech designers. The products within a more affordable price range all came with various issues such as the problem mentioned earlier. It became very difficult for VES to seek out a decent armor system that didn't break the bank. I can't go on like this. I have to give something up. Some armor systems could be licensed on the cheap, but racked up many millions of credits in production costs. Other systems offered reasonable prices in both areas but delivered mediocre performance. Those that performed slightly better were so difficult to fabricate that his error rate would balloon to 25%. Obtaining a perfect armor system that checked all the boxes was out of the question. VES had to make a careful consideration on what he'd be willing to sacrifice. I'll be marketing my product to the Bright Republic, not to Friday Coalition, so I don't have to adhere to the prevailing standard of a second-rate state. It pained him to lower his standard, but VES concluded he made the right decision. As a young entrant in the mech business, VES hadn't built up his brand to the point where the local market believed he'd be able to participate at the top segments of the market. A design that's too high-end would end up as another white elephant akin to the original Caesar Augustus. The catalog looked a lot better now that he let go of his unrealistic standards. In order to future-proof his designs once the next generation arrived, VES focused his attention on armor plating that withstood directed energy weapons a little better than usual. Apparently, many other mech designers had the same idea. The prices for these valuable systems averaged around 20% over armors that specialized against absorbing shocks and kinetic impacts. Against this scam-like market behavior, VES could only grit his teeth in response. The list of products that met his criteria still consisted of several hundred products. VES spent an entire day poring over the specs of each viable armor system. His decision had far-reaching effects for the immediate future of his mech career, so it was of utmost importance for him to make the best decision possible. He settled for a rather boring choice. He chose a decently successful armor system that had been developed a decade or so ago. Though it was on the old side, plenty of mech designers who purchased the same system had nothing but praise for the armor. Thank you for purchasing the Bergens & Sons Company Keltrex AVE 33 armor system. The cheerful salesbot exclaimed in a weirdly feminine tone. A sales representative will be with you in a moment to establish a licensing contract. Please be patient. A few minutes later, a man emerged from the air. His anti-grav clothes brought him straight to VES. After shaking hands, the sales representative offered him 3 different variations of the licensing contract. The variations gave VES more favorable terms depending on his production pattern. If he intended to engage in high-volume production, it was worth it to spend some extra merits to lower his per-unit fees. On the other hand, if he only intended to sell a dozen or so mechs a year, then he could take a discounted contract that put hard limits on how many times he could fabricate the Keltrex. While VES didn't plan on establishing a huge production plant, he did aim to achieve a sales figure of at least 1,000 mechs a year. With his new and refurbished equipment, his workshop should be able to reach this ambitious goal. I'd like to sign the standard contract, please. I don't want any restrictions and I don't need any additional privileges. A good choice, Mr. Larkinson. The upfront fee for the standard contract amounts to 75 merits. VES transferred the painfully high price tag with his calm. This was only the beginning. Since they signed a contract in coalition space, VES had to transfer his production fees in calls instead of bright credits. The cost per copy amounted to 30,000 calls or around 3 million bright credits. He winced at the thought of throwing away so much credits whenever he fabricated a copy of the Keltrex system. The much cheaper HRF armor system that he currently used for the Mark II only demanded a modest fee of around 100,000 bright credits per copy. Still, he didn't regret his choice. Among the cheaper armors available in the shops, the Keltrex system happened to require exotics that were relatively abundant in the Bright Republic. VES didn't have to import rare resources from far-flung states in order to meet his production needs. In this regard, the higher-than-average per-unit fee was a worthwhile sacrifice to make. I still have to pay a fortune for the raw materials alone. It gets worse if I have to fabricate a set of armor for a knight. Knights piled up on a lot of armor, more than any other archetype. VES already calculated that he had to spend a whopping 20 million credits just to fabricate a standard set of knight armor. Worse, the cost might reach even greater heights if the cost of raw materials continued to rise. Since VES set a target sales price at around 60 million credits for his original design, the ludicrous expense was still somewhat bearable. Fortunately, the Keltrex system brought a lot to the table. Bergens & Sons Company developed several variations of its Keltrex series. While the Keltrex AVE 33 was one of its cheapest offerings, it still enjoyed some of the advantages of its more expensive cousins. The biggest attraction to VES was that it didn't weigh too much. While other systems relied on large amounts of conventional alloys to make up for their disappointing formulas, the Keltrex used an ingenious formula that brought out the full strength of their special alloys. It's not only great for knights. I can use the same armor system for other types of medium mechs. Its versatility allowed VES to use the same production license in multiple different designs. This allowed him to save a lot of money in the long run. The same went for Oleg's Trailblazer engine, though it did shoehorn VES into designing mechs that fit its traits. VES shopped for other component licenses with the same thought in mind. With 35 merits remaining in his budget, he quickly acquired a relatively boring set of component licenses for the ECM, energy cells, and cockpit. With his most important purchase behind him, VES relaxed and took his time browsing for a decent power reactor and artificial musculature license. After another day of contemplation, he handed over 35 merits for a satisfactory pair of component licenses. While their specs fell a little short of the Trailblazer engine, the one area they excelled in was endurance. They'd be able to withstand a decent amount of damage and keep running. I only have 100 merits left. He considered spending them on other component licenses, but eventually stuck to his original decision of holding back a reserve. If I can't acquire the rest with credits, I can still spend my merits later. At this stage, VES hadn't even drafted up a preliminary sketch of his original design. If he purchased a complete set of component licenses before he even drew up a draft design, he'd be liable to shoot himself in the foot. What I have now is enough. VES acquired the most essential components to start his draft. With the Trailblazer engine and Keltrek's armor system at the core, he acquired all the essential ingredients to bake a great cake. It was up to a great cook to process these ingredients and incorporate them into a well-designed dish to bring out all of their qualities. Now that he completed his shopping, it was time to return to Cloudy Curtain. VES held Lucky in his arms and hailed an aircar that brought him back to the Barracuda. Volume I, Part 5, ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give us a like and subscribe so we can be motivated to make even better videos in the future.